Chapter 1. I have crossed over. Who am I? Where am I? Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and He Chao felt an overwhelming hunger gnawing at him. His entire body ached, and he had never felt this exhausted before. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead. It was not only his physical state that tormented him. A cacophony of voices filled his ears. What happened to him? Oh, my Lante, may the divine protect you. Please let nothing befall you. A woman's voice, filled with profound sorrow and anger, pierced through the haze. Nira, do not disturb Lante. He rode all day yesterday and took a fall. It is only natural that he needs more rest now, came a more mature male voice. Natural? Since when do you demon enthusiasts require such lengthy rests? The woman clearly doubted the man's explanation. Albert, you are Lante's dear uncle. You must not harm him. Where are your thoughts leading you? Nira, I may not be a noble knight, but I hold a sincere devotion to the galloping horse family. The man's voice grew anxious. Heavens, I have told you this countless times. Why can you not believe me? Roll. Recount our experiences from the past few days without omitting a single detail. Very well. Albert, Nira, please allow me to speak. Now, a relatively younger male voice took the floor. It was evident that Roll spoke with more conviction, yet his diction and rhetoric paled in comparison to that of Albert. At the beginning of September, Baron Hark sensed that this winter would be even harsher, predicting that the tribes on the Galloping Horse Plains might not merely engage in their usual petty skirmishes, but would instead embark on large-scale plundering and assaults. Thus, he consulted with me and Scholar Albert about traversing the Kelnico Pass alongside Viscount Bob Roth to scout the southern part of the Galloping Horse Plains that we agreed to meet on the 16th of September. At the tributary of the Galloping Horse River, north of the Kelnico Pass, and based on past experiences, we would scout from west to east along the tributary. 5 days ago, Baron Hark set out with young masters Ryan, Albert, and Lante, myself, and 2 junior knights, Greybird and Walker, a total of 5 knight apprentices. We first crossed the Kelnico Pass, then traveled against the current of the Galloping Horse tributary towards the west, hoping to gauge the size of the tribes that had already migrated south. The day before yesterday, we met with Viscount Bob Roth's men and then proceeded northeast, where we discovered a larger tribal settlement. The Viscount deduced from the tribal decorations that it was indeed a large tribe from the southern Galloping Horse Plains. The Grey Goose Tribe. This winter, the tribes are expected to rampage throughout the entire northwestern territory of the kingdom. The Baron proposed relocating the civilians within the territory to the Count's city to avert the risk of losing their lands. However, the Viscount believed that small bands of tribes might have already infiltrated south of the Kelnico Pass, lying in wait to raid during the civilian migration. The 2 gentlemen held their respective stances, but agreed on the urgency of notifying Lord Count Kebbins the Main Wolf to summon the Knight Order to resist the tribal invasion. That night, we had initially planned to cooperate with Viscount Roth, but he insisted on returning to the city immediately. Baron Hark disagreed, for we were all weary, and even traveling at night would not allow us to outpace the tribes. Consequently, the Viscount took his leave with his men, while we remained on the plains to set up camp and recuperate before returning the next day. However, our camp was suddenly besieged by at least 20 tribal cavalrymen during the night. Greybird was even struck down before he could mount his horse, losing his right arm to the tribesmen. Most of the knight apprentices and junior knights found themselves at a distinct disadvantage against the tribes, with only Baron Hark and I being intermediate knights capable of holding our ground against the tribal cavalry. Observing the overwhelming number of tribesmen, the Baron instructed Albert and me to escort young Master Lante and the 5 apprentices back first. Our return journey had been relatively smooth until noon, when we unexpectedly encountered scattered tribal forces. We lost 2 men yet managed to bring Lante back with great difficulty. Lante had been remarkably brave in his confrontation with the tribes, but his strength waned on the return trip, causing him to fall from his horse. When he fell, both Albert and I sensed a flicker of fighting spirit emanating from him. We were certain he had successfully broken through. It seemed that due to the battles of the past few days, Lante had now become a junior knight. That encapsulates all that transpired in the past few days. He Chao, in a daze, listened to the voices around him, unable to suppress his thoughts. How unfortunate it was. I end up hospitalized from an accident, and here, people are rehearsing lines as if they were filming a movie. Are they truly that serious? In this day and age, shouldn't such fantasy dramas rely on green screens and post-production dubbing? There's no need to rehearse lines while I'm stuck in a hospital bed. He Chao longed to open his eyes and shout. Could you all lower your voices? Lante's eyes have moved. Albert, please check on young Master Lante. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out. He Chao felt someone shaking him. Lante, wake up quickly. This is not the time for a long slumber. The voice of Albert echoed in his ears. No way. Are you using me as a prop for your lines? Or have I been transported directly to a film set hospital? Am I supposed to get treated while acting too? At this moment, He Chao felt a surge of irritation, unsure if it was a case of waking up on the wrong side of the bed. Amidst his internal struggle, he finally managed to pry his eyes open. Gradually, the blurry images sharpened, and He Chao, who had worn glasses for 15 years, had not experienced such a clear view without them in a long time. The first thing that caught his eye was a face that bore the weight of time. Lante inexplicably thought of his former mentor. And this must be Albert. Albert had chestnut hair, with an air of scholarly wisdom about him, clad in peculiar armor. Iron protection adorned his chest, shoulders, and abdomen, yet the connections between the iron plates were made of leather. Resembling a suit of leather embellished with metal, beside the scholar stood a burly figure with yellow hair, a square face, and a gaze that conveyed both concern and a hint of fear. This must be Roll. Roll, too, was dressed in a mix of leather and iron armor. Apart from these two, there were several other faces surrounding them. Appearing smaller in stature, He Chao found himself amidst familiar faces, all gathered beneath a relatively sheltered earthen mound, with a campfire at their center, accompanied by a few tall, spirited horses. As He Chao surveyed the circle, his gaze returned to Albert, and he suddenly felt an uncanny recognition of this person. As if he truly knew him. In fact, every individual present felt familiar. For a fleeting moment, He Chao contemplated whether to close his eyes once more. Perhaps after a short slumber, his role as a prop would conclude, and these people would return him to the hospital bed. Yet, gazing at Albert and Roll, He Chao recalled fragments of memories that seemed to belong to someone else. In those images, a man resembling Albert embraced him suddenly, declaring him to be the fourth child to awaken magical power, destined to bear the Galloping Horse surname. On another day, He Chao found himself at Roll's side, who patted his shoulder and recounted his travels across the Count's territory, encouraging him to learn swordsmanship from him. On yet another occasion, he felt immense joy as he accompanied the figure before him, Albert, traversing the grasslands with a small trading caravan, engaging in commerce with nomadic tribes. Memories flooded back, and the dam broke. A torrent of information surged into He Chao's consciousness. He recognized the individuals before him. His uncle Albert Galloping Horse, the chief knight of the territory Roll, and numerous ordinary people connected by blood. These were his family, as well as the subjects of his territory. Albert. In this moment, He Chao, or rather the young man whom this group referred to as Lante Galloping Horse, the fourth son of the Galloping Horse Baron, a junior knight of the Galloping Horse territory, found himself submerged in a wave of information. In an instant, the Galloping Horse family, his father Hark Galloping Horse, his elder brothers Ryan and Albert, his younger brother Pelly Galloping Horse, and many kin who could not bear the Galloping Horse surname flooded his mind, alongside visions of the northern plains, the pass, the slashing of tribal cavalry, and the scene of his fall from horseback. After over a minute of recollection and contemplation, He Chao comprehended that he had crossed over into a brand new world. Here, he was known as Lante Galloping Horse, the fourth son of Baron Hark Galloping Horse, the lord of the Galloping Horse territory in the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom, a vassal of the human empire. The former He Chao was no more. Now, Lante was his sole identity. As Lante grasped the reality of his new situation, he found himself at a loss, staring blankly, speechless, pondering whether to feign ignorance for 3 to 4 days to adjust to this new world and identity. Perhaps gleaning some information from the crowd surrounding him. Based on the fragmented information he had just overheard, his father, along with his elder brothers and the main forces of their family, had ventured out to scout and were ambushed by the enemy. Nearly facing annihilation, his territory was not immediately doomed, but it certainly teetered on the brink of crisis. Under such circumstances, the best course of action was undoubtedly to remain sheltered behind these two elder figures, refraining from rash words or decisions. While Lante was still lost in his memories, Scholar Albert Galloping Horse could no longer contain himself. "Lante, you must drink this bowl of soup. We have important matters to discuss with you." "Uncle Albert." "Perhaps you could speak first," Lante replied. Albert glanced at the chief knight Roll beside him, who nodded in agreement. Thus, Albert spoke. "Lante, given the current situation, the fate of Baron Hark Galloping Horse remains uncertain within the territory of the tribes. The first heir, Ryan Galloping Horse, and the second heir, Albert Galloping Horse, are likewise unaccounted for, while Hark's third son, Pelly Galloping Horse, is serving the gods in the royal capital of Longya City and cannot return to inherit the title. Other descendants of the Bunma family, if they are not wielders of magic, are like me and Roar, unable to inherit. Currently, it is only you who can lead the entire Benma barony, fulfilling the noble duty of safeguarding the land and protecting the people. Therefore, we hope you can temporarily act as the Baron of Benma today, guiding the inhabitants to evade the marauding tribes. Lante remained silent, instead taking the soup from Albert's hands and drinking it in one gulp. Indeed, being the fourth son of a baron is no easy task. He had not enjoyed even a minute of comfort before preparing to battle the savages. "Uncle, are you not also a knight of the Benma family?" Lante inquired. Albert Benma is the younger brother of Lante's father, Hake Benma, and possesses the rank of a low-level knight. In his youth, Albert ventured to the imperial capital for his studies, and after years of scholarly pursuit, he returned to Benma as a territorial scholar, devoted to assisting Hake. Since Albert's return from his studies, not only has he become knowledgeable, but he also possesses strong theoretical expertise in knight training, magical meditation, and priestly prayers. Under his guidance, the Benma territory has experienced rapid development in recent years. To speak of combat capability, the Hake family now boasts a horse for each member, all of which are the finest steeds from the Benma plains, making these horses more valuable than many border baron castles. Me. Albert glanced at Lante. From the moment I set out for the imperial capital to pursue my studies, I relinquished my responsibilities as a knight to safeguard the land and protect the people. Do not say I am merely a low-level knight. Even if I were a high-ranking knight or a grand knight, I could not return to become a lord. It is your mission, Lante, to lead the territory and free it from the threat of the barbarians. Roar, and I will spare no effort in supporting you and following your lead. Lante turned to Roar. Indeed, Knight Lante. You are now the only knight of the baronial bloodline within the territory. According to the Code of Knights, in times of peril, your foremost duty is to ensure the safety of the territory and its people. Please do not shy away from this responsibility. It seemed they did not intend to cast him aside to take the blame, which was Lance's first thought. Given this, he resolved to comply respectfully. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Now that my father and brothers have gone missing in the wilderness, I have fortuitously returned with the aid of Albert and Roar. Once, I aspired only to be a knight of the Benma territory and never dared to dream of becoming a baron. However, in the face of this barbarian invasion and the heartfelt concerns of my elders, I can only reluctantly take on the responsibility of safeguarding the land and the people, and I hope for everyone's support. In that moment, Lante recalled many television programs he had watched, such as the founding monarch accepting abdication, or the candidate for prime minister being interviewed on screen. He even took pride in crafting such rhetoric. Roar, Albert. Seeing the two remain silent, Lante felt somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't they be pledging their loyalty? Are you going to be the baron or not? If you refuse, we cannot either, and we certainly cannot fend off the barbarians, Roar exclaimed. Slightly agitated. Lance's earlier words were so eloquent that Roar had barely understood a few. How unfortunate. I seem to have been pleased for nothing. They didn't comprehend a word, did they? Then let me speak plainly. I am Hake's son. And from this moment, I shall act as the acting baron. That if my father and brother return, I will immediately return the title to them. However, until they return, I am the baron, acting. Splendid. I knew you would not shirk your duty, Roar exclaimed with great joy. Meanwhile, Albert gazed at Lante with curiosity, perplexed as to how this fourth son of the baron, who had not read much nor ventured to the city, could have devised such a speech. Roar and Albert knelt on one knee to pledge their fealty. After drinking the soup, Lante felt invigorated and resolved to help the two esteemed officials rise. However, as he stood, Lante noticed that he seemed to tower over those around him. Wait, have I mutated? Chapter 2, Wielders of Magic. Nobility and bloodline. As Lante rose to assist the two esteemed officials, he experienced a sensation he had never felt before in his previous life. How is it that I am so tall? Standing upright, he realized that most people around him barely reached his chest, with only Albert, Roar, and 3 other men standing at a similar height. Once everyone stood, Roar was a head taller than Lante. Albert slightly taller, while the other 3 were a head shorter. Lante was experiencing the world from a height exceeding 2 meters for the first time, reminiscent of the perspective of a former basketball player. Though he felt a bit dizzy. Lante, do not stand for too long. You have just undergone a breakthrough, and your body is in a phase of rapid growth, since you have awakened your wielder of magic bloodline. You likely have not grown this much before. Albert gently helped Lante sit down, but Lante was filled with confusion. What is happening? Can I grow taller after leveling up? Is there a connection between our rank and our physical form? Uncle Albert, please explain this to me. When did I break through? What should I do in the future? Lante yearned for Albert to share more information about this world. Yet, he struggled to articulate his thoughts, as his memory held no concepts regarding wielders of magic, the extraordinary, or ascension. After you awakened your bloodline, I became so busy with territorial affairs that I forgot to inform you of these matters, Albert admitted with some embarrassment. He then began to elucidate the entire human world's extraordinary lineage and ascension. All origins stem from the twin suns in the sky. Indeed, on this planet, 2 suns can be seen during the day, one large, somewhat dim sun named Raya, which provides a small portion of sunlight, heat, and most magic to their world of Olivia. The other, a smaller, brighter sun known as the Imperial Sun, is the primary source of heat, sunlight, and a small portion of magic. In a macro sense, magic descends from the heavens in various elemental forms as a blessing from the sky and the gods to every race on Olivia. When an individual within a race can wield magic, it circulates within their body, enhancing their physical qualities, increasing their size, functions, and lifespan, thereby allowing these strong individuals to become the leaders of their race. Through prolonged exploration and experimentation within the race, each race has discovered its own path to elevate the strength of its members and preserve the bloodline of the strong. For humanity, this path consists of 3 extraordinary professions: knights, mages, and priests. Each path begins with the most ordinary wielder of magic, who has just awakened their bloodline, ultimately culminating in the true gods, with a total of 13 levels. Each advancement brings a qualitative leap in the individual's perception and interaction with magical energy. Among the human populace, those who successfully awaken their magical bloodline before the age of 14 are referred to as wielders of magic. Wielders of magic find it difficult to sense the magical elements in the air, but the enhancements from magic can manifest visibly in their appearance. All human wielders of magic stand over 2 meters tall, regardless of gender, profession, or age, while those who have not awakened their bloodlines, known as non-magic users, do not exceed 2 meters in height. The Empire's population is calculated based on household, people, and individual, where individual refers to those above the level of a wielder of magic, and people refers to non-magic users. According to imperial law, only families with more than 1 wielder of magic can be counted separately. Thus, a household comprises a family surrounding a wielder of magic. The human empire has strict requirements regarding the level of wielders of magic for all ranks, from the highest emperor and kings of various kingdoms to the lowest barons, lords, and knights, with a corresponding relationship between the level of wielders of magic and the conferred or inherited titles, as well as the size of the territory and the number of subjects a noble can manage. Wielders of magic can become lords, supported by the inhabitants of their territory, and they also bear stringent responsibilities toward their subjects and land. Summarized in 2 simplified clauses derived from the Empire's noble regulations: safeguard the land, protect the people. Safeguarding the land entails ensuring the territory and the Lord's domain are not subject to invasion. The responsibility of protecting the people requires the Lord to provide protection for all inhabitants, including non-magic users, and, in dire circumstances, to allow them refuge in other human cities or territories, returning to their original territory for reconstruction after a disaster. Generally, if a lord's territory is occupied but the inhabitants have been relocated, the title will not be revoked within 3 years, provided they can return to reclaim their land and restore governance within that time frame. However, if over 50% of the inhabitants suffer losses, the title is guaranteed to be lost. Under these various stipulations, every noble with a fief holds the inheritance of their bloodline in the highest regard. Taking Lante's family as an example, according to the definitions of Lante's homeland, his father Hakebenma has at least a dozen children. Among the brothers of Hake's generation, there are around 40 to 50 children of Lante's age group, many of whom, unfortunately, did not survive beyond infancy. In truth, only about 30 of them reached the age of 14 or 15, from which 4 wielders of magic emerged: Lante's eldest brother Ryan Benma, second brother Obot Benma, third brother Peli Benma, and Lante himself. Although his second and third brothers could technically be considered his cousins, within the Benma territory, they are regarded as sons of Hake Benma. Hake raised the 4 with paternal care, and they, in turn, would repay Hake's kindness with filial devotion. The 4 of them would be individually ranked by age and bear the surname Benma, while the other non-magic users would only have their given names. Lacking surnames. In accordance with the traditions of the border nobility, the eldest son of a noble family is groomed to become the next lord. The second son is trained to become the commander of the knights or a scholar within the territory. The third son is sent to the royal capital or the holy city to serve the divine as a priest. Those who serve the divine do not possess inheritance rights. Yet they may return to their lands to assume roles as spiritual leaders if the subsequent children of the third son show promise. They may attempt to join the knightly orders of higher nobility or otherwise serve as vassal knights or family knights among other middle and lower nobility. Ultimately, attaining the rank of at least a junior knight offers some prospects. The aforementioned pertains to the most populous class of knights. For mages, they are directed towards the mage towers in the grand cities, where they study under archmages to delve into the arcane arts. The proportion of female magic users among the human race remains remarkably stable, ranging between 25 and 33. The offspring of female magic users are more likely to inherit the ability to wield magic compared to those born to non-magic users, thus bestowing a high status upon female magic users within their families. However, in the northwestern border of the Dragon Kingdom where Lante resides, the magical environment is poor, making it exceedingly rare for female magic users to emerge. You were merely an apprentice knight before, and I was unsure whether you could even become a junior knight, which is why I had not discussed these matters with you, Albert remarked, observing Lante as he absorbed the rules of this world. Now, however, the situation has changed. You are now the baron of this territory. If your father and brother are unable to return, you must ensure the survival of your subjects, so I must impart this fundamental knowledge to you. Albert, are we running out of time? Lante, you need to make a swift decision on whether we should leave the territory. Roll said urgently to Albert's introduction of extraordinary professions and noble ranks revealed that children typically awaken their bloodlines between the ages of 12 and 14. This indicates that approximately 1 in 10 individuals among the human populace will become distinct, transforming into beings of nearly another race. Beyond height, once one becomes a magic user, their senses become more acute, and their lifespan extends significantly. While the average non-magic user rarely exceeds the age of 60, a magic user at 60 may still engage in physically demanding occupations such as military service or blacksmithing. Among magic users, less than half will pursue careers. The most common professions among humans include knights, mages, and priests, with the entry-level titles being apprentice knight, apprentice mage, and apprentice priest, respectively. These titles are not fixed, particularly that of apprentice priest, which can also be referred to as assistant cleric or assistant priest, depending on the deity served. However, all entry-level professions share a uniform criterion. They can sense magical energy but lack the ability to wield it. From the third level of magic users onward, titles tend to become standardized: junior knight, junior mage, junior priest, clergyman, minister. The standard for junior status entails the ability to perform simple magical releases, with a maximum of 1 to 5 spells, incantations, or low-level divine rites. The fourth level signifies intermediate practitioners, who can proficiently release magical energy, utilize spells in succession, and even form a perceptible aura around themselves. The fifth level denotes advanced practitioners, capable of projecting their inner magical energy outward to create temporary fields of influence, affecting those within their vicinity. The sixth level encompasses great knights, great mages, and great priests, who, to some extent, have transcended the ordinary, able to generate stable magical fields and perceive the wider magical environment of the world, as well as connect with the auras or fields of others. For instance, great knights can form formidable phalanxes with other intermediate and junior knights to execute collective maneuvers, while great mages can amplify the magical abilities of nearby junior mages or unleash more potent and expansive spells. Regarding levels above the 7th, Albert possesses limited knowledge. He understands that levels 1, 2, and 3, which are classified as low-tier magic users, are referred to as intermediate extraordinary beings from levels 4 to 6, and high-tier extraordinary beings from levels 7 to 9. The 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of knights are known as silver knights, sky knights, and gold knights, respectively. Mages are referred to as junior archmages, and grand archmagi, while priest clergy are designated as temple priests. Altar priests and preeminent priests, as one ascends in rank, their physical prowess and lifespan increase proportionately. Beginning-tier magic users typically have lifespans around 100 years, with third-level magic users generally living to 100, possessing the physical vitality of a non-magic user in their 40s at the age of 80. Upon reaching the intermediate tier, surpassing the 100-year mark becomes commonplace, with great knights and grand archmages often living beyond 150 years. In the high tier, life undergoes a transformative metamorphosis, with gold knights frequently reaching ages of 200 to 300. And the three extraordinary beings of the 8th level capable of soaring into the skies through their own strength, AS for extraordinary beings of levels 10 to 12. Albert is aware that a millennium ago, all individuals within this tier were collectively referred to as demigods. That it was only after the ascension of the Divine Emperor that the legendary ranks were distinctly categorized into 3 tiers. Upon entering the legendary tier, one can no longer be regarded as an ordinary being, as many powerful individuals who attained the legendary tier during the early establishment of various human empires remain alive to this day. Among the 3 primary professions of knights, mages, and clergy, their training methods diverge significantly at the initial stages. For knights, it involves physical conditioning and the channeling of fighting spirit. For mages, it consists of continuous meditation to augment their magical reserves, and for clergy, it entails persistent prayer to draw closer to the divine. However, upon entering the intermediate tier, their training methods converge, focusing on the continuous mobilization of internal magical energy and its practical application. The advanced tier. Practitioners such as senior knights, archmages, and high priests can easily wield abilities from other professions. For legendary figures, the distinctions between these 3 professions diminish, becoming more a matter of personal habit and proficiency. Due to the formidable capabilities of magic users, the entire hierarchy of nobility, titles, and resources within the human empire is structured around them. For instance, a vassal knight possessing a knightly fief typically governs a territory that can accommodate 5 to 30 households. With a population ranging from 50 to 300 individuals, both vassal knights and those inheriting knightly titles must attain the rank of junior knight. Upon reaching the rank of baron, the territory must sustain 20 to 200 households. If one is to be ennobled as a baron, they must be an extraordinary being of at least the 4th level, namely an intermediate knight or intermediate mage. Conversely, inheriting the baron title requires a magic user to achieve junior status. Barons may begin to grant titles to subordinate knights, lords, or low-ranking lifetime nobility. Above barons lie viscounts, with the distinction between barons and viscounts primarily based on strength rather than status, as both are vassals to nobles of count rank and above. Viscount territories are typically 50 larger than those of barons, and the criteria for inheritance and granting titles are elevated by 1 tier, meaning only magic users of intermediate rank or higher can inherit viscount titles. While only those of advanced rank can bestow such titles, above viscounts are counts, and a reigning count is already a significant minister governing a region within a kingdom. The requirements for counts necessitate the inheritor to be at least a 6th-level extraordinary being, while a 7th level must be present to bestow titles. Marquises impose even greater requirements, with the threshold for inheritance at 7th level and for bestowal at 8th level. Both counts and marquises can grant titles of baron and viscount. However, the appointment of viscounts typically requires the king's approval to be deemed official. For counts, the prerequisites for a fief include possessing a town directly under the count's authority and the capacity to bestow at least 1 viscount and 1 baron. Conditions become even stricter for dukes, with a minimum inheritance rank of 8th level and a bestowal rank of 9th level. A duchy, which is a sovereign territory, requires only a 9th level qualification for the Grand Duke, but necessitates the presence of at least 1 legendary figure as a pillar of support within the realm. In a kingdom, at least 3 legendary figures are required to serve as pillars. In addition to territorial nobility, there also exist court nobles above marquises. These nobles are either entirely dependent on high-ranking nobles or hold governance rights over certain cities, lacking income from their fiefs and relying solely on the salaries and rewards from their superiors. Therefore, the power of court nobles does not adhere to a fixed correlation with their titles. Chapter 3. My lord, the barbarians are upon us. We must flee. Lante, you need to make a swift decision regarding whether we should leave the territory, Roll said. Glancing at Lante, awaiting his decision, Lante, however, was utterly bewildered. Where are we supposed to go? Naturally to Zonlong City or the Western Forests, Roll replied. You must decide before dawn. Ah, what is happening? Lante exclaimed, genuinely perplexed. Roll, Lante has just awakened and has absorbed so much information. You must clarify things for him before expecting a decision, Albert reproached. Lante, as I mentioned earlier, as the Lord, you must protect your land and your people. The barbarians have already reached the Kelnico Pass, which is merely a day's journey from us, while we are uncertain of their arrival. They are not merely here to plunder. Should they come, even our baronial castle would be unable to withstand their assault if we do not ensure the safety of our subjects beforehand. Resulting in substantial losses, the territory of Baron Bunma would be irrevocably lost, and the title of the Bunma family would be forfeited. Albert cast a glance at Roar. I have contemplated two potential routes with Roar, and it is incumbent upon you to make a decision. The first option is to head east towards the Blue Magpie Barony, which lies to the east of Lot, a domain directly under the lineage of the Wolfmane Count. It is but a day's journey, approximately 1 to 2 days from Wolfmane City. Upon reaching the Blue Magpie territory, we would be under the protection of the Count's esteemed Wolfmane Knights. The second alternative is to embark on the traditional route of the Galloping Horse family. Proceeding westward into the Great Forest, fear not, for both the Galloping Horse and Lot territories have a history of navigating into the forest to seek refuge over the past decade, with several encampments available for prolonged stays deep within its embrace. The vanguard of the barbarian forces primarily consists of barbarian cavalry, who, being tall and robust, find movement in the forest cumbersome, should their formidable army dare to venture into the forest in search of us. The intricate terrain would hinder their ability to transport large quantities of supplies via their pack animals. Hence, the barbarians would never willingly subject themselves to such folly. Indeed, it is quite a challenge to choose between living under someone else's roof or becoming a wildling, I remarked. Eager to hear your counsel, I advocate for an initial journey to Lot, followed by a visit to the Blue Magpie Barony, Roar suggested. The barbarian forces this year are evidently more formidable than in previous years. It is likely that the Count himself will take action to expel these marauders, by venturing into the Count's domain. We can swiftly ascertain the situation within and inform the Count that even in the absence of Baron Hack, the Galloping Horse territory is still under capable leadership. We would reach the Count's Wolfmane City in approximately 4 to 5 days without any mishaps. I believe we should delve into the forest instead. This forest is rich in magical energy and abundant resources. Our family has successfully sought refuge within its depths on numerous occasions throughout history, evading barbarian incursions, Albert emphasized. Numerous times? Lante interjected. Indeed, the most recent occurrence was 8 years ago. During a major barbarian invasion at that time, Lord Bob Lot requested Baron Hack to care for the populace, prompting Hack to lead all the residents of both territories into the Great Forest for safety. You were quite young then, merely 8 or 9 years old, and just beginning to exhibit your latent magical potential. Consequently, Hack entrusted you to Wolfmane City, where you accompanied your third brother to take shelter in the temple there. Lante recalled that distant memory of being taken on a journey with his brother. Yet he could not distinctly remember entering the city, only a vague impression of being in a certain monastery. Upon hearing the reasoning of the two esteemed advisors, Lante casually inquired, Roar, Lot's territory is merely a day's travel away, and Wolfmane City is only 3 days from here. Certainly, Roar affirmed with confidence. How did you manage that? By horseback. Is there a problem with that? At this moment, Albert too grasped the implication. You are the most formidable intermediate knight within the territory. Riding the finest steed of the Galloping Horse Plains, you took 4 days to reach the Count's city, yet we are tasked with relocating the residents, relying on pack animals and wagons, which can only cover about 20 to 30 li in a day. How could we possibly reach there in just 3 days? But that is merely an additional day or two, Lante countered. That is incorrect. When you ride, unless someone is specifically waiting for you, few would notice your passage. Our territory comprises several hundred individuals, and among such a large entourage, only a handful are magical practitioners. If the barbarians were to see you, who else would they seize? Lante added. Moreover, the more critical point is that both of you have been first-hand witnesses to the events of the past few days. Do you not find it rather coincidental that we encountered an ambush at such a precise moment? What? Both Roar and Albert had not considered this perspective. Think about it, whether it is Father or Baron Lot. They frequently traverse the Kernico Pass, and both of you have experience conducting trade through that pass. The pass is over 20 kilometers long, with rolling hills and a network of waterways to the north. Both we and Lot's territory only deployed 10 individuals, while a barbarian tribe typically sends out no more than 8 or 9 cavalrymen. With a maximum of 20. The ambush we faced was akin to a medium-sized tribe mobilizing their entire fighting force to confront us. I pose this question. If either of you were a lord or tribal chief, under what circumstances would you be willing to risk all your military strength in a desperate gamble? Certainly. Only when the intelligence is exceptionally reliable. Albert realized Lante's implication. Are you suggesting that we have been betrayed by Baron Lot? That cannot be the case. If the Count were to discover this, Baron Lot would be finished. Roar exclaimed. Though treachery among nobles is not uncommon, the dynamics of internal and external relationships differ significantly. Collaborating with the barbarians to attack other nobles, especially in a kingdom like the Dragon Kingdom, where the barbarian tribes are seen as primary adversaries, constitutes treason. Discovery would result in the loss of titles and the dissolution of territories. Thus, it has never been the practice for nobles to leverage the barbarians against one another. And neither Roar nor Albert had considered this possibility. However, Lant held a different view, for today was his first day in this realm, and he lacked a comprehensive understanding of the kingdom's traditions. Yet from the myriad of television dramas and games he had engaged with, he found it relatively easy to draw conclusions, the simplest point being that when Baron Lot and Hack parted ways, Hack had scouted the nearby hills and found no barbarian encampments within dozens of miles. Therefore, rather than being ambushed by the barbarians, it would be more accurate to say they were sought out by a significant force of them. If Baron Lot had not betrayed them, how could the barbarians have located them from such a distance? There is nothing impossible. I now possess ample reason to distrust Baron Lot. I shall not place the hope of safeguarding our people in his hands. Gentlemen, I have decided that all residents of our territory shall migrate westward into the forest for refuge tomorrow. Barely an hour after Lant had officially assumed the role of acting Baron, he made a decision that honored his ancestors and promptly resolved to escape. Understood. Roar and Albert bowed in compliance. Uncle Albert, please organize all the direct subjects of the barony for the migration preparations. Sir Roar, I require you to deploy the strength of the territory to notify the nearby 2 knightly domains to commence their migration directly into the forest, without convening at the Baron's castle. Additionally, we need to dispatch some reconnaissance forces. From the small hill 10 kilometers to the north, one can observe the Kernico Pass. Send someone there to keep watch. Yes. The 2 men accepted their orders once more. Albert gazed at the commands issued by Lant, feeling that Lant was maturing swiftly. Lant, do not fret too much. For the barbarians, entering south of the pass is also a significant maneuver, requiring them to traverse several tributaries of the Galloping Horse River. We still have time. Moreover, there are no valuable items left within the castle. All the precious magical potions, magical plants, books, weapons, and gold have been packed and are ready to depart at a moment's notice. The primary items the residents need to bring are provisions, but we have acquired numerous pack animals and wagons over the past few years, so the actual preparations will proceed swiftly. The pack animals Albert referred to were a hybrid of cattle and horses. Known for their gentle temperament, broad backs, and ease of breeding, both the barbarians, the orc tribes, and humans favor utilizing these animals during long journeys. Indeed, splendid, Lant smiled, our homeland is truly proactive, always prepared for a hasty departure. Yet, as I pondered this, I suddenly realized, why am I lying by the campfire in the wilderness? Should I not be in my baronial castle? He cast a glance at Albert. Uncle Albert, given the late hour, should we not return to the castle? Silence enveloped the group once more until Albert chuckled awkwardly. Lant, have you forgotten? Before we set out, your father feared our territory might suffer disturbances from small bands of barbarians. So he had all the stored provisions and the goods from our last trade expedition moved to the first floor of the castle. Now that floor is completely filled, and returning there would leave us nowhere to even set foot. Lant, did you forget that it was we who moved several tons of grain inside? Roar added. Oh, right. I remember now. We can simply load the provisions onto the wagons tomorrow and set off. Lant smiled outwardly. Yet internally he mused, am I truly a noble? My home serves as a warehouse, while I act as a laborer, charging forward when the barbarians arrive. What a dismal situation this is. Perhaps tonight I should try closing my eyes and kicking my legs. Maybe I could return. As Lant reclined once more and shut his eyes, he did not immediately drift into slumber, nor could he return to the dreams of yore. He became aware of a multitude of light points swirling chaotically around him. These luminescent dots did not disrupt Lant's rest. Rather, they seemed to represent a signal or a form of energy. He endeavored to impose some order upon these swirling lights, but regrettably, after a prolonged period of various attempts, he met with failure. Ultimately, Lant concentrated a breath of energy within his dantian, attempting to coalesce the energy that would heed his call. After about 10 minutes, he managed to condense an orb of energy the size of a coin. Yet it dispersed within 20 seconds, leaving Lant's stomach to emit a dissatisfied growl. The robust physique of a magical practitioner meant that his hunger resonated audibly, leaving Lant feeling rather embarrassed, reluctant to open his eyes. Lant. Lant. A familiar voice resonated near his ear. It was Neela, Lant's sister. Lant's mother had passed away early, and Neela had cared for him until he turned 14, even after he awakened his magical lineage. Neela continued to manage his daily affairs. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, opened his eyes to find Neela approaching with a plethora of food, jerky, flatbreads, and hot soup. How can one possibly sleep on an empty stomach? Now that you have become a novice knight, your appetite has surely increased. Eat well to replenish your strength. Neela, just a moment. At that moment, Roll approached with a piece of jerky in hand. Though your provisions may fill one's belly, they will not aid Rant in his growth. With that, Roll extended the jerky towards Rant. This is jerky from the low-level magical beast, Wind Wolf, which I exchanged with the barbarian tribes during our last trade. You should consume this. Only by feasting on magical beast meat can a knight truly grow. To be precise, whether one is a knight, a mage, or a cleric, ascension and breakthrough represent not merely a transient transformation, but also the accumulation of long-term quantitative changes. The total amount of magical energy and fighting spirit within one's body is proportional to the quality and volume of one's physique. To grow stronger, one must rely on sustenance. However, there exists an essential distinction between various substances. Ordinary grains and meats indeed carry nutrients, thereby replenishing the body's expenditure. Yet, magical beast meat and potions provide a more efficient source of magical energy, allowing the wielder of magic to accumulate and grow at an accelerated pace. As Rant gazed at the jerky in Roll's hand, he recalled that it had been half a year since Hark and Roll had gone hunting, and Hark had shared part of the magical beast meat with Roll. He hadn't realized that Roll had preserved it as jerky. Although he was uncertain how much magical energy this cured meat could retain, his eyes were irresistibly drawn to it, practically exuding the words, "I am hungry," and "I want to eat." Rant felt somewhat sheepish, after all. He was now a lord, albeit a provisional one, and it hardly seemed appropriate to compete with his subordinates for food. After enjoying a midnight snack of magical beast meat, Rant returned to sleep. Dreaming peacefully through the night, when dawn broke, he awoke with a tinge of regret, realizing he had not returned. Soon, he comprehended that he had indeed traversed to a wholly different planet, as two suns of varying sizes rose one after the other. The larger sun was Raya, a pale blue star that dominated the sky, like a cerulean fireball. As this celestial body ascended, Rant felt no significant increase in temperature or brightness. Rather, an unseen energy surged restlessly around him. That is the magical element, Albert explained. Most of the magical elements originate from Raya's benevolence. When Raya rises, the magical elements on the ground become more abundant. However, since we are near the galloping horse plain, the magical elements here are notably chaotic. Before long, another sun ascended, the star known as Deyong. It is said that the name of Deyong stems from an ancient civilization, and currently, all races have a consensus on the names of the primary celestial bodies in the sky. Deyong appears smaller than the sun visible from Earth, but shines brightly, rapidly elevating the ground temperature as it rises. With the dawn of a new day, the migration of the populace began progressively. At present, there were few magical wielders in the territory, including Rant and his companions. Roll dispatched one magical wielder to relay messages to two night territories and sent another to a hillside 10 kilometers away for surveillance. Rant, Roll, and Albert, along with the other magical wielders, took on the labor of transporting provisions into the castle. As strength-oriented talents, the magical wielders proved exceptionally effective as porters. Rant found lifting over 100 kilograms of grain remarkably effortless. During the transportation, Rant attempted to circulate his fighting spirit, seeking to enhance his internal energy. Observing this, Roll remarked that fighting spirit was not trained in such a manner. Rant's current total fighting spirit was insufficient. If he concentrated it frequently without promptly replenishing it with magical beast meat, he would remain in a state of energy depletion, which would hinder his growth. Being a mid-level knight, Roll's words carried considerable guidance. Rant abandoned his attempts at circulating fighting spirit and focused on his labor. Just as they were halfway through their tasks, news arrived that someone had returned from the galloping horse plain. It was Walker, a novice knight who had accompanied Hark and others. Chapter 4. No time for explanation. Let us depart quickly amidst the eager anticipation of all. The novice knight Walker returned to the territory. Upon receiving the report of his arrival at the village entrance, Rant sensed a collective sigh of relief from Roll and Albert. If Walker had returned, it indicated that Harkbenma and several other family members should also be safe. The three hurried to greet him at the village entrance. However, as they stepped outside the castle, an unsettling feeling washed over them. Walker appeared excessively disheveled. His armor bore several gashes, and bloodstains seeped through the lining. As the night drew nearer, Rant could already discern that Walker was on the verge of collapsing from his horse. The crowd rushed to assist him, steadying the steed. That moment, Walker's face was ashen, and perspiration streamed down from beneath his helm. Rant instructed Albert to arrange for someone to tend to Walker, while he urged Roll to expedite the preparations for the migration across the territory. Roll, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that Walker had not merely encountered a small band of barbarians. Rather, Hark and his companions had faced considerable peril, necessitating swift action to oversee the preparations of each household. The Galloping Horse territory consisted of merely 22 households, totaling around 220 individuals. Close to the castle resided about 100 family members, along with 3 night villages comprising an additional 100. Among these 22 households, there were more than 20 magical wielders, with Rant's family accounting for 6, including Hark, Albert, and Rant's 3 brothers. The non-magical members of the Hark family summed up to around 70, including servants and relatives, along with other non-magical offspring. Additionally, there were 3 family knights and 3 knight apprentices, each family knight and apprentice having around 5 family members. Furthermore, the Hark family had 2 magical wielders living independently. In the remaining 2 knight territories, there were 2 vassal knights and 1 novice knight's offspring, 2 knight apprentices, and 6 other magical wielders. Thus, prior to Hark's expedition, the overall strength of the territory included 2 mid-level knights, Hark and Roll, 7 novice knights, Albert, Rant's 2 elder brothers, 2 family knights, and 3 vassal knights, 6 knight apprentices, including Rant himself, 3 family knight apprentices, and 2 vassal knight apprentices, and 8 non-professional magical wielders, totaling 23 magical wielders. Recently, when Hark set forth, he took all the knights of his family, including 5 apprentices, among whom were 2 from the vassal knight territory. Following an encounter with the barbarians in the northern region, only 1 mid-level knight, 2 novice knights, and 3 apprentices returned, resulting in a significant reduction in their numbers. With Walker's return, the territory now comprised 1 mid-level knight, 6 novice knights, 3 knight apprentices, 2 of whom had not returned, while Rant had been promoted, and 8 non-magical individuals, totaling 18 combat-ready members. Before long, Walker regained consciousness, bringing news that was even more dire than anticipated. After Hark had separated from his 2 sons and Walker, they successfully evaded contact with the barbarian cavalry. Over the past decade, Hark had frequently traversed the southern Galloping Horse plain for trade and reconnaissance, making him more familiar with the circumstances north of the Cornico Pass than those barbarians arriving from the north. After a night of intricate maneuvers, Hark and his companions managed to shake off their pursuers. At dawn, they discovered an unprecedented barbarian camp approximately 30 kilometers northeast of the Cornico Pass. The barbarians were notably tall, and according to Albert's description, they were a unique blend of beastfolk and humans. The proportion of magical wielders among the barbarian tribes ranged from 20 to 30%. Typically, barbarian magical wielders were of imposing stature and immense strength, their physical prowess rivaling that of mid-level knights. However, ordinary barbarians were unable to wield fighting spirit or magic, relying solely on their formidable physiques in combat. Among the barbarians, there existed a limited number of priests, within a large tribe or a coalition of multiple tribes. The highest-ranking barbarian priest possessed power comparable to that of a human priest. In human territories, such tribes lacking magical abilities do not hold an advantage. Yet Rant now found himself situated to the south of the Galloping Horse plain, where the magical elements were exceedingly chaotic. The turmoil of magical elements in the air was referred to as magical turbulence. Scholars of magic contend that the widespread magical turbulence on the Galloping Horse plain renders it challenging for low-tier human professions to perform their abilities. Consequently, within the same population base, less than 10% of humans can compare their strength to that of the barbarians, who boast over 20%. This pronounced disadvantage has allowed the barbarians to roam freely across the Galloping Horse plain. Nevertheless, the barbarians possess their own weaknesses, a low degree of social organization, which confines them to a tribal society on the Galloping Horse plain. A small tribe typically comprises around 50 members, 10 of whom are magical wielders, while 40 are non-magical. Medium-sized tribes double the population of small ones, and large tribes are 3 times as populous, with total numbers not exceeding 150 individuals. Large tribes exceeding 150 members usually form alliances under very specific conditions. Just yesterday, Hark had discovered a super barbarian camp north of the Cornico Pass. According to their observations of the horses within the camp, the population of this tribe currently surpassed 500 individuals, with over 100 magical wielders. However, while Hark and his companions were observing, at least 2 groups of barbarian cavalry were gathering toward this camp. In the over 100 years since the Benma family relocated to the current territory of the Count of the Dragon Northwest, such occurrences have not been frequent, yet each incident has wrought immense calamity upon the entire Northwest Count's domain. Hence, Hark made an immediate decision for Ryan, also known as Brother Lante, to lead Walker in retreat towards the territory of Baron Benma, to inform Lante and the others within the territory to evacuate at once. Hark resolved to accompany Obot, who was Lante's second brother, to the city of Zonlong in the northwest to report the situation. On their return journey, Hark and his companions encountered a small band of barbarian cavalry once more. This cavalry was merely a scouting party. Upon discovering Hark, the scouts refrained from a direct confrontation, instead trailing a few kilometers behind while continuously seeking reinforcements, observing the increasing enemy numbers. Hark decided to disperse and break through. Whoever managed to escape would return to the territory of Benma to notify everyone to evacuate to the Great Forest. After several skirmishes, only Walker succeeded in escaping after being captured, managing to flee from the jaws of danger. During his escape, Walker saw that Hark, Ryan, and Obot had all been taken prisoner. Listening to Walker's account, everyone felt a profound sorrow. Undoubtedly, the territory of Benma had been betrayed. The barbarians had specifically set an ambush along the path that Hark and his companions were bound to take. Intending to capture each member, such treachery clearly indicated that if they dared to pass through the territory of Rote, the consequences would be catastrophic. Roll, summon everyone in the territory immediately. This was the first command uttered by Albert after a moment of silence. Oh, understood. Roll quickly grasped the urgency and hurried off to gather the people. Half an hour later, aside from the two knightly realms of non-magic folk, everyone else, including the two knights and ordinary magic practitioners of the knightly realm, had gathered at the castle gates. The castle of the Baron of Benma was a 3-story stone edifice, with the first floor standing 6 meters high, containing a dining hall, reception room, prayer chamber, and storerooms. The second floor was divided into 2 sections. One part, also 6 meters high, was where Lante, Ryan, and the other children resided. The other part was split into 2 levels of 3 meters each, accommodating the non-magic family members of Hark, as well as higher-ranking servants such as personal attendants and the steward. The top floor was Hark's personal quarters and storage for magical materials, potions, and books. On either side of the main building of the castle were 2 structures of equal height to the second floor of the castle. One was a 2-story, each floor 6 meters high, dormitory for the family knights and knight apprentices, while the other was a 4-story, each floor 3 meters high, dormitory for other servants of the castle. Encircling these 3 buildings was a 6-meter-high stone wall, featuring 4 towers. Outside the castle lay the small town of Benma, which boasted a blacksmith shop, a mill, a small grocery store, and several residences of family knights and knight apprentices, as well as 2 families of non-magic folk within the territory. Should Lante remain in the territory in the future, he might establish a family of his own within this town and become a knight of his household. Before the main entrance of the castle stood a 3-meter-high platform, designated for Baron Hark to address the populace of the territory. Esteemed knights and subjects, I am Albert Benma, the scholar of the baronial realm, and also the younger brother of Baron Hark. Albert proclaimed loudly from the platform, addressing all present. In the past few days, our territory has faced a grave crisis. Our noble Baron and his eldest and second sons are unable to return for various reasons, which I cannot elaborate on at this moment. The barbarian cavalry is nearing, and we must immediately migrate to the Great Forest, since Lord Hark cannot return, according to the noble laws of the Empire. The territory will be overseen by Lante as acting Baron. Prior to the assembly, Albert had briefed several knights on the current situation, and as long as the magic practitioners voiced no objections, the others would naturally follow suit. Lante, would you like to say a few words? Albert gestured towards Lante. Greetings, everyone. Lante ascended the platform. Although in his previous life he had spoken before hundreds of people on numerous occasions, even giving orders, the weight of his decisions impacting the safety of those before him rendered him somewhat at a loss. I, like all of you, firmly believe that Baron Hark will soon return to the territory, bringing safety, prosperity, and hope as he always has. However, until then, we must evade the barbarian cavalry. They are merely a day's journey away, and we have no choice but to head west into the Great Forest. I hereby command everyone to leave the territory before sunset today, taking every grain of food, every piece of meat, and every livestock to the Great Forest. All must heed this command. Return now to prepare. We depart at dusk. With Lante's decree, the crowd immediately sprang into action. Beasts resembling yaks but the size of rhinoceroses were brought forth, as towering magic practitioners transported hundreds of pounds of grain and goods onto these pack animals. These creatures hailed from the Banma Plains, a region with a unique magical environment that produced robust livestock of superior breeds. Horses, cattle, and sheep from this land were stronger than those from other regions of the empire. Thus, for the past 8 years, both the Banma and Rote territories had generated their greatest revenues from trading with the barbarian tribes of the plains, exchanging grain and cloth for the horses, cattle, sheep, and monster meat of the plains. Through continuous trade, the Rote territory now possessed dozens of pack animals and 20 prized black-scaled horses from the Banma Plains. These horses, standing between 2 to 3 meters at the shoulder, were colossal for ordinary folk, but perfectly suited for the towering magic practitioners. These creatures were classified as low-level magical beasts. Their hooves imbued with wind magic allowed for rapid movement once mounted by a magic practitioner. Yet they could not cast wind spells, rendering them relatively safe for ordinary individuals. As Lante assisted the castle's retainers in loading bags of barley and wheat onto the carts and pack animals. He gazed at the family wealth amassed by his father over the years, suddenly feeling as though he were profiting from his father's hard work. Before sunset, the direct subjects of the barony had packed their belongings. Lante, eager to set forth, insisted that everyone depart immediately westward, with a family knight apprentice and 2 magic practitioners scouting ahead, while Albert led the main group and Roll brought up the rear. The night sky was exceptionally bright, with 3 moons, large, medium, and small, suspended in the celestial sphere. The largest moon, known as Sullen, was regarded as the god of tides and time, also referred to as the white moon. The medium moon shimmered with a golden hue. Named Luna, believed to be one of the sources of magic, while the smallest moon, resembling a jelly bean, was called Vili, often referred to as the Jade Moon, considered a source of the magical web. These 3 moons were significant deities, revered and prayed to within the church's temples. With the illumination of 3 moons, the night was far from dark, and the people rarely suffered from night blindness. Of course, given the mindset of the barbarians, it was uncommon for them to devise plans for nighttime raids. However, having experienced an attack just days prior, Lante dared not take any chances, compelling the entire party to advance towards the forest. A procession of over 160 individuals, along with more than 60 livestock, marched forth, finally reaching the nearest campsite within the forest well into the night, successfully joining forces with the 2 knightly realms. Lante assessed that their nocturnal movements had at least gained them a day's reprieve. Even with temporary safety, Lante remained vigilant, instructing Roll to keep watch at the forest's edge. As dawn broke, Lante awoke once more, urging the subjects to eat and prepare for departure. The breakfast consisted of provisions made during the previous night's camp. Just as they had taken a few bites, Lante spotted Roll returning. Chapter 5. Where to next on the first morning after fleeing the baronial territory. Lante, still not finished with his breakfast, saw his chief knight hastily approach him. Aren't you on guard duty? Lante anticipated bad news, but hoped Roll had merely returned for breakfast. The barbarians have reached Banma Castle. Roll confirmed Lante's worst fears. How many of them? At least 10 cavalrymen. Merely scouting, they entered directly upon finding the castle surroundings deserted. How long until they come to scout the forest? I estimate not long. Our tracks are too evident on the ground. They would have to be blind not to notice. I had hoped to gain a full day, but it seems we've only managed an additional night. Lante muttered to himself before suddenly turning to Roll. Inform everyone to pack up and depart immediately. The 2 knights should know the route to the next campsite. Let them set off first while we, being numerous, can take a different path. Understood. This forest is our backyard for 20 kilometers. Every family is familiar with it, so there's no need to worry about getting lost. Roll was well acquainted with this woodland. Half an hour later, just 15 minutes after Lante's main group had set out, the first wave of barbarian cavalry arrived, following the tracks left by the Banma subjects. The scouts of the barbarians were adept hunters within their tribe. Once they fixed their sights on prey, they would not let go. The barbarians pursuing Lante were known as the Wild Bulls. Just days prior, they had spotted Baron Hark and had trailed his party from 1.5 to 2 kilometers behind, ultimately aiding the other cavalrymen in capturing Hark and his companions. The night before, the tribal leader had commanded them to depart before dawn to scout outside Baron Banma's castle, having confirmed that the larger castle south of the Kelnico mountain pass would not interfere with their exploration to the west. However, upon reaching the Baron's castle, they found it deserted. The bison let out a cry of alarm, realizing that the prey had been startled and had managed to escape before he could make contact. The prospect of locating it again seemed daunting. Fortunately, the Baron's territory was densely populated, allowing him to discern clear wheel tracks leading westward. After pursuing for approximately half an hour, the bison found himself at the edge of the great forest. Hesitating at the sight of the countless trees, a sight he had not encountered in over a decade of wandering the plains, just as he was about to send a companion back to relay a message and lead 3 others into the forest for a search. A thick white mist began to rise from the forest floor, enveloping him like a wall and barring his entry. In the morning light, the forest was often shrouded in miasma, and this morning was no exception. However, the residents of the Galloping Horse territory were somewhat accustomed to such phenomena, and their urgency was heightened by the relentless pursuit of the barbarians. At the rear of the group was Roar, maintaining a watchful eye from about 500 meters behind. Yet, he could not fathom why the mounted barbarians had yet to enter the forest. Nonetheless, he sensed that the danger would soon dissipate. For between the second and first camps lay a narrow stream. This stream flowed down from the northern Kelnico Mountains, forming several pools within the woods. The shallowest spots were merely half a meter deep. Having experienced numerous retreats within the forest, this stream had become the most critical refuge for the Galloping Horse territory. During an evacuation, both personnel and livestock would wade through the knee-deep waters, while the wagons struggled to cross. Fortunately, there were certain stretches of the riverbed that were particularly flat and shallow, and just under 300 meters from these areas lay a small pond. Established specifically for refuge after repeated evacuations, the pond was surrounded by elevated embankments, and once the downstream exit was closed off, the ever-rising water level would drain through a higher gap, channeling water into a seasonal riverbed that dried up in winter. This pond allowed those seeking refuge to artificially redirect the stream, and once the wagons had crossed, the original exit could be reopened, re-establishing the river as a barrier. The barbarians, being unfamiliar with the terrain, were naturally cautious. None would dare to attempt crossing an unknown stream, preferring instead to seek a more level crossing downstream, a decision that inevitably led them deeper into the forest. Within 10 kilometers, they would encroach upon territories of mid to high-level magical beasts, which ordinary barbarian cavalry would find insufficient to confront. As for the camp set up by Baron Galloping Horse, it was strategically positioned, neither too deep within the forest nor neglected, as it was regularly maintained, marked with high-grade magical beast dung powder procured from the royal city to deter lower-level magical creatures. In summary, Lante observed that the Galloping Horse family placed immense importance on this refuge, considering it even more meticulously than their own castle. The only significant drawback of this location was the excessive humidity. If it were a tad drier, Lante would have been even more satisfied. After setting up camp, Lante began to ponder the barbarians' true intentions. While he could understand their desire to plunder, he found it perplexing that they would abduct their own subjects. Despite their primitive civilization, barbarians were not cannibals. Their diet primarily consisted of cattle, sheep, and other animals, which provided not only meat but also dairy products. They traded their meat for grains with the human populace, a sufficient means to survive the winter's harshness. Why would they risk venturing forth? Why capture their own kin? Pursuit could be rationalized as a means to safeguard secrets, but surely, if they were truly concerned about leaks, dead men would keep their mouths sealed more effectively. A myriad of questions swirled in Lante's mind, prompting him to seek counsel from Albert. However, upon reaching the scholar's tent, he discovered Albert engrossed in writing a thick tome. Lante refrained from interrupting and instead observed the book, marveling at its paper, which was of exceptional quality, thin yet robust, with no transparency, indicative of advanced papermaking techniques. Albert, lost in his writing, sensed Lante's presence and turned. "What is it?" "Lante, why have you come to see me?" "Albert, what are you writing?" Lante inquired with curiosity. "The territory log. Every territory governed by a baron or higher has a family scholar, and one of their duties is to document the daily occurrences within the territory," Albert replied. "But we have been away for 4 or 5 days, Lante noted. "Indeed. The steward was assisting me with the writing in the preceding days," Albert clarified. Mevenen, the steward of the territory, was a contemporary of Hark Galloping Horse, sharing the same grandfather. Having served in this capacity for over 20 years, he dutifully managed the family affairs and took over the log writing in Albert's absence. "May I ask, what is today's date?" Lante wished to better understand this world. From the original owner's memories, he had gleaned that the year comprised 4 seasons, 12 months, but the original owner had lived rather carelessly, merely noting the early, mid, and late parts of the month without a clear grasp of more precise timekeeping. September 21 ST, or more accurately, the year 996 of the Divine Emperor's calendar. "September 21st, Albert exclaimed. "A fine year. Lant mused internally. The year 996 seemed ripe for hard labor. When do you think the barbarians will depart from the galloping horse territory? From what I can ascertain, the barbarians present today are merely scouts. I suspect their main force will return within a day or two. We have not left them any provisions, yet they cannot simply depart. I estimate they will linger until the end of the month. Specifically the 33rd or 34th. Oh, the 33 RD. Wait, what day did you mention? Lant felt a sudden spark of realization. The end of the 33 RD, of course. You haven't forgotten that September has 34 days, have you? Albert chuckled, while Lant could only force a smile in return. Your memory of dates is remarkable. I usually only recall the early, mid, and late parts of the month, Lant praised, while simultaneously seeking to clarify the calendar system. Do you possess a calendar or almanac? I would like to take a look. Of course, Albert replied, rising to approach a chest. Speaking of which, this is actually your property. My property? Yes, this is an alchemical calendar, a magical artifact powered by a magical rune array, serving as your credential and tool as the lord of the territory. Albert retrieved a small blue box, which, upon opening, revealed a dial. The date pointer indicated September 21 SD. He explained that this alchemical calendar was issued by the Holy Supreme Council, serving as a standard tool for every lord of baronial rank and above. The largest dial displayed the hours, minutes, and seconds, closely resembling clocks from Lante's homeland, while a smaller dial indicated the year, month, and day, along with additional dials that surprisingly displayed celestial phenomena, the phases of 3 moons, and the orbits of 2 suns. It was indeed an all-encompassing mechanical timepiece. Beyond its timekeeping capabilities, the box contained a measuring scale of 0.1 meters, serving as a baseline for length measurement, as well as a 0.1 kilogram alchemical ceramic weight, whose density matched that of water, allowing it to function as a tool for measuring both volume and mass. All officially recognized nobles of baronial rank and above within the empire were issued such an alchemical tool, serving as the standard for measurements within their territories. This calendar, along with the lord's alchemical seal and the alchemical markers within the territory, constituted the 3 primary credentials of a territorial lord. From the calendar's dial, Lant discovered that a year here comprised 400 days, with each month containing 33 days, while January, June, September, and December had 34 days. The daily standards bore a striking resemblance to those of his former planet, yet as he scrutinized the calendar, he sensed an underlying dissonance. For instance, within the celestial chart, he realized that the star he inhabited revolved around a celestial body referred to as Raya, which, in turn, orbited the imperial star, Yin. At one moment, Lant contemplated that if Raya were a planet, then Olivia could be deemed a satellite. Presently, the Olivia system could be classified as a secondary system within the Yin star system, with Olivia exhibiting both axial rotation and orbital revolution, as well as participating in the broader revolution of its system around Yin. As September nights began to grow chilly, the temperature within the Galloping Horse Barony remained significantly warmer than that of the Galloping Horse Plains. At this moment, the leader of the Grey Goose tribe, having just descended from the plains, sat in the guest hall of the Galloping Horse Baron's castle, experiencing what could be termed the noble lifestyle of human civilization. Despite the lavish surroundings, the leader could not help but think, this chair is hardly soft at all. Standing beside him were not only the elders and warriors of the Grey Goose tribe, but also a young human. Chief, the son of that Viscount is here again, suddenly reported a messenger from within the tribe. That little rot, how brazen of him to show his face again. He claims to have provisions sufficient for hundreds of people for the winter, along with over 50 war horses and 20 slaves. Yet here, all I see is this earthen dwelling. Go tell that lad that we have not seen a single grain of food here. We will naturally seek provisions elsewhere. Let his Viscount father decide whether to send the food to us, or if we shall come to take it ourselves. Understood. The messenger turned to leave. Meanwhile, the young man observed the Grey Goose chieftain and remarked, My lord, as I mentioned, this pitiful baron has neither slaves nor food. The items you seek can only be found in the nearby Viscount's castle. Indeed, I am aware. The leader of the Grey Geese remarked nonchalantly, however. Having fewer than 60 slaves is still insufficient. You see, it is winter now, and the ground is about to freeze. Only the robust wielders of magic can break through the hard earth. Consequently, the primary labor force for mining consists of knight apprentices and junior knights. That is easily managed. Once the matters of the Rote territory are revealed, the entire city of Zonglong will face pressure from the Dragon Kingdom. They will introduce some families to take the fall. We will ensure that the wielders of magic from those families are also dispatched to the galloping horse plains. Excellent. I hope you will adhere to the agreement. The tribal chief appeared elated, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Of course, after our long-standing cooperation, have I ever failed to keep my word? The young man's tone had noticeably relaxed. As for the subsequent matters, it is inconvenient for you to remain here, so I suggest you return to the main camp and help me adjust those capricious magical formations. Very well. Should I contact the local liaison before leaving? The young man seemed reluctant to depart so easily. The local one? The chief pondered for a few seconds. No need. It is best that not too many people are aware of our affairs. In that case, I shall await the chief's news at the main camp. With that, the young man exited the castle. After watching him leave, the chief murmured, Baron, Viscount, Count, you nobles hiding behind stone walls, what do you think I am? A vulture of the plains? A few scraps of your cast-off flesh will not suffice. Come here. The tribal chief bellowed. Prepare the camp to the north of the mountain pass. Have the warriors polish their iron blades. Clean their armor, and ensure the horses are well fed. Let the camps of the tribes on the plains march southward. This winter, we shall find a warm place to pass the season. Understood. Following the tribal chief's command, numerous heralding barbarian cavalry surged northward, signaling the commencement of the southern tribes' hunt on the galloping horse plains. Chapter 6. Power returns to the divine emperor. Decline arises from the tide of magic. The large-scale mobilization of the barbarians did not disrupt Rant's ongoing study of the world's calendar and natural knowledge. What astonished him most at this moment was not the 2 suns and 3 moons in the sky, nor the resulting complex calendar and climate, but rather the green box in his hands. In Rant's homeland, there exists a belief that the precision with which a civilization measures can attest to its level of advancement. In his hometown, the ancients could only express a concept of length vaguely using ropes or wood. As civilization progressed, standards such as qi, siyuan, zhang, liang, and jin were introduced, yet these concepts have varied over time and dynasties. However, such discrepancies were tolerable prior to the industrial age, as handcrafted goods did not require mass production or intricate division of labor. It was only after the onset of the industrial era that assembly lines and mass production raised the demands for processing all components, leading to a decreasing tolerance for variations among individual parts. With the precision required for industrial products escalating at this moment, Rant held in his hand an alchemical calendar, indicating that there were hundreds, if not thousands, of nobles within the human empire, each possessing a standard measurement. This suggested that, at the very least from the perspective of the human empire, there existed an industrial need for high coordination across various regions. But are we not a feudal empire? Am I not acting as a baron here? A wild baron scraping by in the wilderness, constantly pursued by barbarians. Where is the industrial cooperation to be found? Not only in this border barony, but Rant had not heard of other nobles, knights, or merchant caravans expressing time with such precision. They all spoke of certain days in the early part of the month or during specific periods, yesterday, the day before, such as morning, afternoon, or evening. No one had ever referred to a time like 10 a.m. on September 14,996. This manner of expression indicated that life around Rant remained rooted in traditional agricultural times, where it sufficed to know the approximate date and climatic patterns. Yet, the calendar before him shattered Rant's stereotypes. This feudal human empire not only possessed a keen awareness of time and the significance of precise measurements, but had also established standards that transcended societal demands through magical means. But what is the significance of this precision? Uncle Albert, Rant found himself at a loss for words. This calendar has such a multitude of functions. Isn't it marvelous? A subtle pride flickered across Albert's face. The precise control over time and space is a fundamental tenet of nobility. Although you may not frequently encounter situations that necessitate this alchemical calendar in your life, that is simply because we are situated in a remote area. In the major cities, a precise sense of time is of utmost importance. In what matters do these nobles require precise timing? Rant's impression of the so-called feudal nobility was that they engaged in little of significance. Meetings. Albert asserted firmly. What? Rant was astounded. He had not anticipated that in a world of swords and sorcery, one would still encounter the necessity for punctual meetings. Magic is truly wondrous. Long ago, wizards invented alchemical devices that allowed them to see across distances. After centuries of innovation, the latest alchemical mirrors can simultaneously reveal the images of 3 to 5 others. In all the kingdoms, there exists a dedicated mirror hall for connecting counts and marquises. The kingdom has designated specific times for meetings, and when the hour arrives, the king enters the mirror hall. And the counts, dressed in their finest attire, stand before the mirrors to conduct high-level meetings for the entire kingdom. Similarly, the imperial capital possesses such a system, albeit in a more complex form. Thus, this feudal state not only holds meetings but conducts video conferences. What matters do they discuss in these assemblies? Coordinating flood control, drought relief, or summer grain storage. While the high-ranking officials may convene promptly, the actual execution of matters still relies on our lower-tier nobles dispatching messengers on horseback. Does this not render such meetings devoid of timeliness? It does have significance. They announce the actions of legends. Each legend has connections to specific kingdoms, imperial departments, academies, or sects, and they can traverse to other locations via portals. However, according to imperial regulations, legends are obliged to inform local legends or kingdoms before venturing into other territories. Even legends, as demigods, must still adhere to territorial governance. Rant found this intriguing. Did not this world hold a strong respect for the powerful? How could there still be regulations for those who had attained legendary strength? Precisely because legends were once demigods, many of whom serve as local deities. When a deity travels from their domain to that of another, should they not announce their presence? It seemed these demigods were akin to land deities and city gods. Rant mused internally before suddenly recalling something. Albert, one more thing. Why are our units of length measured in meters and weighed in grams? Is this standard across the entire human empire? Indeed, not only that, but it is also standardized among orcs and elves. Rant felt a surge of admiration for humanity. To be precise, this is a standard inherited from ancient civilizations. In all major cities of humans, elves, orcs, dwarves, and merfolk, these relics exist, and all civilized cities are built around these remnants. Hence, many standards are unified. As for the terms meter and gram, they were standardized in pronunciation and language after the ascension of the Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor not only issued standardized measurement precision, but also standardized language and script. Indeed. Furthermore, the Divine Emperor established the first official school, instituted a unified examination system, invented the most commonly used paper, and improved printing technology. Subsequently, based on his discoveries, what were once termed demigod ranks were classified into 3 legendary tiers. He imparted the knowledge of extraordinary professions to non-noble students, granting ordinary individuals the opportunity to become legends. The Pure Tower he founded accommodates students from diverse regions, backgrounds, ethnicities, and even races. From Albert's tone, Rant discerned an unmistakable admiration and aspiration. At that moment, humanity experienced an unprecedented pace of development. Special products from cities were transported via portals, and exploration teams traversed the skies. Oceans, forests, and mountains, new schools of thought emerged continuously, unveiling the mysteries of the world and unraveling the enigmas of history. Albert's demeanor suddenly softened. After a century of exploration, humanity discovered numerous stars in the vast cosmos ripe for exploration and development. How could space travel commence before the invention of trains? Rant wondered if he had missed something. Among wizards, spatial mages uncovered the ability to utilize the coordinates of the stars to explore other celestial bodies. The Divine Emperor's most renowned disciple, the legendary stargazer Klein, was the first to unveil the secrets of the cosmos. Upon discovering several habitable planets with lower magical energies, humanity entered the era of cosmic exploration. By the time of the Divine Emperor's 6th century, humanity possessed not merely 1 colony, but 4 planets slightly smaller than Olivia, along with 8 lesser celestial planes. At that point, humanity had surpassed the achievements of ancient civilizations, standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine progeny. Well then, the level of civilization across the human empire had significantly elevated in Rant's mind. If they were to embark on cosmic exploration, then precise timing would be indispensable. Although the concept of exploration may be unfamiliar to Lant, the purposes of exploration and expansion remain consistent: to extend the living space of races and civilizations. What tools do we have for exploring space and the cosmos? The magical arrays. In the great cities, each noble's castle and each wizard's tower requires hundreds of intricate magical arrays. Through these arrays, runes, and various magical means, magical energy is channeled according to specific requirements to achieve the desired effects. These complex arrays consist of dozens of smaller arrays that necessitate precise coordination in terms of space, time, and distance. Only those with the strength of a wizard or above can successfully draw such arrays. At this point, Albert, filled with inspiration, remarked, "Lant, the prosperity of our human empire is beyond the imagination of the nobles here. With the 2 suns shining above and 3 moons in the same sky, the greatness of the human empire began with the ascension of the divine emperor. For a millennium, humans have driven out orcs, instilled fear in elves, explored the cosmos, and created legends. This is the most glorious era belonging to humanity." Observing Albert's fervent praise, Lante inquired, "If our human empire has achieved so much, why is my baronial family being chased by the barbarians?" Albert looked at Lante and smiled reassuringly. "The power belongs to the divine emperor, while decline arises from the magic tide. The magic tide is a phenomenon of unpredictable magical energy when the 2 suns and the first 5 planets of the Leia star system align. A magic tide occurs. If the 3 moons also align, a super magic tide is formed, with the intensity of the tide varying based on the specific positions and angles of the planets. The most powerful super magic tides typically occur once every 1,000 years. When a magic tide manifests, the magical energy levels of the entire planet fluctuate from low to high and then back to low, eventually returning to calm, much like the ebb and flow of the tides. The occurrence of a magic tide lasts only for a few minutes, but within that brief time, the sudden surge of magical energy can severely impact many intricate magical arrays. The magic tide not only creates an instantaneous surge of magical energy, but also induces instability in the surrounding space. During the last magic tide, the entire human empire was greatly affected. Not only did the kingdom of galloping horses fall, but numerous magical teleportation arrays were disrupted due to the tide's influence, severing contact with many legendary champions who were stationed at various colonies. The tide provided an opportunity for other races to invade human territories, leading to the decline of the human empire. Teacher, you possess vast knowledge. Did you learn this in the city of Bristlewolf or in the city of Dragonfang? Lante asked curiously, for such knowledge not only involves collection, but also the organization and simplification of historical data into educational materials that align with historical logic and value orientation, which is an integral part of civilization development. This indicates that the mainstream of this civilization is actively constructing a narrative structure, wherein the prevailing narrative is that power belongs to the divine emperor and decline stems from the magic tide. What intrigued him most was who in a feudal era would endeavor to construct such a narrative. Neither, for there are no schools in Bristlewolf. Only the Count of Bristlewolf has his own private academy, which primarily enrolls only those who are knight apprentices and above, with the majority being children of the Bristlewolf family and a small portion being the offspring of aspiring viscounts or barons seeking to join the Bristlewolf lineage. Albert's explanation regarding joining included marrying Bristlewolf women or becoming family knights. In the entire northwestern countship, if a female mage appeared, she would typically be sent directly to Dragonfang City for education. Dragonfang City does have noble schools that if you wish to attend, it would cost approximately 200 gold coins every 6 months, which is roughly equivalent to a year's income from trade in our territory. However, we possess little gold, as most trade is conducted through barter. Moreover, many youths who venture there do so merely to socialize with the local young women. Albert's stance on the schools in the 2 cities was quite clear. There is only one place that embodies remarkable inclusivity, regardless of gender, race, age, or family background, and that is the Pure Tower in the imperial capital. This magnificent tower of magic stands 100 stories high, housing dozens of wizards and several legendary champions. Is the school located within the tower? Not at all. The schools are spread throughout the entire imperial capital. The capital has established 16 magical schools, with the first 8 being intermediate schools and the latter 8 being primary schools. Children aged 7 and above who demonstrate the potential to awaken magical energy can apply to attend primary schools. If they can become magical apprentices before the age of 12 or junior mages before the age of 16, they may then proceed to intermediate schools for 5 years of study. Those who can advance to intermediate mages qualify to take the entrance examination for positions as assistants to the wizards in the Pure Tower, should they reach the rank of High Mage. They can gain direct access to the Pure Tower. At that moment, Albert's expression radiated deep reverence, as though he were speaking of a divine realm he held sacred. Lante understood that Albert's demeanor suggested he had studied for several years without achieving the title of mage, thereby rendering him unable to enter the Pure Tower. Though Lante was tempted to voice his thoughts, he hesitated for fear of discouraging Albert. Isn't the imperial capital a place thronged with mages? Shouldn't there be numerous magical towers? Why must it be the Pure Tower? Because the Pure Tower is where the most legends have been born. It was here that the first batch of wizards trained by the Divine Emperor, including Clyan, Schwitschin, Karl the Red Dragon, and Nick the Cuckoo, ascended to legendary status. The Emperor not only discovered the path to legend, but also the means to cultivate legends, which is the most alluring aspect of the Pure Tower. Lante, the path of human transcendence is now clear, from mage to extraordinary being, and from extraordinary to divine. You must take the saints as your teachers, aspire to ascend to divinity, and commit yourself to the revival of the kingdom of galloping horses. All right then. What shall we have for dinner tonight? Lante lamented, wishing for something less dry than the usual flatbread. Chapter 7. Remember, you are a galloping horse. After setting up camp, Roar ventured deeper into the forest for reconnaissance. For now, the people of the Galloping Horse territory were only temporarily safe, but who knew when the barbarians would retreat north, or whether there were mid-level or high-level magical beasts roaming the great forest, or if there was a desire for a change of pace. Soon, Roar spotted some suspicious magical beast droppings, which, based on his experience, belonged to a pack of low-level magical beasts known as steel-haired boars. Typically appearing in groups of 5 to 7. These creatures could shoot their hard bristles and possessed a limited ability to influence earth elements through magical energy. Roar refrained from making any rash moves, as the senses of low-level magical beasts far surpass those of low-tier practitioners. Suddenly, Roar sensed danger and swiftly rolled to the right, narrowly evading a nearly invisible attack. He recognized it as a shadow leopard, a creature whose fur could mimic the dappled shadows of the forest, making it difficult to detect. Such predators were exceedingly troublesome and could not be dismissed lightly, even with the droppings of high-level magical beasts. In an instant, Roar resolved to take a gamble. From the shadows, the shadow leopard lunged again, its powerful claws grazing Roar's back, sending the towering figure flying. Even dislodging his sword, the shadow leopard instinctively sensed that its dinner was within reach. Yet this massive prey could not be taken down with a single strike. To prevent the prey from countering, it circled to Roar's rear and leaped high, utilizing gravity to bear down on him. Unexpectedly, in a split second, Roar's left hand shot out a small dagger with astonishing speed and force, driving it directly into the leopard's mouth. Success. Fueled by his fighting spirit, this was Roar's signature throwing knife technique. Honed during his travels throughout the Dragon Kingdom. As a former ranger, he had dedicated most of his training to such unexpected maneuvers, which had often proven effective. Although the leopard's claw had struck deep, Roar had preemptively gathered his fighting spirit in his back, mitigating the severity of his injury. The blood of the shadow leopard was as enticing to mid-level magical beasts as a flickering candle in the darkness. Roar knew he could not linger here, but hesitated to abandon the leopard's carcass. Whoosh, whoosh, came the sounds as 2 bristle spikes, each over 2 meters long, hurtled toward him. This is trouble, Roar cursed under his breath. Recognizing that the steel-haired boars had followed the scent of blood, these creatures did not come one by one. They arrived in groups of 3. It's not that I'm trying to discourage you, but we are merely a remote locale being pursued by barbarians. The magical energy here is sparse, and even cultivating fighting spirit is laborious. How can one seek the path to divinity? Lante said, self-deprecatingly. Lante, Albert suddenly grew serious. Do you know why our surname is Galloping Horse? Lante recalled that Hark had mentioned it to them intermittently before. We were once nobles of the Galloping Horse Plains. We were once the royal family of the Kingdom of Galloping Horses. Lante was taken aback by Albert's tone, which was more formal than when he had appointed him as a baron the previous night. The history of the Kingdom of Galloping Horses predates the current human empire. It existed during the era of the first ancient human empire, stretching from the western Shindukir Valley to the eastern Frostwolf Forest, from the northern Blue Moon Lake to the southern region of our current Northwest Barony, encompassing a vast territory of 1,500 kilometers east to west and 700 kilometers north to south. The present Galloping Horse Plains is merely the core area of the former Kingdom of Galloping Horses. Albert was visibly excited. Our family was once so affluent, I never realized it. Then how did we end up like this? The Kingdom of Galloping Horses has served as the front line of conflict between humanity and the orcs since its inception. In ancient times, when humanity coalesced into the ancient human empire, Galloping Horses was a part of this great empire, successfully driving the orcs to the heights of the Hindu Kush Mountains. However, the collapse of the ancient human empire led to a fracturing of the human race. It was only with the establishment of the current human empire that unity was restored, allowing the front lines between the Kingdom of Galloping Horses and the orcs to gradually stabilize. This intermittent warfare persisted for nearly 6 centuries. It wasn't until the 587th year of the human empire that Emperor Augustus V resolved to engage the orcs in a decisive battle on the Galloping Plains. Did we not emerge victorious? Far worse, the capital of the kingdom, Night Unicorn City, was breached, the kingdom's primary extraordinary forces were slaughtered, and the emperor himself narrowly escaped the fallen city thanks to the intervention of a demigod from the imperial capital. So, we were utterly vanquished. Following this annihilation, Emperor Augustus V appointed the then studying prince of galloping horses as its king, shortly before his own demise. At this point, Albert shifted the conversation. It was in that very year that the divine emperor ascended the throne. After implementing numerous reforms, he led the new imperial army in several decisive confrontations against the orc tribes. Subsequently, he devised a strategy to divide and conquer the orc clans, allowing some of the more docile orcs to settle within the empire. In merely a decade, he reversed the tide of war, and in the 10th year of his reign, he commanded a coalition of humanity in an unparalleled confrontation against the orcs. At this moment, Lante was eager to learn what the divine emperor had accomplished within those 10 years, why there were both gentle and aggressive orcs, and why the previous emperor was referred to as an emperor while the next was called a divine emperor. However, since the conversation had been initiated, he felt compelled to engage. An unparalleled confrontation, you say? What transpired? On the battlefield, the coalition of humanity clashed with the orc forces, with casualties numbering in the tens of thousands. Just as the orc forces were on the brink of collapse, the high priest of the wolf tribe summoned the ancient beast god, the prairie god, Blue Wolf, using himself as a vessel. Simultaneously, the king of the dragon empire invoked the ancient beast god, the Sky Lord, Red Dragon Deathwing. The two deities engaged in fierce combat upon the Galloping Plains, ultimately resulting in the defeat of Blue Wolf, leading to the disintegration of the orc army. Albert gazed skyward, as if witnessing the echoes of that fateful war. A divine war. No wonder it was deemed unparalleled. Indeed, yet this conflict also inflicted lasting scars upon the Galloping Plains. Magical turbulence. Precisely, although both sides had sorcerer-level individuals serving as vessels for the divine summoning. The aftermath of the summoning resulted in an abundance of magical elements swirling around the divine manifestations. The clash between the two gods altered the magical environment of the entire plane. While the kingdom of galloping horses did successfully restore itself, the proportion of magic users awakening their bloodlines within the kingdom drastically diminished, and the overall strength of its warriors declined. Consequently, the divine emperor issued a decree allowing the nobility of galloping horses to seek training in other human territories. So, does that imply that the Galloping Empire subsequently had a stable supply of high-tier extraordinary beings, yet it still faced annihilation? Indeed, not only high-tier extraordinary beings, the Pure Tower also nurtured two legendary warriors from the kingdom of galloping horses. A dedicated teleportation array existed between the Pure Tower and the capital, Night Unicorn City, but, as I mentioned, disaster began with the magical tide. In the year 709 of the Divine Emperor's reign, a far-reaching magical tide occurred, leading to the loss of an entire colony for humanity. The tide primarily impacted several crucial teleportation arrays. During the initial phase of the magical tide, numerous teleportation gates collapsed, rendering even legendary beings incapable of utilizing spatial magic. Subsequently, the fallen demon race exploited teleportation spells to invade the heartland of humanity, with even the core kingdoms and principalities suffering devastating incursions. Meanwhile, the orc tribes launched a massive offensive against the Galloping Plains, leading to the isolation and fall of several cities within the kingdom of galloping horses over the span of months, ultimately culminating in the second downfall of Night Unicorn City and the kingdom itself. Compared to the first annihilation, humanity now faced an existential crisis. The Empire's primary forces were preoccupied, and the legendary pillars of various kingdoms either fell victim to slaughter or fled to the imperial capital, resulting in the invasion of the demon race, concluding after 11 years by the war's end. The entire human empire found itself in dire straits, with impoverished living conditions and a lack of strength. Though multiple expeditions were organized to reclaim the Galloping Plains, they were ultimately abandoned due to the distance, difficulties in establishing teleportation gates, and the magical turbulence. With a sudden thud, a quill-like spine pierced the tree trunk next to Roar. He barely turned around before another spine came hurtling towards him. Perhaps the next encounter would draw blood, he mused. Just moments ago, Roar had employed his throwing knives to slay a steel-spined boar. But he now faced two more. He pondered whether to flee immediately or wait to see if he could bring down both beasts. While he remained deep in thought, an arrow flew past, piercing the eye of one of the steel-spined boars. Reinforcements have arrived, but the boars are fleeing. Indeed, the last boar, sensing danger, quickly turned to escape, but as it did so, it let out a blood-curdling scream. It seems our chief knight is not adept at everything. A voice accompanied by footsteps approached. The newcomer was Dante, a knight of the Galloping family, a lineage of hunters, each generation producing magic users. Dante's father had become a particularly notable junior knight, granted a knightly fief. The Greyhound family, originally a noble house, had a long-standing tradition of breeding hounds with magical beast lineage. Dante possessed a red hound named Crimson Sand, remarkably sensitive to magical beasts. Last year, Dante's son also ascended to the rank of junior knight, establishing the family as a knightly house within the territory. That evening, the father and son prepared to inspect their traps near the edge of the great forest, familiar with the woods. Shortly after leaving the camp, Crimson Sand approached, leading them to Roar, who was dealing with two steel-spined boars. "I knew I would be able to wait for you," Roar said without reservation. "I specifically saved one for each of you." "Excellent. Our camp is running low on meat. Now we can distribute the ordinary meat evenly." "Indeed, and with Lante just becoming a junior knight, he too requires magical beast meat. However, Roar, there seems to be an unusually high number of magical beasts here. I've walked through this area before and have never encountered so many. Look at that shadow leopard. It is considered a strong, low-tier magical beast. Such powerful creatures rarely appear at the forest's edge." "Yes, I understand. It is likely that mid-tier and high-tier magical beasts are being pushed into this area from deeper within the forest. We must return swiftly to report to the Lord and Albert." Meanwhile, Lante and Albert continued their discussion about the history of the Galloping family. "So, we, the Galloping family, are descendants of the fallen nobility of the Galloping Plains. We can be considered distant branches of the Galloping royal family, but not direct descendants. After the fall of the kingdom of galloping horses, the human population on the Galloping Plains was nearly exterminated by the orcs. While the human race could not restore galloping horses after 920 years, they had not ceased to seek ways to do so. The empire subsequently enacted several policies encouraging the descendants of the Galloping royal family from various regions to return to the Galloping Plains and reclaim the kingdom, offering the condition that whoever liberated Night Unicorn City would become its lord. Among the many who responded, the Dragon Kingdom was the most proactive, allowing the Galloping royal descendants to settle within the Northwest Earldom. Our ancestor, Baron Loron Galloping, arrived in the Roth territory in the year 736, establishing the first Galloping family's domain, which is now known as the Roth Viscountcy, while his second son, Lavro Galloping, founded the Galloping barony. Loron Galloping's grandfather was the sixth descendant of the legendary pillars following the first restoration of galloping horses. "Wow, this lineage sounds more impressive than that of the Wang family of the Han dynasty," Lante remarked. "So, we are essentially relatives of the Roth territory." "Indeed, the Roth territory has existed for quite some time. Thus, upon becoming the Viscount of Roth, Loron Galloping had to allow his eldest son to adopt a different surname. However, both our territories are descendants of the Galloping royal lineage." Albert's demeanor grew serious. "Lante, you must remember that you are a Galloping." "Lord Lante," a voice called out, "Sir Roar and the others have returned, bringing back several magical beasts." Lante and Albert exchanged a glance before hastily rising to greet Roar. Roar returned alongside Dante, carrying the carcasses of a shadow leopard and steel-spined boars. Just moments prior, Dante had led his son to a nearby pond, where they skinned the three magical beasts, burying the perishable entrails and draining the blood before packing the remaining hide, meat, and bones into leather pouches. Upon seeing Lante, they wasted no time in presenting all materials from the shadow leopard to him, as was customary among the territories. Lante, aware of this, prepared to divide the materials from the three steel-spined boars among the three of them. However, just as Lante was about to enjoy a late-night feast of magical beast meat, several knights approached him. "Sir, we have encountered new trouble. There are signs of magical beasts just a few hundred meters away. If this continues, it won't be long before the beasts find us." "Ah, this is only our first night," Lante remarked, though internally he added, "Why can't I have a moment of peace? We've discussed this. Should we explore other directions or return to the previous camp?" Chapter 8. Departing north on September 22nd. In the year 996 of the Imperial Era, Rant awoke early. The night prior, shortly after their arrival, several of his knights approached him, expressing their concerns that the forest was teeming with magical beasts, posing a significant threat to the safety of the entire camp. Remaining in the vicinity could likely attract mid-level magical creatures, while returning to their previous campsite risk detection by the barbarians. Unlike his earlier days accompanying Roll and Albert, Rant could not simply abandon his belongings and the over 200 subjects now under his care. The only course of action available to him was to dispatch reconnaissance teams. Greyhound would scout towards the forest, while Roll would investigate beyond its borders, all in pursuit of selecting a campsite with the least danger. However, aside from the forest, Rant contemplated other possibilities and sought out Albert to inquire about previous experiences trading with the merchants of the Galloping Horse Plain. Albert candidly recounted the majority of these experiences, revealing that the so-called merchants of the Galloping Horse territory were actually engaged in smuggling to the barbarian tribes of the Galloping Horse Plain. This smuggling primarily involved purchasing everyday items such as runes, textiles, and grains from the heart of the kingdom and trading them for the barbarians' livestock, meat products, leather goods, and woolen fabrics. Of course, merely exchanging local specialties did not constitute smuggling. The true strategic resources being smuggled out of the Galloping Horse Plain were threefold: high-quality warhorses, iron, and salt. Indeed, the plain produced both iron and horses. However, the barbarians, despite possessing these strategic resources, had failed to achieve any organizational advancement and had not breached the Galloping Horse Plain to invade human territories. It could be said that in Olivia, magic was the most fundamental of abilities. The Empire maintained a monopoly on salt, iron, copper, tin, gemstones, gold and silver, magical ores, and magic metals, with a specialized agency, the Imperial Salt and Iron Office, responsible for unified exploration, extraction, transportation, smelting, and distribution. Naturally, as a governmental body, it could not extend its reach into every principality and kingdom. Thus, the Salt and Iron Office implemented a system of agents beyond the Empire's direct territories, selecting one or two agents with ties to the royal families in each kingdom to handle related affairs. For instance, in the Dragon Kingdom, there were 3 legendary pillars, and the agent found by the Salt and Iron Office in that kingdom was the Blue Dragon family. One of the 3 pillars, which oversaw the entire salt and iron trade within the Dragon Kingdom, as the general agent, the Blue Dragon family would establish a trading post in each countship, managed by younger members of their clan, and all markets dealing in salt, iron, and other strategic resources throughout the kingdom would have them as their tertiary distributors. In their collaboration with agents, the Imperial Salt and Iron Office stipulated key matters such as pricing, profits, and revenue sharing in salt and iron sales, ensuring price stability within the sales regions. This arrangement not only safeguarded the interests of the agents in the Salt and Iron Office but also helped to reduce the cost of living for the subjects. In this 3-tiered distribution system, profits at each level were predetermined, allowing the Blue Dragon family to maintain profitability by selling salt within the kingdom at a marginally lower price than that of the official salt from the Salt and Iron Office after deducting transportation costs from coastal regions. Thus, when Hack and his associates smuggled salt from the Galloping Horse Plain, they did not need to share profits with the Blue Dragon family or the Salt and Iron Office, as long as their private salt was priced slightly lower than the official salt. They could secure greater profits than the Salt and Iron Office, the Blue Dragon family, and any other level of distributor. From the perspective of the Blue Dragon family, the private salt profits taken by Hack were essentially a stabilizing fund for the Northwest region. In recent years, Hack's most lucrative trade was in warhorses, as the black-scaled horses from the Galloping Horse Plain were of superior quality. However, this quality was a result of both lineage and magical environment. Once the black-scaled horses entered the interior, the quality of the second generation would significantly decline compared to the first, making them a high-tier resource limited to their place of origin. Therefore, for Hack, trading in black-scaled horses was a high-cost, high-reward venture, and he need not worry about his horses giving birth to inferior offspring that would not sell. Nevertheless, the total volume of horse trade was limited, as conducting business with the barbarians openly would be tantamount to treason, necessitating discreet transactions. As he listened to Albert's introduction, Rant found himself puzzled by several matters. Why were the barbarians able to mine? If they could mine, why had they not established permanent cities? And if they had established fixed mining areas, why had they not engaged in large-scale trade with the Dragon Kingdom? Rant, unsure of the intricacies involved, seized upon one point. Hack's merchants not only collaborated with the Rotary Viscount's territory, but also engaged in private dealings. The Rotary territory was regarded as the gatekeeper of the Galloping Horse Plain, if they could quietly enter without alerting the gatekeeper. There must be at least a window of opportunity that Rant's conjecture was not unfounded. Albert confirmed that within their current forest, a small path led to the Galloping Horse Plain, remnants of an ancient riverbed that, after traversing a short cave, opened into the southwestern part of the plain. That evening, Greyhound and Roll returned to the camp in succession. According to Greyhound's report, the density of magical beasts near the camp was unusually high. While he could not ascertain the cause of this phenomenon, he was certain that these creatures were no easier to deal with than the barbarians. De Roll's reconnaissance revealed that the barbarians had not vacated the Viscount's castle, they had settled within. Rant felt uncertain whether Viscount Rotary had made prior preparations that led to the increased number of magical beasts near the camp, for many within the Rotary territory were well aware of the western forest. It would have been simple enough to attract beasts by placing animal entrails near the camp. Once conflict ensued between humans and beasts, the fresh scent of blood would only draw more creatures. Nevertheless, Rant now held renewed hope. He instructed Roll to scout north along the merchant's path the following day and sent Greyhound with Hongsha to keep watch deeper into the forest. On the 23rd, after a day of reconnaissance, Roll returned with news that the plains beyond the northern path were desolate, with no sight of barbarians within a 10-kilometer radius. Greyhound reported the emergence of some small magical beasts to the west of the camp. Rant realized he might have no choice but to proceed. He once again gathered all his subjects. He resolved to deliver a speech to ensure everyone understood the necessity of heading north. Esteemed wielders of magic, my dear subjects, Rant, having assembled the entirety of his people, stood atop a wooden crate. Fortunately, as a novice knight, he was tall, having grown a bit more after consuming magical beast meat for 2 days, making him easily visible among the crowd. We departed in haste the day before yesterday, and I failed to divulge the reasons for our retreat into the forest. It is now imperative that I reveal the truth. The Galloping Horse territory has been betrayed. My father, the noble Baron Hack of Galloping Horse, encountered misfortune during his travels, and along with my 2 brothers, was captured by the barbarians. Oh my, how could this happen? The common folk held a very favorable impression of Hack. It was due to his efforts that they had sufficient food in recent years. Initially, they believed Hack had gone to the Rotary territory or to the Count's city of Wolfmane to rendezvous with other knights. Now, upon hearing that Hack and his 2 sons had been taken by the barbarians, they were filled with great concern. However, this is not the worst of it. The more dire situation is that someone is using magic to summon the magical beasts of the forest to attack us. Just today, the Greyhound Knight has already discovered some small magical beasts to our west. Tomorrow, we may face larger beasts, and perhaps the day after, we will have to choose between being captured by the barbarians or devoured by magical beasts. Rant attributed the arrival of the magical beasts to sorcery. Knowing that non-magic wielders would not question it today's, Rant concluded, astonishment and dread rippled through the crowd once more. To ensure the survival of every one of us, I will lead you northward to the Galloping Horse Plain. In the vast expanse of the plain, the barbarians will find it difficult to detect us, and our livestock can continue to thrive. That I declare that we shall break camp at dawn tomorrow, and within 2 days, the entire camp will migrate to the Galloping Horse Plain. With that, Rant departed, leaving Albert to work with the subjects while he gathered Greyhound, Roll, and 2 other novice knights. On the following morning, Rant's camp had completed preparations for departure, with Albert and several prospective knights leading the subjects away first. Roll, Rant, Greyhound, and a few other novice knights remained temporarily behind to prepare for hunting. Once the populace had moved at least a kilometer away, Greyhound opened a leather bag containing the meat of the steel bristle boar captured 2 nights prior. Utilizing the time spent waiting, the novice knights dug several large traps and placed the boar meat within them. Soon, small magical beasts such as ground-dwelling ducks, fire-maned lizards, and water salamanders began to approach. Rant and his companions remained patient, watching as these small creatures entered the pits, after which Roll leaped down to slay them one by one, with Greyhound and his son ensuring no gaps were left unfilled. After a dozen small magical beasts had come, Hongsha, who had been on lookout, rushed over, signaling that larger creatures were approaching. Indeed, shortly thereafter, 5 steel bristle boars arrived. Drawn by the scent, this time, Rant, Roll, Greyhound, Walker, and the knight Iron Hammer, 5 novice knights in total, faced the 5 boars, and it was not a daunting challenge. Roll and Greyhound teamed up to take them down one by one, while Rand and the others kept the remaining boars occupied. Within 20 minutes, all the boars lay slain. However, Rand and his companions were acutely aware that time was of the essence. The arrival of more formidable beasts was uncertain. Consequently, they devised a different strategy, placing a pig on the ground to serve as bait for the other magical creatures. Rand assumed a vigilant stance while the others prepared several additional pigs, primarily for their magical crystals, flesh, and hide. The smaller magical beasts lacked valuable crystals and skins, allowing only for the extraction of meat. The distinction between magical and ordinary beasts lies in the former's ability to perceive and utilize magic. When a magical beast employs magic, a nucleus-like organ forms in its head to store magical energy, known as a magic core. During the maturation process, specific magical energy crystals may crystallize, which are referred to as magic crystals. These crystals can release a certain amount of magical energy before vanishing, making them a widely sought-after source of power for magical items. Thus, magic crystals also serve as a hard currency for trade. The human empire issues 3 distinct denominations of currency: gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. With a conversion ratio of 1:10, 100.1 copper coin can purchase a sizable loaf of bread, while 3 copper coins buy half a kilogram of wheat. In contrast, half a kilogram of salt costs 2 silver coins. Given that the magic cores of different magical beasts yield crystals of varying sizes and properties, the smallest crystals fluctuate around a price of approximately 10 gold coins. In a recent hunt, a shadow leopard and 8 steel-bristled pigs produced merely 3 magic crystals. For Rand, this represented a significant fortune, with territorial income fluctuating between 300 and 500 gold coins annually. Influenced largely by the number of black-scaled horses that could be transported from the plains, each black-scaled horse could fetch a high price of 60 gold coins in Main Wolf City, and over 80 gold coins in Dragon Tooth City. Even for untrained horses, fully trained warhorses command a minimum price of 100 gold coins. For the territory, gold coins serve merely as a means of calculation rather than a storage medium. Regardless of how many gold coins are sold in the city, they must be converted into goods required by the territory and traveling merchants within a day. Just as the group finished extracting the magic cores and preparing the beast meat, a new magical creature arrived, a wind wolf, capable of manipulating wind-based magical elements to accelerate itself or create wind blades. This particular wind wolf appeared to be a lone elder, swiftly dispatched by Roll. Yet, within 20 minutes, a black flame tiger emerged, causing all lesser magical beasts to flee in terror. The flame tiger stood over 2 meters tall, stretched more than 6 meters in length, with a long, formidable tail that I could see that moment. Not only the medium-sized magical beasts, but even Rand contemplated how to make a discreet escape. Fortunately, the flame tiger possessed a relatively low intelligence. As long as there was meat to consume, it had no need to engage in a life-or-death struggle with humans, while the tiger feasted on the large pig. Rand and his companions managed to retreat safely with 2 prepared pigs and over 20 pieces of small magical beast meat. The group dared not immediately seek out their comrades for fear that the beasts might catch their scent. Instead, they sent Hong Sha to continuously scout for the team's location. They wandered discreetly while carrying bags of beast pelts. Eventually, as night fell, they reunited with the main force at the ancient riverbed heading north. On the morning of September 25, Rand, accompanied by his knights and subjects, entered the Galloping Horse Plain. The moment he set foot on the plain, he felt as though he were a mere pawn crossing a river. Once within the Galloping Horse Plain, the most profound sensation was the chaotic flow of magical elements he had experienced days earlier in Galloping Horse territory, magnified many times over. Previously, he could barely condense some fighting spirit. Here, however, he found it utterly impossible. Rand began to understand why only barbarians could survive in this realm. They merely required robust physiques and had no intention of utilizing magic, thereby rendering the chaotic currents irrelevant. Rand led his camp to a location with a hillside and river, releasing Roll and the Greyhound for reconnaissance, while he enlisted Albert as an advisor to begin adorning the entire camp. Rand believed that encountering a nomadic tribe was unlikely, so to prevent future disturbances from countless barbarians, he decided to disguise his group as one, enhancing the tent decorations and encouraging his subjects to don white cloth and coarser furs. Rand even personally crafted a tribal banner adorned with the image of galloping horses, naming his tribe Galloping Horse Tribe. As a nod to ancestral customs, in the afternoon, the steward reported that due to the continuous march, provisions were depleting faster than usual. Without a clear return date, they would need to begin foraging for food. Fortunately, the presence of a river allowed for fishing. However, the camp's population was substantial, and the knights and magic users had hearty appetites. Just as the immediate threat diminished, they faced a looming food crisis. Rand, feeling quite helpless, organized his subjects to start fishing in the river. Yet, during this period of respite, Rand also identified numerous issues. Chapter 9. Plans and Changes in the City of Main Wolf. Within the Count's castle, there existed a grand suite featuring a complete living room, reception area, study, and bedroom, even incorporating a gymnasium and meditation room. Everything here was custom designed to a height of 10 meters. With the gymnasium spanning several hundred square meters and boasting an impressive 30-meter ceiling. The owner of this opulent space, Count Kybins of the Northwest Dragon Kingdom, had constructed it after his breakthrough to the rank of Silver Knight. Confident that he would ascend to the status of Sky Knight and soar through the skies using his fighting spirit at this moment, the 3-meter-tall Count rested in the living room, his gaunt form reclining in a magical vine chair. Adjustable in both angle and length, and highly favored among magic users. With his eyes closed, the Count reminisced about his days from over a decade ago, when he had just become a Silver Knight. Every noble aspired to further their own advancement, ensuring their family lineage possessed superior bloodlines, and that their territories yielded exceptional returns. Count Main Wolf was no exception. He had once been ambitious, determined to elevate his family's status by serving a prominent family, until that fateful day when he and his wife fell into a web of intrigue. "Master, the eldest son is waiting outside," the steward reported softly. Having appeared behind him unnoticed, the Count opened his eyes. "Oh, he has arrived. Let him in." The 4-meter-high door swung open, and a handsome knight strode in briskly. "Father, I just received this." The newcomer was the Count's eldest son, Fernando Main Wolf, who had been the most distinguished child in Main Wolf City since childhood, becoming a junior knight at 15, advancing to intermediate at 20, and achieving the rank of senior knight at the age of 25. The Count took the note, sighing. Rod has quite the knack for making profits. 10,000 gold coins over 7 years. Does he not fear choking on it? That greedy rascal, dealing in contraband salt and iron is one thing, but daring to smuggle armor and warhorses to the Frostwolf family. Fernando seethed. Nobles must navigate their affairs with care, offering their subordinates room to grow while avoiding excessive indulgence. That I've focused my attention on Dragon Tooth City these past few years, neglecting the management of several border nobles. The Count placed great emphasis on mentoring his eldest son, hoping he would fulfill his desire to revitalize their family. You will face similar situations in the future. To manage them well, you must strike the right balance. How should one achieve that balance? Gather the knightly order, but do not set off just yet. I intend to teach Rod a lesson. Understood, father. In the Count's eyes, the winter of 996 was slightly cooler than previous years, yet as long as he held command over the Main Wolf Knights, there would be no unforeseen incidents in the territory of Rot. Within the study of the Viscount's castle, although Viscount Rot and Baron Galloping Horse belonged to the same lineage, the grandeur of Viscount Rot's castle was beyond the comparison of Baron Galloping Horse's. The Viscount's castle boasted 3 stories, functionally similar to Hark's castle but 3 times larger in area, complete with a large secondary fortress and warehouse outside the main keep. The current Viscount, Bob Rot, had once served as the vice-captain of the Main Wolf Knights 8 years prior. During the large-scale invasion by barbarians in 988, the then Viscount entrusted the people of his territory to Hark Galloping Horse while he led his knights to confront the invaders, tragically sacrificing himself in the process. Bob inherited the Rot territory, which subsequently experienced rapid growth. Bob's strategies for governance relied on 2 pillars: trade on the Galloping Horse Plain and connections in the royal capital. He had established ties with the Frostwolf family's major trading house in Dragon Tooth City, selling the unique products of Galloping Horse Plain through them to garner substantial profits. Presently, the Rot territory comprised 60 households and over 600 inhabitants, with 5 knights from the Rot family and 12 family knights within the castle, alongside 4 feudal knights and 8 additional knights, including apprentices. This strength was cultivated from the near annihilation of 8 years prior through Bob's adept management. At this moment, the Viscount sat in his study, having just completed a list of supplies intended for the Grey Goose tribe. Although Bob hailed from a knightly background, his business acumen stemmed from his time studying in Dragontooth City. As he gazed at the list, a pang of reluctance gripped him. These items represented years of hard-earned savings, and every copper coin's worth should be allocated toward more meaningful endeavors that in Bob's view. The time of crisis had arrived, and dispersing resources as leverage was merely a customary tactic among the nobility. Over a decade ago, the Frostwolf family in the royal capital faced disgrace due to collusion with the barbarians, leading to the business head being sacrificed to take the blame. It was said that the siblings involved later vanished without a trace. Now, Bob merely emulated the actions of the great families. He does not concur with the philosophy espoused by his elder brother back in the day, which involved charging to the front while allowing the collateral branch to care for the vassals. In his eyes, the Rot family, as the primary branch, ought to be preserved above all else. Yet, the collateral branch has exhibited a remarkable lack of awareness, managing to flee with the entire populace when only a single knight apprentice remained. One knight apprentice. Despite safeguarding the vassals, they cannot inherit the barony. Why could they not contribute to preserving the entirety of the Rot territory? Each year, when Bob ventures to the Galloping Horse Plains for trade, he takes Hack along. Over these years, Hack and his sons have enjoyed a status akin to the most prosperous barons in the entire northwestern earldom. Why should I bring you along to amass wealth? Is it not to ensure your assistance in critical moments? How can you show such a lack of gratitude now, expecting me to provide so much food and resources to sustain those barbarians? The Viscount Rot is exceedingly furious. The study door swings open, and Bob's son, Del Rot, enters. Father, can we finalize the list? The Grey Goose messenger is becoming impatient. Then let him get lost. Bob roars, for he places immense value on noble status and rank, unable to tolerate a mere common barbarian warlock presuming to give orders in his presence. Tell him the Earl's knightly order will arrive tomorrow, and by then, his Grey Duck leader must flee back to the plains as if pursued. Father, that's the second matter I wish to address. Del produces a note. This is a message sent by Colonel Crony of the Red Dragon. What? He merely sent a note? Crony Red Dragon is the nephew of Fernando Wolf, who once collaborated with Bob Rot in the Wolf Knight Order. They were not only classmates in the capital, but also colleagues in Earl City and partners along the trade route from Galloping Horse Plains to the royal capital. Now, faced with dire straits, after having sought assistance from Wolf City, he only sends a note. Bob snatches the note, glances at it, and immediately crumples it into a ball, tossing it to the ground. That jackal, a carrion dog, a gluttonous fool, to claim the knightly order cannot be mobilized temporarily. Does he think that by bleeding me dry, those barbarians will simply disperse at the scent of blood? His words, directed at the Wolf family, belied his good relationship with Fernando Wolf. Since Fernando ascended to the rank of senior knight 3 years ago, he has served as the first deputy commander of the Wolf Knight Order. The commander is the Earl Wolf. The first deputy is Fernando Wolf. The second deputy is a senior knight responsible for training, and the third deputy is Crony Red Dragon, whose surname hails from the royal lineage of the Dragon Kingdom. The Earl of Wolf has allied with the Red Dragon family, inviting a nephew of the Red Dragon to serve as the liaison deputy commander, thereby solidifying ties with the nobility, since Bob began large-scale smuggling 7 years ago. He has been acutely aware of the perils of greed. Thus, every time he ventures to Wolf City for trade, he shares a portion of his profits with Fernando. Naturally, Fernando has received Bob's overtures with open arms, leading Bob to perceive Wolf City as tacitly endorsing his business. Not only Fernando, but also Crony, the steward of Earl Wolf, and the captain responsible for city defense regularly receive benefits from Bob. Have these scoundrels been blinded by gold, thinking I can simply lead a horse to Wolf City for sale? Father, every time I send a trade caravan, you expect a share. My armored goods can only be sold to you at a low price. And you always desire the finest of my black-scaled steeds. When I brought the Frostwolf family onto the plains, you felt more discomfort than they did entering your castle. Now that I have wealth, you stand idly by while the barbarians invade. The blood they draw from me will not nourish you. Bob is now seething with rage. Humans often behave this way. They appear so self-righteous when sacrificing others, even believing that those being sacrificed lack understanding. Yet, when faced with their own sacrifice, they feel the entire world has betrayed them. Tell that barbarian downstairs that these supplies will be delivered to Galloping Horse territory in 3 days. Bob hands the list to his son. Gather all the knights at the castle. These barbarians will not easily be satiated. We must teach them to honor their commitments. Yes, father. In a small inn in Wolf City, 2 young men are drinking in a guest room. Everything is proceeding according to the chief's plan. The Galloping Horse barony has been vacated, and the next move for the Grey Goose will undoubtedly be to consume Rot. The wolf, allowing his subordinates to be annihilated by the barbarians, will face repercussions from both the dragon and the empire. These 2 territories will become the chief's prey in a multifaceted game. Those are merely 2 border territories. Surviving each year on a bit of contraband salt and iron, the truly vital point lies in guarding the Kelnico Pass. Indeed, if the chief secures Rot, it will effectively close the Kelnico Gateway. At that point, he can dispatch forces to explore Night Chelan City, as long as we can restore the magical array within. Then the Hall of the Front will become the master of Night Chelan, possessing the entirety of Galloping Horse Plains. At that time, Night Chelan City will serve as the stage for common mages and knights. Brother, with your prowess as a senior mage, you will undoubtedly secure a grander stage. Do remember me when that time comes. Surely not. Are you not a disciple of the chief? What disciple? When the chief studied under Masters Wachin, I was but a child. By the time I entered Masters Wachin's tutelage, the chief had already joined the Hall of the Front. Oh, but you were still fellow disciples. At least in the eyes of us outsiders, you were like brothers. What nonsense. I am merely a mid-level mage. Back then, I was but an apprentice among the master's magical disciples. And now it seems I may never have the opportunity to break through to a senior level. How can that be? Once the Hall of the Front takes Night Chelan, we mid-level mages will have the chance to ascend. Come, to Night Chelan, let us drink. Cheers. You will be heading to Brown Bear tomorrow, and I must go to the salt mine. Let us take care of ourselves until we meet again in Night Chelan. You too. Take care. Several hours later, when the Grey Goose leader sees the supply list from Viscount Rot, he smiles. It seems that the human lad was right. The wolf will not aid Rot. This aligns perfectly with the information he had previously received. I still worry. Is your plan not overly risky? On human territory, their fighting spirit is stronger than our armored steeds. The speaker, a priest of the Grey Goose tribe, possesses a level akin to that of a mid-level priest. Rest assured, before we seize the Rot Castle, Earl Wolf will not react. Even if we do take it, he will merely retreat with a throng of knights to the Eastern Stone Castle, attempting to intimidate us. Old Wolf was once a silver knight, but he is not anymore. I have received word that this old wolf was cursed by a powerful being in his pursuit of fame and fortune a few years back, and he has yet to recover, as long as he dares to emerge for a duel with me. Shall we then provoke the curse upon him? But our horses cannot leap over stone walls. Who said I need to jump over the walls to fight them? There are so many noble lords surrounding Wolf. I can easily visit these minor noble households. So you intend to entangle Wolf's main forces while sweeping through other noble territories. Precisely, there should be some magical defenses in Wolf City. And we won't gain any advantage there. However, as long as we can keep Wolf's main forces occupied in that blue magpie castle, our cavalry can swiftly harvest the territories of 3 or 4 nearby barons and viscounts, providing us with at least 100 slaves. This is what I truly covet. After we sweep through, will Wolf not confront us directly? He will not. We need not take all warlocks and non-warlocks. Just half from each territory. This way, the vassal nobles beneath Wolf will have to return to their lands. Wolf does not have enough knights to seek us out. As October 996 approaches, each individual harbors their own plans, which have evolved in light of Lante's actions. Chapter 10. The first battle. On the afternoon of September 27, 996, Rand, the 4th son of Baron Galloping Horse, is enjoying the 3rd day on the Galloping Horse Plains with his vassals. At this moment, he neither possesses the self-awareness expected of a minor branch's 4th son, understanding his destined sacrifice, nor does he harbor regrets from the family's illicit salt trade, which has drawn retribution. He is not yet part of a grand scheme, feeling the bitterness of fate's manipulation, nor is he engulfed in despair from his territory being ravaged by barbarians, forcing him to flee with his vassals. Currently, he is instructing all the vassals on how to boil water for cooking, dig latrines, and organize bathing in batches at different river sections. Previously, in their state of flight, everyone's focus was solely on survival. Now that Rand feels secure, he begins to find the accumulated odor of sweat from a large group over several days intolerable, not to mention the sight of some individuals squatting in open spaces. Rand cannot abide the scene of upstream individuals relieving themselves while downstream others fish, so he leads a group to dig several latrines and then approaches the knights and warlocks, informing them that if they do not intervene, Everyone will have to eat amidst the stench. Each warlock, accustomed to their noble status, was unwilling to endure such indignity and complied with Rand's request, assigning a non-warlock in each household to supervise hygiene. Upon discerning the potential for success, Lante proceeded to instruct each household to boil water, promoting the consumption of softened water. After boiling the water, he showcased the resulting quality to all the subjects, fabricating a convoluted theory about the fusion of fire and water elements, which purportedly eliminated the earth elements from the water, that he certainly could not disclose to the subjects that it was merely calcium carbonate and other mineral salts reacting chemically under high temperatures. Some of the subjects fetched water from Hubei to boil, others fished in the river, while a portion bathed downstream. That in his previous life, Lante had been rather fastidious, and now as a wielder of magic, his senses were even more acute, making him intolerant of the overwhelming stench of human sweat. He resolved to educate the subjects on hygiene during their time of refuge, sharing skills such as weaving, hunting, fishing, and cooking, and ideally, imparting basic literacy as well. Lante estimated that the encampment would remain here for a month or two, perhaps allowing them to return to the galloping horse territory, where he could later organize some artisanal production. While Lante was lost in thought, two figures appeared on the distant hillside. Approaching swiftly, it was Greyhound and Roar returning from reconnaissance. Upon their arrival at the camp, they brought news of the surrounding area. Their current encampment was situated in the southern part of the Galloping Horse Plain. The Galloping Horse Plain, stretching over 1,000 kilometers from east to west and 400 kilometers from north to south, is bordered by extensive mountain ranges to the east, west, and south, with the vast Blue Moon Lake lying to the north. A river, the Galloping Horse River, flows from west to east through the center of the plain, accompanied by numerous tributaries running from north to south. The main channel of the Galloping Horse River divides the plain into northern and southern sections. The northern tributaries intersect with the Blue Moon River, creating a dense water network that supports a bounty of pack animals, while the southern plain has only a few rivers, with its relatively intact grasslands yielding warhorses, especially in the central grasslands, where a breed of black-scaled horses thrives, their coats resembling scales, and their hooves capable of harnessing wind elements. In the days of the Galloping Horse Kingdom, these horses were known as black-scale horses. And among a herd, there would be a leader of a lower-level magical beast, allowing the group to perform collective wind-based magic for acceleration, akin to a knightly formation. The beastly leader of the horse herd was referred to by the Galloping Horse people as the Night Chelan, which also inspired the name of Night Chelan City, leading the entire nation forward. Much like the leader of the horse herd, Roar and Greyhound initially scouted westward, then veered northward, following a tributary of the Galloping Horse River eastward, discovering a small barbarian encampment approximately 10 kilometers east of Lante's camp. According to Roar's assessment, the total number of barbarians in this encampment was likely between 20 and 30, which included around 4 to 6 wielders of magic. The common barbarians possessed the prowess of mid-level knights, suggesting that Lante's group of 200, with 18 magic wielders, would struggle against this tribe. Sitting on the grass, Lante contemplated the information brought by Roar and Greyhound while observing the bubbling fish soup in the distant pot. He had been in this world for barely a week, having already moved through 3 different locations. Lante felt deeply frustrated, while others found themselves in narratives of royalty or warrior glory upon their transmigrations. He was thrust into a situation where his base was overrun, forced into servitude, and compelled to confront the battlefield, at the mercy of any who might pursue him. Where is that encampment? Take me there. I wish to see what the barbarian encampment is truly like, he declared, no longer wishing to flee but eager to test his meager forces against the small barbarian tribe. For the black-scale horses, a distance of 10 kilometers was not particularly daunting. Minutes later, they arrived at the base of a hillside. Using its cover to discreetly observe the encampment, the small barbarian tribe typically comprised 10 to 20 tents, with at least one major tent for the chief and their family, another for protecting supplies from moisture and sunlight, a third for non-magic slave laborers, and the remainder serving the ordinary magic-wielding barbarians and their families. The tribe maintained a number of pack animals to ensure readiness for departure, as the superior qualities and temperament of the black-scale horses meant that each magic-wielding barbarian generally only raised a single herd, with young horses born in summer being traded once they matured the following spring. Besides horses and pack animals, the barbarians also tended to long-haired sheep, even the smallest tribes keeping dozens. Few barbarian tribes engaged in weaving woolen goods. Most relied directly on furs for warmth. From a certain perspective, if no unusual weather afflicted the galloping horse plain, the barbarians lived more comfortably than peasant farmers. However, they faced challenges from mosquito plagues, windstorms, blizzards, and floods. When such calamities struck, the nomadic economy of the barbarian tribes could collapse, leading to mass migrations southward toward the kingdom of the Great Dragon in the face of widespread climate disasters. In the year 996, the galloping horse plain enjoyed pleasant weather, with gentle breezes and bright sunshine. Lante, along with Greyhound and Roar, located the small tribe, which consisted of 12 tents surrounded by a woven reed fence enclosing dozens of sheep. Although shadows of figures flitted within the camp, the number of inhabitants remained indeterminate. Lante inquired of Greyhound whether Hongsha could count, to which Greyhound affirmed. Hongsha, a small yet astute dog with gleaming red fur reflecting sunlight, quickly returned with news. The small tribe possessed 10 horses, implying at least 10 magic-wielding barbarians resided within. Lante surmised that he might need to continue evading capture. However, Roar soon remarked that Hongsha had informed him of several young black-scale horses among the herd. Although the means of communication between Hongsha and Greyhound remained unclear, the revelation that 3 or 4 of the 10 horses were foals eased some of Lante's trepidation on their return to the camp. Lante discussed with several knights the possibility of launching a nighttime surprise attack. I think it is feasible if the barbarians were truly formidable, they would have detected Hongsha by now, spoke Greyhound, clearly in agreement with Lante's idea. The fact that there has been no sign of activity thus far indicates that the strength within the barbarian camp is limited. We could give it a try. Your proposal carries significant risk, Roar objected, unwilling to accept the perilous venture alongside Lante. We have always been in danger. If my father had not ventured into the galloping horse plain for reconnaissance, we would have lost our territory long ago. If we do not relocate, we would surely be discovered by either barbarians or magical beasts. Lante contended that it was imperative to seize the initiative, enabling them to choose between offense or retreat. And he sought to leverage this opportunity for advantage. Let the rest of you go. You return and guide the subjects to safety, Roar suggested. No, let Albert lead them to safety. I will accompany you, Lante asserted resolutely. When my father discovered the galloping horse territory was in peril, he chose to bring our entire family into the plain, even at the risk of ambush. The nobility of galloping horse cannot falter out of fear. Please do not forget, I am of galloping horse. Lante's declaration was unwavering. More importantly, he wished to ascertain his current capabilities, including his magical prowess and the condition of his territory. To Lante's surprise, Albert was wholly supportive of his decision to venture forth. Furthermore, Albert resolved to join the expedition. You are the acting lord of Galloping Horse. And while I am your scholar, I am also a member of the Galloping family. At such a time, I will not withdraw. Albert's words deeply moved Lante. Unbeknownst to him, Albert had missed a barbarian invasion during his studies in the imperial capital 20 years prior. And upon returning to the Galloping Horse territory, he found that the previous lord had perished 4 years earlier. This event had haunted Albert, leading him to never again miss a single campaign or retreat of his family. After much deliberation, Lante resolved to launch a nighttime raid. Although the nights in Olivia were relatively bright, the barbarians also required rest. The advantage of possessing a timepiece became evident. They could check the hour directly rather than relying on lunar phases. At 7:30 p.m., Voke and 6 magic wielders prepared the encampment for departure, ready to relocate at a moment's notice. Earlier that afternoon, several knights had traveled eastward for 30 kilometers to establish a contingency camp, specifically enlisting a magic wielder for communication. Should the attack falter, the messenger would return to inform Voke, enabling him to lead everyone to the new site. Meanwhile, Lante and the others moved westward, seeking to lure the barbarian cavalry away from their camp. They agreed that if any complications arose, Lante would execute a diversion for at least 3 days before ultimately returning to the new encampment at 10 p.m. 3 bright moons gradually ascended, and Lante, accompanied by 5 knights, arrived at the location where they had observed the barbarians earlier in the afternoon. Most barbarian tribes kept dogs, which would bark furiously at the approach of strangers, thus raising suspicion. Consequently, Lante believed that once they struck, it would be a decisive blow, leaving little room for tactical maneuvering. By midnight, all was silent within the barbarian camp, and Roar felt it was time to act. Lante distributed a few pieces of bread to replenish their strength. At 1 a.m. on September 28, Lante and 4 other knights, along with 3 apprentices, mounted their horses, and gradually approached the camp in formation. The moonlight cast a serene glow upon the grasslands, enveloping the galloping horse plain in an eerie stillness. The 7 knights advanced slowly from the hillside. Initially, the horses merely walked briskly, transitioning to a slow trot as they reached the base of the hill. The distance of less than a kilometer proving ideal for gaining speed. In the distance, the tents gradually loomed larger, and as the knights approached within 100 meters, the dogs in the barbarian camp began to bark. At that moment, the knights instinctively quickened their pace. As they reached the 100-meter mark, the barking intensified, prompting one barbarian to emerge from his tent. However, as he gazed in the direction of the commotion, he saw Lante and a few others who had already breached the fence and charged in. Each knight in their territory was equipped with a lance, a saber, at least 2 throwing axes, and a round shield. Only the Greyhound wielded a bow, while Roll carried his own throwing knives. Despite the array of weapons, everyone had opted to use their sabers for this engagement. Lante remarked that such slashing weapons were particularly effective against barbarians who had not managed to mount their horses. Although Lante had ridden for many days during their migration, when it came to launching an attack on horseback, he felt as if an exuberant stallion was propelling him forward, facing the barbarian's enclosure. His horse leaped without hesitation, and Lante, caught off guard, nearly lost his balance. As the horse descended, he regained his composure and, with a swift motion, brought down his saber upon the barbarian who had stepped outside to investigate. The skirmish lasted approximately 10 minutes. In the first 3 minutes, Lante and Roll dispatched 4 barbarians, and in the subsequent 6 minutes, they located and eliminated a 5th. The knights' assault was surprisingly smooth, aided by their strategic foresight and the fact that the barbarian camp had very few magic users. After the attack concluded, Lante and his companions summoned all the non-magic users from within the camp, declaring themselves the new masters of the territory. They then instructed a messenger to inform the subjects to relocate to the camp the following day. Lante understood that by having several magic users accompany their subjects, none would be left behind. However, if it were merely the few of them leading the non-magic barbarians to their original camp, he could not ascertain how many would remain. Lante organized the 30 non-magic users from the barbarian camp into groups of 10, binding them securely, and warned them that if any group lost a member during the night, the entire group would face execution. In truth, Lante's concerns were entirely unwarranted. Without magic users, the non-magic individuals could hardly survive on the galloping horse plains. Even if they fled to other tribes, they would ultimately become slaves. The non-magic users believed that remaining meant slavery, and fleeing would also lead to enslavement. Thus, there was no need to run again. Chapter 11. Harvest. In the early morning, Lante emerged from the main tent of the barbarian tribe, surprised to find several knights and squire knights already awake. The Greyhound was accompanied by a squire to count various livestock. Roll had taken someone to greet Walker. Albert began interrogating the captured non-magic users, while the Greyhound's son, alongside another knight, searched for spoils near the tent. Each person greeted Lante with genuine smiles, their faces brimming with hope. Lante felt an immense joy, far greater than when he assumed the title of Baron, acting. Having only recently arrived in this otherworldly realm, where survival had been a daily struggle, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Despite the odds being in their favor today, in the morning, before the Baron's subjects migrated, Lante learned of the spoils from the night raid. A total of 38 non-magic users had been captured, including 2 aged over 35, 12 non-magic males, 17 females, and 7 children. Additionally, there were 12 black-scaled horses, 15 pack animals, and 50 long-haired sheep. Apart from the people and livestock, the camp contained 8 carts, 12 tents, approximately 10 gold coins, 100 silver coins, and over 200 copper coins, 3 sets of iron armor suitable for mid-level knights, 400 kilograms of grain, 20 kilograms of salt, 20 kilograms of beast meat, and more than 10 long spears and sabers, along with several magical beast cores and over 30 animal hides, plus a few iron pots. The bounty of grain and livestock significantly alleviated Lante's food supply concerns. However, he remained puzzled as to why there were so many black-scaled horses in the camp, based on the number of tents and horses. The camp should have housed at least 10 magic users. Where had they all gone? Lante and Albert decided to question the 2 non-magic users over 35 years old among the captives. According to their accounts, the tribe originally had 10 magic user barbarians, but half a month ago, the leader of the Grey Goose tribe sent a message requesting the leaders of surrounding tribes to attend a council. As this tribe frequently participated in Grey Goose gatherings, they assumed this meeting would be similar to previous ones, focused on hunting and trade. Thus, the tribal leader took 4 barbarian cavalrymen to the council. However, after several days, they had yet to hear any news of their leader. The Grey Goose tribe and the Brown Bear tribe were the 2 largest tribes in the southern part of the Galloping Horse River, with the Brown Bear tribe relying on an iron mine in the west, making it larger in scale, while the Brown Bear leader was also personally more formidable. However, the Grey Goose tribe, benefiting from a salt mine, was more proactive in dealing with surrounding tribes than the Brown Bear. Utilizing the salt mine in the northeastern region, the Grey Goose tribe engaged in regular trade with the human nobility of the Dragon Kingdom, controlling nearby small and medium-sized tribes through export trade. Each spring and just before winter, the Grey Goose tribe would summon surrounding small and medium-sized tribes for gatherings and hunts, where those attending could obtain a small amount of salt and exchange furs and black-scaled horses for salt, iron goods, grain, and other inland commodities. The gatherings of the Grey Goose tribe had persisted for 7 years as of 996, and in the first 2 years, most tribes attending were intimidated by the sheer numbers of the Grey Goose tribe, fearing they might be consumed by them. However, after another 2 years, the smaller tribes realized that the Grey Goose tribe merely sought to acquire their young black-scaled horses to ensure their confidence in breeding horses. The Grey Goose tribe would extend credit for grain, salt, and even provide stallions during the gatherings. Consequently, over the past 2 years, the surrounding small tribes had become suppliers of black-scaled horses. The gestation period for black-scaled horses is 6 months, and they require an additional year to mature. During the previous gathering 3 years ago, many tribes observed those engaged in horse trading profiting handsomely, with just 5 or 6 black-scaled horses in exchange for dozens of long-haired sheep and a winter's worth of grain. Soon, surrounding tribes began bringing mares and stallions to the next gathering, selling off older horses in preparation for a lucrative return 2 years later. This winter's gathering was precisely when various small and medium-sized tribes would bring their 2 years' worth of breeding and horse-rearing achievements to trade horses at the Grey Goose tribe. All this information was gleaned by Albert from his inquiries with the captives. Lante was utterly stunned upon hearing this. He thought that if the leader of the Grey Goose tribe lived in his era, he would surely be a commercial genius, for while profiting from salt was not uncommon, what was rare was the ability to use the profits from salt trade to win over surrounding tribes. He had effectively transformed a group of nomadic barbarians into cooperative breeders, and the leader's true enterprise was not livestock farming, but rather, under the guise of breeding, he had amassed a significant number of horses with the help of the grassland tribes. As these horses and their barbarian riders gathered, they formed a formidable cavalry force. Yet, Lante still grappled with certain questions, given the current trade between the Galloping Horse Plains and the Dragon Kingdom. Merely relying on black-scaled horses should suffice to offset the food consumption of the barbarians. Why did they still launch attacks against the Dragon Kingdom? What could not be obtained through trade? There is indeed something. Human magic user slaves, the captive answered Lante's query. This particular non-magic user, one of the 2 over 35 years of age in the camp, named Ur, had once served as a steward for a baron of the Dragon Kingdom. 6 or 7 years prior. His family was ravaged by barbarians during their business dealings. In this camp, most of the ordinary non-magic users had been captured from human tribes within the last 2 years, while over half of the remaining non-magic users had been acquired through small-scale exchanges or purchases over the past 9 years. Thus, the majority of the captives were human, with the remainder being descendants of both humans and barbarians. Most barbarians held no particular obsession with killing, yet those in the southern regions of the Galloping Horse Plains took pleasure in abducting human magic users. According to Ur's account, the barbarians would raid human settlements, leaving behind non-magic users as slaves while selling magic users to larger camps at salt mines or iron mines. His family had been attacked by the Grey Goose tribe, with the household's master taken away by the tribe's leader, while the remaining non-magic users were sold at the council to smaller tribes. Ur explained, the barbarian salt mines required a substantial number of miners. Yet non-magic users were incapable of enduring long hours of strenuous mining. The barbarians themselves did not mine, which is why they would abduct numerous magic users during raids on the Dragon Kingdom, forcing them to work in the mines, while non-magic users were tasked with salt production, a division of labor within the salt mines. Lante was profoundly shocked by this revelation. He reflected on the noble class of the Dragon Kingdom, who claimed to be magic users, living a feudal life akin to medieval landlords, while the entire kingdom lacked iron and horses. In contrast, the so-called barbarians, who appeared to lead a primitive tribal existence, were, in fact, a group of high-value entrepreneurs and mine owners engaged in commerce with swords in hand. The irony was that, in the eyes of the barbarians, the nobles were merely a bunch of laborers. Lante felt that his own experience as a magic user was akin to that of the large livestock nearby, only to discover that the barbarians shared this sentiment. This otherworldly realm was indeed fantastical, truly. The mages would be rendered speechless, and the capitalists would weep. However, from Yor's account, Lante gleaned several key points. First, the main forces of these smaller tribes had gone to the Grey Goose tribe. Second, a significant number of the non-magic users within the tribe were humans, all of whom had been captured by the barbarians, which meant he need not worry about the captured barbarian non-magic users causing him trouble. But rather, he would be their savior from the barbarian clutches. And third, if the barbarians were abducting human magic users as slaves, it stood to reason that his adoptive father and brother could very well be toiling as laborers. Albert, esteemed knights, based on the intelligence just received from Yohi, we might consider launching attacks on several more barbarian camps. Perhaps we could uncover the whereabouts of my father and brothers. Lante expressed his thoughts. It's a feasible plan. But will the Grey Goose tribe grant us such a lengthy reprieve? What if we linger too long on the Galloping Horse Plain and encounter their main forces? Albert voiced his concerns. Indeed, that is a possibility. However, I believe it would take quite some time. The Grey Goose has amassed such a multitude of barbarians to venture south of the Kelnico Pass, and it is certainly not for the sake of trade. What they desire are enslaved demon wielders. Now that our people have retreated, they will return to pillage the Rot territory, but with only a handful of individuals there, can it truly satiate the Grey Goose's appetite? Yet venturing further inland brings us face to face with the Count's knightly order. Roar interjected. Sharing his perspective, the Count's knights are not comparable to those of the Rot territory. The Count can also summon mages and priests. We need not confront them head-on, Lante replied. The Northwest Count's territory is vast, should the Count divide his forces. They could be overwhelmed by hordes of barbarians. Conversely, if he gathers them to face the barbarians, it would grant the latter the opportunity to ravage our rear. How to contend with the highly mobile nomadic tribes? Many agricultural kingdoms believe in fortifying their cities and waiting for the nomads to exhaust their supplies. However, in the Dragon Kingdom, the most suitable fortress to defend against barbarians is the castle of the Rot territory. Situated by a tributary of the Galloping Horse River, surrounded by water on three sides, the castle's towers afford a clear view of the Kelnico Pass, making it an ideal defensive position. Yet, even if the Count were to act, his current suspicion and hesitation have caused him to miss the optimal moment to deploy troops. Lante did not believe the Count could safeguard the Viscount's castle, for historically, during large-scale barbarian invasions, the Rot castle has never been successfully defended. The magical turbulence over the Galloping Horse Plain blows directly into the Rot territory with the northern winds, making it exceedingly difficult for human exceptionalists within Rot to exert their full capabilities. Absent the enhancement of magic, low-tier human exceptionalists cannot compete with ordinary barbarian cavalry. The only regret is that I will not witness the Grey Goose tribe breach the Rot castle, nor will I see the fate of the traitors. Lante remarked. As though passing a death sentence on his own kin, Roar and Albert felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this, yet they acknowledged that the current Rot territory must face hundreds of barbarian cavalry alone. Even though Baron Bob has managed affairs commendably over the years, his efforts, at best, are gradual accumulations, while the Grey Goose tribe is united with all the barbarians of the southern Galloping Horse River, making it unlikely for Bob's Rot territory to withstand the onslaught. In the afternoon, Lante's two camps finally converged. The expressions of the vassals were filled with astonishment and admiration. Lante was the first in several generations of his family to penetrate the Galloping Horse Plain and vanquish a barbarian tribe. And his spoils from this battle surpassed what Hark had accrued through years of trade. You are truly remarkable, Lante, Neela exclaimed upon seeing him, finally at ease. In just one night, you have achieved what Lord Hark has gathered in an entire year. Yet we have not yet secured our safe return to the Northwest Count's territory. All that we have gained could vanish in a single night. Lante was acutely aware that his actions were a gamble. This victory was merely the first round. And until they returned safely to the Baroness territory, anything was possible. Young master, it is such a relief that you are unharmed that I never imagined you could achieve such a bounty in a single night. It must be Lord Hark's blessing upon us. Mywinen exclaimed. Filled with excitement. In his eyes, Hark, Ryan, and Obert's abduction felt like the sky had fallen, while the youngest in the family, Lante, had only recently been promoted to a junior knight, however, as the fourth son of a baron. Awakening his bloodline at the age of 14 and becoming a squire at 18, such talent was considered a hindrance in the Dragon Kingdom, typically, if one only attained squire status at 18. It indicated that they would likely become no more than a senior knight, requiring considerable family resources. Yet now, this seemingly low-potential fourth son had led the remnants of his territory to conquer a barbarian tribe. This was a moment worthy of recording in the Count's annals. Overwhelmed with emotion, Mywenen shed tears. The merger proceeded even more smoothly than Lante had anticipated. Per Albert's stipulations, all newly captured non-magic users and livestock would belong solely to Lante. As the lord who led his subordinates to victory over the barbarians, everything that belonged to the Galloping Horse camp originally belonged to Hark, not to Lante. Thus, as the leader of this battle, Lante possessed nothing. In such a scenario, all spoil should be granted to Lante first. For him, the current gains amounted to merely securing the population for his knightly territory, although these individuals were not truly his. Upon returning to his territory, they could be exchanged with several families. Consequently, the former chieftain's grand tent was transformed into Lante's tent, with Yohi provisionally appointed as steward, learning alongside Mywenen, while the current non-magic users were temporarily managed by Nila. Once the ownership issues were resolved, Lante's first order of business would be to celebrate with a feast of lamb. After so many days of fleeing, they had subsisted on simple flatbreads, wild vegetables, or barley porridge, and the knights had a substantial craving for meat, needing to consume it, even the flesh of magical beasts, to retain their combat effectiveness. Lante also tried on a set of barbarian iron armor. According to the traditions of his territory, only family knights were equipped with armor upon reaching junior knight status, and it was not even full armor, merely leather armor reinforced with iron plates. Now, having acquired 3 complete sets of armor, including full body armor with chainmail lining, adjustable half armor, and skirt armor, was a significant boon. Such a set of armor typically ranges from 100 to 200 gold coins in the Dragon Kingdom. And if the materials were of superior quality, capable of bearing runes, the price would soar even higher. The armor on the Galloping Horse plane originated from the iron mines in the southwest. Known for its excellent quality, Lante donned one set, allowing Roar and Grey Dog to wear the others, as they were the two who had toiled the hardest in recent days, yet they were still astonished to have received the armor. Naturally, Lante did not overlook the others. He distributed 20 pounds of magical beast meat to several low-ranking knights and squires. Chapter 12. Pressing forward, Lante understood that he could not possibly transport over 80 sheep, whether for the barbarians or his own kind. The black-scaled horses were companions in battle, pack animals were for transport, and the long-haired sheep served as sources of meat and wool. Thus, he resolved to centralize the processing of the sheep, making cured meats. Among the barbarians, the non-magic users were responsible for the tribe's daily sustenance, being quite adept at slaughtering sheep and skinning them. On this new day, Lante selected 30 of the oldest sheep or those that seemed unlikely to survive the winter from the 80 sheep, slaughtering them to create dried meat and sausages. After slaughtering, Lante instructed the non-magic users to separate the sheep's intestines, clean them thoroughly, and chop the internal organs and fatty meat into small pieces, mixing them with salt, wine, and the remaining spices of the barbarian tribe for curing. Then, he added flour to the seasoned meat mixture, stuffing it into the casings before boiling it, after crafting a few sausages. Once cooked, Lante sampled them, adjusting some of the ingredients before proceeding with large-scale production. The larger cuts of meat would be smoked or dried to create jerky, while the leftover scraps and internal organs would be made into sausages. After all, certain types of sausages were almost humorously referred to as emulsified high-fat offal tubes, which could provide the non-magic users with protein and reduce their reliance on grain-based food. What troubled Lante was the scarcity of spice varieties in this world and the uniformity of flavors. In the barbarian camp, he found some fennel, cinnamon, and thyme. The supply was somewhat greater than what Lante had at home, yet the types were quite similar. Albert mentioned that locally, they could produce fennel and thyme. But cinnamon was a product of the southern forests, which even Lante's household lacked. Deity could only be said that the living conditions of the barbarian chieftains were generally superior to those of Lante as a lesser noble. Aside from spices, fuel had been a persistent concern for Lante. In Olivia, there is a crucial principle. Trees should not be indiscriminately felled. This postmodern environmental philosophy from his homeland left Lante quite astonished. However, Upon reflection, he realized that in his castle, the residences of his vassals, and the various locations he had visited, wooden houses were indeed absent. Most were constructed of stone or even brick. A widely held belief is that tall trees provide a better magical environment. A notion known to almost all human, barbarian, beast, and elven races. Albert stated that 1,000 years ago, every race accepted that trees could bring more magical elements. But in the past millennium, the Tower of Purity discovered that trees over a century old would form a certain natural magic pattern within their trunks, capable of subtly adjusting the proportions of surrounding life elements. Although the effect of a single tree might not be significant, the overall impact of a forest could be quite substantial. Consequently, the human empire has protected large woodlands, and nobles cannot casually exploit them in his territory. Due to proximity to a great forest, the non-magic users of the galloping horse family would venture into the woods to gather firewood or cut branches and shrubs for fuel. However, now that Lante and his group were on the vast prairie, he inquired with Yohi about what the barbarian camp used for firewood. Primarily the reeds by the river. Several types of reeds are quite burnable, and we use them as fuel. That if one area runs out of reeds, we simply relocate our camp. However, in recent years, when the chief is present, a magical rune board is utilized that can ignite fire directly, Yohi explained. Isn't the galloping horse plain an area of magical turbulence? How is it that a rune board can produce fire? Rant found it rather peculiar. What was even more strange was that he had never seen the rune boards of the barbarian chief. He didn't suspect that his knights had hidden the boards. Instead, he wondered if something had been overlooked during the search the previous day. Rant returned to the former tent of the barbarian chief and conducted a thorough research. He even had Greyhound bring red sand over to sniff around. Eventually, he discovered a freshly dug trace under the carpet of the tent. After opening it up, Rant found an iron box 1 meter long, 30 centimeters wide, and 30 centimeters high. Inside the iron box was a wooden box made of a special kind of wood with some magical formations on the outside. Albert knew that such boxes were crafted by the Golden Moon elves in the southern forests. Using the branches of a certain arbor, they were excellent for storing magical materials. The medium-sized wooden box Rant saw was called a magic sealing box. In the capital, small and medium-sized nobles used them to store magical crystals, rune board materials, and other precious items. There were also smaller but more delicate ones for storing ladies' magical jewelry, and larger boxes for storing the rune armors, magical weapons of high-level professionals, or materials from high-level demonic beasts. From the magic sealing box, Rant found 3 rune boards, 8 magic crystals, and an enchanted dagger. The 3 rune boards could respectively generate fire, gather water, and freeze. Now Rant knew what powered the magic rune boards. However, considering that a magic crystal was worth at least 10 gold coins, burning magic crystals seemed overly expensive. But Albert said that there was a simple magic gathering formation on the rune board, and 1 magic crystal could burn continuously for 7 to 8 hours. According to Yohi's introduction, the rune board was not used alone, but to assist the combustion of fuel, with the combined burning of the rune board and reeds. The burning time of ordinary fuel could be tripled, and the residue after burning was basically just ashes. Moreover, 1 magic crystal could burn continuously for several days. Rant felt that the rune board seemed to play a catalytic role or improve the combustion efficiency. With the discovery of the rune boards, the problem of fuel was solved, and the great cause of making meat sausages began. Besides making mutton sausages, some non-magic users processed more than 30 sheepskins. Other captured non-magic users helped the non-magic users in the original territory make or modify clothes, making the entire territory look more like a barbarian camp rather than a refugee camp of humans. In the afternoon, Greyhound, who had been on patrol, rode back. According to his reconnaissance, there were still some small tribes upstream. The information Greyhound brought made everyone eager. These small tribes were now the granaries and treasuries of Rant and his group. Every knight was eager to attack and hoped that Rant would give his consent. However, Rant was a bit hesitant. After all, the barbarian tribes were not NPCs in a game waiting to be robbed. Even if they stayed in the camp, each barbarian tribe would have a few guards, and these barbarian cavalry were quite powerful. They could only launch a surprise attack to avoid casualties. Losing any of the current knights or knight apprentices would result in a structural loss of strength. But there were also problems if they didn't attack. The food in the camp was limited, and on the one hand, they would eventually run out. On the other hand, they didn't know when the hunting barbarians would return. No matter how many difficulties there were, indecision wouldn't solve the problems. Rant decided to conduct another reconnaissance himself. He hoped to select a relatively weak tribe to attack first, at least to equip all the junior knights with iron armors. Rant, along with Greyhound and Roar, first went north and then east. They first encountered two neighboring small tribes. These two camps, which Rant called the Twin Tribes, were separated only by a river, and the straight line distance between them was less than 1 kilometer. Judging from the number of horses, there were about 4 to 5 barbarian cavalry in each tribe, making them the smallest tribes. However, although the two tribes were very close, they couldn't reach one from the other immediately because of the river. Rant hesitated when he saw this. Once a night attack began, if one camp was attacked, the other would surely react. Although the two tribes wouldn't support each other, it would be very difficult to defeat them both at the same time. After traveling more than 10 kilometers east, they saw another small tribe with about 5 barbarian cavalry. Rant thought it was worth a try, but this small tribe was quite far away. Rant had become a bit picky and thought it might not be worth the trouble. Further east, after another 10-kilometer journey, they saw a medium-sized camp with about 10 people. Judging from the scale and the number of horses, it was clear that Rant's group couldn't defeat this tribe. It seems there's no need to choose. Everyone, pack up tonight and get ready to take over the second camp. Rant made the decision on the way back. Yes, my lord. The knights responded, their hearts filled with excitement. Rant was really generous in sharing the spoils. If they took over another camp, each of them would get an iron armor, a fortune that could be passed down to future generations. That night, Rant led all the junior knights and knight apprentices in the camp again. This time, Walker also came along. Rant brought out all his forces. The group first went north and then west along the tributary of the Galloping Horse River. In the vast grassland, the river was an excellent landmark. However, when Rant saw the twin camps on the way, he found that one of the camps was holding a bonfire party, a wild celebration in the firelight. 9 tall barbarians were drinking and having a good time. What was even better was that the horses from both camps were gathered beside the bonfire, and the dogs in the camp were barking wildly, but no one cared. Looking at the reveling barbarians, Rant murmured, maybe we should attack the other camp later? Obviously, the most troublesome thing about the twin camps before was the scattered barbarian cavalry. Now they were all together having fun. What used to be 2 mouthfuls of meat could now be swallowed in one go. The twin camps had become a ready-made delicacy in front of Rant. Let's wait until these barbarians get drunk. Roar said. The barbarians didn't get drunk right away. Instead, they started to act wildly in a tipsy state. Now Rant's eyes were in for a shock. He watched as a barbarian ran into the sheep pen and thought his eyes were being polluted. Kill that sheep first when we get back, he said. As the barbarian camp celebration entered the second half, Rant, along with 7 knights, 3 knight apprentices, and several ordinary magic users on horseback, slowly galloped towards the barbarian camp. Once the barbarians got carried away, they became completely oblivious. It wasn't until Rant's group was only 100 meters away from the camp that no one noticed them. It wasn't until the firelight reflected off Rant's iron armor that a barbarian caught a glimpse of him from the corner of his eye. At first, he even thought it was someone from another tribe coming to join the fun. Then he saw a tall horse carrying Rant in iron armor gallop into the camp, followed by a gleaming saber. The saber with a white tassel felled the first barbarian, and Rant scored the first kill again. The subsequent knights also achieved their results one after another, within a few dozen seconds of entering the barbarian camp. They had already defeated more than half of the opponents. However, Rant knew that this time their enemies were more numerous and the situation was more uncertain. For example, after dealing with the barbarians around the bonfire, there were at least 4 more. Rant rode into the largest tent and indeed saw a larger-sized barbarian having an intimate exchange with a non-magic user in the tribe on a huge carpet. Rant's blade precisely avoided the other non-magic users and sliced through the barbarian chief's neck. The hot blood splashed onto the girl beside him. Screams rang out both inside and outside the tent. The last barbarian was dealt with by Roar in the sheep pen. There was no time to count the spoils. They could only leave a few magic users to watch the non-magic users in the camp. After a quick patrol, they gathered the 27 non-magic users together and immediately charged towards the other camp, leading their horses through the icy river. Rant thought there wouldn't be any barbarians in the second small camp. However, it was still quiet, and no one came out of the tents to check, which surprised him. When they rushed into the small camp, they saw an old non-magic user come out. My lords, all the lords of our tribe have gone to the neighboring tribe for a get-together. I note they're having a great time now. Rant replied. Then what are you gentlemen doing here? To collect their relics, Rant said. Is there any other magic user in this camp. What? Relics? The non-magic user asked in surprise. Yes, I said they're having a great time, until they died. There's no other magic user in this camp. Good, get everyone here out and move to that camp. Rant's words brooked no objection. Fortunately, the two camps were really close. Under Rant's strict orders, no non-magic user dared to dawdle. They got out of their tents and started packing. This camp also had a main tent and 3 smaller ones. Rant found a leather package under the main tent, which contained 3 undug magic cores and a water-gathering rune board. The 21 non-magic users in the camp quickly gathered and moved to the other camp with 6 pack animals and 20 sheep. After about an hour, the twin camps were merged as Rant had expected. The two camps were familiar with each other. According to the non-magic users, the chiefs of the two camps were brothers who had just split the family this year. Recently, the main forces of both families had gone to a tribal alliance, so the brothers' children had gathered together for mutual support. Today marks an agreement between two camps to revel in merriment together. However, the marauding tribesmen, eager for their own pleasures, were caught off guard by a sudden ambush from Lante. The combined forces of the twin camps comprised 2 mature, non-magic users, 13 adult males, 22 adult females, 11 children. Alongside 10 black-scaled horses, 14 pack beasts, 47 long-haired sheep, for sets of iron armor, 17 kilograms of salt, 370 kilograms of rice, 15 kilograms of beast meat, and a meager sum of less than 30 gold coins, as well as a total of 2 rune boards and 7 magic crystals. For Lante and his group, the most valuable acquisitions remain the iron armor, the populace, and the horses. Lante expressed profound satisfaction with his haul. He even rekindled the campfire, roasting the leftover sheep that the tribesmen had abandoned, preparing for a late-night feast. That moment, Albert approached Lante with roar, inquiring, "My lord, shall we not strike another camp? Let us indulge briefly, to replenish our strength," Lante replied, observing the gluttonous gleam in Roar in Albert's eyes, beckoning his subordinates to partake in the evening repast. Chapter 13. The Fall of Rot. On September 30,996 of the Divine Monarch, the journey from the territory of the Viscount of Rot to that of the Baron of Galloping Horse was nearly level. Traversing only a small river and some sparse woodlands, a caravan, led by the steward of the Rot estate, was progressing along the dirt road between the two castles, consisting of 6 horse-drawn carts laden with supplies including 1 ton of grain, 15 slabs of pork, spices, timber, and live poultry, all items listed in a previous inventory from the Viscount of Rot, according to the verbal agreement between the Viscount of Rot and the Grey Goose tribe. Upon receiving these goods, the Grey Goose tribe would return north, thereby concluding their southern incursion. Just a few hundred meters behind the caravan, 25 armored knights trailed at a distance, with the leader being Viscount Bob, the deputy commander of the former Bristlewolf Knight Brigade. 8 years prior, upon his arrival at the Galloping Horse Plains, Bob had encountered the chief of the Grey Goose tribe, who had recently acquired a salt mine. Since then, a commercial relationship had flourished between the two. Bob not only facilitated the salt trade for several Viscount and Baron territories within the Northwest Earldom, but also introduced the Grey Goose tribe to the Frostwolf family from the royal capital of Longfong City. This family's business spanned multiple kingdoms and principalities, ranking among the largest commercial families within the human realm, along with a young man from the Blue Dragon family. After introducing both individuals to the Grey Goose tribe, the tribe entered a new phase. From their 3rd year of acquaintance, the tribe began selling an increasing number of black-scaled horses to Bob, who understood that to secure more horses from the Grey Goose, he needed to provide them with greater quantities of grain. Thus, every spring and autumn, Bob's caravan would visit the Grey Goose tribe and send additional caravans to the southern marquisate of the Giant Dragon, acquiring vast amounts of aged grain. This grain, calculated in copper coins, was exchanged in the northern plains of the kingdom for black-scaled horses and salt, embodying the business acumen of the Rot family. Of course, relying solely on grain could not entirely offset the price of 20 warhorses. Thus, it was imperative to procure rune boards, magic crystals, demon sealing boxes, and magic pattern lamps, magical tools reliant on magic crystals, from the royal capital. The tribesmen possessed salt mines and warhorses, yet gold coins held little value for them. Moreover, the tribesmen's tents on the plains were far less comfortable than the castles of human nobles, replete with magical formations. Consequently, the tribesmen, having amassed considerable cash, yearned to exchange their gold for magical tools that would enhance their quality of life. Furthermore, as the tribesmen's magic users could not perceive the operation of magic, even the simplest rune boards were beyond their comprehension, alleviating concerns that such boards would be countered by the tribesmen. However, Viscount Bob had not anticipated that the Grey Goose tribe had grown stronger than he had imagined over the past 7 years of continuous trade. In the first year of their business, the chief of the Grey Goose tribe entrusted all the salt from their camps to Viscount Bob and even sold him their mounts, providing Bob with an insight into the tribe's strength. Yet, by the second year, when Bob arrived at the Grey Goose tribe with Mice Frostwolf, the tribe was already prepared with sufficient black-scaled horses, leading the Viscount to feel that he could not transport all the horses with the goods he had brought. By the third year, as Bob sought to sell rune boards and magic crystals, he found himself no longer the Grey Goose tribe's primary business partner. The Blue Dragon and Frostwolf families began conducting substantial transactions with the tribe, leaving him trailing behind. What further incensed Bob was the rumor that other viscounts within the earldom had also been trading with the Grey Goose since early spring. To Bob, the Grey Goose tribe was merely an agent he had supported on the Galloping Horse Plains. Even though it was a significant tribe in the southern part of the plains, the total number of magic users among the tribesmen could not exceed 100. They also needed to deploy over 50 individuals to maintain vigilance over the salt mine and station some cavalry at the Kelnico Pass for security, meaning that the cavalry capable of reaching the Galloping Horse Marquette would not exceed 20. Having entered the plains multiple times, Bob had come to understand the tribesmen's habits, despite their possessing the physique of mid-level knights. This was merely a broad concept. Just as black-scaled horses are indeed excellent steeds, even they require several months of training within knightly orders before they can be deemed qualified warhorses. The tribesmen could not employ combat techniques or fighting spirit in battle, and their robust cavalry could only charge headlong. In contrast, human knights wield the power of fighting spirit, which alters their combat habits, senses, and techniques, even without the ability to utilize fighting spirit techniques on Galloping Horse Plains. A junior knight who has undergone extensive fighting spirit training can still condense their internal fighting spirit to enhance their physicality, allowing them to engage the tribesmen on equal footing, with ample battlefield experience. Viscount Bob resolved to teach the Grey Goose a lesson. Bob, the most gifted and capable viscount since the Galloping Horse family settlement in the Rot territory, was a high-ranking knight with extensive networks in Longfong City and Bristlewolf City. After his ennoblement, Bob worked to strengthen connections in Bristlewolf City, Longfong City, and several other earldoms and marquisates while dispatching caravans to the Galloping Horse Plains, transforming his Rot territory into a hub for border trade. With the influx of gold coins from trade, Bob selected 12 junior knights and 5 mid-level knights from among his former comrades and classmates to serve as his family knights. Now, with a knightly squadron of 25 knights, Bob's primary asset, he felt no fear of the meager cavalry that the Grey Goose tribe could muster. In Bob's eyes, the Galloping Horse Plains represented the future ascendancy of his family. Currently, this Grey Goose tribe, having risen on its own merit, audaciously attempted to encroach southward, demanding that he provide grain under the pretense of a food shortage. Bob had initially contemplated dispersing the Galloping Horse Marquette, allowing the tribesmen to take what they wished, while his own non-magic users could re-enter the Marquette, rendering it a territory that appeared protected by its populace, yet was effectively plundered of its nobility. In this way, as a close branch of Hark, Viscount Rock could position his youngest son as a baron, his knightly order could dispatch some to become vassal knights, and he could continue trading with the Grey Goose tribe while also looking after the Galloping Horse family. However, it was unfortunate that a distant branch of his family failed to comprehend the situation, neglecting to shield the main branch, resulting in the youngest baron's fourth son leading the entire populace away. The lord, swayed by partiality, sat idly by while the knightly order remained confined to Bristlewolf City. Now he could rely solely on himself, bringing his gathered knightly order to expel the tribesmen. As the carts progressed, the steward of Rot's estate could finally see the castle of the Baron of Galloping Horse. After traversing a short distance, patrolling tribesmen approached, and after a brief inquiry, they escorted the steward and the caravan to the castle. In the second-floor chamber that was once the Baron's quarters, the steward of Rot encountered the chief of the Grey Goose. Has the Viscount's supplies arrived? The chief inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, esteemed chief of the Grey Goose. My lord the Viscount has dispatched 6 carts of supplies, awaiting your inspection outside the castle. Excellent. Let me see. The chief replied, reviewing the list of goods presented by the steward. Very well, it appears to align perfectly with our agreement. Of course. My lord the Viscount has always honored his word. How about your party? Naturally, we shall depart as per our arrangement with the Viscount. The chief smiled, signaling the tribesmen within the Baron's castle to prepare for departure. Soon, 25 cavalrymen gathered in the castle, with 10 escorting 6 carts, while the remaining 15 split into 2 groups, 10 leading the way and 5 bringing up the rear. The convoy of carts moved northward. On the route from the galloping horse territory towards the plains, they would pass through a section of Rot's territory. Along the roadside, a small grove nestled on a dirt slope concealed the Viscount of Rot and his knightly squadron. The Viscount first spotted the 10 tribesmen walking ahead of the carts, followed by the first cart. At that moment, all the knights had mounted their steeds, and as the third cart passed, the Viscount led his knights charging down from the slope. The tribesmen had already noticed the Viscount as he burst forth from the woods and, without hesitation, abandoned the carts, making their way towards the Kelnico Pass. Although the tribesmen were clad in leather armor, the Viscount's knights were donned in iron armor, and the distance between them continued to diminish. The first skill that members of a knightly order need to train is to transfer their fighting spirit to their steeds. Thus, even light-armored cavalry would struggle to outrun heavily armored knights south of the Kelnico Valley. As the distance between the two parties continually diminished, Bob caught sight of the last cavalryman ahead. He concentrated all his fighting spirit into the tip of his lance, and when the two horses were less than 2 meters apart, his energy surged forward through the lance, although the tip was still a fraction away from the barbarian cavalryman's back. The fighting spirit had already penetrated the rider's body, shattering the thin leather armor, causing the rider to collapse to the ground. Ahead lay another slope. As they ascended, all the horses slowed down. Yet, the knights could harness their fighting spirit to maintain a swifter pace, particularly the black-scaled horses, whose hooves could gather elemental magic of the wind. The knights could enhance the wind element's ratio within the hooves, allowing for a smoother flow. In an instant, Bob pierced through a second barbarian, who had no time to scream before being unseated. Then came the third and fourth barbarians. Finally, the remaining 19 barbarians fled to the top of the earthen slope. Continuing their retreat towards the northeast, Bob was determined not to let them escape. However, just as he focused on unseating the next cavalryman, he was suddenly struck on the helmet. With his iron helmet narrowing his vision and his attention fixed on the barbarian cavalryman ahead, he was oblivious to the situation on his flank. Hearing the shouts of other knights, he lifted his visor. Surrounding the slope were approximately 150 cavalrymen encircling Bob's knights. These riders did not halt, but circled around Bob's knights. This was the first time Bob, as the Viscount of Roth, encountered such a multitude of barbarian cavalry. The knights clustered together, and at that moment, Bob realized he had fallen into a trap. Not only he, but also Hark and Count Zonglong had been ensnared. From the outset, the Grey Goose had no intention of merely raiding and departing. Indeed, it was quite possible that the Grey Goose had not even succeeded in raiding the Lante tribe. This Grey Goose had truly lost its mind, bringing a horde of barbarians into the heart of the kingdom of the Dragon King. What? Some cavalrymen dare to challenge knights. Roth sneered. When did you barbarians harbor such a delusion? Believing that sheer numbers could overcome knights, Roth called out, and the members of the knight squad immediately formed a charging formation, surging in a unified direction, with a resounding boom before they could break through. A cavalry viscount fell in response, and soon thereafter, the knights heard a peculiar whistle. Its sound melodious and haunting as the whistle echoed. The warhorses beneath the knights suddenly grew restless, without their strongest leader. The warhorses became agitated, and the remaining formation of knights swiftly broke apart. With a roar, 150 barbarian cavalrymen flanked and charged into the knights' formation. At this moment, although the knights could still barely control their steeds, they were disheartened in the face of the overwhelming barbarian numbers. Another thundering sound erupted as a mid-level knight was struck to the ground by a bolt of lightning, followed by the barbarian tribal chief crashing into another mid-level knight, leaving the knight dazed and his horse bolting. Soon, the knight was unseated and pierced by numerous spears from the surrounding cavalrymen. The originally 6 mid-level knight strength was halved in an instant, and the remaining junior knights and knight apprentices, their spirits crushed, began to prepare for their own escape. As the sun dipped in the west, atop the tower of Roth Castle, a sorcerer of the Roth family futilely gazed towards the direction of the Kelnico Pass. This sorcerer was the illegitimate son of the Viscount of Roth, a child whom the Viscount would typically overlook. However, at the age of 16, this boy had awakened as a sorcerer, though he possessed little potential for advancement. He nonetheless added strength to the family and was thus retained at the castle to guard it while the Viscount led the main forces out. As the illegitimate son observed a group of knights traversing down the northern slope. Riding on black-scaled horses and bearing the banner of the Roth territory, he exclaimed, "At last they have returned. The barbarians are gone." Without further thought, he rushed to the castle entrance to welcome the Viscount's arrival. Accompanied by the non-sorcerers within the castle, as the knights approached, the illegitimate son rehearsed in his mind how to commend the Viscount's bravery and his brother's might. However, to his astonishment, when the knights reached him, they merely paused for a moment before one of them called out loudly, "The Viscount is injured. Make way." "Father, you truly are." "What? The Viscount is injured. Hurry, make way for him to enter. Don't block the path." The knights ushered the injured Viscount into the castle, and in his panic, the illegitimate son hurriedly followed the non-sorcerers inside. "Father, how are you? Is your injury severe? Should we fetch a priest from Zonglong City?" The illegitimate son trailed behind the knightly procession. Yet as he beheld the back of the Viscount removing his helmet, he suddenly found the figure unfamiliar. Father. When the figure turned around, the illegitimate son was met with a stranger's face, leaving him frozen in place. Chapter 14. Towards the training of mid-level knights. On the morning of September 30,996 of the Divine Emperor's reign, Albert was engaged in new statistical work. On the night of the 29th. Following Lance's successful raid on the Twin Tribe, Albert continued to conquer a small tribe located 10 kilometers to the west, the only tribe originally scheduled for attack that night. The assault proceeded with remarkable ease. Moreover, Lance subsequently demonstrated a sense of responsibility as a lord. After the raid, he sent some knights back to the previously conquered Twin Tribe and instructed the camp's sorcerers to relay orders for the 3 camps to merge after dawn. Before dawn, Rower, stationed at the small camp, led the entire camp's inhabitants to join the Twin Tribe camp. According to Albert's statistics, the barbarian camps conquered within 2 days provided a total of 27 black-scaled horses, 36 pack animals, 24 tents, 119 sheep, 109 non-sorcerers, and 53 gold coins. Thus, in just 2 days, Lante had acquired livestock exceeding the total of the Baron of Galloping Horse's trade over the years, with the rescued and captured population surpassing half of the Baron's territory. By the lowest noble standards, should Lante manage to ascend to mid-level knight status, he would be able to independently develop the Baron's territory. At this moment, Albert began to seriously contemplate whether the Galloping Horse barony should indeed be entrusted to Lante. Lante was now a junior knight, barely able to inherit the baronial title, yet he had exhibited immense potential and managerial capabilities. If Lante could break through during this period, he could expand into new baronial territories. Albert's thoughts drifted far afield as he began to ponder where to establish a new baronial fief, where to find earth element sorcerers to assist in constructing a castle, and how to locate low-level knights seeking their lords. Furthermore, as Lante was still in a growth phase, he required more magical beast meat to replenish his strength and fighting spirit. However, Lante seemed oblivious to the significance of magical beast meat, often preferring to distribute the acquired meat among a few junior knights. After a night of relentless assaults on 2 camps, followed by a return to the first Twin Tribe camp for rest, Lante found himself utterly exhausted. That moment, he had just risen, marking the latest he had awoken since arriving in this world. Yet now, he pondered the 2 kneeling non-sorceress girls by his bedside. "Do you have business?" he inquired. "Master Albert instructed us to serve you well," the 2 girls replied. Lante fell silent for a moment. "Today, our camps will merge, and approximately over 300 people will gather. It will be quite crowded. Please find the overseers in several tents and have them come to me." "Yes." The 2 young women promptly exited the tent. Lante understood that non-sorcerers held considerable privileges in this world, as becoming a sorcerer brought significant changes in physique, strength, and lifespan. In Lante's homeland, a survey had revealed that in primate populations, the greater the size disparity between males and females at the individual level, the more likely the population would exhibit polygynous behavior. Sorcerers in this world often had multiple partners, regardless of gender. From a certain perspective, a human family consists of a sorcerer, their partners, and their offspring. For sorcerers, they truly represent the same species, while ordinary non-sorcerers are merely beings under their protection and service. Whether on the battlefield or in daily life, sorcerers tended to respect one another. For instance, whether it was Rower or Lante. If they needed to mobilize non-sorcerers from another family, they had to consult the corresponding sorcerer head of the household. Conflicts among humans typically manifested as brawls among sorcerers, adhering to the principle of avoiding lethal harm and allowing each other to hold back. Even within families composed of sorcerers, male and female sorcerers would have their respective non-sorcerers partners. In summary, the relationships among sorcerers are highly equitable, while non-sorcerers are subordinate to sorcerers, with all relationships stemming from strength. Over the past few days, Lante observed the various sorcerers and their families around him, akin to groups of curly-haired baboons, each group led by a dominant baboon, the rest being either his wives or children. Having become a sorcerer himself, Lante had no intention of relinquishing the privileges that came with it. However, he did wonder whether the non-sorcerers among the barbarians could maintain proper hygiene, as they exuded such odors that it was hard to keep one's eyes open. Of course, the more pressing concern was the girl claiming to serve him, who had been at the side of the barbarian chief he had felled in bed. Lante vividly recalled the blood of the barbarian chief spraying all over her, even if she bore no psychological scars. He certainly did. Soon, several of the leading non-sorcerers from among the captured 61 non-sorcerers arrived at Lante's tent, individuals of relatively high standing among them. Rand decided to assign some tasks to the individuals at the camp. First, he instructed them to compile a list of those with specific skills within the camp, including cooks, tanners, armor maintenance workers, weavers, spinners, carpenters, masons, and grooms. Next, he requested a tally of all the literate individuals among the non-magic users. And he also aimed to gather all the 20-odd children together, ensuring that the literate women with children would care for them collectively. Finally, he mandated that everyone in the camp should wash their clothes, bathe, and dig latrines. The main camp had yet to be relocated. Some specific divisions of labor would be established after the merger. After Rand had arranged the tasks, Roar and Albert approached him. "Rand, do you have a moment?" Albert inquired kindly. In the presence of other subjects and knights, Albert would refer to Rand as my lord, Lord Rand, or Baron. But when alone, he addressed him by name. "Uncle Albert, what can I do for you?" Rand was aware that this was usually an opportunity for Albert to impart some knowledge, and thus he treated him with particular respect. "I spoke with Roar, and we believe that in addition to managing the affairs of the territory, you should also expedite your knight training. Although according to imperial law, a junior knight can inherit the title of Baron, it is insufficient for an expanding Baron to merely be a junior knight in order to survive at the frontier. In fact, I wish to discuss this with you today as well. When I recently broke through, I attempted to condense my fighting spirit, but it felt exceedingly laborious, and I was unable to release it. My father taught us many fundamental techniques, such as charging and slashing. However, I find it quite challenging to successfully apply my fighting spirit, and even when I do succeed, I feel immensely drained." During his recent leisure, Rand had hoped to practice utilizing his fighting spirit to release various techniques. For instance, the most traditional charge involves accelerating the body with fighting spirit, which has multiple variations, such as using a shield infused with fighting spirit to perform a shield bash while in rapid motion. However, the magical turbulence on the galloping horse plains made it exceedingly difficult for Rand to condense his fighting spirit, hindering his practice and application of techniques. In an environment saturated with magical elements, the human body requires a more extended period to absorb these elements and condense them into fighting spirit. As a newly minted junior knight, Rand possessed little fighting spirit to begin with, and his absorption rate was slow. Thus, once he released his fighting spirit, he would immediately feel weak. Currently, the most efficient way for Rand to replenish his fighting spirit was by consuming monster meat. Under Albert's care these past few days, all the knights had generously offered their recently acquired monster meat to Rand. Everyone understood that if they wished to achieve continuous victories in future battles, they needed to assist Rand in enhancing his strength, as preserving him meant preserving the entire territory. In fact, there is another method to condense fighting spirit, Albert stated with seriousness. "Oh, through meditation." Rand expressed interest. Meditation operates on principles akin to training, gathering magical elements from the environment into the body. And what method is that? Since it is difficult to gather magical elements from the environment, we shall gather the already condensed magical elements. Condensed blue potions. Rand nearly mentioned the blue vial. That is one option, but ordinary potions are primarily for mages to replenish their magical power. Knights can consume them, but their absorption is quite poor. There are specialized potions for fighting spirit, but we don't have any at the moment. True, we lack ready-made potions, but we do have natural alternatives. Natural? You can't be referring to those magic crystals, can you? Indeed, magic crystals can inefficiently replenish fighting spirit. That sounds prohibitively expensive. Yes, but we currently have no other options. Subsequently, Roar and Albert introduced Rand to a very rudimentary method of replenishing fighting spirit. By holding the magic crystal and channeling his fighting spirit into his palm, he could merge the magical power within the crystal into his body, accelerating the replenishment of his fighting spirit. Of course, this method had its drawbacks, such as low efficiency. Typically, magical beasts possessing magic cores can utilize multiple spells or techniques, but the fighting spirit replenished from magic crystals could only be used for 1 or 2 techniques. However, Rand had no alternatives at present. The only comforting thought was that he still possessed a relatively ample supply of magic crystals, 27 in total. Each camp usually had a few. Last night, Rand decided to relocate all camps to the vicinity of the twin camp, effectively selecting a compromised position among the 3 camps, which was located 20 kilometers from the nearest medium-sized barbarian camp. Considering the absence of main forces, the barbarians would likely reduce their routine surveillance, making their current position quite safe. Before the old camp converged, Rand experimented with the method of using magic crystals to replenish fighting spirit at the cost of 5 magic crystals. During his first attempt, Rand discovered that simply holding the crystal and wrapping it with his fighting spirit caused a significant loss of magical power. Once the magic within the crystal dissipated into the air, it would be swept away by the turbulence. Rand even sensed that the flow of this magical energy adhered to certain principles of fluid dynamics. After gaining this experience, Rand promptly decided to adjust his approach. In his second attempt to absorb the second magic crystal, he tried to form a vortex with his fighting spirit to envelop the crystal, allowing the fighting spirit to circulate continuously in his palm. This adjustment proved slightly effective, as the magical power leakage was significantly less than in the first attempt. Encouraged by this progress, Rand increased the circulation speed during his third attempt. The magic stored within the crystal was not particularly abundant, and rapidly circulating his fighting spirit would also consume it, creating a delicate balance between consumption and efficiency. After another trial, Rand felt he had found a balance that he could accept. After absorbing the fighting spirit from 3 to 4 magic crystals, Rand practiced several techniques taught to him by his father: hark, charging, slashing, and jumping strikes. Finally, he attempted to enhance his downward strikes by infusing fighting spirit into his saber. Thanks to the replenishment from 5 magic crystals, Rand successfully executed 7 techniques in succession. After completing all his techniques, Rand absorbed the last magic crystal using the optimal fighting spirit circulation speed he had discovered, concluding his training session. While this method of using magic crystals to replenish fighting spirit was exceedingly costly, it was crucial for battles against the barbarians, where each encounter could be a matter of life and death. Attaining victory through magic crystals was far more advantageous than being overwhelmed due to a lack of fighting spirit. Based on Roar's experience, although the physical prowess of the barbarians could reach that of a junior knight, if a junior knight adeptly utilized the techniques afforded by their fighting spirit, they would stand a good chance against ordinary barbarians. In the future, Rand would undoubtedly face direct confrontations with the barbarians on the galloping horse plains, and he needed to master the technique of replenishing fighting spirit with magic crystals. Albert, may I ask if we knights have our own deity? Rand casually inquired after his training. In his recollection, knights would offer prayers to a knightly god before charging into battle, yet he could not recall any temple or altar dedicated to such a deity. Was it possible that the knightly god was so lofty that mere clouds sufficed for worship, without even the need for offerings? Of course we do. The god of knights is none other than the god of all knightly lords and mages. Then do we not need to pay homage? Protecting the populace is the greatest form of worship. Isn't there a need for tribute? In that moment, Rand sensed the look in Albert's eyes, reminiscent of a teacher gazing at a struggling student. Did your father not tell you this? What? The Divine Emperor is the god of knights and mages. What? The Divine Emperor? I mentioned that the Divine Emperor ascended to divinity after 50 years of reign, at which point he had already explored the legendary tier system, becoming the deity of knights and mages. Then why is it still the era of the Divine Emperor? After that, the Divine Emperor remained in power until 725, when he chose to pass the throne to his great-grandson, the legendary mage Zhang Chun, who is the current emperor. Wow, to think that a god could play such games. reigning as emperor for over 700 years, and then retreating behind the scenes for another 250 years. He truly experienced the iron hooves trampling across vast lands for 1,000 years. Rand was left speechless in astonishment. No wonder there was no need to offer tributes to the god of knights. Why not simply collect taxes? Wouldn't monopolizing salt and iron be far more delightful? Wouldn't nurturing legends be even more delightful? A long procession was advancing from the south. This was Rand's main camp. After nearly a morning of waiting, several camps finally converged. Chapter 15. Convergence at last. Rand could see the camp he had just seized. At this moment, Neela brimmed with pride, as each subject recounted Rand's accomplishments, and everyone spoke of his future inheritance of the territory or the establishment of a new barony. Just 10 days prior, Rand had been merely the fourth son of a baron, a mere squire. Although he was already the esteemed possessor of magical prowess within his family, both Baron Hark and Scholar Albert believed that Rand would at most break through to become a junior knight. Likely spending his life as just a squire, Rand was a person of little resolve. Neither Hark, Albert, nor Ryan and Obert paid much heed to his thoughts or feelings. However, after Baron Hark was captured by the barbarians, this once overlooked fourth son of the Baron not only successfully led everyone in the territory to safety, but also managed to conquer 3 barbarian camps, acquiring over 100 non-magic users. According to the traditions of knights, the spoils of battle were primarily distributed by the Lord. Now, Rand had equipped each knight with a full suit of iron armor, which undoubtedly constituted a significant gain for them. The remaining cattle and sheep, along with the population, will become the foundation for Lante's future. Upon contemplating this, Neela felt an even greater sense of joy and continually urged the 2 stewards, Yohi and Maiwanen, to swiftly lead the inhabitants to join Lante. As the 2 camps converged, a jubilant atmosphere enveloped everyone. The magicless individuals from the old camp became increasingly convinced that Lante could guide them out of the galloping horse plains and back to their territory for a stable life. Meanwhile, the newly acquired magicless individuals rejoiced in the existing foundation of this territory, signifying that their future days would not be bleak. Observing the assembly of over 300 magicless individuals, Lante felt a sigh of relief. After all, the number of magicless individuals in the camp had expanded by 50%, and the livestock had doubled. Moreover, many among them were strangers to one another, having previously served as a homeroom teacher. Lante was apprehensive that these individuals, who barely reached his chest, might make a mistake, a lingering occupational hazard from his past life. As the magicless individuals from the main camp began to set up their tents, Lante convened a meeting in his tent with the primary managers among the 120 magicless individuals directly under the Baron, along with Maiwanen, Neela, Yohi, and the managers of the newly reclaimed 3 camps, Cole, Shummer, and Hate. The purpose of the meeting was straightforward: to delegate tasks. Lante instructed Maiwanen to identify the 7 or 8 magicless individuals who had been caring for him, assigning them to the same area of 2 to 3 tents. Under Neela's leadership, the remaining magicless individuals from the former Galloping Horse Baron's direct jurisdiction would be managed by Albert. Thus, within the original territory of magicless individuals, the traditional system of the former Galloping Horse Baron would still be in operation. Each magicless individual would heed their respective master, with the magicless individuals belonging to families such as Hake and Ryan being uniformly managed by Albert, who Lante preferred not to involve himself with. From now on, any magicless individuals captured from newly conquered tribes would belong directly to Lante, who decided to implement a unified management system rather than a chaotic amalgamation. Neela would continue to care for Lante, while Yohi, Cole, Shummer, and Hate would oversee the magicless individuals from their respective original camps. Prior to being captured by the barbarians, Yohi and his companions had been stewards within their barons or knights' territories, were literate, and had considerable experience managing families of around 30 individuals. Lante insisted on first gathering all 22 children under the age of 14, assigning several female magicless individuals to oversee them, and selecting a literate magicless individual to teach them to read and write. Next, he sought to identify those among the adult magicless individuals with specific skills. Earlier that morning, Lante had initiated this assessment, albeit primarily to alleviate his embarrassment over the unexpected presence of a strange girl beside his bed. He aimed to select the most skilled individual in each trade to serve as a leader, which would both allow for the recruitment of underage apprentices and facilitate communication between the skilled leaders and relevant personnel within the territory. Thirdly, Among the remaining magicless individuals without skills, Lante sought to designate responsible individuals for sanitation, herding, and guard duties, tasks that, while lacking in technical skill, required a sense of responsibility. The remaining individuals would serve as laborers and assist in the relocation of the territory. Lante organized these arrangements within his tent. Albert observed closely at that moment. Albert found Lante to be quite unfamiliar. Lante had only visited the city of Zonglong once as a refuge. Now, his arrangements evidently diverged from the noble traditions of the Dragon Kingdom. Nonetheless, these arrangements proved to be remarkably effective. Throughout the process, Albert refrained from obstructing or offering suggestions. He wished to discern what sort of Lord Lante intended to become. Once Yohi and the others departed, Lante exhaled deeply. He had always disliked meetings, and to find himself participating in one in another world was unexpected. He mused that video conferences might soon follow. The mere thought of receiving a message from a former boss at 4:45 p.m., asking everyone to convene, still caused him a twinge of pain. Uncle Albert, who do you think would make a better steward among these individuals? Oh, are you looking to select a steward from these individuals? Albert inquired with interest. Indeed. Currently, Maiwanen has over 100 individuals to manage, while each of them only needs to oversee 20 to 30 individuals, and they are more familiar with the newcomers. Lante, I believe that in the role of a steward, loyalty is paramount, not ability. Of course, but uncle, the loyalty and abilities of these individuals are quite evident. Their master was pillaged, yet they neither fought to the death nor swore fealty to their original lord. Is this not the best testament to their loyalty? Lante asserted. You perceive it accurately, but if that is the case, why not seek out even more loyal individuals to manage, such as Neela, because they would manage more efficiently. As magicless individuals of the human race, they can earn the barbarian's trust in overseeing the barbarian camp, which is sufficient to illustrate their competence and status within the original camp. What I seek now is efficiency. Efficiency? I cannot anticipate their loyalty, but I can expect my victories. As long as I continue to triumph, their loyalty will naturally follow. Lante was acutely aware that it was better to rely on results than on human nature. Had this been a month prior, Lante would never have articulated such sentiments. It appeared that he had been contemplating how to become an exemplary lord over the past few days. Albert's mind was continuously speculating on Lante's inner journey. May the Divine Emperor bless Lante's future endeavors. Otherwise, if he continues to ponder these matters, he might end up losing his hair. Albert considered that, as a newly emerging lord, Lante's future visage was equally crucial. Ideally, he should attract female magic wielders. If he sought a magic wielder for a spouse, he ought to pay close attention to his own upkeep. In the afternoon, Yohi and his companions roughly assessed the major skilled individuals among Lante's 109 new subjects. Contrary to Lante's expectations, the proportion of skilled individuals within the camp was quite high. Around 60% possessed some form of expertise, not limited to the cooks, leatherworkers, armor maintenance, weaving, spinning, carpentry, masonry, and horse-tending Lante had previously imagined, but also included brewing, pottery, tree planting, ritual assisting, singing, dancing, and more, totaling over a dozen specialties. Lante also learned that many of the physically demanding tasks performed by the barbarians, such as hauling, unloading, and digging, were often undertaken by the barbarians themselves, who found the magicless individual's pace too slow and time-consuming. For the barbarians, the purchase of these magicless slaves from the Alliance was predicated on their skills. Listening to the reports from the group, Lante felt as if the heavens were favoring him. Within human families, skilled artisans were considered a treasure, often guarded as closely held secrets. Borrowing skilled magicless individuals typically required payment. Another aspect Lante required was literacy. The number of individuals capable of writing was scant. Among the 109 individuals, only 12 could compose complete sentences, which included 4 stewards and their 4 children. Additionally, 4 were offspring of minor and noble magicless families, poised for training as family stewards. Beyond those who could write sentences, a few could manage to construct phrases longer than their names. Upon hearing the reports, Lante gained a clearer understanding of the characteristics of his subjects, prompting him to initiate further actions immediately. He mandated a more thorough census, instructing Shummer and Haight, each accompanied by a literate assistant, to meticulously compile a list of the territory's inhabitants, detailing their names, genders, ages, specialties, and unique identities, such as which family they hailed from. After completing the census, Lante planned to categorize the total specialties into 2 groups. Group 1 would include cooks, horse tenders, armor maintainers, leatherworkers, singers, and instrumentalists, individuals whose skills were immediately applicable within the camp. Lante tasked Shummer with overseeing this group, responsible for cooking, horse care, and leather crafting during the territory's rest and relocation. Group 2 would consist of talents in brewing, pottery, tree planting, ritual practices, carpentry, masonry, spinning, weaving, and other production-related skills. These individuals were invaluable, yet their abilities could not be utilized during the current relocation process. Hate would lead these individuals in assisting with less physically demanding tasks, such as making sausages and drying leather. Furthermore, Lante appointed 2 literate female magicless individuals as junior teachers, pairing them with the 3 women previously designated to care for the children, ensuring the 22 children received literacy education, while the other 3 women managed their daily needs. Additionally, Lante assigned Cole, along with a literate magicless individual, to divide the remaining individuals without specialties into 3 groups for tasks such as herding, patrolling, and guarding, roles that involved significant physical labor. Finally, Yohi, accompanied by a literate magicless individual, would supervise the 3 aforementioned groups, conducting evaluations every 7 days to assess the members of Groups 1, 2, and 3, rewarding those recognized as outstanding with improved rations. Following the division of responsibilities, Lante announced that he would communicate the arrangements regarding Yohi and the others to all his subjects, clarifying that the current divisions were temporary and would soon rotate. After the rotation, Lante would consult the magicless individuals regarding their previous roles. In summary, there would be clear divisions, expectations, and supervision. Naturally, with the assignment of work and responsibilities, appropriate compensation would follow. Now that Lante's camp had just been established, and everyone had initially subsisted on their stored provisions, the acquisition of 3 camps meant that the grain would remain with its original owners, while the newly acquired grain would belong to Lante. The meat and wool from the long-haired sheep would serve as supplementary provisions. According to the division of labor among the magicless, Lante categorizes meals into 5 types: management meals, skill group meals, physical group meals, excellence group meals, and children's meals. Among these, the labor group meals and skill group meals are roughly equal in quantity, yet the physical group meals contain a higher salt content, while the management meals feature a greater quantity of meat. The excellence group meals have an equivalent amount of meat to the management meals, with an additional reward of a sausage on weekends. The children's meals ensure a steady supply of mare's milk or animal milk. Lante has been racking his brain over the division of labor for the magicless. In his past life, he also assigned tasks to students, but the current situation is far more complex. On one hand, there is no unified standard for evaluating abilities in this world. There is no system that classifies one as a level 1 hunter and another as a level 2 carpenter. Thus, for the 2 groups of talents who are currently underutilized, he cannot assign them too many physical tasks that would make them forget their skills, nor can he leave them idle with nothing to do, forcing them to engage in work that requires no physical exertion. Lante also hopes to facilitate communication between the relevant artisans or talented individuals from the barony and the 1st and 2nd groups, organizing a skills competition in accordance with the traditions of Lante's original world. However, after sharing this idea with the baron's steward, Mywinen, the steward hesitates and shows resistance. In Mywenen's view, Lante has effectively separated from the barony, although livestock and food remain shared resources. The population and wealth have already been divided. The steward, Mywinen, feels reluctant to make unilateral decisions. Ultimately, it is Albert who gives his approval, instructing Mywinen to gather various artisans among the baron's direct subjects for communication with Lante as craftsmen. After finalizing personnel arrangements, work can finally commence. Currently, Lante finds himself in a relatively resource-rich position, especially in terms of living essentials such as tents, cooking pots, and furs. He believes that, with the absence of barbarian threats in the vicinity, it would be prudent to organize camp affairs more extensively during these days. He instructs Knight Dante of the Grey Hounds to continue reconnaissance on the medium-sized barbarian camp to the east, while the 2nd group of the magicless is tasked with selecting and slaughtering some long-haired sheep. Lante currently possesses 119 long-haired sheep, which serve as mobile provisions. However, due to the necessity of long-distance movement, these sheep are prone to losing weight, and the abundance of sheep increases the demand for grasslands near the camp. Therefore, Lante cannot linger in one area for too long. He must slaughter and migrate simultaneously. Lante's optimal scenario would be to capture another camp, rest for a while, and then continue onward. maintaining a streak of victories while controlling the size of his camp to prevent a situation where the camp is too large but the magicless are too few to protect it. As March ascends and night falls, with the camp convened, Lante calls for a bonfire dinner, during which the subjects select 5 sheep for slaughter, ensuring everyone receives a portion of lamb. Lante shares some beast meat with the other knights and the magicless, urging everyone to refrain from drinking. After all, during their last bonfire dinner, the original host had succumbed to inebriation, leading to unfortunate consequences. Chapter 16. New Objectives, Knights and Subjects. Lante addresses everyone once more before the bonfire dinner. After nearly 10 days of arduous travel and effort, we have finally emerged from peril. We can even proclaim that our territory has entered a new phase of development. Thank you, Lord Lante. Thank you, noble lord. The subjects, drawn by the fragrant aroma of lamb, undoubtedly recognize the source of their feast. I understand that we are still in the Galloping Horse Plains and face the threat of barbarians, but the situation has drastically changed. We have just proven that not only can we survive in the Galloping Horse Plains, but we can also triumph over the barbarians. Lante is filled with enthusiasm at this moment. Excellent. Subjects, with the protection of the gods of knights and magicians, I shall lead you out of this grassland and back to the Galloping Horse territory. I will find my father and brothers and bring back our Galloping Horse Baron. We shall ultimately become the masters of the Galloping Horse Plains and restore the glory of our ancestors' Galloping Horse Kingdom. For the glory of the Galloping Horse Kingdom, several knights take the lead in fostering the atmosphere. For Galloping Horse. For Galloping Horse. The subjects erupt into jubilation once more. Witnessing the cheers of the crowd, Lante feels his own strength amplified, as if the vigor of all the subjects and knights has infused itself into his very soul and fighting spirit. The subjects continue to express their respect towards Lante, even as they transition into the dining phase. Lante, come here for a moment. Albert specifically calls Lante into the main tent during dinner. Uncle, is there something you need? Lante inquires. Somewhat puzzled. You mentioned wanting to rescue Hark and Ryan. Albert asks. Of course, I suspect that if they are captured, they would be held in one of the tribes within the Galloping Horse Plains. They are likely in the salt mines, as the barbarians require magicless individuals to extract salt. I understand that I have analyzed that they could be in 3 locations: the camps of the southward barbarians, small tribes on the plains, or the salt mines. Firstly, we can eliminate the southern camps, as it would be too easy for my father to escape from there. The barbarians would not allow him to flee. Therefore, the best approach would be to prevent him from heading south and instead direct him north. As for the salt mines, based on our previous inquiries, the Grey Geese tribe needs to enlist a barbarian priest to assist in transporting magicless individuals to the salt mines. However, the number of barbarian priests is very limited. There are hardly any in the southern part of the Galloping Horse. The Grey Geese will likely concentrate their existing priests to aid in their southward sweep. Thus, their best option now is to confine my father and 2 brothers in one of the larger tribes on the plains, where even if my father manages to escape, he cannot promptly return to the Dragon Kingdom. Albert remained silent for a long while, clearly impressed by Lante's thorough consideration of all possibilities and his methodical analysis. Even Albert himself finds it challenging to offer further suggestions at this moment. Albert even questions whether Lante is truly related to Hark by blood. Hark possesses a certain cleverness, yet he has never demonstrated such analytical prowess. You are absolutely correct. It seems most probable that Hark and the others are indeed in a camp south of the Galloping Horse. Yes, I believe that if we conduct reconnaissance properly, we stand a chance of defeating a tribe that has about 10 knights guarding it. We can sweep eastward along the Galloping Horse River. And if casualties arise, we can retreat westward. Worst case, we can return to the Galloping Horse Barony via the original river route. Lante has already prepared a plan. All right, I will relay your decision to the knights. On the night of September 30th, 996, Lante and the subjects of the Galloping Horse Barony are reveling in their victory celebration, while over 100 kilometers to the east, several knights are enjoying a brief respite after their escape. Father, what should we do now? The speaker is Ryan, Lante's elder brother and the heir apparent to the Galloping Horse Barony. What else can we do? Of course, we must head south back to the Dragon Kingdom. Hark. The Baron of Galloping Horse replies, having just escaped from a large barbarian camp. Father, you were incredible just now. I never expected you could harness fighting spirit here. Lante's younger brother, Albert, still revels in their recent battle. This is an ancient and costly technique. developed by the former galloping horse royalty through centuries of warfare. Each use requires the expenditure of magic crystals. It can be likened to a strategy involving kryptonite. Hark responds with a hint of exasperation. The two magic crystals hidden in his undergarments are his trump cards, which he refrained from using even during the battle when captured, and now, in their flight, he has exhausted them entirely. Although they have 2 horses to ride, they are truly out of options. Father, what do you think is happening in our territory now? Are Lante and Albert doing well? Has Walker returned? Ryan, as the heir, is naturally concerned about the future of their domain. We still have 2 days of travel ahead. Do not dwell on these unhelpful thoughts. We fell into peril due to the betrayal of that scoundrel. Bob are OT'd as long as we can reach the Count. I believe he will not allow the Galloping Horse Barony to be disbanded. Hark asserts with determination, albeit with a hint of uncertainty in his heart. Is that truly the case? Even Albert begins to show concern for their territory. Of course, you must trust Albert. Once he returns to the territory, he will lead everyone to the Great Forest. Before we set out, we had already made preparations, and it won't take long for us to enter the forest. The reason I didn't take Roar and Tizui with us was to conserve some strength. Tizui is another knight of the territory, with a son who is also training to be a knight. Suddenly, the 3 of them fall into silence this moment. Their thoughts are consumed by their territory, yet they know they must reach Blue Magpie Castle to join the Count's knights. Only through achievements in the battle against the barbarians can they mitigate the potential crisis of losing their titles. 3 moons shine above, as the 3 of them ride their black horses, galloping toward the southern mountain pass. In the Lord's chamber of the Rot Castle, the Grey Goose Chief, Dama Jindao, reclines on the Lord's bed, surrounded by several women, concubines of Bob, the former Lord, and his son, as well as blood relatives of Bob's illegitimate child. These women had been subjected to torment by the Grey Goose Chief in front of the illegitimate child for an entire afternoon, leaving them utterly drained of strength. Now, the Grey Goose Chief gazes with keen interest at the illegitimate child across the bed, who has also been beaten by the barbarian warriors all afternoon, devoid of the strength to even shout. Well, have you come to a decision? How does one unlock the magical array in that secret chamber within the cellar? If you could just divulge that information, you and your companions would be spared from this torment. The leader of the Grey Geese taunted as he approached the illegitimate son, whispering in his ear like a demon that I in that moment. The illegitimate son truly wished to muster all his strength to perish alongside this towering barbarian who loomed half a meter above him. However, his gaze was solely fixated on his sister, who had cared for him for over a decade. Lying on the ground. 20 minutes later, the leader of the Grey Geese and the High Priest finally managed to unlock the door to the storeroom in the castle's basement. Every affluent noble family would construct a magical storage chamber underground, the operational principle closely resembling that of a magic sealing box, albeit requiring numerous magical arrays. The chamber's purpose was, of course, to safeguard magical items, while additionally providing protection against fire and theft. Nobles typically appointed a kin-related magic wielder as the custodian of the storage chamber, and Bob's illegitimate son was that very individual that a standard coin box from the Wealth Guild, a faction of the Temple Alliance, could hold 1,000 gold coins, while a gold chest contained 10,000 coins that a magic crystal storage box could accommodate 100 magic crystals. Before the leader, there lay 3 gold chests for gold boxes and 3 magic crystal boxes, along with dozens of magic rune boards and various magical artifacts, enchanted weapons, magical scrolls, magic stone tablets, and spellbooks. Even the lavish leader of the Grey Geese, accustomed to wealth over the years, was momentarily dazzled by the resplendent sight of gold. Is this the wealth of a human viscount? The High Priest stammered in astonishment. No, this is the profit we've amassed from the sale of black-scaled horses over the years. This swindler has hoarded so much. The leader of the Grey Geese gazed at the treasure, salivating, and decided to use words to make the act of seizing this wealth seem more legitimate. That a viscount could hardly possess 37,000 gold coins. In truth, most of the gold here represented deposits made by various families in the capital who ordered black-scaled horses from Rot, along with deposits from nearby territories for salt and pig iron, and a few nobles who ordered enchanted armor. In the approaching winter, Viscount Bob would rely on this money to procure a substantial amount of food. With rune boards and alchemical goods expected to be delivered to Galloping Horse Plain come spring. Of course, the leader of the Grey Geese was clearly unaware of the difference between cost and profit. Even if he were, he would still claim this wealth for himself. What shall we do with this money? Let us leave it here for now. You know our cavalry all too well. Who could resist such temptation? The leader of the Grey Geese was well acquainted with his own people, and let that illegitimate son guard it. Of course. Who else could open this door? And what about those women? Return them to him. We've already promised him that will keep the girl he cares about nearby, and leave a few people to watch over him. But this person knows too much. The high priest expressed his unease. My dear high priest, we are not merely here to seize this fortune and depart. We will gain many more like him in the future. We must provide them with some hope. The leader of the Grey Geese, though unaware of the extent of the Viscount's wealth, understood human nature. You are correct. Instruct the cavalry outside to remain active. They should immediately traverse the borders of Rot territory to the various knightly domains. Currently, they only have magic wielders, not knights, so there is no need for us to make a special trip. Understood. On the evening of September 30,996 of the Divine Emperor, the leader of the Grey Geese's orders were dispatched to dozens of barbarian cavalrymen, who would set out the next morning to the knightly domains of Rot. The current knightly domains resembled open storerooms, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Grey Goose tribe that in the dim moonlight. Within several residences of the small town in Rot territory, many magicless individuals were stirring restlessly, aware that the barbarians were reveling in the castle, making this the perfect opportunity for them to depart and deliver news to their lord. Many quietly crossed the Boundary River to head towards Main Wolf City, Elk Domain, and even Dragon Tooth City. At that moment, in the outskirts of the imperial capital, the headquarters of the Chamberlain was bustling. The chief was reviewing intelligence gathered from various sources, while his student awaited his instructions with utmost respect. It seems the current developments align perfectly with our expectations, the chief said with a hint of pride in his tone. Indeed. Master, the Grey Goose tribe has already taken control of a barony and a viscounty. Our people encountered the gathering barbarian tribes on their return from the salt mines. Once these tribes complete their assembly, they will support the Grey Goose at the front lines. At that time, we will incite the ambitious factions within the tribes to clash with the Main Wolf Knights, with both the barbarians and the Main Wolf sustaining heavy losses. Even if the legendary Blue Dragon arrives to prevent the fall of Main Wolf City, His Majesty will be enraged by the kingdom's detached observation of his subordinates. The chief joyfully expounded on the latter part of his plan, but fell silent as he noticed several pages of information before him. What troubles you, master? You, the chief pointed at a document. Do you not find it peculiar that information about one individual is missing? Oh, the student turned to the document. The patriarch of the Galloping Horse family, along with his eldest and second sons, have been captured, with only the fourth son, a knight apprentice, managing to escape, along with the scholar of the territory. Correct, Albert Galloping Horse. The chief seemed to recall something. This individual once studied in the imperial capital, but exhibited no magical potential and ultimately returned after a few years. This Albert is merely a junior knight without inheritance rights, unlikely to make any significant waves. No, do not view matters so mechanically. His Majesty and the Pure Tower have always kept a watchful eye on Galloping Horse Plain. This has been a long-standing source of pain for him. I recall that when Albert came to study, he was specifically received by a certain legendary figure. Is it possible to have connections with legends? Indeed. Hence we must not underestimate these seemingly unimportant characters. Immediately instruct the spies in Main Wolf City to ascertain the situation. Yes. Master, what shall we do once we locate him? Let the barbarians find him and then redeem him. Those associated with legends must be handled with caution. Understood. Furthermore, has there been any news from Lord Benkale? None. His lordship has been gone for quite some time, and we have been unable to contact him. He also left no message for our people. It seems he still does not trust me, the chief muttered. Chapter 17. Medium-sized barbarian tribe. After 2 to 3 days of recuperation, Lante led the entire knightly contingent, accompanied by a card, eastward. During these days, the Greyhounds had gathered ample intelligence about the medium-sized tribe to the east. This tribe boasted at least 10 resident barbarian magic wielders, over 30 tents, nearly 100 long-haired sheep, and more than 40 pack animals. This tribe's strength surpassed the combined might of the several tribes they had previously attacked. Moreover, unlike before, this tribe maintained a high level of vigilance, both day and night, with cavalry always on guard. Lante and his knights approached the tribe boldly along the river, all of them donned in barbarian attire, iron armor overlaid with the common fur of the barbarians. Easily mistaken for cavalry from a large tribe, for this operation, Lante had spared no expense. Each low-ranking knight was equipped with 2 magic crystals, ready to charge forward at the first hint of trouble. Brown Rabbit, the younger brother of the tribe's leader, was also the commander of the 10 barbarian cavalrymen left to guard the camp. His brother had taken 7 cavalrymen to a council, while his responsibility was to watch over the human slaves in the camp and protect the tribe from other barbarian tribes. "My lord," a patrolling cavalryman reported, "9 individuals are approaching us." "Oh, has my brother returned?" They don't seem to be the leader. They are dressed more neatly than him, and Haven T brought anything back. Only a cart. What could that be for?" Brown Rabbit, uncertain, took a few men to investigate. Upon exiting the camp, Brown Rabbit indeed spotted 9 cavalrymen and a cart leisurely approaching. Most of the group halted 200 meters away from the camp, while only the leader continued to walk toward him, greeting him amicably. "Hello, we are the messengers of the Grey Goose leader. Our tribal alliance has conquered many territories, and the leader has instructed me to distribute gold coins to the participating tribes. Come over and collect your share." The messenger spoke in a universal tongue with a barbarian accent. Distributing gold coins. Brown Rabbit finally understood the situation. This must be the Grey Goose leader trying to entice us to continue our military efforts with a little incentive. Although he feigned disdain, his body was honest as he led a few trusted men towards the cart. "My lord, you are mistaken. The gold coins are in the cart. The more cavalrymen you send, the more you shall receive," a cavalryman near the cart proclaimed loudly. "What do you mean, the more we send? The more we receive? Are you not simply enticing us to keep fighting? Let me see how much gold a single cavalryman can claim." Brown Rabbit now firmly believed that this caravan had come to distribute money to encourage him to continue his military efforts. For he saw that the slaves on the cart had already opened a box filled with gleaming gold coins. Unable to contain his excitement, having spent years following his brother and witnessing the tribe's growth, he had never seen a box brimming with gold coins. Brown Rabbit, along with his trusted companions, hurried towards the cart, completely oblivious to the guards trailing behind them. Barbarians should not turn their backs on strangers. "Come, little lady, tell me, with 7 cavalrymen deployed, how much gold should we receive?" Boom! A shadow from the left rear answered the Brown Rabbit, surging forth with an almost imperceptible speed, knocking the Brown Rabbit to the ground. Whereupon it beheld a glint of cold steel. Rant activated a magic crystal to launch an assault, drawing his sword to strike immediately after toppling the Brown Rabbit. The other knights were not idle either, seizing the opportunity while the Brown Rabbit's confidant was turned away. They launched a surprise attack. Initially, when Rant had just arrived, the barbarians had maintained a degree of vigilance, but upon hearing the promise of dividing spoils, their eyes gleamed with greed, and in an instant, 10 of them dispatched 5 foes. And the first to engage the Brown Rabbit in conversation with a barbarian accent was Roar. Just 10 paces behind Roar was Greyhound Dante, and the 2 charged forth on horseback before the 2 guarding barbarians even had time to react. The vigilant barbarians stood their ground, but the mounted knights towered over them by a meter, their speed unmatched. Unmounted, the barbarians stood no chance. The remaining 3 barbarians, sensing the impending doom, attempted to flee into the camp to mount their horses, only to be slain by the encroaching knights. "We have won. We have triumphed over the barbarians in open combat," exclaimed the son of Greyhound, Dogtooth Dante, now in his 20s and having recently attained the rank of junior knight, boasting greater potential than Rant. Although they had previously engaged in stealth attacks on the barbarian encampments, this was their first encounter with the barbarians in broad daylight, and Dogtooth appeared exceptionally elated. "Dogtooth, did I not tell you we could prevail? You must believe in me, and in yourself." Though the plan was devised by Rant himself, he had harbored no certainty in his heart upon arrival. Yet, that did not deter him from attributing the success solely to himself, thereby earning the knight's trust. "Indeed, my lord, your foresight is remarkable," Dogtooth replied, utilizing a local idiom that Rant could not fully comprehend, leading him to translate it in such a manner that moment. Rant and his companions stood in the vast expanse of the barbarian camp, where he observed numerous magicless individuals emerging from the tents. Upon sighting Rant, they knelt, having witnessed the downfall of their former master. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared from a high tent at the edge of the camp, one that surpassed Rant in height. Oh no! More barbarian cavalry. Moments later, 4 more figures emerged, staring blankly at Rant, and after a brief exchange of glances among themselves, they knelt in submission. The most exhilarating part after the ambush was the treasure-sharing segment, a sentiment shared by both the barbarians and the humans alike. Rant assigned Albert to account for the captives, while Roar and Iron Spike tallied the livestock, and he himself entered the large tent to search for valuable items. The advantage of a medium-sized tribe lay in the abundance of treasures and guards, negating the need to bury valuables underground. Rant unearthed 35 gold coins, an assortment of silver and copper coins, 2 spell books, a magic sealing box containing an enchanted longsword, a dozen magic crystals, 6 rune plates, water, fire, wind, ice, 2 illumination plates, and an alchemical doll, which Rant did not recognize and thus chose not to disturb. The camp housed 14 black-scaled horses, 37 pack beasts, 97 long-haired sheep, nearly a ton of grain filling a tent, about 50 pounds of salt, various spices, a blacksmith's forge, less than 300 pounds of iron ingots, 500 pounds of coal, 30 large carts, and several bundles of timber. Additionally, there were miscellaneous iron tools, herbs, and meats, including over 20 grouse, gray geese, and other fowl. Clearly, the medium-sized camp differed significantly from the smaller ones. It served not merely as a tribal encampment, but also as a trading post for nearby smaller tribes, which could exchange currency or other goods here, even for horseshoes. Rant, Albert entered, followed by several figures, those who had knelt in submission to Rant. These individuals were undoubtedly magic users, though not from this tribe. Allow me to introduce. This is Sir Danico, a former guardian knight of the Frostwolf Merchant Guild in the royal capital, who has been held captive by the barbarians for the past 3 years. I, Danico, express my deepest gratitude to Baron Rant for your rescue. I pledge my life to follow you, declared Danico. Kneeling on one knee in fealty, with the other 4 magic users following suit. It became evident why this tribe maintained such a considerable number of cavalry on constant alert. Their concern was not for external invaders, but rather for the enslaved magic users within the camp. Rant began to piece together the larger picture. Sir Danico, please rise, and all of you as well. I, Rampinma, welcome your addition to our ranks. You have suffered greatly, Danico. While Rant refrained from uttering any grandiloquent phrases, he nonetheless projected an attitude of humility and respect. My lord Rant, Danico had endured 3 years of captivity at the hands of the barbarians, each day stripped of his humanity and dignity. Deprived of respect, Rant's kindness was unlike anything he had ever encountered, leaving him overwhelmed with emotion. As Danico rose, he recounted their tribulations. Once a junior knight employed by the Frostwolf family's merchant caravan, he had been responsible for the security of trade routes between the royal capital and the city of Bristlewolf Point 3 years prior. During a convoy escort, he was abducted by the barbarians. Strangely, these barbarians showed no interest in the magicless individuals or goods apart from money, opting instead to capture a few magic users. Subsequently, Danico found himself wandering the plains of Benma, initially sold at a barbarian council as a commodity to a medium-sized tribe, which itself was later overrun by other tribes, leading to Danico being passed around like a trophy. Ultimately, he was sold to the current encampment, and upon witnessing Rant's assault, he had assumed it was merely another tribal conflict, unaware that he would find salvation. Danico explained that within the barbarian camp, the barbarians were incredibly strong and straightforward, skilled in hunting and herding, yet woefully incapable of intricate tasks. Duties such as setting up tents, herding, and repairing armor fell to the magicless individuals, while tasks requiring both strength and skill, like shoeing black-scaled horses or blacksmithing, were reserved for the enslaved magic users. Medium-sized tribes would purchase human magic user slaves for these composite tasks, with 3 or 4 smaller tribes typically surrounding a medium-sized tribe. These smaller tribes could barter their hunts, currency, or sheepskins for horseshoeing or other services from the medium-sized tribe. Thus, Danico became the shared blacksmith for several neighboring tribes. Rand expressed profound sympathy and promptly offered Danico a position as a knight of his family, with the other magic users becoming his direct vassals, moving them to tiers once more. As the tallying of captives continued, Rand allowed Danico and the others to select 5 individuals from the 120 captured magicless individuals to be considered as family, while the remaining 95 were counted among Rant's own subjects. Although Rant preferred to manage all magic users and magicless individuals directly, he understood the immense inertia of this world. He could leverage this inertia for his benefit, but could not single-handedly alter the course of history. Fortunately, within this camp were magicless individuals who had previously served as stewards and literate magic users, allowing Rant to adhere to his original strategy of providing special care for children, selecting artisans, and instituting sanitation measures. The following day, they gathered at their main camp. 20 kilometers away, that Rant's direct subjects had swelled to 200, matching the population of the baronial territory, with new magic users added to their ranks. Now, whether it was Roar, Greyhound, Dogtooth, Danico, Neela, or Mywinin, they all firmly believed that Rant could lead them back to the Bunma barony, even transforming it into a viscountcy. Meanwhile, Albert was contemplating liberating the magic users from various barbarian camps, forging a new strength for the Bunma family. At that moment, Rant had just finished organizing affairs within the territory and summoned all the singing and dancing girls to gather. There were 8 in total, all acquired by the barbarian chieftains for their enjoyment, including the 2 whom Albert had arranged to attend to Rant. Ladies, do you know why I have gathered you here? The girls exchanged glances. Do you require our service? No. I require you to sing. Rant counted the few nights he had spent in this world, realizing that few had been devoid of issue, allowing for true enjoyment. Rant understood that his current subjects were merely a collection of barbarian slaves, each carrying habits formed in the barbarian territories while also bearing thoughts from their time among humans. These mixed ideologies could lead to factions unless Rant could foster a sense of belonging among them. To cultivate such unity, culture was essential, and music served as its vessel. Rant presented all the singers with a simple tune, the Bunma encouragement song, with an easy melody and understandable lyrics. The subjects of Bunma live well. Under Lord Rant's protection against barbarian tyranny, first, repay the kindness received, and second, do not hide your talents. Third, heed the command when marching forth, and fourth, dig sanitation trenches when encamping. Long-term encampments require hygiene most of all, so wash and tidy up within the tents. Fifth, boil creek water before drinking, and sixth, carefully inspect river crossings to avoid water plants. May the subjects remember every detail, as the knights of the Galloping Horse family are divinely protected. Let us drive out the barbarians and restore peace to the plains, bringing back the tranquility and joy of the kingdom. This song originally served as a military marching tune from the homeland of Rand and the nation of Europa Bavaria, later adapted into various versions over the decades in Rand's own territory. Rand selected this particular version to modify, ensuring that his subjects would understand the essence of his lineage and their purpose while singing. He divided 8 young girls into 2 groups, each consisting of 100 subjects, and tasked them with singing collectively before their next dinner within 5 days. From each group, the 30 best singers would be chosen to perform again, and a competition would ensue, with each knight granted a vote. The group receiving the most votes would be rewarded with additional meat that evening. The knights of the Galloping Horse family are divinely protected, restoring peace and joy to the kingdom. The simple melody echoed incessantly from Albert's lips, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. No wielder of magic would concern themselves with the multitude of non-mages, regardless of their ethnicity, yet Rand did. Not only did he care, but he also found a way to unite these non-mages. At this moment, Albert truly questioned whether Rand had been bewitched by some legendary entity. But which legend would bother to engage with non-mages? Chapter 18. Reactions from all sides. On October 2 ND, in the castle of the Viscount of Rot, the leader of the Grey Goose had just enjoyed a night of attentions from human maidens. To speak frankly, he now understood why human nobles constructed castles. Within these fortifications, a wind-based array maintained ventilation, fire and ice arrays regulated temperature, a silence array separated them from the barbaric horde outside. And there were always accessible baths, alchemical lighting, and the services of human maids. At that moment, the Grey Goose leader was filled with ambition, having swept through the northwest territory of the dragon. He intended to return to the Galloping Horse Plains with several hundred slaves and over 1,000 non-mages. He planned to build a grand castle by the salt mines, the profits from which would allow him to hire human mages to set up arrays for the castle. He was no longer satisfied with just the market of the northwestern Earl. He was also considering finding the Kirislav trading caravan passing through the Rocky Lav Pass to the east and the White Owl merchant caravan to the north of the Dragon, seeking to expand into new markets. Yet more importantly was the Lord of the Blue Dragon. Without him, there would be no sufficient salt pots. Leader, one of the Grey Goose tribe approached to report. All the night villages in Rot have been captured. Following your orders, we did not attack the territories of other dragon nobles, but they have likely already noticed us. Ha ha ha. Good. They must discover it. How else would they know that Rot has become mine? How could they gather in Blue Magpie City, allowing us to take advantage of the situation and raid their castles? Yes, leader. Our warriors on the plains have camped outside the castle. 200 warriors are fully equipped and await your command. Do not rush. Give that old Maine wolf a moment to observe our forces, the Grey Goose leader nonchalantly remarked. What of the other camps on the plains? Weren't they instructed to head south promptly? Yes, our cavalry has been dispatched to relay the orders. Good. Aside from maintaining the garrison at the salt mine, summon the other tribes to come and witness how we besiege the Dragon's Earl. Less than 40 kilometers east of the castle of the Viscount of Rot lies the territory of the Maine Wolf family, the domain of Baron Blue Magpie. This territory's castle is directly managed by each successive Maine Wolf Earl. Once, Blue Magpie City served as a supply base for numerous military expeditions heading to the Galloping Horse Plains. Equipped with ample granaries, docks, barracks, and fortresses, that it is a 2-day journey from Maine Wolf City. Whenever barbarians mounted large-scale invasions southward, the Maine Wolf Knight Order and the knights of various baronial and viscount domains would advance here to prepare for the expulsion of the barbarians. Along the boundary river between Rot and Blue Magpie, there are several lookout camps, typically positioned adjacent to the suspension bridges. Upon detecting a significant barbarian incursion, the bridges would be raised immediately. 5 days prior, all the bridges had been raised, for the barbarians had indeed launched a large-scale invasion, breaching the castle of Rot and seizing its entire territory. The barbarians made their presence known near the boundary river. The entire Blue Magpie territory fell into a state of tremendous panic. The Viscount of Rot had once served as the deputy commander of the Maine Wolf Knight Order, a high-ranking knight. Considered a formidable warrior in the entire Northwestern Territory, his knightly retinue was renowned for its strength within Maine Wolf City. Yet this powerful force faltered before the barbarian horde, unable to endure for even 3 days. With no knight managing to break through to deliver a message, the knight commander left behind in Blue Magpie Castle had long recognized the gravity of the situation and had been collecting intelligence from within Rot to relay to Maine Wolf City since September 31st. My lord, Commander, a knight rushed over to report. There has been unusual activity on the west bank of the Boundary River. What is happening? The commander inquired, not pausing in his stride that he donned his helmet, mounted his horse, and rode with his guards toward the Boundary River. Minutes later, the commander arrived at the nearest observation post to Rot's territory, where he beheld numerous birds rising from the treetops across the river. What is going on? The commander immediately ascended the lookout tower. From the 30-meter-high tower, he surveyed Rot's territory and saw a massive cloud of dust rising several kilometers away, from which waves of barbarian cavalry surged forth. The towering barbarians on their black-scaled steeds reached the riverbank in mere minutes. With over 200 cavalrymen moving like a dark mist along the riverbank from north to south, behind the barbarian cavalry, a multitude of pack animals, flocks of sheep, and carts carrying non-mages followed. Along with large groups of non-mages transporting timber, the commander realized that the river below could no longer safeguard Blue Magpie Castle. With such a multitude of non-mages, they possessed ample resources to construct a massive bridge. Gather everyone. We must leave this place at once. Notify all outposts along the river to be prepared to retreat to Blue Magpie Fortress. In the Lord's Manor of Maine Wolf City, a slip of paper fell silently from Caspian Maine Wolf's hand. 200. How is that possible? A tempest of turmoil surged within the Earl's heart. 200 cavalry implied at least another 400, who would need to guard the camps, the salt mines, and nearly 4,000 non-mages. This amounted to at least 60 camps. Whether the entire southern expanse of the Galloping Horse River could muster 60 camps was uncertain. How could such a multitude of cavalry possibly converge in one place? Father, what should we do now? The eldest son, Fernando Maine Wolf, was equally astonished. According to imperial standards, the Maine Wolf Knight Order comprised 50 knights of varying ranks, including 3 high-ranking knights, 10 mid-ranking knights, and 20 low-ranking knights, forming the core of this knightly order. The remaining 17 were mostly the second or third sons of various barons or viscounts. Additional barons and viscounts could collectively muster around 70 knights, but this force would feel significantly intimidated facing 200 cavalrymen, should the knights of the entire Earl's domain clash directly with the 200 barbarians. The Knight Order might achieve victory, yet the cost would be catastrophic. The Maine Wolf Knight Order, as the vanguard, would likely need to prepare for the sacrifice of more than half their number, while the remaining 2 viscounts and 4 barons would probably have to risk their progeny or their own lives. After such a battle, it would take no less than 10 years for the Earl's domain to recover its strength. Moreover, the proportion of magic wielders among the barbarians was higher than that of the humans, suggesting they might return again the following year. Taking a step back, even if the Knight Order refrained from directly confronting the barbarian main force, a standoff would inevitably form at Blue Magpie City. Should they summon knights from the various domains, those territories would become vulnerable, allowing the barbarians to launch swift cavalry raids. Conversely, if they did not summon the knights, the subordinates of the Earl would likely face a cavalry force exceeding 100 barbarians. Caspian now felt profoundly defeated. The barbarian invasion was a blatant assault, their mobility allowing for rapid movement over short distances. The territory of Rot fell due to the main wolf family's sluggish response. Without the castle of Rot, the sentinel at the Korinico Pass, the barbarian cavalry could rampage across the entirety of the northwestern Earl's domain. To concentrate the Knight Order in one location meant forsaking all others, while spreading defenses equally meant being defenseless everywhere. I never anticipated that within just a few days, the castle of Rot would be lost. The Earl finally spoke. What do the barbarians seek? Food, wealth, populations. Indeed, they have captured Rot, yet it is not enough. The Earl surmised the barbarians' intentions, but what of it? Could they undertake a large-scale relocation, or could they divide their forces for defense? Notify the main Wolf Knight Order to move into Blue Magpie Castle. Require the Viscount and Baron territories to the east and south of Main Wolf City to secure their castles and mobilize all knights from the barons and viscounts to converge at Blue Magpie. Father, every little bit helps. Should we not reach out to the capital? Absolutely not. We are merely short on manpower, not besieged in Main Wolf City that if each house contributes a few magic wielders. Our forces could exceed 200, and we may not fare poorly in a confrontation. Now we are in the Earl's territory, with magic flowing freely. The advantage lies with us. Very well, Father. Fernando remarked upon hearing that ordinary magic users were needed to confront the barbarian tribes. Yet, he was acutely aware that the Zhuanglong family had long served as vassals to the northwest Count of the Dragons, and every inch of land in the northwest was firmly within their domain. The Wanglong family would never tolerate any encroachment by outsiders. My lord, the steward of the Zhuanglong family entered the room. News has arrived from the Mirror Hall that an imperial council is to be convened. Between Zhuanglong City and the royal capital of Lanya City lies the territory of the Viscount of Elk. Viscount Gant Elk is a distant relative of the Marquis Warnat Elk, who rules the southern Elk territory. The common ancestor of these two families can be traced back to before the magical tide in the year 709 of the Divine Emperor's reign. However, the actions of their ancestor from 300 years ago do not hinder the present Viscount Elk from casting glances at the Marquis. For to the Zhuanglong family, the Elk family is the most pro-royalist within the entire territory. 200 cavalry. How can this be? Shouldn't the Count have gone directly to Rot Castle for support? The Elk Count had already discerned the underlying implications. Perhaps the Zhuanglong Knight Order was unable to assemble in time, speculated the Viscount scholar. That cannot be true. Over 50 knights of the Zhuanglong Knight Order reside within Zhuanglong City. They could gather in less than half a day and reach Blue Magpie Castle within a day, arriving at Rot in 3 days. The opposing force consists of 200 cavalry, even if all 50 knights were to mobilize. Would it be enough to turn the tide? Each barbarian tribe can muster only 10 cavalry, but they would not commit all their forces to an offensive. Those 200 cavalry likely represent at least 40 tribes, and it is improbable that they coordinated their departure in advance. Even if Zhuanglong City had not turned a blind eye, their oversight has now led to the most significant barbarian incursion in recent years. Our count will likely face pressure from the capital. What should we do now? Gather all knights and prepare to march towards Blue Magpie Castle. We must not repeat the Zhuanglong family's blunders. At this moment, within the palace of the royal capital Lanya City, King Dusan White Owl of the Dragon Kingdom was convening an imperial council in the Mirror Hall. The Mirror Hall is a peculiar chamber. Upon sudden entry, one perceives only polygonal walls, a table, and a chair. However, once the underground magic array is activated, 7 or 8 mirrors on the walls spring to life, connecting distant mirrors over 1,000 miles apart, allowing those on either side to meet. For the people of Lante, it is akin to 2 monitors. Within the Mirror Hall of the Dragon Kingdom's palace, 2 marquises, 3 earls, 3 ducal families, the kingdom's highest divine temple. The kingdom's supreme magical tower, Dragon's Nest, and several legendary dragon's lairs all possess dedicated magical mirrors for connection, but today's Imperial Council is specifically convened to discuss the barbarian incursions at the northwest frontier. Even as the Zhuanglong Count received word of Rot territory's fall, the capital had already been informed. Many crucial pieces of information reached the capital swiftly, yet due to the political machinations among the various families, grave news was often initially dismissed as inconsequential, later deemed resolvable, and ultimately acknowledged as opportunities missed. In summary, prompt awareness does not equate to timely action. Timely action does not guarantee recovery, and recovering in time does not ensure favorable outcomes in the future. This is the conclusion of the family rivalries within the kingdom. Caspian, my old friend, tell me, how serious is the barbarian unrest in your region? 9 years ago, Deucin White Owl ascended to the throne of the Dragon Kingdom for various reasons. Although he was the son-in-law of the previous king, Bayoya Red Dragon, he does not bear the surname Red Dragon. He intends to abdicate in favor of his son, Yeliki Red Dragon, once the latter reaches level 9. Thus, during Deucin White Owl's reign, he has never favored these video conferences, as he can sense the discontent among other nobles regarding his rise through marriage. Your Majesty, please trust that the Zhuanglong family can guard the northwest region for the entire kingdom, the Northwest Count argued, his defense feeble and lacking conviction. I have heard that 200 barbarian cavalry have gathered in the Rot territory, with several hundred more assembling north of the Cornico Valley, spoke Roland Lanyuan, the captain of the court knights. Impossible, this is absolutely inconceivable, the Zhuanglong Count insisted, desperately trying to prevent the capital's influence from encroaching upon Zhuanglong territory. Well then, if there is no considerable pressure, the Dragon Knight Order need not maintain their vigilance. What of His Excellency, Sir Mycalen Blue Dragon? Yes, Your Majesty, Mycalen Blue Dragon, one of the 3 legendary pillars of the Dragon Kingdom, now stood as a peak legendary knight. The legendary pillars are those powerful beings supported by the kingdom or duchy, whose families are either royal or have been granted ducal titles. For instance, the 3 legendary pillars of the Dragon Empire are the legendary knight Mycalen Blue Dragon, the legendary priest Gorsh Red Dragon, and the legendary mage Bennett Flying Dragon, each of whom possesses a ducal title and a central city. Such favor naturally demands their timely response in times of crisis for the kingdom. Perhaps you could keep an eye on the Northwest Territory. Should any unforeseen events arise, lend a hand. Of course. Your Majesty, thank you for your arrangements, the Zhuanglong Count replied with feigned gratitude, though inwardly he lamented, knowing that once a legendary figure intervenes, proper appreciation must be rendered. The Zhuanglong Count now regretted not having provided support to Rod earlier. Chapter 19. The Wolverine tribe on the training grounds of the Galloping Horse Plains, a contingent of knights was traversing the mountains. Inyuan had led Hong Sha on her first independent reconnaissance, discovering several encampments less than 20 kilometers to the east. Spaced within 6 kilometers of each other, nestled between the tributaries and main stream of the Galloping Horse River, the central camp was the largest, expected to host dozens of barbarian cavalry assistants. Given Lance's current strength, avoidance was the only option. The surrounding camps were smaller, presenting potential opportunities that Lance's courage had grown, allowing him to consider assaulting the smaller camps directly, yet the larger encampments demanded caution, especially when they were so close to one another, and no matter how audacious Lante had become, he was not inclined to take unnecessary risks. Tonight's dinner was quite delightful. Inyuan reflected upon the bonfire feast, where 2 groups of magic users had performed. Although the songs were the same, the Galloping Horse Barony was a territory notably lacking in entertainment, leaving these magic users with little to do at night except sleep. Now, Lante had introduced 2 elements to their evening: listening to music and raiding camps, greatly enriching the night's nighttime activities. Indeed, the song you composed was simply marvelous, Roar echoed, the melody still resonating in his mind. I am glad to hear that everyone enjoys it, Lante replied, pleased with the success of his initial attempt, as not only had the subjects from his own territory joined in the chorus, but even the families of the knights from the former barony were now singing the song. I believe we should find them some tasks. We cannot simply wait for me to assign work. You are right. We knights spend our evenings preparing for battle, while these subjects can merely sleep, Greyhound complained, though Lante understood that it was merely a lament about their insufficient strength to confront the barbarians directly. My lord, I feel we may be being overly cautious if several tribes have gathered. It indicates that their internal strength has been depleted, and those remaining are merely huddling together, Dannett remarked, displaying a deeper understanding of the barbarian tribes than the others present. You are correct. If we were only facing a mid-sized tribe, I would already be ready to engage head-on. However, we are contending with multiple tribes now that I fear they may flee. Ha ha ha. Lante expressed in newfound confidence. Ha ha ha. Indeed, these barbarians are now ripe for the taking. Yes. Let us reclaim all that they have stolen from us over the years. Precisely. Several knights continued to echo Lante's sentiments, yet he noticed that Albert had fallen silent. Since yesterday, Albert had appeared somewhat distracted. Lante could not discern his thoughts, but hoped he was not burdened by too many concerns. Albert, what occupies your mind? I was thinking, wondering why these tribes are so close together. Albert's reply clearly did not reflect his true thoughts. Yet Lante chose not to press him. He found it entirely normal, as he too often drifted off into thoughts, such as contemplating his next song during the recent dinner. Eventually, the group spotted a cluster of encampments to the west, with the second camp extending from west to east and then northward, comprising 5 or 6 scattered camps. The largest among them was marginally bigger than Dannett's camp. Surrounded by smaller encampments, to the southeast of these camps lay a considerable earthen mound, obscured from view from the west. Ultimately, Lante chose the farthest small encampment from the central one, which contained only 6 tents. Once the knights were prepared, they readied themselves for a charge, watching his subordinates eager for action. Lante found himself reflecting on how just 7 days prior, he had conducted his first raid on a barbarian tribe, the scale of which was not dissimilar to the present situation, when everyone had been filled with anxiety. At that time, there had even been fears of retaliation should the raid fail, necessitating the packing up of the main camp in preparation for a hasty retreat. The black steeds stood in neat rows, unlike before. When only knights had been present, Lante had now brought along all the newly joined magic users, enhancing his cavalry unit by 5 individuals, making it a formidable force. The knights advanced on horseback, the black steed transitioning from a walk to a slow trot, gradually accelerating. The dogs of the barbarian tribe began to bark, though their cacophony was not particularly loud. At this moment, not a single soul emerged from the tents, and Lante did not even lower the face guard of his helmet. Was this camp excessively lax? Lante pondered. In previous encounters, even the smallest tribes would send someone out to greet visitors at this hour. Observing the seemingly inactive camp in the distance, the knights transitioned from a slow pace to a swift gallop, only to decelerate as they approached the encampment, ultimately coming to a halt. Even when they reached the entrance of the camp, still no one emerged from the tents, a scene that led Lante to suspect deceit. An ambush? Lante chuckled. Surely not. Are they hiding in the tents? Even with spears, they would have little chance against the cavalry's blades. They had just run 300 meters for naught, standing at the camp's entrance, and now even the dogs had fallen silent. Lante glanced at Roar and Greyhound. Neither had encountered such a situation before and were naturally uncertain of what to do. At that moment, Canine Fong spoke up. Allow me. He then pushed open the camp's main entrance and rode in. The others followed suit, and despite the bizarre circumstances, they felt more bewildered than afraid. At worst, it was simply an empty camp. Each of the lower-ranking knights approached a tent, pairing with a squire and a spellbearer as assistants. The spellbearers simultaneously lifted the tent flaps with their sabers. While the knights braced themselves for an incursion, Canine Fong boldly led the charge, arriving at the entrance of the largest tent, where the spellbearer who had been rescued days prior lifted the flap for him. The spellbearer cautiously opened the tent's entrance with his saber, while Canine Fong readied his weapon for a swift strike. As the flap opened a narrow slit, Canine Fong caught sight of a pair of terrified eyes, those of a woman. The tent was too low. It could barely accommodate someone 3 meters tall, and the apex made it quite cramped. Canine Fong, still mounted, leaned down to peer through the gap, but saw no large figures within. To conduct a thorough search, he would need to dismount, but given the tent's diminutive size, not seeing anyone meant there were no spellbearers inside. Come out, those within, Canine Fong called. The other knights echoed his sentiments. Finding no barbarians in their respective tents, only women, children, and the elderly. So, have we stumbled upon an abandoned camp? Lante mused, seated inside the largest tent, which was not particularly spacious compared to the several similar round tents they had previously seized. This tent was triangular, standing no more than 4 meters high, with an interior so cramped that one spellbearer had already made it feel crowded. Indeed, according to these non-spellbearers, the remaining 4 barbarian cavalrymen from their tribe were summoned by the nearby Weasel tribe during the day. They've gathered together. Lante felt a wave of concern. If they were to strike separately, he might have had some confidence, but now that the barbarian cavalry had congregated, the Weasel tribe must have possessed 40 to 50 riders, a force he could not contend with. Yet, having just occupied the camp forcefully, he feared that the non-spellbearers might flee and alert the others. The 4 cavalrymen they had left behind could return at any moment, leaving Lante in a precarious position. "Uncle Albert, it seems we cannot take on the Weasel tribe. I suggest we relocate this camp tomorrow morning and head west to reunite with the main camp, then migrate southward to evade the Weasel tribe." Lante felt a sense of urgency. Although their previous advances had been smooth sailing, they had merely faced weaker foes. Before each battle, Lante meticulously calculated to ensure the risks were far outweighed by potential gains. Now, confronted with a formidable tribe, the uncertainty loomed too large, and Lante felt a lack of confidence. "Are you worried about their numbers?" "Yes. If the gathering of this tribe's men was not mere happenstance, it implies that nearby barbarian cavalry have concentrated in the Weasel tribe." Lante articulated his hypothesis. "All our previous victories were achieved by outnumbering the enemy, by outwitting them." "Indeed, but we are now outnumbered. Even if all the spellbearers mobilized, we could not stand against 40 to 50 barbarians." "Precisely." Albert concurred with Lante's assessment, understanding that the favorable situation could be swiftly overturned. In contrast to Lante, Albert harbored a deeper sense of duty toward the Galloping Horse clan. "Then it's decided. I will inform the others that we shall move this camp at dawn tomorrow, before the Weasel tribe can react." Lante regarded Albert, contemplating whether to take the non-spellbearers and retreat, yet hesitating at the thought of tarnishing his image as a lord. Lante's reputation among his people was quite high, and he bore the burden of being an idol. In the early morning, Lante felt somewhat agitated. Their previous assault had been too seamless, leading him to misjudge the situation. The only silver lining was that they had refrained from attacking the Weasel tribe yesterday. Otherwise, they would have truly been courting disaster. As the sun began to rise, Lante instructed everyone to prepare to break camp. He gazed toward the large mound in the south, though it lay several dozen kilometers away. Its prominence was striking. Instinctively, Lante felt they should move the camp toward the mound, which towered over 100 meters high and appeared to be a complex terrain, seemingly capable of concealing a large population. Just as everyone busied themselves, nearing the completion of their packing, a group of barbarian cavalry approached from the Weasel tribe's main camp, spotted the riders and feared that their previous camp raid had been exposed, prompting him and the other knights to ready their weapons. "Hold, let us listen to what they have to say," Lante interjected, suspecting that if the Weasel tribe truly intended to attack, they wouldn't send such a small contingent. "Which tribe do you hail from?" inquired the lead barbarian rider. "The Galloping Horse tribe," Roar replied. Having prepared this name in advance, Lante had anticipated encountering a large force. Thus he had devised several responses and information beforehand, ensuring that Roar and Albert, both adept in the barbarian dialect, were well versed. "Have you just arrived?" The barbarian gestured toward the camp. "Indeed. We just came this morning," Roar replied, relieved to find that they had not betrayed themselves. It was precisely Lante's order to break camp that had saved them. All their supplies were packed, rendering it impossible for the barbarians to discern whether they were departing or arriving. "Did you see the original camp here?" Roar glanced around at the non-spellbearers, who showed no inclination to expose them. "We saw nothing when we arrived. The camp appeared quite tidy, so we settled right in." "In that case, we are messengers from the Weasel tribe." The messenger indicated toward the Weasel camp. "Our leader has requested that all male barbarians from the surrounding tribes come to the camp. You are all to accompany us." At that moment, everyone subtly shifted their gaze toward Lante, awaiting his command. The moment Lante issued a clear directive, they would swiftly dispatch the riders before making their escape. "May I ask, what does the leader wish to gather everyone for?" Lante interjected, mimicking the barbarian dialect. What else could it be but a feast and celebration for all?" The rider responded breezily. Yet Lante and the others remained skeptical. The 20 or so horsemen gradually made their way toward the Weasel tribe's main camp. From a distance, it appeared to be the largest encampment Lante had ever seen. The center of the camp boasted several large tents, each comparable in size to the main tent of the medium-sized tribes they had previously conquered. Surrounding the center were additional tents, sizable by the standards of other tribes, with a further ring of dozens of peaked tents on the outermost perimeter. Outside the main entrance, several tents encircled a bonfire, where a bustling crowd gathered to eat. "Rest assured, we will have breakfast upon our arrival," the lead rider introduced. "Our leader, Lord Blackeye, has declared that you small tribes have faced hardships. Grain and long-haired sheep are scarce, and you may not last until the Grey Goose returns. As brothers of the Grey Goose tribe, we should extend our aid." "Oh, that is truly wonderful," Roar replied. "I presume many have already arrived. The area outside your camp seems quite lively." Indeed, at that moment, the riders ascended a small hill, and the lead barbarian pointed towards several nearby small tribes. "Do you see them? The riders in their camps are already enjoying abundant food and drink in our encampment. Lord Blackeye has decreed that a sheep shall be slaughtered daily to provide for everyone." "That sounds fantastic," Lante exclaimed, then began calculating whether the Weasel tribe genuinely possessed sufficient provisions to support such a multitude of barbarian cavalry from other tribes. The dietary needs of these riders were considerable, with a high demand for meat. It would be challenging for a medium-sized tribe to sustain such a supply if this arrangement proved unsustainable. It indicated that Lord Blackeye shared similar ambitions with the Grey Goose, gathering resources from surrounding barbarian tribes to launch an assault on larger tribes. However, Lante mused, it seemed he too harbored a similar vision. And perhaps it was unwise to ridicule their strategy. It could serve as an opportunity for observation and inspiration, though he remained uncertain about how to extricate himself unscathed. Chapter 20. A new alliance. The Weasel tribe was abuzz with activity. Outside the main camp were two subordinate encampments dedicated to accommodating the barbarian cavalry and male non-spellbearers from the nearby smaller tribes. Daily, the tribe's cavalry patrolled the surroundings, inviting the newly arrived males to the Weasel tribe, which provided food, water, and slaves. The 6 neighboring tribes have already brought the demon wielders and men over. The main camp of the Yohuan tribe is remarkably vast, surpassing any that Rand has encountered before. It resembles not merely a tent encampment, but rather a noble's military camp. At the very heart of the main camp, a section is cordoned off by a circle of fencing, beneath which the main tent rests on a specially constructed foundation of earth and stone. The structure of the tent itself differs from those Rand has previously seen. There are 2 common types of barbarian tents. The first type is a relatively small, peaked tent. Although its apex exceeds the height of a demon wielder, the overall space is cramped, with a circular cross-section and a triangular longitudinal section. Typically, a demon wielder can barely stand upright in the center of such a tent. However, the advantage of this design lies in its ease of assembly and disassembly, allowing for quick relocation. The second type is the Bedouin tent from Rand's homeland, which he brought with him when he left his territory. The first barbarian encampment he attacked featured this type of tent, supported by multiple poles. This tent is exceedingly spacious, accommodating barbarians of approximately 2-3 meters in height and covering a considerable area. Tribes equipped with such tents are generally classified as medium to small-sized tribes, often possessing magical sealing boxes and other equipment. Another tent type, which Rand has only glimpsed in a mid-sized camp during his last raid, resembles a round dome and offers substantial space. However, it requires an abundance of wooden frames and animal hides, making it affordable only for a medium to small tribe. In the current tribe, the most significant tent not only has a foundation beneath, but also boasts a height of 8 to 9 meters above ground. The lower half of the tent is circular, akin to a dome, while the upper section features a massive peak. From a distance, this tent appears capable of comfortably housing at least 30 barbarians, marking it as the most opulent tent Rand has ever encountered. Surrounding this principal tent are 5 additional dome tents, encircled by the fencing of the core area. Beyond the fencing lies the encampment's other tents, comprising 7 or 8 Bedouin tents and over 10 peaked tents belonging to other barbarians. These tents, along with a multitude of horses, pack animals, sheep, and poultry, are enclosed by a second layer of fencing, forming the essence of the Yohuan tribe's camp. Beyond this encampment stretches a flat expanse, flanked by the associated camps of various smaller tribes. Demon wielders and at this moment, the chief of the Yohuan tribe, Heidong Yohuan, stands within the main tent, gazing toward the enormous earthen mound to the south. Though Rand is unaware of its significance, Heidong Yohuan, the chief, knows it to be the site of the former Night Kirin city, once the heart of the galloping horse plain. a monumental urban relic rebuilt under the direct involvement of the divine emperor of the human empire. Haedong's mother is of human descent, while his father was the previous tribal chief. Several years prior, Haedong encountered a human demon wielder, a holy ascetic who toiled on the galloping horse plain. Ascetics are a type of clergy who willingly spread their faith in the harshest of places and find solace in poverty while healing others. This ascetic earned the respect of the barbarians for his willingness to treat all, including barbarians, magic-less individuals, and human slaves. Once, Haedong met this ascetic within the tribe, who informed him that the land they now inhabit was once a human kingdom, and that the distant ruins were the remnants of its capital. Since then, Haedong has cherished the opportunity to explore those ruins whenever the tribe stationed nearby. Despite several fruitless solo expeditions, a serendipitous encounter with another warrior from the tribe led Haedong into those ruins, and he became enamored with the sight. It is immense and beautiful. Atop the highest mound stand majestic architectural remains, with the ground still covered in tiles of unknown origin and colossal columns adorned with faintly glowing patterns. From that moment, Haedong understood that his destiny lay in leading his tribe to this place. 8 years ago, a few members of the tribe accompanied the Grey Goose southward, and aside from his father, who perished there, the others returned. Haedong Yohuan recognized that his time had come. From a young age, the towering Haedong successfully vanquished all challengers, ascending to the position of tribal chief. Prior to his rise, this tribe bore no distinction from other mid-sized tribes, possessing only a single dome tent and housing 4 or 5 human demon wielder slaves, with 2 small tribes as vassals surrounding them. In the second year following Haedong's ascension, the Grey Goose tribe invited him to partake in a council at the outskirts of Night Kirin City, where ample flat land was available. This council, the chief of the Grey Goose disclosed to several mid-sized tribal leaders that he could engage and trade with humans. From that moment, Haedong realized the Grey Goose chief's ambition to acquire black-scaled horses on a grand scale. Subsequently, the Yohuan tribe began collecting black-scaled horses annually from east to west across the galloping horse plain. In the year immediately following the council, many smaller tribes had yet to cultivate black-scaled horses. So Haedong assisted them with breeding and offered guidance on horse husbandry, even enlisting human demon wielders to shoe the horses of smaller tribes. It appeared that Haedong's first year was filled with arduous exchanges with various tribes yielding little fruit. However, all his endeavors were investments. In the following 3 years, as the Yohuan tribe established strong relationships with numerous smaller tribes, it became the largest supplier of black-scaled horses to the Grey Goose. The Yohuan tribe's active supply significantly reduced the acquisition costs for the Grey Goose tribe, prompting them to reciprocate with substantial discounts on human goods such as runic tablets and timber. In turn, the Yohuan tribe exchanged the acquired goods for iron ingots from the Western Brown Bear tribe. The Grey Goose tribe utilized these ingots to forge iron armor in their salt mines, a portion of which was sold to Viscount Rod, and another portion offered at a discount to the Yohuan tribe, which continued to trade the armor for black-scaled horses among the smaller tribes. In a mere few years, a stable commercial division of labor and industrial upgrade emerged between the Grey Goose, the primary controller of the southern galloping horse plain, and the Yohuan, a secondary supplier, leading to consistent growth in tribal strength. The Grey Goose and Yohuan tribes became the paramount beneficiaries of exports from the galloping horse plain to the Dragon Kingdom, with the Grey Goose exerting decisive influence over the entire territory south of the Galloping River. Meanwhile, the Yohuan tribe's population tripled within 7 years, with the surplus becoming vassal tribes, while the main camp boasted luxurious tents and over 10 human demon wielders. During this autumn's council, the Grey Goose chief informed Haedong of his intention to march southward in winter and extended an invitation for Haedong to join him. Sensing an opportunity, Haedong employed various means to send the primary barbarian forces of the surrounding smaller tribes en masse to the Grey Goose. He himself was supposed to accompany them, but accidentally fell into the Galloping River and caught a cold. Haedong shares a striking resemblance to the Grey Goose chief. Both are exceptionally ambitious individuals. The Grey Goose chief, surrounded by numerous human demon wielders in his salt mines, often believes he could ascend to the rank of a grand human lord. In contrast, Haedong's ambitions diverge, as he deems the excavation of the Night Kirin City ruins to be of paramount importance. Over the years, while serving the Grey Goose, he has been keenly observant of their actions. Upon hearing of the Grey Goose's southern expedition, Haedong's heart soared with joy. He now believes that against the might of human warriors, the Grey Goose tribe would surely be shattered, once the Grey Goose is no more. The era of the Yohuan tribe shall commence, seizing the moment while the Grey Goose has taken a substantial portion of the smaller tribe's fighting strength. Hating intends to rapidly bolster his own power, subsequently leading the smaller tribes to seize the salt mine. The third step involves bringing the human demon wielders from the salt mine to explore the Night Kirin city ruins. Haidong has thoroughly assessed the strength of the Grey Goose near the salt mine and has calculated the number of barbarian cavalry required to ensure success. To this end, he has prepared provisions and long-haired sheep in advance. The first step of the Yohuan's rise is to absorb the surrounding smaller tribes, leaving none unaccounted for, whether they are those who have split away or merely passing through. Binding them to the encampment, Haidong has resolved to employ forceful measures to merge these tribes with his own. Once he commands a cavalry force exceeding 40, the Yohuan will easily absorb all mid-sized tribes and advance toward the salt mine. Every detail of this plan has been meticulously rehearsed in Haidong's mind. Today marks the dawn of the Yohuan's ascent. The Yohuan tribe is renowned for its hospitality, sacrificing sheep daily for the surrounding tribes. This is one of Haidong's strategies. Following breakfast today, all demon wielders from the various tribes are to assemble in the open space before the camp. Haidong Yohuan intends to present his plan for merging the tribes. Addressing the assembly of several dozen barbarian demon wielders, Haidong Yohuan proclaims loudly, "Esteemed leaders, I have received a message from the Grey Goose Chief, urging me to lead us all southward to spend the winter in the lands of the humans." A chorus of perplexed glances exchanges among the group, as many tribes have sent cavalry to the council. However, none were informed that they would be traveling to human territory. With their primary combat strength absent, they find themselves trapped here, even though their needs are met in terms of sustenance and entertainment. Prolonged confinement has begun to wear on their patience. Lord Yohuan, we have already dispatched our forces southward. The remaining among us are either too old or too young to wield a blade. We shall refrain from involvement. Indeed, others chime in. We are not as spry as we once were. We cannot fight. Quite so, we cannot go. Haidong is acutely aware of the calculations running through the minds of these barbarians and deliberately raises his voice, asking, "How can that be? Are you not the elite of your respective tribes? Surely, you are not incapable of fighting." Lord Yohuan, you may not understand. Although we have not faced great turmoil in recent years, our growing population has led to increased consumption of resources. We, the elders, usually dare not indulge ourselves in feasting. We must reserve our provisions for the younger ones, one elder remarked. Indeed, another agreed. We rarely allow ourselves to eat our fill. Truly, were it not for the generous hospitality of the Badger tribe, we would hardly dare to feast so freely. Another added. The cacophony of agreement echoed among the tribesmen, as none expressed an inclination to venture into the territory of the humans. They yearned for a tranquil pastoral existence on the galloping plains. It seems that our tribes are indeed facing dire straits. Black, I feigned sympathy. Why not let me lend a hand? Oh, is Lord Badger considering providing us with grain? Several elders from various tribes began to speculate. What sort of assistance is that? I propose we all migrate our camps here, so we can look out for one another, one elder suggested. The crowd erupted in a clamor, for everyone understood Black Eye's true intention, to swallow the other tribes whole. I believe that is the way to proceed, one elder chimed in, stiffly supporting Badger's proposition. We are but small tribes, and cannot hope to rival the Grey Geese. If we are to withstand the winter, we must unite. No one was willing to engage further. Yet a sycophant must fulfill their role. Ladies and gentlemen, if we truly gather together, we must have a leader. I propose we appoint the chief of the Badger tribe as our alliance's chieftain. In Olivia. The strong command respect, a principle that holds true among the barbarians. For them, strength is paramount. In the event of discord between tribes, they are willing to resolve it through duel. At this very moment, two elders from opposing tribes lay lifeless on the ground. Although Black Eye donned enchanted iron armor while the elders wore mere cloth, none doubted the outcome of this duel. The absence of challengers signified unanimous consent to the merger. As Black Eye scanned the surroundings, he noticed his patrol had returned, escorting a group of unfamiliar individuals. They were clad in attire akin to his own, adorned with identical hats, and rode the same breed of horse. Yet, they appeared distinctly foreign. Black Eye had never encountered them in the numerous councils. These strangers posed no threat to his ambitions. Welcome to the Badger camp. We have just decided to form a new alliance, and the Badger tribe will provide sustenance for all. I urge each tribe to migrate their camps here forthwith. A new alliance. Migrate our camps? The newcomers expressed astonishment. Indeed, as new members, you too must adhere to the decisions of the alliance, Black Eye proclaimed with pride. Who is the leader? inquired another newcomer. It has been decided. I shall be the chief. How presumptuous. Should any new member dissent? They may challenge me to a duel, just as those two did. He gestured toward the corpses. Very well, the newcomer replied, advancing on horseback. Despite Black Eye's recent victory over the elders, he now faced an opponent mounted upon a steed, and felt compelled to protest. However, the newcomer offered no response, charging forward with blade drawn. Chapter 21. Alas, I have become the leader of the barbarians. Lante felt a sense of resignation as he followed the cavalry of the Badger tribe. Fully aware that this group bore ill intentions, yet he could not afford to leave behind his 8 knights. He resolved to endure, at least to keep his forces consolidated for a potential breakout. As they approached the Badger camp, Lante observed the enormous tent, which, though larger than the surrounding circular structures, appeared to serve little purpose with its spire. Utilizing such a large pole for a tent would be wasteful in terms of space. Its design seemed to emphasize the centrality and prominence of the camp. Continuing onward, Lante beheld the sprawling barbarian encampment, which he estimated housed several hundred individuals. The grand central tent, flanked by circular tents and various structures, all conveyed a singular message. Wealth abounds. Such affluence among the tribes posed a significant challenge. Lante regretted not fleeing the previous night. Feeling an overwhelming sense of remorse, upon arrival, Lante noticed a crowd gathered at the camp's entrance, predominantly consisting of non-magic users, with dozens of magic-wielding barbarians at the forefront. Before them lay the 2 slain elders, while all eyes were fixed on the armored barbarian. This is a duel, Albert, well-versed in such matters, explained. In this land, once a duel is initiated, all participants must acquiesce for it to be deemed concluded. Such a simple and honest custom, Lante could not help but compliment. Welcome to the Badger camp. We have just decided to form a new alliance, and the Badger tribe will provide sustenance for all. I urge each tribe to migrate their camps here forthwith. A new alliance. Migrate our tribes? Albert questioned. Indeed. New members, you must abide by the alliance's decisions, came the response. And who is the leader? Lante inquired. It has been decided. I shall be the chief. How presumptuous, Lante thought, contemplating whether to voice his objection. Should any new member dissent, they may challenge me to a duel, just as those two did. Very well, Lante declared, gripping the reins with one hand and absorbing a shard of magic crystal with the other, unsheathing his sword to charge forth. Before the opponent could finish speaking, Lante's steed surged forward. In truth, Lante did not need to expend his magic crystal to vanquish the foe. He had yet to retrieve his spear. What? A few of Black Eye's loyalists, sensing trouble, reached for their weapons, but Lante responded with decisive strikes. Empowered by the magic crystal, Lante's sword cleaved through one opponent, then spun to dispatch another, cutting down 4 in total. Olivia, faith carries weight. Lante was the bearer of the beliefs of hundreds within his territory. They believed he could lead them across the plains, guide them to Hark, and grant them a life of tranquility and freedom, while the faith he bore could not elevate him to a higher tier of combat. It provided him with advantages. Armored against the unarmored, mounted against foot soldiers, victory was within reach. After dispatching the 4 barbarian guards, silence fell upon the gathering. Lante, uncertain of what to do next, stood before the crowd, unsure of the fallen leader's intentions and whether any among the remaining would dare to confront him. Everyone listened. After several moments of silence, Lante, with no other recourse, began to speak. I am Lante of the Galloping tribe. This leader of the Badger tribe summoned me here under the pretense of joining his tribe, but in truth, he seeks to usurp mine. He just proclaimed himself the chieftain of all tribes, and those who disagree may duel him. Now that I have triumphed, I declare this tribe merged into my Galloping tribe. Lord Galloping, a youthful voice from the crowd piped up. The Badger leader defeated our elder in combat. Now you have bested him. If we pledge our loyalty to you, will you lead us south against the humans? Absolutely not. The relationship between the tribes of the plains and human settlements should not be one of conquest, Lante responded resolutely. I understand you all previously accepted the Badger leader's challenge. The victor is the chieftain. Now that I have triumphed, does anyone dare to oppose me? The onlookers, having just finished breakfast and clad in cotton, linen, or animal hides, were hardly inclined to confront a fully armored cavalryman. The 2 elders had been unwilling to see their tribe consumed by the Badger. The remaining 4 tribes included 2 that had split from the Badger, and one was already bereft of fighting strength, merely following the crowd. Even the Badger cavalry accompanying Lante remained silent, clearly intimidated by his prowess. This Lord Galloping is truly a gift from the heavens to our tribe. The earlier proponent of unity began to advocate for a new merger proposal. This esteemed leader. I am Lante. Oh, yes. This Lord Lante has indisputably vanquished Black Eye of the Badger tribe and is now our new leader. At this moment, Lante exchanged glances with Albert, who nodded in agreement. Very well. Since you have all recognized me as your leader, let us gather here that I ask that you all relocate your camps, Lante declared, allowing the remaining tribes to disperse as he was escorted into the main tent by the barbarian cavalry. Lante had now acquired a tribe, a genuine mid-sized barbarian faction. According to the non-magic users present, this tribe initially boasted only 20 barbarian cavalry. Under the leadership of the previous chief, it gradually absorbed several tribes, eventually fracturing into 3 more, leaving the Badger tribe with fewer than 30 cavalry. During the Grey Goose Council, Black Eye had dispatched all non-allied cavalry to the Grey Goose tribe, resulting in his own tribe dwindling to 15. With 5 fallen in the recent skirmish, only 10 magic wielders remained. The smaller surrounding tribes had approximately 25 magic wielders left, constituting the entirety of these barbarian factions within the confines of the Great Encampment. There resided 12 human mages, among whom 3 were apprentices of knighthood. Currently, Lante felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty, although he yearned to scour the entire camp and retrieve his rightful magical belongings. He understood that addressing the relationship between the barbarians and the humans was of utmost importance. He was uncertain how to persuade the barbarians to regard the human mages as equals, nor did he know if his subjects could accept the presence of barbarians within their territory. However, Lante was resolute in one belief. The barbarians need not conform to the ways of the humans. He decided to seek out the barbarians of the original Yohuan tribe for a discussion. Summoning the messenger who had guided them to this location, a barbarian known as Sierra II, he inquired, "What is your opinion of those human slaves?" "My lord, they are all yours. I hold no particular views," replied Sierra II, who had witnessed the ruthless decisiveness of Hadong over the years and dared not speculate on the leaderess' thoughts. "Do you have any acquaintances among the humans?" "Yes, my lord, my mother is human." "Oh, your mother." "Indeed, the barbarians often intermarry with humans. Every tribe does so." "Very well," Lante responded, dismissing him. He then spoke individually with the 9 Yohuan barbarian mages and discovered that each of them, to varying degrees, had human relatives, such as mothers, brothers, or siblings. Consequently, Lante first approached the human relatives of the cavalry, informing them of his intention to establish separate camps for the barbarians and humans. The barbarians continued their pastoral lifestyle, and the families of the non-mage cavalry, along with the families of the non-mage barbarians who had sought refuge, formed a distinct camp known as the Galloping Horse tribe. All human mages and those who did not wish to continue their nomadic existence were incorporated into Lante's direct retinue. Lante gathered the human mages within the camp, publicly disclosing his identity and announcing the liberation of the human slaves from the Yohuan tribe, followed by his decision to segregate the camps. Having just shed their identities as slaves, the human mages naturally had no objections to Lante's decision. By the afternoon, the division of the Yohuan tribe was effectively completed. The 9 barbarian cavalrymen relocated with their families of over 40 individuals to the right side of the main camp, while the left side was occupied by the liberated human mages, the families of the Yohuan chieftain, and the families of mages accompanying the Grey Goose tribe, all of whom were now under Lante's direct command. As evening approached, several smaller tribes of barbarians gradually entered the right camp, resulting in a total of 35 barbarian mages accompanied by 230 non-mage barbarians. In contrast, the left camp housed 12 human mages and 100 human non-mages. Lante remained cautious. Earlier in the day, he had instructed one of his knights to return to the main camp to summon the entire encampment. However, his main camp now boasted over 400 individuals, a significantly larger population than the newly acquired encampment. The entire process of relocation and amalgamation persisted until noon the following day. Having successfully resolved the amalgamation of the pseudo-barbarian Galloping Horse populace with the Galloping Horse tribe, Lante finally entered the much-anticipated phase of sifting through the spoils of war. In truth, the most valuable asset of the Yohuan tribe was the very tent in which Lante resided. This tent contained a dozen smaller magical arrays, adept at regulating air circulation within, even capable of adjusting temperature and providing sound insulation. According to the confidant of the Yohuan tribe, this tent had cost Hadong hundreds of gold coins, purchased from a merchant. It was said to have been utilized by members of the imperial family during the human-orc wars a millennium ago, stored away in the underground vaults of Yechi City until rediscovered by the merchant. Upon hearing such claims, Albert scoffed. Regardless of the era, the Empire always deployed a multitude of various mages on its campaigns, with earth mages capable of constructing encampments from earth and stone within an afternoon. What necessity lay in dwelling within a tent? Furthermore, some of the magical arrays within the tent had only recently gained popularity, likely not even developed 1,000 years prior. Nevertheless, Albert did not dispute the tent's worth. He had seen similar tents in the imperial capital. Typically used for large gatherings by families of marquises or dukes, each tent representing a valuable asset within the family. The tent now in Lante's possession not only provided excellent climate control, but also facilitated rapid deployment and retraction through its magical arrays. Such a tent would fetch no less than 100 gold coins even in the imperial capital. One could only conclude that Heidong's purchase had not been in vain. However, Lante and Albert searched for an extended period, yet found no family insignia upon the tent, only a signature that read, Sherman Tiejuan. As several smaller nomadic tribes effectively invested in Lante's galloping horse tribe. The original wealth and livestock of these smaller tribes were preserved, remaining under the ownership of their original members. This included the supplies from the small encampment that Lante had raided the previous night, which were returned to the barbarians of the original tribe. The Yohuan tribe yielded a value of 150 gold coins, several magical crystals, rune tablets, 12 sets of armor, and the magical armor worn by Heidong, all of which belonged to Lante. In addition, the Yohuan tribe possessed 6 black-scaled horses, 50 pack animals, 220 long-haired sheep, as well as dozens of mountain chickens and gray geese. Lante donned Heidong's magical armor. And according to Albert's description, a set of magical armor necessitated a high-quality iron armor or complete magical beast leather armor, which was then inscribed with magical arrays by a mage of at least the archmage level using magical metals. Common magical metals included blue steel, purple copper, mithril, and gold. Sometimes, the center of the magical array required the embedding of gemstones or magical crystals. After donning the armor and attempting to channel a modicum of fighting spirit, Lante felt the 12 magical gemstones upon the armor's arrays illuminate as the fighting spirit activated them. Instantly, Lante felt as though he were encased in a mechanized suit, his strength and speed significantly augmented, while his agility remained unaffected. Grasping his sword, Lante distinctly sensed his fighting spirit being transmitted to the blade. He was immensely satisfied with the magical armor. The only lingering question being how Heidong had not managed to slay him while adorned in such formidable equipment. Of course, 5 minutes later, Lante understood why. The fighting spirit had been entirely consumed by the magical armor. Although the armor was not heavier than ordinary iron armor, Lante felt exceedingly weak once his fighting spirit was depleted. After Roar and the others assisted him in removing the armor, Lante found his clothes and trousers thoroughly drenched with sweat. This armor required a substantial amount of fighting spirit to operate its magical arrays. If the fighting spirit was insufficient, magical crystals could serve as an energy source, with a standard small magical crystal capable of powering the armor for roughly half an hour. Indeed, the mechanized suit consumed energy at an alarming rate, Lante mused. Contemplating the impracticality of its use, in a wonder Heidong had refrained from activating the armor. It was merely a showpiece, as the barbarians themselves lacked fighting spirit, and, once its functionality was exhausted, it merely became a crystal-consuming beast. Chapter 22. The Barbarian Youth. Neil the Falcon, my esteemed leader. I am Neil the Falcon, and I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you until death, that I hope to become your sword and spear. On the afternoon following the amalgamation of the camps, Lante received an intriguing pledge of loyalty from Neil the Falcon, a young mage from the Yohuan tribe. Neil's mother hailed from the Frost Wolf family of the Dragon Kingdom, while his father had been one of the foremost cavalrymen within the Yohuan tribe. Tragically, Neil's father had perished 2 years prior during a tribal conflict, at which time Neil had just awakened his magical lineage at the tender age of 12. Now, Neil was regarded as one of the most skilled young cavalrymen among the barbarian mages. Furthermore, having grown up under his mother's guidance, he possessed insight into the internal dynamics of the barbarian tribes and the interests of the human nobility. Lante indeed required someone capable of managing the 35 barbarian mages and their 200 non-mage family members within the right camp, making Neil an appropriate candidate. However, Neil was not particularly distinguished within the right camp, prompting Lante to consider how he might elevate Neil's standing. Rise, Neil, I accept your pledge of loyalty, Lance said, assisting Neil to his feet. I wish to know, how many people can you rally in the right camp? Neil was momentarily taken aback. What I mean is, if I were to assign you a task of patrol, how many individuals could you gather to accompany you? Well, Neil pondered for a moment. Deshertu, Huang Erdwa, Lanhua, approximately 6 individuals would follow me, my lord. So that is your patrol team? Yes, my lord. In that case, take your team to patrol and scout the surrounding tribes. If you encounter a smaller tribe, inquire if they would be willing to join ours. If the tribe is larger, assess the number of their members. Neil diligently noted this down. Understood, my lord. You may inform those tribes that I am willing to exchange pack animals and long-haired sheep for their human mages, 2 pack animals for 1 individual. If they have no need for pack animals, they may opt for long-haired sheep, meat, sausages, or black-scaled horses. Should their tribe wish to merge with us, we can provide them with food and offer them some black-scaled horses. And if they refuse to join us, I require more human mages. If they possess human mage slaves willing to sell to us, we shall treat them as allies. If the smaller tribes do not wish to oppose me, I can also exchange iron goods and horses with them. If there are magic bearers unwilling to sell to me, I shall resort to warfare to acquire them. Lance spoke, expressing his disdain for the meager magic bearers or livestock of the small tribes. What he sought was to amass as many human magic bearers as possible to establish his own knightly force. Once, Lante harbored great fear of encountering medium or larger barbarian tribes, limiting himself to the smaller ones. But now he had transformed into a medium to large tribe himself, finding the pursuit of smaller tribes to be a distraction. Yes, my lord, he replied. You should first target a few smaller tribes that appear to lack sufficient food, persuading them to join us. Once you achieve results, I will ensure that several skilled individuals in the camp focus on nurturing your abilities, Lante whispered to him. It seemed that Neil was utterly perplexed. Lante began to understand. Why don't you tell me the truth? Who instructed you to say those last few words? Neil promptly replied, My mother. Very well. Relay our conversation to your mother and have her help you analyze its meaning. Understood, Neil said, rising to leave. The barbarians were indeed straightforward, boldly returning to seek counsel from their mothers. Neil had already left the camp for reconnaissance. After the merger of the camps, Lance's entire encampment boasted over 600 individuals, making it one of the largest tribes in the southern expanse of the Galloping Horse Plain. Currently, Lante commanded 17 human magic bearers, including 1 junior knight, 3 reserve knights, and 13 magic bearers, in addition to 300 non-magic bearers, all stationed in the left camp adjacent to Lance's main tent. To the left lay the remnants of the former territory of Baron Galloping Horse, while to the right of the main tent was the encampment of 35 barbarian magic bearers. Lante designated these 2 camps as the left and right camps for clarity. As he walked through the camp, Lante observed 2 starkly contrasting scenes. In the left camp, following the merger with the Badger tribe, the groups had expanded accordingly. However, the activities remained the same. Women gathered to care for children, chefs tended large pots of lamb stew, others washed clothes, repaired wooden furniture, forged metal, tanned hides, and crafted sausages. Some had even begun to spin yarn. While those with nothing else to do joined the singing and dancing girls in a rendition of Lance's Galloping Horse encouragement song. From a distance, the scene appeared far more prosperous than the small town beside Galloping Horse Castle in years past. Interestingly, after merging the 2 medium camps, the number of managing non-magic bearers had diminished, as the human magic bearers had taken charge of the administration, leaving little room for the non-magic bearers to exert their influence. The right camp, inhabited by the barbarians, was markedly monotonous. Each household cooked and ate separately, and individuals remained confined to their tents, with some occasionally peering through the barriers to watch the left camp singing, while others, out of sheer boredom, resorted to brawling. Lante resolved to assign the barbarians some tasks. He rummaged through the assorted spoils of war and discovered hand drums and a type of instrument that produced a clattering sound. Intending for the barbarians to practice their vocalizations, the Neil's patrol returned in the afternoon, and Lante observed Neil heading straight back to his tent, sensing the boy had gone to consult his mother again. Shortly after, Neil approached Lante to report that several small tribes expressed a desire to join them, and he had also spotted 3 medium tribes in the east and north, though he had not yet engaged them in conversation. Lante was not particularly anxious about the new military campaign. Instead, he summoned a non-magic bearer who could sing, instructing Neil to take a few cavalry members along to learn the song. Lante once again convened a bonfire dinner, insisting that all must attend, whether barbarian or galloping horse subject. Before the meal, they commenced with a choral performance, the first to take the stage being the choir from Group 2 of the left camp. A group that had pleased Lante after 2 choral competitions. Their harmonious voices captivated even the barbarians, though they struggled to master the melodious tunes due to their muscular physiques. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed brethren, Lante proclaimed loudly once the choir finished. What say you? Was Group 2's performance commendable? Indeed, the crowd erupted in cheers, fully aware that Group 2 only knew that one song. Today, I have composed another song, which will be sung by Neil and his patrol team. Wow, the assembly was taken aback, as no one had been privy to Lante's new composition. Several non-magic bearers appeared, holding hand drums, clappers, and a type of whistle. Then, Neil's 6-member patrol took the stage. The sound of the whistle and drums resonated, and after a simple, rhythmic triad, the barbarians joined in with ancestors, forebears, royal lineage, the great sire. Ancestors, forebears, royal lineage, the great sire, eternal heroes, masters of the galloping horse. The black-scaled iron cavalry, across any era, roams the plains. The black-scaled iron cavalry, across any era, roams the plains. Galloping horse banner, Knight Chelan city walls. Galloping horse banner, Knight Chelan city walls, that I passionately sing of your renowned legacy. Guarding your city-state, allowing your people to roam the grasslands. Guarding your city-state, allowing your people to roam the grasslands. This musical inspiration had been drawn from a certain emerald double-headed eagle kingdom in Lante's homeland. The melody was remarkably simple, primarily requiring a drumbeat accompaniment. Even more cleverly, Lante's lyrics made no explicit mention of whether it was about the galloping horse kingdom or the barbarians. After all, everyone rode the black-scaled horse. One could interpret it as a tribute to their ancestors, while another could perceive it as homage to theirs. Regardless, the 2 ancestral lines would not emerge from the earth after all these years. The lyrics repeated twice before concluding with the final drumbeats. As silence enveloped the camp, the barbarians remained momentarily stunned, but within moments, the first barbarian let out a roar, and soon, all the barbarians and those in the right camp joined in a unified chorus of ancestors. Forebears. At that moment, Neil was gazing at his mother, Maki Shuanglong, recalling their dialogue following his report to Lante earlier that afternoon. You have 3 tasks. First, take your patrol team and sing a song tonight. I will teach it to you shortly. Sing. I am a barbarian. I cannot sing. Who says barbarians cannot sing? You must sing, and it must be tonight. There is no room for negotiation, Lante declared with great authority. Second, here are 10 pounds of beast meat, starting today. You shall come to consume half a pound daily. Afterward, seek out roar for training. However, today, you must practice singing. Third, tomorrow or the day after, take your patrol team and ensure you bring back a small tribe. Whether by persuasion or force is up to you. That is no issue. Several small tribes are willing to join. The winter on the galloping horse plain was harsh, leading many small tribes to congregate during the season, making Neil's proposition appealing to numerous small tribes. Good. If there are multiple options, select the one with a larger population and a strong presence. If it is a medium tribe, do not act impulsively. Wait for me to take action, Lante said, casting a glance at Neil, discerning his thoughts. If you wish to return to your tent, do so, but come back to learn the song. Understood. Neil hurried back to his tent to consult his mother. Did he truly say that? Maki inquired after hearing Neil's recounting. Did he not ask for anything in return? No. He neither asked for gold nor horses, nor a sister. It implies that what he desires is something you cannot provide. Then what should I do? He needs you to grow stronger so you can offer it to him. Maki regarded her somewhat bewildered son. Contemplating Lante's true intentions, Lante looked on with satisfaction as Neil diligently practiced the song in his tent with 6 towering barbarian companions, repeating those 4 lines until they synchronized with the drumbeats. Lante aimed to transform this young lad into a charismatic barbarian leader, ensuring Neil gained the recognition of all the barbarians while also solidifying his own claim to the galloping horse lineage among the barbarian populace, at least within their camp. Thus, Lante sought to adapt the song, allowing each barbarian to unwittingly acknowledge the connection between Knight Chelan and galloping horse. Knight Chelan City was the jewel of the galloping horse plain, and the essence of the galloping horse tribe was embodied in the Knight Chelan banner. He aimed to reinforce this connection. Ladies and gentlemen, Lance suddenly stood up and exclaimed, drawing the attention of all. As their leader was about to speak, "Galloping Horse is our name, and Knight Chelan is our banner." Lant pointed to his flag. "Once, my ancestors were the kings of this vast plain, and today, I shall lead you to unify every tribe, large and small." At that moment, the camp fell silent. The human subjects were incredulous that Lant would openly declare the unification of the Galloping Horse plain in front of the numerous barbarians, while the barbarians simply doubted Lant could muster such resources. "I understand that in the current Galloping Horse plain, tribes outnumber the tributaries of rivers, while riders are more numerous than the stars in the sky. Unification is exceedingly challenging, yet it is a necessity." Lance's tone was resolute as he turned his gaze toward Neil. "Neil, yes, I want you to spread this song among the various tribes, carrying my command and the goodwill of Galloping Horse to each one, so they understand that the Great Galloping Horse tribe is distinct from the Grey Goose tribe. We do not seek to engage in bloody conflict with those who ride dragons. Instead, I aim to lead the warriors of the grasslands into a new era. You need not worry about the harsh winter, nor fear the calamities of ice and plague. I shall gather all the magic-wielding humans from every tribe to bring order, stability, and victory to this plain." At that moment, Neil was utterly taken aback, for even the leaders of the Grey Geese and the Weasel tribe had never harbored such grand aspirations. He found himself at a loss for words, as silence enveloped the gathering. "What are we waiting for? Let us sing the praises of our ancestors," a woman suddenly cried out, and at once, all the magic wielders of the tribes erupted into a chorus. "Ancestors, forebears, the royal lineage, our revered ancestors." The drums and whistles resounded once more, and everyone in the right camp was enraptured by the leader's magnificent vision. It was not only the right camp. Many of the left camp's subjects and elder leaders joined in song. For them, the ancestors and forebears of the Galloping Horse plain were none other than the ancestral royalty of the Galloping Horse family. Lant noticed the woman who had just spoken, and he observed Neil gazing at her. This evening, Lant felt a profound sense of satisfaction, yet when he turned to Albert, he was met with a face that bore signs of trepidation, prompting Lant to smile in confusion. Chapter 23, Makoto. Frost Wolf. The 3 moons illuminated the land, while bonfires blazed brilliantly in the camp, and the cheers of nearly 600 voices reverberated across the earth. Amidst the laughter and joy, Albert struggled to conceal the turmoil within him. Whoever he is, he cannot be Lant Galloping Horse, was the singular thought occupying Albert's mind. Indeed, Lant must have been chosen as a vessel by some extraordinary being or a deity. Uniting all the tribes of the Galloping Horse plain was an idea beyond the ken of any human noble, let alone the barren son before him. Albert had once heard in the imperial capital about the distinctions between humans, orcs, and tribes. The first powerful human chose to express his magic through arts, thus achieving sanctity, whereas orcs opted to enhance their physical forms with magic, drawing closer to the ancient beast deities they revered. Almost all orcs were magic wielders, yet 80% merely augmented their corporeal strength, often falling short of even the lowest-level human magic wielders. However, once an orc awakened the bloodline of their beast god, they would increasingly resemble the deity they worshipped, with the lowest tier manifesting as beastly ears and hooves. Closer ones might retain a human form but be covered in fur, resembling a hybrid of human and beast. The most powerful among them, born only in beast form, devoid of any human traits, yet possessing intellect and prowess far superior to high-level humans, were known as the chosen of the beast god. In battle, their forms would swell several-fold, fully embodying the visage of the beast god, their might rivaling that of legends. If orcs were those who, through magic, rendered their bodies more akin to their beast gods, then the tribes were the most unique offspring born of the union between humans and orcs, worshipping the human gods. In Olivia's world, the stature and rank of the powerful corresponded with one another. It was not uncommon for legendary beings to tower over 6 or 7 meters. Once one ascended to the divine tier, they occupied a space between this world and a higher dimension. During the conflicts between human champions and orcs, a significant number of orcs converted to the worship of human deities. Their forms remained that of ordinary humans, while their bloodlines absorbed magic to enhance their strength. It remains unclear which ancient human gods the tribes revered. All that is known is that none are acknowledged by the official pantheon of the human empire, due to the shared bloodline and faith. The 2 human nations most acquainted with the tribes, Kirislav and the Dragon Kingdom, regarded them as heretics and adversaries, with no noble daring to broker peace with the tribes. This was a point of constant emphasis and education for every noble family within those nations. Yet tonight, Lante not only disregarded the traditions of the Dragon Kingdom, but proposed the unification of the entire Galloping Horse Plain. Lante's vision of uniting the Galloping Horse Plain was certainly not to expel the tribes, but to embrace them within its fold. His line of thinking was truly unprecedented among humans. Had Lante become a vessel for the ancient Great One revered by the tribes? Did this mean that his once nephew had vanished, and now the Lante before him was poised to become a legend? At this moment, Albert's heart was tumultuous. He did not know whether Lante was still his nephew, nor what plans Lante now harbored. He was uncertain whether he should intervene or caution Lante, for the existence of divine or legendary beings was overwhelmingly potent. Albert feared that the centuries of effort invested by the Galloping Horse family would be cast aside like chaff before such a being. The roaring and singing continued outside the main tent, where Neil's mother, Makoto Frostwolf, was invited into Lante's tent. Just moments ago, Lante had recognized her. She was an astute woman. Lante cared not for the peculiarities surrounding a magic-less individual inheriting a family name. But he was genuinely intrigued by Makoto. After the singing segment, he brought both Makoto and Neil into his tent, and Albert, expressing his interest, followed suit. First, I must express my gratitude for your ability to rally those cavalrymen to sing together, Lante sincerely thanked her. Without Makoto's timely words, the atmosphere could have soured. If laughter or inappropriate sounds had emerged, Lante's prestige would have suffered greatly. My lord, you are too kind. Your willingness to cultivate Neil is reward enough for me, Makoto replied. When Lante first sent Neil out on patrol, she had surmised that he was intentionally mentoring him, allowing Neil to seek his own team and gain experience and merit through reconnaissance. This afternoon, when Lante had Neil sing and feast on magical beast meat, the intent became even clearer. Regardless of Lante's ultimate aspirations for Neil, it was evident he was employing every means to strengthen him. In her heart, Makoto had always considered herself a human of the Dragon Kingdom, and though she could not inherit a family name, after she and her brother were swept away to the Galloping Horse Plain, Makoto had consistently emphasized her Frostwolf lineage. She had long hoped her family would rescue her, but after a year of turmoil, she was sold to the Weasel tribe at the tender age of 14. Soon becoming the object of affection for a burly tribesman, giving birth to Neil shortly thereafter. Throughout Neil's formative years, his father treated Makoto well, not only because women capable of birthing magic wielders earned the goodwill of the tribes, but also due to Neil's father admiring Makoto's foresight and judgment. Hence, over the past decade and more, Makoto had lived with a semblance of dignity within the Weasel tribe. Nonetheless, she never regarded the Weasel tribe as her true home, for she understood that this tribe would inevitably be subsumed by a larger one, then split into smaller factions, leading to relentless cycles of consumption. This was the norm among the tribes of the Galloping Horse Plain, with each transition of the seasons. Makoto feared for her and Neil's lives amidst the tribal conflicts. It was only when Lante consumed the Weasel tribe and established the left and right camps that Makoto began to speculate that this so-called chieftain of the Galloping Horse was a human. When Lante organized a communal dinner for everyone that evening, she became even more convinced that Lante was no ordinary tribal leader. Although the tribes had a small population, their hierarchies were rigid. Tribal leaders, as chosen of the gods, typically refrained from dining with others in their camps. Yet, Makoto found it hard to believe that a human noble could truly command a tribal force. As a member of a prestigious family in the Dragon Kingdom, Makoto had heard tales of noble families that, in their misguided benevolence towards the tribes, ultimately faced betrayal from their own subordinates, leading to the disintegration of families and, in some cases, even death. My lord, do you truly wish to accommodate a tribal group within the camp? Makoto could not suppress her doubts. It is not merely toleration, it is development. Lante articulated his vision. The tribes inhabit the Galloping Horse Plain, a fact I cannot ignore while claiming kingship, nor can I expel or annihilate every single tribe. Can I, Neil's mother? Certainly. Yet no human noble who has embraced the tribes has met with a favorable outcome. Well, but I am a leader of a tribal group. Are you not aware? I am the chieftain of the Galloping Horse tribe. You are not a human noble. I am the acting baron of the Galloping Horse fief in the Dragon Kingdom, and I shall soon be the human lord for all subjects in the left camp. However, this does not preclude me from also being the chieftain of the Galloping Horse tribe. I shall protect my human subjects like any other lord while leading the tribal cavalry like a chieftain that I intend to bring order to this plain. How is that possible? Do you wish for the tribes to reside within castles? Or for the humans to live among the tribes? Why can we not allow the tribes to continue their nomadic ways while the humans inhabit the castles? What? The question came from Albert. What is amiss? Is there something wrong? To the south lies the Night Chelan city, while the Galloping Horse Plain is vast. Only a few locations are truly suitable for cities, once these areas become urbanized. Vast expanses of grassland will remain. These grasslands can continue to be grazed, and during winter, the nomadic tribes can drive their livestock close to the city's animal pens. The humans within the city can process the livestock that are either difficult to winter or have been driven out, converting the tribe's livestock into wealth. But my lord, will so many people, both in the city and the tribes, consume meat? Makoto inquired. No, they will consume grains. We can trade for grain from the south. On the vast expanse of the Galloping Horse Plain, there lie salt mines and iron mines, alongside livestock and black-scaled steeds. Is it truly the case that such high-value commodities cannot procure grain? Lante had initially intended to articulate that exchanging high-value minerals for low-value grain was a sensible trade. Yet the words faltered on his lips. However, Lante was not indulging in fanciful thoughts. Prior to the fall of the Galloping Horse Kingdom, a policy of mining resources in exchange for grain had been practiced, where annually salt, iron, and other minerals were traded for grain from the southern realms. Silence enveloped the tent once more. Jinshin found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, while Albert pondered Lante's envisioned future and the true intentions of the entity behind Lante. By integrating the barbarian and human tribes, we can better exploit the grasslands and mines of the plain. Human cities can transform into centers for mineral processing, while the barbarian cavalry can defend the cities and continue to raise livestock, thus providing meat. After painting this idyllic vision, Lante turned his gaze back to Jinshin. Jinshin, I need you as the scribe for the territory. Me? Indeed, you can read and write, correct? Of course, but how did you know? Quite simply. Your knowledge surpasses the experiences one would typically acquire. The surplus must have been gleaned from books. Thank you for your kind words. I do indeed enjoy reading. I require a scribe capable of understanding barbarian thought to assist me in dealings with them. In the future, I intend to reinstate Neil, making you the most suitable candidate. I am grateful for your trust. I shall not fail in my mission. Neil did not disappoint Lante's expectations, having undergone several days of intensive training and nourishment from beast meat. His swordsmanship instructor, Rower, deemed Neil ready to withstand attacks from intermediate knights, effectively suppressing most low-level knights. Lante then took Neil, along with Greyhound and Fong, to the northern and western hunting grounds. Through their cooperation, they felled several low-level swamp crocodiles and numerous water arrow fish, particularly near the main flow of the Galloping Horse River, where the waterways were abundant and teeming with aquatic magical beasts. The beast meat bolstered the vitality and magical reserves of Neil, Fong, and Lante. Although Neil was indeed a barbarian, Lante had attempted several times to channel his fighting spirit through Neil's body. Neil's perception of fighting spirit was not vastly different from Lante's, leading Lante to hypothesize that Neil's barbarian lineage might have once been in a malleable state during his youth, capable of improvement through nourishment and training. That if this were the case, it indicated that Lante could cultivate more human spellcasters within the barbarian ranks. As Neil grew stronger, Lante's songs began to echo among the barbarians, with an increasing number of barbarian cavalry eager to pledge allegiance to Neil, who once commanded a patrol of up to 25 cavalrymen. Soon, Neil brought forth the first small tribe to submit, consisting of merely 6 barbarian cavalry. Upon witnessing Neil accompanied by over 20 cavalry and hearing him sing of his ancestors, they even sent forth a barbarian warrior to challenge Neil, ultimately deciding to join the Galloping Horse tribe. Subsequently, another small tribe not only offered to exchange 3 long-haired sheep for a human spellcaster slave from their midst, but also expressed their willingness to affiliate with the Galloping Horse tribe. After several days of such displays, Neil had undoubtedly emerged as the most dazzling new star in the right wing. During a collective dinner, Lante proclaimed Neil as the vanguard, appointing his 12 finest young barbarian subordinates as his retinue, instructing Neil to lead his cavalry in reconnaissance and vigilance. Concurrently, he announced plans to provide ironworking, acquire long-haired sheep, supply stallions, and offer grain exchanges as public services to the surrounding small tribes. The following day, on October 10, 996, Lance set forth once more, with Neil leading a vanguard of 12 cavalrymen at the forefront, while Lant followed with 14 knights, reserve knights, and human spellcasters, and Albert escorted the remaining spellcasters at the rear. Heading eastward, at this moment, Lance's main force boasted 1 intermediate knight, 5 low-level knights, 5 reserve knights, and 4 spellcasters, all clad in armor, forming a well-ordered unit even amidst the subjugated domains of the dragon. Lant was filled with confidence. Having just emerged from the Kelnico Pass, he contemplated how to ensure the survival of his territory by masquerading as a medium-sized barbarian camp after conquering 2 camps. He considered retreating to the south to live as a prosperous baron. Now, he had a knightly force in one hand and a cavalry force in the other. He even entertained the thought of launching another wave of assault, ultimately relying on his strength to directly challenge the Grey Goose camp, aspiring to become the most formidable presence in the southern expanse of the Galloping Horse River. At this juncture, Neil was immensely excited. With the troops continually singing of ancestors and forebears, Neil was certain that his leader could indeed conquer the surrounding small tribes, perhaps even reaching the salt mines. His only regret was that his mother, Frostwolf, could not be present to witness his commanding presence, nor could he seek her counsel at will. Chapter 24. The Blue Magpie Fortress of the Earl in the southeast of Kelnico Pass lies the largest border fortress of the Dragon Kingdom. The Blue Magpie Fortress. The fortress is situated upon a delta formed by the confluence of 2 rivers. It comprises a main keep and 3 auxiliary keeps, forming a fortified complex. From the watchtower of the fortress, one can gaze far into the west, towards the Rot territory. On the afternoon of October 12, Count Kybins of the northwest, leaning against the railing of the fortress's watchtower, surveyed the site of barbarian cavalry several kilometers away across the river. You say you saw at least 100 cavalrymen at that time. I fear the numbers have long surpassed that now. The barbarian presence we've observed from various watchtowers and noble territories exceeds even 300, an unprecedented influx into the dragon's domain. Kybin spoke gravely. My lord, what I reported was the number of barbarians we saw about a month ago. With the fall of Rot, the number of barbarians heading south must have increased. The speaker was Hake, Lance's father. Hake, Ryan, and Albert had escaped from the barbarian tribe 12 days prior, disguising themselves as isolated barbarian cavalry to navigate through Kelnico Valley. Upon exiting the valley, they promptly made their way east into the southeastern foothills of Kelnico, only to arrive at the Blue Magpie Fortress just as Count Zonlong's knights were stationed there. When the knights spotted the sudden appearance of 2-inch wild men, they immediately went on high alert. Fortunately, it was the vice-captain of the knightly order, the renowned socialite crony Red Dragon, who sensed the anomaly. Under considerable pressure, he recognized Hake and his 2 sons, thus enabling the Earl to piece together the truth regarding the barbarian invasion of the southern territories of Kelnico through his network of connections. Count Zonlong had already learned that while Hake and Bob engaged in trade with the barbarians, Hake exhibited a clear moral compass. Upon sensing the barbarians' unusual movements this winter, he was the first to inform the other nobles. Whereas Bob, aware of the same, unhesitatingly chose to sacrifice Hake to save himself, only to be outmaneuvered by the barbarians, resulting in his family's demise. Now, with Hake returning from the Galloping Horse Plain, the Earl's suspicions were confirmed, prompting him to reassure Hake. Hake, do not worry excessively. I have received reliable information. The people of your territory have accompanied Albert to the Great Forest. This is common knowledge throughout the Rot territory. As long as your subjects are safe, your family's title shall remain intact. Thank you, my lord. My greater concern lies with the impending winter conflict. The fall of Rot territory will only invite more barbarians. And yet the other nobles have yet to grasp the severity of this invasion. You speak true. These lords have grown too complacent. The Earl teased his subordinates. Yet he too had misjudged the situation due to the prolonged peace. My lord, there are the latest battle reports. Baron Geo Mormont of Wild Bear Ridge was the first to receive the Earl's summons, preparing 10 knights to set forth for Blue Magpie Fortress. However, after several days of readiness, Baron Geo found himself unable to leave Wild Bear Ridge. The reason was simple. A camp of over 25 barbarian cavalry had suddenly taken position outside the ridge. The intentions of the barbarian cavalry were clear, to ensnare them, or rather, to obstruct the communication between Zonlong's castle and its southern vassals, rendering the forces of various barons and counts unable to provide timely support to Blue Magpie Fortress. The area of Wild Bear Ridge was limited, yielding some magical potions and beasts. Much of these valuable resources needed to be exchanged for ironware, salt, grain, and other necessities, while a portion was allocated to bolster the strength of the family knights, ultimately allowing them to procure weapons and warhorses, a resource that was exceedingly scarce. Geo could not equip each of his knights with black-scaled steeds and iron armor. The most effective means of combating the barbarian cavalry was through the Baron. As an intermediate knight, engaging in one-on-one combat with individual cavalrymen, the situation was far more troublesome for the other knights, who would struggle to catch up to the barbarians on horseback and would be ensnared during retreat unless they were extremely experienced low-level knights. Otherwise, ordinary low-level and reserve knights would find it nearly impossible to injure the armored barbarian cavalry. A few days prior, Baron Geo had attempted to organize a sortie, only to nearly be surrounded, resulting in his eldest son sustaining serious injuries. In the end, Geo had to hold back to allow his knights to escape, thus preventing the entire family from perishing on the way to Blue Magpie Fortress. Following that, unable to mount an offensive, Geo was left to hide within the ridge. Fortunately, the barbarians were not adept in mountain warfare and showed no interest in venturing into the woods. They merely wished to occupy key positions and disrupt human support. Gazing into the distance at the barbarian encampment on the northern plains of Lingbei, Baron Geo let out a deep sigh. This barbarian invasion is highly unusual. What could have transpired in the Roth territory? What is currently happening in the Roth territory is of little consequence, remarked the scholar from Wild Bear Ridge. Jock injuries leave us no room for such considerations. We must urgently convey him to Zonglong City for the priests of the temple to administer their healing. Indeed. But how can we navigate past this throng of cavalry? I have a suggestion. An hour later, the knights of Wild Bear Ridge reappeared at the edge of the mountains, prompting the barbarian cavalry to assemble immediately. The knights maneuvered along the forest's edge, occasionally venturing onto the plains only to retreat back into the woods. Their movements instilled hesitation in the barbarian riders, who were averse to the forest and even more to the mountains, typically refraining from pursuing the knights into the wooded areas of Wild Bear Ridge, stopping instead at the forest's periphery. Now, with the knights lingering at the forest's edge, it seemed they might be attempting to circumvent towards Zonglong City, or perhaps deliberately luring the barbarians into the woods for a piecemeal defeat. The barbarians were uncertain of the knights' true intentions. Yet prior skirmishes had shown that they could not gain an advantage within the forest against the knights of Wild Bear Ridge. Ultimately, the barbarian chief observed that the knights had ventured more than 2 kilometers beyond the forest. Although still unclear about their motives, the chief resolved to intercept them immediately, seeking not to slay these knights, but merely to drive them back into the woods. Watching his knights charge towards the barbarian cavalry, even knowing they would soon retreat to the forest, Geo felt a profound sense of disgrace at sending his subordinates as bait to cover his own escape from the territory. At this moment, his only course of action was to hasten to Zonglong City to inform the Count of the situation in the south, ensuring his son received the necessary treatment. Facing a similar predicament was Viscount Milu, who, east of Zonglong City, encountered barbarian cavalry for the first time in his life. The Viscount, accompanied by 20 knights, confronted a band of 25 barbarian riders, while the Viscount and 2 mid-level knights donned iron armor and black-scaled steeds. The preparatory knights were equipped merely with ordinary warhorses and leather armor. Upon engagement, Viscount Milu quickly realized the disparity in combat strength. He and the 2 mid-level knights could fend off 3 barbarian fighters through sheer will, while the junior knights could retreat on their black-scaled steeds if overwhelmed. However, the 12 preparatory knights found themselves ensnared in a predicament where they could neither penetrate the enemy nor evade their grasp. Suffering from a total disadvantage, the barbarians showed no regard for the chivalrous spirit of one-on-one combat and offered no mercy to the weak, attacking en masse without hesitation. Casualties among the 21 knights quickly mounted, and they could only rely on the mid-level knights to cover their retreat back to the castle. Even so, 2 preparatory knights perished, and 4 were wounded. This marked the first time Milu Castle faced the barbarian threat at its gates. Standing atop the castle gate, the Viscount gazed at the barbarian encampment circling his stronghold. Is this the nature of barbarian warfare? How has that fellow Bob survived for so many years at the Kelnico Pass? The Viscount questioned himself while observing his battered troops. My lord, the barbarians, they have headed towards the knights' territories in Dolan, a knight shouted. What? The Viscount realized that these barbarians aimed to plunder various knightly domains, and with his recent defeat, he found himself powerless to intervene. Similar scenarios unfolded continuously as the leader of the Grey Goose dispatched 100 barbarians, splitting them into 4 groups to harass, loot, and obstruct within the heart of the Zonglong Count's domain. Preventing the Count's forces from consolidating, the Grey Goose leader established his main camp outside Blue Magpie Castle, blocking the retreat of the Zonglong Knights. After receiving battle reports, the Count finally grasped that the situation was far worse than he had anticipated. His own troops were immobilized, and his subordinates could not approach at that moment. The Count yearned to lead a direct assault on the Grey Goose encampment, but with no clergy available at Blue Magpie Castle. He feared the potential losses. Within the Grey Goose's grand tent, the chief encountered the mysterious young man once more. "Congratulations, Chief, on successfully seizing the Roth territory and pressing towards Blue Magpie Castle," the young man remarked. "Ha. Well said. Ultimately, I must thank you for your plan," the Grey Goose chief replied, visibly elated. "With the riches of Roth Castle, the chief will surely unify the entire Galloping Horse Plain. In the future, we will rely on you for salt mines and black-scaled horse trade." "Indeed. Well said. I have long-standing ties with your court," the young man responded. Chief, I am with the Empire's Salt and Iron Bureau," the young man admitted. Slightly embarrassed, having always claimed to represent the Salt and Iron Bureau, yet the barbarian chief immediately recognized him as a representative from the court. "Oh, what are you hiding from me? The Salt and Iron Bureau in the Galloping Horse Plain is overseen by the Blue Dragon family of the Dragon Kingdom. The folks at the Salt and Iron Bureau are always fixated on salt prices and quotas, never discussing which territories are vulnerable or which counts have grievances with the crown. That is of concern to your court, is it not? Well, you are not the first imperial official I have encountered, nor the first representative from the court. Your kind is solely focused on your own affairs, making it easy to discern your origins. Then, Chief, you must be aware that the mages and legends of the Dragon Kingdom are closely monitoring your activities within the Northwest territories. They will not stand idly by as you encroach further into the Northwest." The young man, realizing he could no longer maintain his facade, intended to withdraw the Grey Goose forces. "Of course, we prairie warriors do not intend to dwell behind stone walls, nor will I linger long beneath Blue Magpie Castle." "Then you. Our salt mines are in urgent need of slaves. I shall procure some here and then depart. But you are at Blue Magpie Castle. You would not be sending small contingents of cavalry to raid human sorcerers in various territories, would you? Naturally, if I do not send troops, would I directly demand them from the Count? You did not inform me of this at the time. You said that once you secured the riches of the Roth territory, you would head north." The young man realized the situation was spiraling beyond control, and he felt a surge of anger at the Grey Goose's betrayal. Has the plan not changed? The Grey Goose chief showed no concern for the commitments made to humanity. "Are you not afraid that once the situation escalates, the powerful from the Dragon Kingdom or the human empire will intervene?" "Oh, how could that happen? Is not your court always shielding me? Are you not deceiving the powerful of the dragons while also misleading that old wolf? Since you provide cover, how could I forsake this golden opportunity? Did you not receive a letter from your court before you arrived, instructing you to ensure the plan's execution?" The young man had not anticipated that his actions had been under the constant surveillance of the barbarian chief. "But how could they have known? Why do you look at me like that?" The Grey Goose chief could no longer restrain himself. "Oh, you wish to know how I am so aware of your movements? Quite simply, do you remember the representative from your Salt and Iron Bureau who preceded you? I suspect you are unaware that he was killed during the tribal conflict, yet as a mid-level mage. He set up a surveillance array in the former salt mine leader's chamber. Care to guess who currently resides in that room?" As the chief spoke, he produced a small mirror, a specially crafted magical mirror powered by a magic crystal, capable of revealing the happenings within a specific room from miles away. You dare use the methods of the court to spy on a representative of the court?" The young man was incensed. His words fierce, yet his hands crossed and hidden within his ample sleeves. Within the concealed pockets lay several ominous scrolls, capable of ending the life of this oblivious barbarian. However, before the young man could retrieve a scroll, his vision suddenly revealed his own body, with his neck now devoid of life. Behind the representative stood a towering barbarian, who swiftly drew a blade and severed the representative's head. The blade not only kills, but can also wound the wielder, the Grey Goose chief remarked coldly. When one treats others as weapons, one is bound to be pierced by their own. Chapter 25. To continue or retreat, horses gallop, hooves strike the ground, In the rush between mountains and plains, the herd sweeps like the wind. You are within the rivers. You are amidst the mountains. You are on the grasslands. You are among the galloping herd. Now is your time to conquer the galloping horse plain. Our galloping horse tribe is under the protection of the divine Emperor Augustus VI. That colossal palace forged from stone, and the temple that birthed Knight Kirin City. Advance, awaken the glory of our ancestors. You are in the writings of the people. You are in their words. You are in their hearts. You are above their heads. Now is your time to conquer the galloping horse plain. 43 barbarian sorcerers and nearly 100 non-magic users within the right encampment sang songs adapted from their homeland by Lante. On this day, October 20th, Lante had shattered 2 small to medium-sized camps and 1 medium to large camp within a span of 10 days. These 3 encampments yielded a bountiful harvest of black-scaled horses, pack animals, and long-haired sheep, alongside currency valued at 350 gold, 42 pieces of iron armor, nearly 4 tons of grain, a dozen magical rune tablets, and close to 30 magic crystals from these 3 barbarian factions. He liberated 21 human sorcerers, including 5 knights. Although there are no formal allegiances from the smaller tribes, several songs adapted by Lante have already become popular among them. The larger tribes wield military might while the smaller ones succumb to cultural conquest. This encapsulates Lante's current attitude towards the various barbarian factions. Furthermore, as a race that venerates strength, the barbarians naturally hold a deep respect for powerful tribes and their formidable leaders. Lante's tribe has achieved a string of consecutive victories, with him leading the charge in every significant battle, delivering decisive strikes and securing initial kills. This visible prowess in breaching enemy lines has undoubtedly garnered the loyalty of the barbarian cavalry, though such loyalty does not come cheaply. Prior to each battle, Lante must expend 2 magic crystals to activate his armor and 1 crystal to replenish his fighting spirit, meaning that 3 battles require a total of 9 magic crystals, equating to a cost of 90 gold coins. If it were not for the recent times of inactivity, during which Lante took Neil and a few others to the pond to hunt low-tier aquatic magical beasts, he would indeed be reluctant to expend such resources on combat. However, this expenditure is not merely wasteful. Lante has noticed that with each high-cost battle, his proficiency and frequency in utilizing fighting techniques have increased, along with the number of times he can trigger effects after consuming a single magic crystal. Roar believes this is due to an increase in the fighting spirit released, which in turn enhances Lante's own reservoir of fighting spirit and his skill level, marking a progression towards intermediate mastery. After several campaigns, including rallying the remnants of defeated tribes, the number of magical practitioners among Lante's barbarians has reached 43, of whom 35 are capable of mounting and engaging in battle. According to the traditional barbarian ratio of magical practitioners to non-practitioners being 1:5. And considering the customary size of barbarian tribes, Lante's right battalion can be considered a genuinely formidable tribe. Meanwhile, Lante's left battalion has grown to 33 human magical practitioners, far surpassing the previous numbers in the Baron of Galloping Horses domain, which comprised 9 junior and reserve knights, along with 24 magical practitioners, all fully equipped with iron armor and black-scaled steeds. This force has gained considerable renown within the Northwest Count's territories. The number of non-practitioners in the left battalion has also correspondingly increased by over 200. With a larger population, there are also more literate individuals, allowing Lante to find more people to initiate educational programs in the territory. Currently, all the children in the region have been divided into 3 classes, each engaging in literacy, arithmetic, physical education, and skills training. Literacy involves teaching all children the letters, words, and grammar of the common human tongue, with the goal of having them recognize letters within a month and achieve basic reading skills within 2 to 3 months. Arithmetic focuses on teaching addition and subtraction within 20 and multiplication up to 100 for the more advanced students. Needless to say, the children are not the only ones struggling. Albert is finding it challenging as well. Physical education emphasizes strengthening the body, with promising candidates learning horseback riding from young barbarians and swordsmanship from skilled warriors. The skills training is diverse, primarily depending on what the artisans from groups 1 and 2 are working on and what they have time to teach. Some artisans have taken notice of certain children and have chosen to take them on as apprentices. However, the influx of talent has also brought about more management challenges. Knights and magical practitioners hail from different nations and families, liberated from various tribes, and are unfamiliar with one another. Lante's routine hunting expeditions now require him to include the newly joined magical practitioners for horseback riding and combat recovery training. Additionally, the human magical practitioners, while captured, are only provided with the most basic rations. The barbarians remain exceedingly wary of powerful magical practitioners, not only reducing their daily food rations, but also subjecting them to harsh treatment or assigning them strenuous labor. Thus, before training begins, Lante must supply the magical practitioners with ample lamb and even magical beast meat to ensure they can regain their combat readiness. New songs have emerged among the barbarians of the right battalion. The left battalion is not to be left behind. Lante has adapted a farewell song from the former Essen Republic, inviting the women in the camp to sing along. The melodious and delicate voices of the ladies add a touch of longing for the departing knights. Why create this farewell song? Albert inquires with curiosity. I thought you would compose a battle hymn each time we set out on an expedition, and I see Neela. A certain melody comes to mind. It's the original tune of this song. Lante fabricates a reason, though the true inspiration behind his creation is genuine. Our human magical practitioners come from diverse places. I investigated and found that the barbarians deliberately scatter human magical practitioners when settling them in order to prevent any potential collusion among them once they enter smaller tribes. This has resulted in our magical practitioners representing the far reaches of the human empire. Most were not even plundered from the Dragon Kingdom, but rather abandoned by their families for various reasons and sent to the Galloping Horse Plains. That makes sense. I've noticed it too. So the question arises, why do they choose to become my subjects? What? Did we not save them? Albert fails to grasp the implication. Of course, I saved them, but that does not mean they will reside in my castle and serve me. Rather, they will fight alongside me as knights. And what I can offer them in the future may only be a knight's domain, or perhaps not even that, but merely a provision of 10 non-practitioners for them to assist me in developing new territories, Lante explains. I am but the 4th son of a baron, lacking both financial resources and land. While these individuals may serve as a foundation for my future advancement, there is also a strong possibility that I may not progress further. The barbarians in the south have ceased their hostilities, and I might return to being a minor noble south of Kelnico. And what of it? It amounts to nothing that I must provide them with a bond to remain in my territory, allowing them to truly integrate here. They have comrades in arms alongside them and non-practitioner families. They are not fighting for a lord who saved them once, but for their own territory and families. As Lante speaks, he gazes at the barbarians. I believe that. Regardless of the circumstances, I no longer wish to refer to them as barbarians. Perhaps I will call them herders or tribes of the plains. Whether in the left or right battalion, I hope they can genuinely identify themselves as subjects of the Baron of Galloping Horse and members of the Galloping Horse tribe. Is that achievable? Albert is uncertain if Lante's aspirations are grand ambitions or mere fantasies, whether it is achievable or not. We must begin. As long as we exercise caution, make sound decisions, and maintain our victories, we shall witness that day, Lante expresses with confidence. Lante, however, Albert appears hesitant at this moment. What is it, uncle? Have you considered returning to the Baron of Galloping Horse's domain? Albert tentatively poses the question. I have thought about it, Lante replies candidly. With each victory, I contemplate it. You have thought about it? Certainly. If I were to return now, having preserved the populace, expanded our numbers, and increased the magical practitioners, perhaps we could seize a portion of the Roth territory, or even request the Count to swap our status with that of the Roth Viscount, Lante articulates. Then shifts his tone. However, uncle, if I were to return in such a manner, what would I say to my father and 2 brothers when I dream of them? How could I face them? Would I tell them that I have had my fill on the plains and no longer wish to concern myself with them? No. We can find other means. The tribes in the southern part of the Galloping Horse have been thoroughly swept by us. Do you think they would exchange prisoners of war with us? That they would not. Then tell me, what should I do? Lante gazes at Albert. If these barbarian cavalrymen who have just wandered through the Northwest Territories, return to the Galloping Horse Plains and find their encampments gone, their fathers and brothers slain by us, and human slaves liberated by us, while nearby in the Roth territory, there happens to be a new barony or viscounty, what do you think they would do? Or, if they happen to witness us returning southward to our domain, riding our black-scaled steeds, singing songs, and feasting on lamb stew, what would they think? Can we confront 200 barbarian cavalrymen? Albert remains silent. In truth, he had contemplated these matters before engaging in conversation with Lante. Yet he wished to explore the situation further. Lante's current course of action is perilous, as he risks digging a grave for his family with his methods. His thoughts seem almost heretical. For over a millennium since the era of the Divine Emperor, many have considered enlisting barbarians and broadly cultivating non-practitioners. But without the protection of a prominent family or legendary powerhouse, such actions would inevitably invite the hostility of other great families. At this moment, Albert finds himself most perplexed by the nature of Lante's backing. Is it a legendary figure aspiring to unify the barbarians, or perhaps an ancestor of the galloping horse family who has delved into the magical web? Or could it be the pure tower school of the imperial capital? Albert remains uncertain of the source, prompting him to test Lante once more to discern what truly matters to him. Since we still have to traverse the vast plains, what effect could we possibly achieve by intermittently conducting lessons for the children? Lante points to a child among the distant group. The first child of the left battalion's tanner is named Xiao Daobing. I recall when I first met him, his face was waxy and pale, and he could barely articulate a complete sentence. The old tanner is responsible for maintaining the cavalry's leather armor, yet Xiao Daobing was left to play in the mud. Lante gazes at Albert, speaking earnestly. For Xiao Daobing, the significance of education lies in recognizing the broader possibilities of life. For me, it is about cultivating the subjects I required. I want the children to understand that their lives are not confined to the little sand beneath their feet, but that they can learn agriculture, animal husbandry, weaving, and even musical instruments. That if they grasp the written word, they can discover a larger world, more possibilities, and a higher perspective within books. That not beneficial for the children. But what does that have to do with you? You are their lord. Should your focus not be on your own status, family, and territory? Albert was somewhat perplexed. He had anticipated that Lante might assert the need for talented individuals within the Benma family. Perhaps mention the need to reclaim the Benma plane, or advocate for the allocation of more resources to the common folk. However, Lante chose a perspective he had not considered, the individual standpoint of the subjects. Is this not consistent? My development is intertwined with that of my family and territory. Recall, when we first entered the Benma plain, we faced a dire food crisis and the threat of barbarian tribal attacks. Mere survival was at stake. Now, we possess everything we need. I have rune armor, my own knights, a grand tent, herds of black-scaled horses, and vast numbers of long-haired sheep. Previously, I needed them to keep pace with me, to ensure they did not fall behind during our migrations. Now, I require their assistance in tending to the horses, skinning, and crafting sausages. In the future, I will also need their skills in pottery, woodworking, and metalworking. I can offer them the promise of a better life, but I also need them to acquire more skills. They are an integral part of my territory, and thus, I will undoubtedly pay attention to them. You could assign these tasks to Maiwanin. You can instruct him on what you desire and let him handle it, or allow me to take care of it. Lante said nothing aloud, but inwardly mused. Don't be ridiculous. When I locate Hark and the others, you will simply lead your people to them. Besides, your oversight is far too rudimentary. Maiwanin can manage barely 100 individuals in the castle. And you oversee the demon masters. You have yet to grasp the number of black-scaled horses or gold coins in the Benma barony. Am I to entrust you with the management of the 570 soldiers in the left camp? Rand inquired. How many black-scaled horses do we possess? What? When we departed from our territory, each demon master had a black-scaled horse, totaling 20 horses. Now, after enduring numerous battles, how many black-scaled horses do we possess? This, you can just ask the stableman. In total, we have 101 horses, of which 81 were acquired after our recent engagements. Among these 81, 35 are newly born foals this year and cannot be ridden, and over 40 are older stallions or mares. Our territory also has 240 pack animals, and we originally had around 650 long-haired sheep. But only 550 remain. Furthermore, our food supply is sufficient for approximately 1 month. If we do not find a substantial quantity of grain after that, we will deplete our long-haired sheep even further. However, we have enough wrought iron to replace the horseshoes of all the black-scaled horses 2 to 3 times. But if we exceed 2 months, the combat effectiveness of our black-scaled horses will diminish. Albert found it hard to fathom that Lante knew more about the territory than the steward. You lack sensitivity to numbers and the intricacies of the territory, while my expectations of my subordinates are higher than those of other lords, Lante declared with unwavering resolve. Albert gazed at Lante, his heart sinking into despair, for he had never encountered such sentiments before, nor had he witnessed other knightly lords of the Dragon Kingdom exhibit such concern for the tangible wealth within their domains. Before him stood a man unburdened by the slightest reverence for centuries of noble tradition. Chapter 26. Since his arrival in this world, unless launching nighttime assaults on barbarian tribes, Rant had awakened each day before dawn. Engaging in basic exercises, a routine ingrained in him from the original host's morning regimen. Every squire within the territory practiced morning drills before the sun reached its zenith that Rant's previous training encompassed warm-up runs, strength exercises, swordsmanship, and archery practice, while in other regions of the human empire, training also included the manipulation of fighting energy. However, the magical turbulence on the Benma plane was so intense that gathering fighting energy could easily be disrupted. Thus, the junior and preparatory knights of both the Bunma and Rote territories refrained from such training. Recently, Rant had trained solely under Roar, apart from the other knights, as he needed to focus on his own energy training. After completing a run and 5 rounds of sword practice, Rant consumed a magic crystal, absorbing its magical essence to accumulate fighting energy. He executed 2 charges, then infused his sword with energy for a series of strikes, parries, and blocks, followed by a few minutes of mounted training. With that, 1 magic crystal was spent, and Rant's energy training concluded punctually after 10 minutes. This regimen had been established following discussions among Roar, Albert, and Rant. Now, every afternoon, Rant would take Nier, Canine Fong, and others on hunting expeditions, capturing low-level magical beasts in the water, which yielded 1 or 2 magic crystals daily, coupled with the recent conquest of several camps. Rant's magic crystal reserves had nearly reached 50. Thus, he now acquired 1 to 2 new magic crystals daily while expending 1 for energy training, according to the prevailing beliefs among the knights of the Empire. A knight's level corresponded to their proficiency in utilizing fighting energy. For instance, the standard for a junior knight was the ability to execute energy techniques, while a mid-level knight was expected to proficiently execute or continuously unleash 5 or more energy techniques. This meant that once a knight could consecutively unleash 5 techniques, they would be classified as a mid-level knight. For a junior knight, even a sudden influx of energy would not suffice to execute 5 techniques without a certain level of skill. By these standards, Rant could already be deemed a mid-level knight. What he lacked were a more robust physique, greater energy, and recognition from nobles of Count rank or higher. The former could be supplemented through magical beast meat, while the latter would require his return to the Dragon Kingdom to seek the endorsement of Count Mowling. According to the sacred regulations of the Supreme Council of the Human Empire, junior and mid-level knights could receive acknowledgement and ennoblement from nobles of Count rank or above, while high-ranking knights, sky knights, and great knights could only be ennobled by duchies or kingdoms. Silver, sky, and gold knights required certification from the Empire's Hall of Appraisal, while those of legendary status or above needed validation from the Holy Supreme Council. After completing his crystal training, Rant encountered Albert, who had not rested well the previous night. After their conversation, Albert had returned to his camp to study throughout the night. He had been poring over a tome titled Chronicles of Legends, which detailed all the deities, demigods, and legendary figures encountered by humanity since the establishment of the human empire, including their names, domains, and brief descriptions. Most were benevolent deities or neutral gods who, while worshipped by beast men, bore no particular malice towards humanity. This book was distributed by the church to lords of marquis rank and above, intended to enable human nobles to identify malevolent cults and prevent their territories from falling prey to evil deities. However, despite scouring the Chronicles of Legends, Albert could find no figure that echoed Rant's perspective. He was certain that Rant's views did not align with those of any malevolent deity or demon, nor did they resemble the perspectives of any recorded legends. The closest comparisons he could find were the more radical and confrontational views of a few legendary figures who hailed from the lower classes within the Pure Tower School. "Uncle Albert, did you not rest well?" Rant inquired with genuine concern for Albert, Roar, and the other elders within the territory. "You weren't counting long-haired sheep all night, were you?" In this world, counting sheep was not a customary practice during sleep, and Albert failed to grasp Rant's jest. "I have no need to count those long-haired sheep, Rant. In my opinion, you have already reached mid-level knight status. You should accumulate more magic crystals. Rest assured, we currently possess 50 magic crystals, ample for my needs. Soon, when Nier returns, we will devise our next plan." Old Ma's legs, let me reiterate. We are the patrol of the Bunma tribe, comprising 12 cavalrymen, while our tribe has an additional 50 cavalrymen. At that moment, Nir was engaged in conversation with the leader of a medium-sized tribe. Our chief has expressed willingness to exchange long-haired sheep or pack animals for the imperial demon master slaves in your possession. Should you proceed with the trade, we shall become allies. In the future, should you require ironwork, salt, or grain, you may seek us out. Should you refuse, we shall be adversaries, and your 10 or so cavalrymen cannot withstand our assault. Each morning, Nir led his patrol team to scout the nearby rivers, discerning which might harbor magical beasts and identifying new barbarian tribes along the banks. The tribe before him was one Nir had discovered that day, by size. It could be classified as medium, with fewer than 20 cavalrymen. As their conversation deepened, Nir recognized the tribe's leader, Old Ma's legs, as a familiar figure from their previous alliance. Old Ma's legs regarded Nir with trepidation. Aware that Nir's assertions held truth, he had seen several of the cavalrymen in Nir's patrol during their alliance meeting, all hailing from different tribes. The fact that they could now patrol together indicated a formidable tribe had absorbed these smaller ones. Old Ma's legs was uncertain whether the Grey Goose tribe could rival the Bunma tribe Nir spoke of, but he was certain they could not. Nir, the demon master slaves in our tribe were acquired in exchange for black-scaled horses. Offering long-haired sheep or pack animals seems insufficient. Negotiations are possible. Nir exhaled with relief, thinking that as long as they could haggle, he could directly exchange for these demon masters. More importantly, many of the cavalrymen were acquaintances from their alliance, and Nir preferred to avoid conflict. We can negotiate the terms. But we both know that it is now winter. Offering you young foals would not sustain you. Our sustenance is not your concern, Nir. Just tell me whether you will proceed with the exchange. 5 human slaves in exchange for 5 young steeds. This. Neil hesitated to respond, as the black-scaled horse represented the tribe's most significant wealth, and he was not in a position to make such decisions. Exchange, let us trade with them. Rand encountered Neil during lunch after his patrol. 5 steeds for 5 demon wielders, why not? These 5 young horses won't be rideable this year. Acquiring 5 capable fighters who can mount and battle tomorrow is an incredibly lucrative deal. Why would we pass that up? Why don't we simply raid them instead? Roar inquired. Indeed. We could charge in and take everything without offering a single steed. All that they possess would rightfully become ours. We, the Galloping Horse tribe, are the rightful rulers of the entire plain. As long as they agree to exchange their demon-wielding slaves with me, we shall be allies. That it was a principle we established earlier. I cannot abandon our agreed terms simply because I find the price unsatisfactory. Rant replied calmly. You must remember, our future goal is to bring order and peace to the entire Galloping Horse plain. What does order entail? It means everyone must abide by the rules. That I set these rules, and I cannot be the one to violate them. Understood. Everyone was taken aback by Rant's ambition to seize control of the entire plain. Since he had articulated this intent, others were left with no choice but to comply. Of course, Rant's reasoning was merely a fade. The true motive lay in the fact that the vast herds of grazing animals were rapidly depleting the grasslands, forcing Rant's tribe to frequently relocate. At this juncture, Rant yearned for an increase in the number of demon wielders within either the left or right camp. Attacking a medium-sized tribe would yield only a few human demon wielders, while barbarian demon wielders would either fight to the death or flee unless they willingly surrendered. Thus, Rant could only accept a multitude of non-demon wielders and livestock, which, while valuable, became burdensome. That necessitated division for protection at the current camps. Rant did not wish to articulate this sentiment. Although non-demon wielders were seen as a liability by barbarian tribes, he considered himself a dignified individual hailing from a highly civilized region, necessitating a higher moral standard. Currently, Rant's territory boasted over 700 non-demon wielders, and his standards for territorial management were elevated, prompting him to convene a meeting every 3 days with the leaders of the Knights, Albert, all stewards, representatives from the first and second groups of craftsmen, and teachers. That he referred to these gatherings as the Territorial Joint Conference, where each participant reported on their respective responsibilities, followed by Rant presenting his ideas. Neil would suggest potential new encampment locations to in instances where the executing stewards or craftsmen encountered challenges. They could voice their concerns during the meeting, and Rant would provide solutions or insights. The joint meetings were not lengthy, and afterward, Rant was eager to have his lunch done on this day. There was no scheduled meeting. Neil had encountered a new tribe during his morning patrol and returned late, leading Rant to converse with Neil, Albert, and others while dining. Tomorrow morning, take 5 young steeds, gather 30 cavalrymen and 10 knights, and inquire whether an immediate exchange is possible. 40 individuals together, wouldn't that terrify them? Neil chuckled. Precisely, the others joined in the jest. Bringing a crowd was meant to convey that the gray geese were no longer the strongest in this plain. However, if an exchange could be made, it should be pursued, as direct confrontation was unnecessary given that they faced only a dozen adversaries. Casualties were avoidable. In the afternoon, Rant took Neil, Canine Fong, and several knight apprentices out hunting Deity present. Rant was consciously training the new generation of demon wielders, such as Canine Fong and Neil, by taking them on hunts, sharing portions of magical beast meat with them, honing their combat skills, and having Roar provide them with individualized sword training, while also seeking experienced barbarians to teach them horsemanship. Older knights reminisced about their former families, while the younger demon wielders focused on their current experiences. Neil led the group to a riverbank 5 kilometers from the camp, where mudflow crocodiles lurked. These low-level lizard-like magical beasts posed greater danger than the water arrow fish residing in the river. Mudflow crocodiles concealed themselves along the riverbank, able to manipulate the nearby mud to cover their bodies and blend in. Once a large creature passed nearby, the surrounding soil could ensnare the prey into the jaws of the enormous crocodile. Mudflow crocodiles were among the few stable sources of magical crystals on the Galloping Horse Plain. Those measuring over 4 meters in length typically housed magical cores. Rand had developed a refined method for hunting these reptiles. Mudflow crocodiles always lingered near the riverbanks, making them challenging to deal with whether in water or on the shore. However, once they ventured 20 meters away from the riverbank, their control over the surrounding soil diminished significantly. Affecting only a 1-meter radius, Rant would first use reed baskets to catch the water arrow fish. He had the non-demon wielders weave numerous 2-meter-long baskets from reeds, with an opening diameter of less than half a meter, tapering downwards, and equipped with barbs at the bottom. He would place a few pieces of magical beast meat in the baskets before submerging them in the river and securing them to the riverbed. Water arrow fish, which were no less than 1 meter in length, found the scent of the magical beast meat irresistible, and once they entered the depths of the basket, turning around became nearly impossible as the barbs would ensnare them. Of course, as a low-level magical beast, even the water arrow fish, though the weakest, were far from ordinary animals. Upon discovering a water arrow fish in the basket, one needed to swiftly retrieve the basket to the shore. Water arrow fish rarely yielded magical cores, let alone magical crystals. The fishing was intended as bait for the mudflow crocodiles. Naturally, if they caught more than 3 fish, it would also provide the knights in the camp with a hearty fish soup. They would bind the spears and 2 water arrow fish together, seeking out the vicinity of the mudflow crocodiles, pouring the leftover blood from the processed fish onto the land about 15 meters away from the crocodile. The famished mudflow crocodiles would follow the scent of blood ashore. Upon seeing the 2 water arrow fish bound together, the crocodiles would expend energy more rapidly on land. Their unease heightened. They would not hesitate to manipulate the surrounding soil, drawing the fish and spears directly into their gaping maws. Prepared to consume the catch and return to the river. 2 spears would not suffice to slay a 4-meter crocodile, but Rant would seize the moment when the crocodile released its magical energy to execute a charge. Thanks to his training with the Crystal of Kree, Rant could now effortlessly perform a charge. Upon reaching the crocodile, Rant would employ a special spear, the tip constructed from a previously confiscated runic dagger capable of channeling his fighting spirit, piercing it directly into the crocodile's brain. The crocodile would instinctively thrash upon being attacked, prompting Rant to break the spearhead, leaving the dagger embedded in its skull as he rolled away. The mudflow crocodile, with its brain pierced, would not survive for long. The skins, meat, and bones of the crocodile were all exceedingly valuable, and the magical crystals were even more so. Without magical crystal supplements, both charging and stabbing consumed a significant amount of his energy, making the crocodile meat a necessary addition to his afternoon meal. Chapter 27. Day 2. Rant's afternoons were always leisurely, as the tasks of skinning the crocodile, cutting the meat, and starting the fire were delegated to Neil and Canine Fong. Both Canine Fong and the Greyhound were exceptional hunters, highly skilled in skinning and butchering, while Neil, a child of the plains, excelled at starting fires, curing meat, roasting it, and ultimately cleaning the magical crystal boards. The remaining demon wielders continued to use baskets to catch water arrow fish, subsequently killing the fish, curing the meat, and bringing it back to the camp as supplementary provisions for the demon wielders. The entire group aimed to avoid engaging with a second crocodile on one hand. Hunting was incredibly taxing on Rant's fighting spirit, and after executing 2 consecutive attacks, he would require a significant portion of the day to recuperate. On the other hand, Rant had now come to regard the entire Galloping Horse Plain as his own backyard, since it was his garden. He needed to safeguard the sources of magical beast meat. A dozen or so demon wielders sat around the fire, gnawing on crocodile meat. A 4-meter-long crocodile provided ample sustenance for everyone, with enough left to take back a considerable amount of meat to the camp. After the meal, Rant would request that some of the leftover magical beast meat be turned into jerky for him to take along. The afternoons in Olivia were exceedingly long, with the sun setting, casting the immense raya in the sky, lingering for an extended period. This time was referred to as dusk. It was bright, yet the temperature had begun to drop. The nomads of the plains would take advantage of this time to return to their camps, where bonfires were lit. While walking back to the camp, Rant often regaled the young cavalrymen with tales of the Galloping Horse family, some of which had been recounted by Hark and Albert, while others Rant had gleaned from the Grand Tome documenting the territory. Let me tell you, our illustrious Galloping Horse family traces its origins back to a legendary knight of the former Galloping Horse royal family. In his youth, he ventured to the imperial city's Pure Tower for his studies, once a disciple of the Divine Emperor and the esteemed spatial mage, Master Kair. Master Kair participated in the reconstruction of Night Teaching and subsequently tended to our Galloping Horse family students at the Pure Tower. Several legendary figures and numerous magical tutors emerged from our family's lineage under his tutelage. Master Kair supported our Galloping Horse family until the cataclysmic war over 200 years ago, which led to his demise. Rant recounted the illustrious history of his family. Did you know? The Divine Emperor held a special favor for our old Galloping Horse family. The design of the banner for our Galloping Horse tribe was a gift from the Divine Emperor himself. Truly, your family's legacy is blessed by the Divine, they responded. Indeed, the Galloping Horse tribe is the ultimate ruler of this vast grassland. Rant listened with satisfaction to the flattery of his subordinates. What he had just stated was not entirely untrue. When the Galloping Horse family restored their nation, the Divine Emperor decreed that the Night Teaching banner would serve as the emblem for the Galloping Horse family. This decree lacked a fixed design, specifications, or illustrations. Over the subsequent millennia, the banner of the Galloping Horse family had undergone numerous redesigns, and it could be said that as long as a noble's banner depicted a black-scaled horse, it was likely connected to the Galloping Horse family. Thus, Lant remarked that the design of his banner, bestowed upon him by royal decree, was flawless in every regard. Recently, Lant had been contemplating the words of Albert, pondering how to genuinely integrate the barbarians into his domain. Presently, Lant was the leader of a nomadic tribe. He possessed no territory and could hardly be deemed a lord. However, it was inevitable that he would one day be recognized as a true lord of the land. Yes, it would certainly come to pass, at least Lant, as he observed his tribe's growth and the increasing population of barbarians, would often find himself repeating this sentiment. When he eventually acquired land and a stronghold, what would the barbarians signify within his domain? How would they reside, and how would they be governed? If the barbarians were never subdued by a human lord, how should he treat them in the future? After several days of reflection, Lant endeavored to adopt the feudal approach of his homeland, granting the barbarians semi-independence while also providing the nomads with a religious faith, transforming the barbarians into a semi-nomadic existence through spirituality. The deity he would present to the barbarians was the Divine Emperor, and Lant secretly hoped that the Divine Emperor would not mind having barbarian followers. To instill faith in the Divine Emperor among the barbarians, Lant selected numerous tales from his family's history related to the Divine Emperor and the legends of the Tower of Purity, sharing them whenever he had the opportunity with the youth among the barbarians or the young demon bearers in his retinue. As he recounted the tales of the Bunma family, Lant and his companions finally returned to the encampment. Upon entering, Lant first visited the area designated for the children, a necessary stop after every hunt. Lant instructed the unenchanted guardians of the children to select the 4 to 6 most literate, rapidly learning, and well-behaved children daily. Upon his return, Lant would distribute pieces of beast meat to the children, with each receiving a small portion. and those who performed exceptionally well receiving 2 to Lant believed that if the children consumed a bit of beast meat, it would greatly enhance their chances of awakening their demon-bearing bloodline, ultimately benefiting the territory. Even if no new demon bearers emerged, fostering loyalty among the children would still be advantageous. Of course, having been a teacher in his past life, Lant harbored a fondness for children, holding a belief that they should never be subjected to hardship. Who recognized the most characters today? Lant addressed the children, actually inquiring of Nancy, the guardian. Today, the most literate is Little Sparrow, Nancy replied. Little Sparrow was the granddaughter of a human steward from a recently acquired territory, and since joining this group of children, she had shown remarkable eagerness to learn. Both Lant and Nancy were quite fond of her. Come, here is a reward of meat for you. Thank you, my lord. And which child was the most obedient today? The most obedient was Little Blade, the child of the camp's first leatherworker. Come, here is another reward for you. Thank you. My lord, Little Blade stammered shyly. Children, the meat you are enjoying now was brought back by me and these big brothers behind me, Lant said, always accompanied by his hunting party. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, big brothers. This was something Nancy had taught the children. And regardless of whether it was Tooth or Neil, they were all delighted. Upon Lant's return to the encampment, it signified that the entire territory could commence their meal. Each day, the encampment consumed 3 long-haired sheep. And occasionally, a burdened beast that was nearing its end would also be stewed. The unenchanted guardians would select and slaughter the long-haired sheep every afternoon, with the entrails and scraps being made into sausages, while the bones and larger cuts of meat would be placed into a large pot to simmer. With each conquest of a new tribe, Lant would gain another large pot, which constituted a vital asset for the territory. His encampment required 5 large pots to simultaneously cook meat, 1 for the human demon bearers, 1 for the barbarian demon bearers, 1 each for the left and right camps, and 1 for the original subjects of the Banma family. As the lamb stew neared completion, previously dried sausages, freshly caught fish, and small beasts hunted by the cavalry would be added. In addition to meat, the encampment would spend an entire afternoon preparing wheat cakes, using flour obtained from various camps, along with herbs, wild vegetables, and tubers, ensuring enough cakes for both breakfast and lunch the following day. And if a migration was scheduled for the next day, they would also prepare the evening's portions. At each meal, the human demon bearers could consume an entire long-haired sheep, as could the barbarians, while the remaining unenchanted guardians each received a small piece of mutton and broth. Fortunately, Lant was not lacking in long-haired sheep, but rather in grains. He organized the subjects to dig for tubers, with the unenchanted guardians cleaning, crushing, and processing the tubers each morning. The crushed tuber pulp would be placed into a large wooden barrel, mixed with water, and filtered through a cloth to separate the starch from the liquid. After allowing the starch to settle, it would be dried to yield starch powder. Chapter 28. Day 3. It is said that tubers were specifically chosen by the Divine Emperor as a staple food for the Banma kingdom. During the magical turbulence that afflicted the entire realm, neither divine arts, magic, nor magical fairies could effectively increase grain yields. The Divine Emperor selected several edible root crops for the Banma plains, among which tubers, after centuries of cultivation, proved to be the most suitable for growth in the plains. Albert explained to Lant as they observed the unenchanted guardians toiling on the grasslands. Wait, did you just mention something that has never been introduced before? Magical fairies. What are those? Lant inquired, intrigued by a term he had never encountered in his previous life, nor had he ever seen one himself. They are elemental beings born from the magical web. Growing up on the Banma plains, you have naturally never encountered them. Not to mention in our Banma territory, even the Lot and Blue Magpie territories lack them. They are only found in places like Main Wolf City and deeper within the human heartlands, Albert replied nonchalantly. Magical fairies can enhance specific magical elements in designated areas, but they are exceedingly rare. Although some transactions occur among the high nobility, they are quite expensive. You need not concern yourself with them until you attain the rank of Viscount. That makes sense. It's still too early to discuss such matters. For now, let us focus on these tubers, Lant said pragmatically. Every few days, the territory would migrate eastward, and after each migration, the subjects would discover more tubers, with mutton, grains, and tuber starch serving as their food sources. Lant's territory managed to stave off hunger. It was only October, and the Banma plains had yet to enter the freezing season. The months following October would only become more arduous. Currently, The unenchanted guardians in the left and right camps resided around Lante's main tent, including several stewards, the diligent Jinshin, and a few unenchanted guardians skilled in music, all living within the circular tents of the former Weasel tribe. Jinshin shared a tent with several performers, as she was now Lante's scribe, responsible for tallying the horses, burdened beasts, long-haired sheep, and the children and craftsmen within the left and right camps daily, as well as recording Lante's gold and magic crystal status and the tasks assigned to various leaders. Thus, Neil could only see his mother Jinshin during dinner at tea this time. Neil would recount his day's experiences to Jinshin and await her suggestions. Lord Lante truly appreciates all of you and has a fondness for children. Have you asked Tooth whether he wishes to remain by Lord Lante's side? Jinshin observed attentively. We've spoken privately. Tooth is eager to follow the chief, but he is the only demon-bearer child in his family, and their knightly territory relies on him. Neil replied. Does he have any siblings older than 16? Not quite. He has several younger siblings, all quite small. When you play with Tooth next, bring some beast meat for his younger siblings. Oh, very well. Lante, having finished his meal, approached Jinshin first upon arriving at the tent. Oh, Neil is here as well. Allow me to say a few words. Jinshin, please draft a notice for me. I intend to hold a literacy competition within the territory. Those subjects who are illiterate or children under 14 years old who can recognize the most characters within a month will be rewarded with 4 meals of meat and vegetables. Those wishing to participate should find their respective leaders to sign up tomorrow. After you collect the registration list, assess each participant's foundational knowledge. Once confirmed, allow them to return and study literacy independently. Aside from Nancy, find 2 others to teach literacy to the adult subjects during the evenings. Divide the participants into 2 groups, under 14 and over 14, awarding the top 3 in each group. Understood. My lord, please hold on a moment. Jinshin was quick to act, and within minutes, she had completed the notice. Lante reviewed it, found it satisfactory, and instructed her to deliver it to the stewards the following day. Each night, Lante would sit beneath the starry sky and request Albert to share family stories to Tio Lante. Albert was not the most captivating storyteller. His family tales were quite straightforward, even when recounting battles or honors. Presented in a plain manner, the names of family members all bore the surname Benma, leading to many instances of repetition. Unique names were particularly challenging to remember, leaving Lante feeling rather perplexed. After the first fall of the Benma kingdom, our ancestors, namely Prince Charles Benma, who had been exiled to the imperial capital, was at that time considered a less significant member of the family. Although he was a great knight, his advanced age of 73 was deemed unfit for battle, rendering him unsuitable as the king of Benma. It was precisely the late emperor's insistence that the empire must restore Benma's honor that led to the divine emperor immediately bestowing the title of king of Benma upon his majesty Charles, allowing both of Charles's sons to enroll in the imperial capital's magical academy as an exception. Today, Albert recounted the difficult experiences of the exiled Benma royal family in the imperial capital following the first fall of the Benma kingdom. A tale said a millennium ago, if it weren't for Lante's hearsay, the empire would not have granted Charles a salary befitting a prince, nor would it have allotted salaries to his 2 sons at the duke's standard, or constructed a petite palace for the 3 royal members and their 72 concubines. Lante genuinely believed they were rather unfortunate. In the end, Albert lamented that after the restoration, Charles had no intention of returning to govern the Galloping Plains, but instead chose to remain in the imperial capital, nearly inciting the displeasure of the divine emperor. If it were me, I wouldn't return either. What kind of place is this? A daily chaos, with barbarians roaming about. While the imperial capital is merely a place of sustenance, if Charles didn't express the sentiment of here is joy enough to forget home, he would not be honoring his ancestors. Lante nearly voiced his inner musings aloud. Lante, that concludes today's family tale. There is something I must inquire of you. Albert produced the notice that Masato had just written. Do you intend for all your subjects to be literate? Not everyone. We lack sufficient teachers to educate all. We can only encourage those who show interest, rewarding those who learn more, Lante replied casually. I understand this approach may yield limited results. If I were to toil all day, I would hardly wish to attend night classes. Thus I propose a competitive format to motivate them to learn. Have your knights raised any objections? Objections? None at all. I haven't announced it to everyone yet. What could they possibly say? Might they not find this inappropriate? I'm teaching literacy among my subjects. What grievances could they possibly have? The unenchanted must learn to read to better serve the realm, while the enchanted protect it. Isn't that rather commendable? If they feel discontent, they may forego my hospitality and face the barbarians themselves. Lante saw no issue in teaching his subjects to read at home. Unbeknownst to him, many lords and knights along the border monopolized knowledge to safeguard their family's interests. Well, in that case, share this with the subjects tomorrow. Of course, I shall. Today I've already spoken to a few knights with children to have their offspring enroll first. Their foundations are decent. And who knows, they may yet dine on meat. Chapter 29. The church representative in a grove southeast of Bear Mountain, Baron Geo Mormont was advancing alone, wielding his paired sword in his right hand to slash at the branches, while tightly grasping another weapon in his left, his eldest son's sword. His son, Winks Mormont, had been missing for 4 days. 4 days prior, Winks' condition had improved, and the two had been riding towards Wolfmane City. Winks even expressed that following this battle, he would muster the courage to write a love letter to the Wolfmane flower residing within the city. However, everything abruptly ceased 4 days ago. That night, while resting in the shade of a slope, a small group of 6 barbarians suddenly appeared beside Geo and Winks. The unexpected assailants afforded the two no opportunity to retaliate. They dashed forward like lightning, aiming to seize them. In a critical moment, Winks exerted all his strength to shove Geo down the hillside. Although Geo sustained some scrapes during the tumble, he ultimately preserved his life. Yet when he cautiously returned the following day to find Winks, he discovered his son's remains were no longer whole. Geo could scarcely fathom how he had buried his son. His heart now brimmed solely with hatred, resentment, fury, and humiliation. The Baron of Bear Mountain was singularly consumed by the desire to hasten to Wolfmane City and join the Count's knightly order. Seeking mutual destruction with those barbaric beasts, the distant houses burned, the cries of women, the clang of metal, and the cacophony of barbarian cavalry reached the Baron's ears, less than a kilometer outside the grove. A knightly territory fell to the barbarians, who charged into the castle on horseback, seizing their chosen prey. A dozen barbarian cavalry could plunder several knightly domains in a single day, absconding with coins, beautiful women, and a portion of the enchanted. The barbarians swept through like a whirlwind. Unless the territory was established upon lofty mountains or deep within forests, they stood little chance of repelling the barbarian cavalry. Geo stood numbly amidst the trees, gazing at the flames beyond. Having witnessed 3 such scenes over the past 4 days, in his heart, the past belief in the chivalric code now pierced like a blade in his chest, branding his face like a hot iron. This moment, Geo found himself with no alternative, save to allow the barbarians a modicum of gain. Yet he was unwilling to turn a blind eye and continue on his path, for indifference would betray his very convictions. As the sun rose once more, Geo pressed onward, now on foot, avoiding open spaces, cunningly making his way towards Wolfmane City. His circuitous route brought him to the eastern part of the city, where he could glimpse the silhouette of the distant walls. Before him lay a narrow mountain path, with his hill dividing it into a V-shaped bend. Glancing to one side of the hill, he spotted a patrol of 13 barbarians approaching. In haste, the Baron dashed to the opposite side, where he encountered a small group of humans on the move. The barbarian cavalry and the human party would meet within 10 minutes. At that moment, Geo could no longer remain passive. He charged towards the human contingent. Among the 10 riders, the foremost 2 were enchanted, towering over the Baron, both mounted on white steeds, clad in coarse linen cloaks that nearly grazed the earth. Their broad hoods obscured their faces. "Run! Quickly, leave this place!" the Baron shouted as he closed the distance. Ahead, there is a barbarian patrol. The human party halted, gazing at the Baron as he approached, yet none stirred. "What are you waiting for?" "Those beasts, they're nearly upon us. Hurry away." "My brother? You are injured," spoke the second enchanted in a soothing tone. "My wounds are of little consequence. Just flee. Do not confront those barbarians head on." At that moment, the Baron puffed heavily, arms outstretched to shield the party, urging them to seek refuge in the nearby hills, or at the very least, to allow the 2 enchanted to escape. "Nicholas, tend to this brother's wounds. I will confront the barbarians," declared the foremost enchanted, casting a glance at Nicholas before spurring his horse forward. Upon seeing the human enchanted before him, Geo realized this individual was undoubtedly a knight. In that instant, Geo felt a surge of envy. He wished to face the foes, who outnumbered him several times over. With the same composure as the knight, He even yearned to atone for his previous inaction through sacrifice, yet he could not die now. He had yet to avenge his son. The knight, clad in humble attire, advanced alone, and in the distance, 13 barbarian riders emerged. The barbarians, upon sighting the three enchanted, erupted in ecstatic shouts. The leading barbarian called out, as the riders formed ranks of three. Charging towards the human party, the barbarians made no provision for a reserve. They charged forth in full force. The knight stood resolutely in their path, shedding his linen robe to reveal silver armor, shimmering like fish scales, forcing Baron Geo to squint against the glare. Upon his back rested a short spear, which the holy knight unsheathed, activating a mechanism that extended it into a long spear. O divine emperor, sovereign of the human empire, great deity of knights and mages, your devout follower Nicholas White offers his prayers. Please bless your loyal servant, holy knight Bert Call, that he may uphold your sacred will. Advancing fearlessly and vanquishing all. Nicholas White's voice rang out in fervent prayer, echoed by the murmurs of the unenchanted behind him. With each utterance, the divine light emanated from the armor worn by holy knight Bert Call and the spear in his hand. He remained stationary in the road, head bowed in prayer, oblivious to the approaching cavalry. Bert Call was unhurried, and the barbarians were equally so. The hooves advanced slowly, the leading barbarian gazing with interest at the holy knight. They had been taught from a young age to avoid provoking the holy knights and mages of the human realm, yet the victorious barbarian cavalry, having recently swept through the entire northwest territory of the Dragon Kingdom, were now intoxicated by their triumph. To them, in battle, horsemanship was paramount, and while this gleaming human may be somewhat different, if he could not spur his horse to greater speed, he could not hope to defeat 13 barbarian riders. As the cavalry approached within 200 meters of the holy knight, they froze. Chapter 30. The goodwill of the High Cleric. Amidst the prayers, a radiant light burst forth from behind holy knight Bert Call. As if a great figure's silhouette emerged within the illumination, the holy knight suddenly lifted his head, glaring fiercely at the barbarian cavalry, and let out a mighty roar. The barbarians could not discern the expression on the holy knight's face, as golden light emanated from his eyes and mouth. Above holy knight Bert Call, a beam of divine light pierced through the clouds, enveloping Nicholas White, casting a sudden gloom over the path, leaving only the two holy figures illuminated by divine guidance. These were the priest and holy knight blessed personally by the divine emperor. Geo's heart surged with emotion. The divine emperor was watching over the northwest territory, sending appointed holy figures to rescue the nobles here. The paladin suddenly spurred his steed, the white horse transforming into a streak of radiant light. In an instant, the knight appeared before the front row of the barbarian ranks like a fleeting shadow. And before the barbarians could react, he had already slain two of their number. The last remaining barbarian, witnessing the rapid expulsion of his comrades, dared not advance and promptly turned to flee. The three barbarians instinctively spread out to avoid being annihilated simultaneously. A spear pierced the body of one fleeing barbarian, while the paladin deftly ensnared another's curved blade and hurled it at a different barbarian. Charging toward the third, the paladin's fist struck with such force that it crushed the barbarian's iron armor. Yet after delivering that blow, Bert Call felt on the verge of collapse. Is this the chaotic flow of magic? To be so formidable upon arriving at Maine's Howl City, what then would it be like in the Galloping Plains? Bert muttered to himself. Having underestimated the unique magical environment of the Galloping Plains after residing long in the Holy See and the imperial capital, the battle against 13 barbarian cavalry had drained him of excessive chi. And now Bert Call was hesitant to employ divine or arcane techniques lightly. In the distance, a barbarian, wounded by the flying blade, urged his black steed to gallop away, shouting as he maneuvered down a narrow path. Disappearing in a puff of dust, Bert Call realized he could not catch up with that cavalryman. Although he seldom engaged in combat, he understood the importance of controlling the situation between opposing sides. Thus, upon sighting the barbarians, he sought to eliminate them completely to mitigate the risk of exposing his squad. Yet, Bert had underestimated the chaotic flow of magic while overestimating the barbarians' fighting spirit. Behind Bert Call, Baron Jael watched in astonishment as the paladin dispatched 12 barbarians in a mere 2 minutes. In truth, for the human race, the merely physically robust barbarians posed little threat, but a single high-tier knight could dominate an entire barbarian squad. And whether it was hundreds or even thousands of barbarian cavalry, they would be no match for a legendary warrior in the heart of human territory. However, The barbarians of the Galloping Plains were shielded by the overwhelming chaotic magic flow, which constituted the greatest obstacle for human champions attempting to reclaim this land. For example, Bert Call, corresponding to the rank of High Knight and High Priest, possessed the ability to wield his internal chi in combat, while also drawing upon divine blessings to unleash divine spells. Yet, all these extraordinary means required his body to continuously absorb magical elements from the environment, but a magic user's body resembled a reservoir of magical energy, with muscles, meridians, and blood vessels perpetually drawing in the most harmonious magical elements from their surroundings. As a cleric, Bert could recover chi and mana more swiftly within the temple or sacred spaces. However, as he approached the Galloping Plains, the chaotic magic flow significantly hampered his ability to restore chi. After frequently casting techniques, he began to feel immense discomfort. A debilitating weakness in his muscles mingled with mental fatigue, with his chi depleted and the magical elements in the environment insufficient to replenish it. The paladin could not exert his full strength for a considerable time. For any extraordinary practitioner, a prolonged deficiency of chi could lead to demotion or even regression in rank, the more powerful the practitioner. The more severely they were affected by the chaotic magic flow, it acted as a precise sieve, keeping high-tier human champions at bay from the Galloping Plains. "Brother, how shall I address you?" Seeing the paladin had dealt with the barbarian cavalry, Priest Nicola White inquired of Baron Jael, "I see you are wounded. What?" The Baron did not respond to the priest's question, but stared vacantly at Bert Call, murmuring softly, "Why did you all arrive only now?" The priest heard the Baron's words, but remained silent. Instead, dismounting from his white horse, his expression solemn, he began to recite a prayer, radiating a warm white light. The Baron, captivated by the light, turned to regard the priest. In an instant, their eyes met, and emotions of anguish, resentment, sorrow, and despair surged forth and were transmitted between them. The Baron could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his cheeks, mingling with the dirt. "Ah, ah, ah," he roared, unleashing the buried emotions of a bereaved parent. Nicola also shed tears. In that fleeting moment, he released a divine spell to soothe the Baron's turmoil, initially reluctant to delve into the Baron's memories. Yet, the Baron's emotions, entwined with memories, surged into Nicola's mind. "I am truly sorry, my Lord Baron, that we could not reach your side in time. My winks, he did not even receive a proper funeral. My lord, please take me to your Wink's resting place. Allow me to conduct his funeral. He sacrificed himself for the entire Northwestern Territory in the fight against the barbarians. We will inscribe his brave deeds upon his gravestone and record them in the annals of the Maine's Howl City Temple." The Temple Alliance serves as the official religion of the human race. Not a temple or church dedicated to any singular deity, but rather a religious coalition representing the faith of all humankind in the divine. Each recognized deity within this alliance possesses a divinely sanctioned role acknowledged by humanity. Receiving official worship from the human empire, this extends beyond the religious sanctuaries of the Holy See. Every city's temple, shrine, or church also venerates all deities worshipped in that region. These deities may be ancient gods who have retained their power through the ages. Ancient beast deities revered for their wisdom gained during the Age of Ignorance, or newly ascended deities. All these divine entities have manifested in Olivia, becoming the most brilliant catalysts in the river of history. The Temple Alliance acts as these gods' office within the human empire, ensuring that beyond those recognized as true gods who influence the world, local demigods, heroes, and legends are also honored. Thus, the temples of each city bear the responsibility of collecting and preserving the heroic tales and legends of their regions. "I fear we shall be delayed a few days in reaching Blue Jay Castle," Nicola remarked to Bert. "Blue Jay Castle? Shouldn't we be heading to Maine's Howl City?" Jael had always regarded Maine's Howl City as his objective, for the Wild Bear Ridge is a particularly unique baronial domain within the Northwestern Territory, unsuitable for knightly warfare. The knights of the baronial domain are adept hunters, which is why the Baron tends to overlook the Wild Bear Ridge when summoning knights. Jael had come to Maine's Howl City not for recruitment, but because he had encountered the barbarians outside the castle. Entirely unaware that his lord had already taken the city's priests to Blue Jay Castle. Chapter 31. Contact. The sound of hooves striking the earth stirred up dust as the knights, armed with lances and Irish shields, confronted the David barbarians wielding round shields and curved knives a mere few hundred meters away. The knights occasionally approached the barbarian ranks, briefly engaging before drawing back at times. The knights would thrust their lances at the barbarian cavalry, but the agile horsemen would swiftly evade. The barbarian cavalry would also knock arrows, yet the beast-tooth arrows fired from their composite short bows proved utterly ineffective against the armored knights. The two forces circled one another, drawing near and then retreating to Bluejay Castle. The Earl of Maine's Howl stood atop the watchtower, observing the tentative exchanges between a squad of Maine's Howl knights and 30 barbarian cavalry. After years of preparation, the Maine's Howl knights donned their iron armor and rode their black-scaled steeds in formation, with each squad led by a high-tier knight, making them capable of overpowering barbarian cavalry forces twice their number. Currently, the leader of the knights outside the castle was the Earl's eldest son, a paragon of the younger generation, possessing remarkable talents in chi, horsemanship, and techniques, yet lacking in combat experience. Fortunately, such tentative exchanges were not life-or-death struggles, but rather tests of mettle between adversaries. Ever since the Earl of Maine's Howl discerned the barbarians' intentions to prevent the knights of the northwestern vassals from approaching Bluejay Castle and to pick them off one by one, he had been devising strategies. The current situation between Maine's Howl and the Grey Goose is that the combined strength of Maine's knights and all vassal knights surpasses that of the Grey Goose's cavalry. However, the Grey Goose has divided its forces into 5 groups. Apart from the fewer than 100 stationed below Bluejay Castle, the rest have formed small units to harass the vassal territories, disrupting their assembly toward Bluejay Castle. Without the vassal armies to shield them, the Earl's knights would incur prohibitive losses in a head-on clash with 100 cavalry, a sacrifice the Earl was unwilling to make. To break the stalemate, fresh forces were necessary. The Earl undertook 2 primary actions. First, he dispatched a knight squad of 10 to 15 men to engage in continuous skirmishes and tests with the barbarians. The knightly order was formidable, and the castle housed an intermediate priest from Maine's Howl City to maintain control over the intensity of encounters with the barbarian cavalry, ensuring minimal casualties. After several days of testing, the barbarians suffered injuries, with several falling from their mounts, compelling them to recall some of their raiding cavalry units. Thus, the Earl's vassals could emerge from the castle to assemble in Bluejay territory. Presently, the Viscount of Elk and another baron from east of Maine's Howl City atop the watchtower were among those liberated. Yet, merely assembling vassals might still prove insufficient, while the Earl called upon his vassals. The Grey Goose leader was also summoning more tribes from the plains. Consequently, the Earl had also reached out to the Royal Blue Dragon family, offering future salt revenues as collateral, requesting a contingent of 25 knights for support. This squad was expected to arrive in about a month, and the Earl believed that the combination of local vassals and external reinforcements would suffice to drive away the barbarians while maintaining control over his territory. "You know Albert Gallop better than I do. He will not be caught by the barbarians," the Viscount of Elk reassured Hark from behind the Earl. "Your family has operated in that forest for so long. What is there to worry about?" "Indeed. It is precisely because of my familiarity that I find myself concerned. There are far too many magical beasts in the forest that a moment's carelessness could render a magic-less individual a mere meal for a mid-level beast. 8 years ago, I undertook the responsibility of safeguarding the subjects of both territories for Roth precisely because we understood the forest all too well. A single mid-level knight could hardly manage alone." Hark's heart was perpetually burdened by thoughts of his own domain. "I have always opposed your dealings with the barbarians over grain, salt, iron, and horses, as I previously deemed it an act of aiding the enemy. However, my perspective has shifted. The black-scaled horses are formidable, and without the ability to wield combat energy, their armor serves as the strongest defense. Now that the barbarians have mounted horses and donned armor, if we fail to keep pace, we shall find ourselves besieged within our castle. Are you suggesting that our transactions have fortified the barbarians? What a jest! Do you think your meager dealings are sufficient for a handful of barbarians to don iron armor?" Within the realm of the Dragon King, there exists a notion that the frequent exchanges between the border nobles and the barbarians have led to the latter's current might. At present, there are at least 200 barbarian cavalry in the entire Northwest Territory, and their tribes boast an equal number of magic wielders and 5 times that number of those devoid of magic. Such a multitude of magic wielders has transported all the grain from the Northwest Territory to the Galloping Horse Plain, yet it cannot sustain so many. "But the Empire can," Hark remarked with a bitter smile. "How can we lower the costs of salt and iron while ensuring the interests of the nobles?" The answer lies in the Salt and Iron Bureau directly engaging in large-scale purchases of salt and iron ingots from the barbarians on the Galloping Horse Plain. Indeed, both salt and iron are bulk commodities. Challenging to transport, local production yields profit to ensure greater profits. The Salt and Iron Bureau must also provide the barbarians with techniques for smelting iron and boiling salt. The Mi family, guardians of the vital passage from the Empire's heartland to the Galloping Horse Plain, was acutely aware of the nuances of trade. Each year, a substantial amount of grain flows from the eastern and southern mainland, with numerous magic wielders from defeated families entering the Galloping Horse Plain. The grain and slaves sustaining the barbarian tribes now enable them to dispatch hundreds of cavalry to sweep through the Northwest Territory. Furthermore, the entire Northwest Territory in the Dragon Kingdom are purchasing salt and iron from the barbarians. Our gold coins are being divided by the agents of the Dragon family and the barbarians, transforming our wealth into chains that threaten to strangle us. The two border nobles painted a vivid picture of the well-known secrets surrounding the Galloping Horse Plain. After numerous fruitless battles, humanity prepared to exploit the mineral resources of the Galloping Horse Plain through proxies, with the Salt and Iron Bureau represented by the Lante family ensuring the barbarians' extraction techniques and transport routes. While such extraction would bolster the barbarians' power, no matter how formidable they grow, they cannot threaten the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. For once one passes beyond the city of Zonglong, the influence of magical turbulence wanes, confining the barbarian threat to the borders of the Northwest Countship. Although the minor nobles within the Northwest Territory may face peril, in the grand scheme of the Dragon Kingdom, the cost of living for the populace and the interests of the Empire's Salt and Iron Bureau render such sacrifices necessary. This is the underlying sentiment among the esteemed officials within the Dragon Kingdom. I truly wonder how you have endured these years, the Viscount me remarked, now holding Hark in high regard. Do not fret about the matters of the territory, even if Albert and his kin fail to safeguard the subjects. It would be simple for the nobles from the east and south to muster 300 inhabitants for Udim. Why Chief Knight's third son has recently ascended to the rank of mid-level knight. I shall summon him tomorrow to serve as your family's knight. In the wake of the palpable threat posed by the barbarians, the nobles of the Northwest Territory recognized that Hark's domain served as their outer gate, and they were willing to spare a portion of their populace and magic wielders for his benefit. Who might those individuals be? The Count inquired suddenly from the terrace. Chapter 32. The Rescue. Who might those individuals be? Count Kaibin Zonglong gazed towards the distant confrontation between the barbarians and the knights, suddenly noticing 3 human magic wielders appearing along a remote path. What? Several nobles on the terrace followed the Count's gesture, their attention drawn to the trio of magic-wielders. As the 3 riders approached, the barbarian cavalry became aware of them, and 12 barbarian horsemen surged from their encampment towards the trio. Baron Jiao of Wild Bear Ridge grimaced at the sight of the charging cavalry. Paladin Bert, can you still contend with these barbarians? Paladin Bert Call had overexerted himself during a recent battle, and he had yet to fully recover. Rest assured, Baron, I have a plan to deal with them, the paladin replied confidently as he advanced alone, shedding his robe and reciting prayers, his scaled armor radiating holy light. That moment, a sharp whistle echoed from the barbarian camp, prompting all barbarian cavalry, including those locked in confrontation with the knights, to retreat to their encampment, leaving only the human knights and the paladin behind. Just 2 days prior, after a fierce battle against 13 barbarians, the entire Grey Goose tribe had come to know of the paladin's strength. The appearance of the 2 clergy had momentarily led the Grey Goose leader to misjudge the situation, mistakenly believing that numerous high-ranking human practitioners had arrived. The Grey Goose tribe had been dispatching reconnaissance cavalry to ascertain the number of human high-ranking clergy. Now, after several days, the 2 high-ranking practitioners appeared alone, revealing that no further human reinforcements had arrived at the Zonglong border. This underscored that the actions of these 2 high-ranking clergy were solely personal, not indicative of a large-scale human mobilization. Nonetheless, the barbarians retreated, having previously engaged in constant skirmishes with the Zonglong Knight Order. The Grey Goose's caution stemmed from prior advice from the palace guards on how to handle these scattered high-level practitioners, to delay and avoid their strengths, as in the turbulent magical environment, they would soon find themselves lacking magic. I appreciate your presence. Who would have thought that a mere few hundred barbarians would summon 2 high-ranking clergy? May I inquire who commissioned your arrival? Count Zonglong regarded the paladin and the priest with a mix of surprise and wariness. The Zonlong family viewed the entire northwest as their domain, filling the temple of Zonlong City with their clergy. While it was common among other great nobles to position their clergy within the temples of their controlled cities, they would typically reserve some positions for their subordinates or neighboring families. The Zonlong family's monopolistic approach had drawn ridicule throughout the Dragon Kingdom. The sudden arrival of the two high-ranking clergy raised the Count's suspicions, as their ranks were comparable to that of the High Priest of Zonlong City. And they arrived alone. The Zonlong family feared that these representatives of the church might aim to assume the role of High Priest or claim some other hollow title and refused to depart. The two high-ranking clergy hailed from distinguished lineages. Nicola White originated from the legendary Bishop White's family in the holy city of the church, which boasted several high-ranking priests stationed in Dragon and Kirislav. Bert Call was a descendant of the legendary Call family, who had aided the God Emperor in the reconstruction of Nightchi City, and the Call family had participated in the revival of the Galloping Horse Empire. Maintaining a keen interest in the Galloping Horse plane and providing support to the descendants of the Galloping Horse royal family, both were distinguished members of their family's magic-wielding factions, likely to advance to the rank of Mentor and high-ranking knight. Holding little regard for the lesser temples of Zonlong City, my lord, one of my junior colleagues, named Light Torlina, ventured to the Galloping Horse plane a few years ago as an ascetic. We have come to see if we might locate him. Unaware that we would become embroiled in the conflict between the Northwest Territory and the barbarians, rest assured, my colleague and I will remain here. Unless you request our aid, we shall not intervene. The human nobility is bound by a plethora of traditions, principles, and tacit understandings, particularly when it comes to warfare and engagement. All parties involved in the conflict should share the spoils of war. In the face of foreign invasion, one cannot stand idly by. Humans are not the mightiest race in the world. Weaker races must unite to preserve themselves, and ensuring this unity necessitates punishing those indifferent to foreign incursions while rewarding those who take action. These principles are not only formal laws enacted by the Empire, but also the first tenets familiar to every knight. Thus, Baron Jiao of Wild Bear Ridge felt profound anguish as he witnessed other knightly domains being invaded. However, neither the Count nor the two high-ranking clergy believed that Baron Jiao had violated these principles. After all, doctrines are immutable, but the judgment of individuals is dynamic, and assisting others presupposes the ability to act. From any perspective, the Baron had exhausted all avenues against the barbarians, so no noble would hold him accountable for the tragedies of several knightly domains. Instead, Paladin Bert gifted the Baron 2 black-scaled horses as a share of the spoils for his involvement in the battle, as a messenger. Bert recognized that Count Zonlong was reluctant to have him participate in the decisive confrontation with the barbarians. Regardless of the outcome of the impending battle with the barbarians, the Count would incur substantial losses and require all spoils to recover. If Bert were to intervene, the Count would be forced to make sacrifices. Observing Count Kaibin Zonlong's sullen expression as he expressed gratitude for their arrival, the two high-ranking clergy vowed not to engage unless the Count explicitly requested it. Hearing this assurance, Count Kaibin Zonlong acknowledged his overreach and quickly sought to amend the situation. "Ha, you are too kind. The magical turbulence surrounding the Galloping Horse plane is severe and will directly impact the recovery of high-ranking practitioners. These barbarians are hardly worth your involvement. I suggest you rest peacefully within my castle. Once my vassals arrive, I shall confront them. Have they truly ventured into the southern, knightly domain to pillage?" While the Count conversed with the representatives of the church, the Baron and the Viscounts were preoccupied with the matters concerning Baron Gio of Wild Bear Ridge. Indeed, on my way here, I witnessed 3 knightly leaders being ambushed. As Gio spoke, he struggled to maintain his composure. I watched helplessly as they were overrun by the barbarians and could do nothing. "Gio, my dear brother, you were gravely injured at the time. You could not have saved them," Hark interjected. "Indeed, it is not your fault. One can only say that this wave of barbarism is too formidable. As humble minor nobles, it is a feat in itself that we can protect our own stronghold," echoed Viscount Milou. "Is it truly the case that we cannot withstand these brutes?" Gio inquired, pondering the implications. If these nobles were incapable of halting the barbarian onslaught, how could they possibly safeguard their lands and protect their people, if they were once able to do so? Why had the situation devolved into its current state? No one dared to respond to Baron Gio's queries, and even Hark and Viscount Milou furtively glanced towards the Count, aware that while the Count was not the primary cause of the barbarian resurgence, he undeniably bore significant responsibility for this invasion. Chapter 33, Master and Apprentice 1. The hour of departure has arrived. You gaze anxiously into my eyes as I capture the essence of our homeland. Thunder rumbles across the distant plains, while chaotic magical currents quiver and tremble. Worry etches itself into our brows as our ancestors and deities beckon us. The wind stirs from the hooves of black steeds. At dawn, Neela was instructing several young girls in the song Farewell of the Galloping Riders, composed by Rant for the left camp's sorcerers. This piece was considerably more intricate than the previous melodies. Yet the dance girls swiftly grasped it. Neela had practiced for several days, mustering the courage to memorize the lyrics and melody in order to sing it adequately. Each night, Rant would sing this piece anew with his sister. And for Neela, maintaining daily contact with Rant, the Lord, was the best assurance of her standing. Though her voice did not rival that of the girls trained in song, Neela was nonetheless eager to impart her knowledge to the children. Line by line. Among all the children, the one who learned the quickest was a girl named Little Goldfinch. Not only was she adept at singing, but this 8-year-old also excelled at writing. Neela held high hopes for Little Goldfinch. Believing she was among the first of Rant's subjects and that he would take great satisfaction in her progress. Lady Neela? Nancy approached to take Little Goldfinch to class. May I take her with me? Many sorcerers in the left camp believed that the distinguished Lady Neela was in search of a personal made for Lord Rant. In a baron's castle, there could easily be 20 female attendants, and the count was even more so. Now, with Rant's subjects numbering akin to that of a viscount, it was quite normal to seek clever, obedient, and comely maids among them. However, Nancy did not share this view. She believed that nobles would not allow their servants to become too literate, as this could undermine the nobles' ability to disguise their ignorance and vulgarity before their subordinates. Nancy suspected that Rant's insistence on educating all the children in reading was to prepare them for the responsibilities of the territory, given that these sorcerers had been personally rescued by Rant. They would be more trustworthy than those who had defected from other regions, and thus Nancy nurtured Little Goldfinch as a future educator of the territory. The children were divided into 3 classes. Each morning, they would first engage in physical exercise, followed by lessons in language, arithmetic, and general knowledge. Language class was taught by Nancy, who guided the students in recognizing letters and simple words. Those with a foundation read simple storybooks. Arithmetic was temporarily instructed by Makoto, a rare individual skilled in calculations within the territory, focusing primarily on number recognition and addition and subtraction within 10. That general knowledge was imparted by several stewards, who recounted the legendary tales of the human empire and the galloping plains. As the teacher for all the children, Nancy rarely possessed a large round tent where the children would sit and learn during class. As the language instructor, Nancy had to teach all 3 classes of children in one morning, preparing teaching materials in advance, which consisted of papers with letters and simple words written on them. Each child's task for the lesson was to memorize the letters or words presented on the paper. The children's foundational knowledge and capacity for learning varied, and unlike Makoto, who could lead the children in counting numbers and teaching addition and subtraction, Nancy could not rotate teaching like the stewards. She had to instruct each child individually, which was quite laborious. Thus, she placed greater emphasis on the clever Little Goldfinch, hoping that this young girl could support the role of the literacy teacher for the sorcerers in the future. As noon approached, the children would feast on roasted flatbreads with meat scraps and lamb soup. The lamb soup was naturally from the previous day's leftovers, and the meat pies were also made the night before. Rant had mandated that all children receive their rations, and currently, no poultry had graced their tables. Each child could receive half a goose egg or a partridge egg daily. This preferential treatment was even deemed wasteful by Albert. Yet Rant was unwavering in his commitment to ensuring all children had access to meat and dairy. In the afternoon, the children would be distributed to various smaller camps, where artisans would teach them specific skills. Some of the older boys would also train alongside prospective knights, hoping to awaken their latent magical bloodlines. Little Goldfinch was a curious girl, always eager to explore different skills taught by various artisans. For instance, the old leatherworker taught the intricacies of separating animal hides, emphasizing the need to avoid damaging the skin during the process. If it were a magical beast, one must also pay attention to the hide's inherent patterns. This was a craft that required both strength and keen eyesight. Many children initially approached it with enthusiasm, but within days, they grew weary and disinterested. In contrast, Little Knife Handle, the leatherworker's child, despite having only played in the mud in the camp previously, demonstrated a rare talent and interest once she got hands-on experience. Now, Little Knife Handle could be considered a competent apprentice leatherworker, assisting the adults in separating the skins from freshly slaughtered long-haired sheep every afternoon. The old leatherworker was grateful to the Lord for allowing the children to learn skills, though he felt that having Little Knife Handle study letters in the morning was somewhat of a waste of time. Yet, regardless of the old leatherworker's thoughts, Rant's orders were to be executed throughout the entire camp. Watching Little Knife Handle washing sheepskins by the river alongside the adults, Little Goldfinch could not comprehend why cleaning the bloodied hides could be so enjoyable. Today, Little Goldfinch desired to learn the farewell song in the dance tent. Neela willingly taught Little Goldfinch each day, and the girl understood that she should learn quickly to bring Neela greater joy. The dance girl's tent was situated adjacent to Rant's main tent, where many girls gathered to learn singing and dancing. Numerous parents of sorcerers encouraged their children to attend, hoping to win the Lord's favor. However, among all the children in the dance tent, the one who learned the fastest was a barbarian girl named Xiao Chao. Xiao Chao was of short stature with large eyes, and unlike most of the children in the camp who had human mothers. Both of Xiao Chao's parents were barbarians. Her mother had passed away long ago, and her father had gone off to war with the Grey Goose tribe. Xiao Chao had grown up in the Weasel camp, where she adored watching performances and learned quickly, earning the affection of the dance instructors within the tent. Her voice had a slight rasp, and her dance movements were grand and expressive, reminiscent of the wrestling style of the barbarians. Though her motions were captivating, Xiao Chao's sense of rhythm was remarkably strong, harmonizing beautifully with the hand drum's rhythm. Often, the dance lessons would transform into showcases of Xiao Chao's solo performances, and she delighted in dancing. Whether solo or with instructors and classmates, Xiao Chao twirled in her uniquely styled dance, singing the farewell song. Little Goldfinch found herself momentarily doubting Neela's assertion that her singing was pleasant. Attempting to emulate the dance instructor's movements, Little Goldfinch stumbled several times within minutes, and amid the various setbacks, she exited the dance tent. Chapter 34, Master and Apprentice 2. Upon exiting the tent, Little Goldfinch spotted a small dog. This dog had originally served as a guard in the barbarian camp, but had been adopted a few days prior by a human child named Little Cloth. Little Cloth was under the tutelage of a rather remarkable teacher, the junior knight Fangya Dante. Fangya was widely recognized as the Lord's trusted confidant and accompanied him on hunts every afternoon. Dante's family was also renowned for their skills as hunters, and he and his father, Grey Dog, had gathered all the camp's guard dogs and hunting falcons for communal care. The galloping plains produced not only the black-scaled horses, but also the beloved black hound, snow hound, tiger-headed eagle, and gray falcon among human nobles. The black hound was believed to possess the bloodline of the wind-type magical beast, the wind wolf, making it more sensitive to scents. The snow hound bore the bloodline of the frost wolf, allowing it to traverse snow and ice with ease. The tiger-headed eagle combined both water and wind magical beast bloodlines, while the gray falcon had wind magical beast lineage. These breeds of hounds and falcons were more spirited and robust than ordinary types. Among the barbarians, there existed a special priesthood capable of sharing vision and other senses with their hounds after forming a bloodline contract. Little Cloth was particularly fond of these hounds, often visiting Dante's tent whenever he went hunting. And he had a knack for dealing with these animals. He would bring scraps of meat and approach the carnivorous creatures slowly. Little Cloth would also assist Dante with laundry, fetching the clothes Dante had changed out of each evening, making sure to do so in front of the animals, and he would don Dante's outer garments to approach them, leading the hounds to perceive him as part of Dante's family. At long last, the astute Dogtooth discovered that Little Butu was harboring designs on his pets. Dogtooth, quite fond of the clever Little Butu, entrusted one of his small snow-white dogs to him for care. Thus, Little Butu became Dogtooth's apprentice, assisting him daily in feeding the animals within the camp and cleaning up after them. Not only Dogtooth, but also Neil took a liking to Little Butu, urging him to learn the art of caring for horses, and specifically assigning him to look after Neil's favorite steed, a black-scaled horse named Flamed at Little Butu's feet. A small puppy was yapping excitedly, and upon seeing Little Butu approaching, the red sparrow remarked, "Shouldn't your puppy be well-behaved? Why is it running around everywhere?" My puppy said, "Are you not hiding a piece of meat on you?" At that moment, the red sparrow recalled that she indeed had a sausage in her pouch, a gift from Lady Neela 2 days prior to encourage her growth. She promptly retrieved the sausage, exclaiming, "Did it really say that I have meat?" "Of course, I can now understand her meaning," he replied. "Really? How marvelous. Can she tell you what is inside the other tents?" "That she cannot do. She can only inform me where food is and where dangers lie, but nothing beyond that. So, does that mean you can find where there are earth potatoes? Ah, I never considered that. Little Snowy has never smelled earth potatoes, but you were right. I could have her locate them, so everyone need not resort to digging. Little Beauty was elated and left with the puppy. The Red Sparrow observed that those familiar to her seemed able to discover their interests, while she herself was not adept in any of those pursuits and yearned to find her own passion. As she wandered through the left camp, she encountered children learning the skills of horse herding, weaving, blacksmithing, pottery, and basket weaving. She wished to try them all, yet none of these crafts compelled her to delve deeper after her initial attempts. "Is that not Little Red Sparrow?" spoke Lord Roar. A knight familiar with the territory, standing alongside Lord Albert, an esteemed scholar related to Lord Lant. "Good day, Lord Roar. Good day, Lord Albert. What brings you here, Little Red Sparrow?" Albert inquired, holding a sheet of paper upon which he had noted the quantities of pack animals. Horses, long-haired sheep, tents, and so forth, statistics compiled by Jinshin just recently. Since being mocked by Lant, Albert had gradually begun to comprehend the specifics of the territory, though he still opposed the idea of teaching all commoners to read. He agreed that a lord should possess a detailed understanding of the wealth within his domain. "Lord Albert, I wish to learn arithmetic from teacher Jinshin." "Oh, arithmetic, you say?" Albert's interest piqued. "Then, Little Red Sparrow, can you read the words on this paper?" He then handed her the list of the territory's wealth. Left camp property statistics, black, horse .101, pack animals, 237, long-haired sheep, 532. Gold coins. Little Red Sparrow read haltingly, yet considering her age and Albert's somewhat unclear handwriting, it was quite commendable. "Well done, Little Red Sparrow. You have performed admirably. Now go seek out Jinshin to study diligently," he encouraged. "Yes. Thank you, Lord Albert," she replied as she entered Jinshin's tent. "What do you think?" Albert expressed concern as he gazed at Roar. "What do you mean by that?" Roar responded, perplexed. "Little Red Sparrow is learning to read remarkably quickly. Her grandfather was once a steward of the territory. She comes from a solid background," Roar retorted, already anticipating Albert's line of reasoning and attempting to lighten the mood. "But now, every child in our camp is learning to read. How would other lords perceive us if they found out?" Albert finally voiced his concern. Roar sighed. He knew well that the widespread literacy was a taboo for other lords and preferred not to engage in further discussion with Albert on the matter. "Albert, we have known each other for many years. So I must ask, how has our galloping horse territory developed over these years?" "Quite rapidly, indeed. Hark has engaged in trade, and we have acquired those 10 or so black-scaled horses. How do we compare to Lante and the barbarians? Are we progressing faster than them?" Just say it plainly," Roar urged. "I'm a simple man and do not know the value of the figures on that paper, but I recall that the barbarian invasion 8 years ago was not as severe as this one. Although galloping horse has grown stronger over these 8 years, we have neither caught up with others nor advanced. Rather, we have fallen further behind. What does this have to do with Lant teaching the children to read? I spent some time in Dragontooth City, and I understand how the great nobles deal with the lesser ones. If galloping horse continues to follow the winding paths of the great nobles, we shall never develop. Yet our current progress is merely that of a viscount's territory. Can we truly evade the complications laid by the great nobles? In my view, we could simply continue to live on the galloping horse plains," Roar replied. "Your family has always claimed to be the royalty of galloping horse, yet only Lant has dared to venture into the plains." "You may be correct. But have you considered where Lant's methods, his songs, and his ideas for subduing the barbarians originate? Where do they come from? Did Lant not say it himself? The divine emperor blesses us." "What?" Albert was momentarily taken aback. How can a scholar become so muddled in thought? If he were a follower of an evil deity, how would he dare to utter the name of the divine emperor? In truth, Lant was unaware that the divine emperor could indeed hear the prayers and chants of Lant's subjects. For in Lant's homeland, no deity responded to the faithful. He assumed that the deities of Olivia were merely more powerful beings. Conversely, Albert worried that the pure tower of the imperial capital might take an interest in Lant. For he was currently too weak. Should they notice him, he would become an enemy of the powerful within the Dragon King's realm. Chapter 35, Preparations for Departure. Lant remained blissfully unaware that the esteemed Albert, whom he held in high regard, was drifting further from his own beliefs. He assumed that Albert's recent frantic activity and exhaustion necessitated a prolonged rest, while Lant indeed wished for a few days of tranquility. The surrounding rivers had been thoroughly hunted, and the grasslands could barely sustain the large flock of sheep. Upon returning from the hunt, Lante summoned the various leaders and instructed them to break camp the following day before proceeding to deliver meat to the children. The camp had established a rather fixed procedure for breaking camp. First, Dogtooth and Neil would conduct a wide-ranging reconnaissance, searching for medium to large barbarian camps along several river paths. Once a target was located, Lante would lead a strong assault or stealthily attack the camp, after which the majority of the camp would migrate to a new location. During the migration, the magic-less individuals within each tent were responsible for their respective shelters. Albert no longer participated in combat. Instead, he supervised the entire camp's relocation alongside the mages of Galloping Horse. According to Lante's tradition, during each migration, newly rescued human mages were exempt from combat and only required to assist with the camp's relocation. Neil had just recently rescued 5 human mages that morning, having traded for them with over 40 cavalrymen and 5 foals. Neil recalled that the atmosphere had been quite amiable. Old Horseleg had shown great enthusiasm upon learning they were not there to attack. Expressing immense gratitude for Lante's willingness to negotiate peacefully, he even visited Lante's camp at noon to express his thanks. Lante warmly welcomed Old Horseleg and the accompanying barbarian cavalrymen, even gifting them some gold coins. Promising that if Old Horseleg's tribe successfully raised the foals he had traded, Lante would be willing to buy them back. "Are we really not going to take down Old Horseleg?" Neil inquired as he watched Old Horseleg depart. "Of course not. He is the first tribe leader to obey me and sell me magic-less slaves. I am counting on him to spread the word of my strength to the other tribes on the plains." Among the 5 mages sent by Old Horseleg, one was a junior knight. Lante made an exception and took this junior knight, Cavry Sinster, hunting in the afternoon, allowing him to consume more monster meat to quickly regain his strength and fighting spirit. During their conversation that afternoon, the newly arrived knight, Cavry Sinster, mentioned that before being purchased by Old Horseleg, he had spent 2 years in a tribe called Eagle. This tribe had a battle priest capable of sharing vision with the eagles and falcons raised within the tribe. Becoming known as the Eagle Eye Priest, this tribe, due to the priest's abilities, had reached the scale of the previous Weasel tribe. Just a month prior, Cavry had engaged in a trade with the Eagle tribe alongside Old Horseleg, leading him to surmise that Lante's camp would undoubtedly encounter them on their journey eastward. The Eagle tribe participated annually in the Grey Goose tribe's alliance. However, they showed little interest in trading black-scaled horses, preferring instead the trade of human magic-less slaves. This was due to the frequent occurrence of magic-less individuals fleeing within medium tribes, resulting in a steady stream of wandering human magic-less individuals across the Galloping Horse plains. The Eagle tribe's battle priest often delighted in releasing his hunting falcons and hawks, seeking out and capturing stray or wandering human magic-less individuals. The Eagle tribe possessed a greater number of magic-less slaves and, without a doubt, considered Lante, who was liberating slaves, an enemy, making it impossible for Lante to purchase slaves from the Eagle tribe or negotiate with them. The battle priest of the mighty Eagle would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable adversary. Consequently, upon departure, the distance between Neil's vanguard and Lante's main camp was approximately 10 kilometers. Such a distance afforded ample warning time and strategic space for defending against barbarian cavalry. However, it was insufficient when confronted with the keen eyes of the Eagle above. Once hostilities commenced, the battle priest could effortlessly employ reconnaissance methods to evade Neil and Lante's forces, striking directly at the main camp. Should Lante allocate excessive strength to the encampment, the Eagle tribe could swiftly retreat. Lante had contemplated employing strategies to divide the Eagle's forces, but the most pressing concern was the uncertainty surrounding whether the Eagle's battle priest had already set its sights on them. Even if the Eagle merely noted their encampment, it would signify an increased vigilance. Based on the conjectures of Lante, Neil, and Cavalli, the Eagle tribe was approximately 50 kilometers to the east, and Lante's group should encounter them after the next march. However, it was feared that once they set up camp again, the Eagle would discover Lante's position. As the sun ascended, Neil embarked with his 12 barbarian cavalrymen, accompanied by Canine Fong. Lante, leading his contingent of 20 knights, advanced eastward. Following their discussions the previous night, Lante instructed Neil to first gauge the situation upon sighting a medium-sized encampment, particularly inquiring whether they had encountered the Eagle tribe. If it was confirmed they had not, he was to ask if they could trade with the human demon bearers. Last night, Canine Fong had also mentioned that Little Cloth could now communicate with a small dog. After discovering Little Cloth's abilities, Canine Fong decided to lend a mature black AO hound named Huangwei to Little Cloth. Huangwei was regarded as Canine Fong's closest companion, and a profound connection existed between them, enabling even a form of telepathic communication. Following a brief training session the previous evening, Little Cloth had become somewhat familiar with Huang Wei's mannerisms. Canine Fong's intention was straightforward. He would accompany Neil for reconnaissance, with Huang Wei serving as the liaison between Neil's forward cavalry and Rant's knights. Upon hearing Canine Fong's statement, Rant was most curious about how Little Cloth and Canine Fong could converse with animals, prompting him to inquire with the Grey Hound, Gant. "Our family's abilities are etched into our bloodline, my lord," Gant replied with a hint of pride. "So how does Little Cloth possess this ability as well? Could he be a long-lost brother of Canine Fong?" "Ha ha ha, you jest. In truth, many families among magicians, priests, and knights possess such abilities. Conversing with beasts is not uncommon for demon bearers. What is rare about our bloodline is the ability to discern the purity of livestock's blood." Gant's response was rather vague, and it was only when Albert intervened to elucidate that Rant began to grasp the concept. In the lineage of human demon bearers, the ability to communicate with beast races is quite prevalent. Owing to the fact that prior to humanity's rise, the world was dominated for an extended period by various powerful magical beasts. These magical beasts, through relentless conquest and consumption, would evolve into immortal beings by devouring the bloodlines of other formidable creatures. However, mere immortality would only elevate a magical beast to the status of a demigod, who would then claim dominion over a territory and demand tribute from the intelligent life within. Throughout history, most beast races and human races gradually acknowledged these powerful magical beings as deities, and the strongest among the demigods ascended to become magical gods. Consequently, various extraordinary beings among humanity have sought to communicate with these deities or their progeny, leading to the evolution of bloodlines that enable many families to communicate with lower-tier magical beasts or ordinary creatures. In the former Galloping Horse Kingdom, prolonged conflicts with the orc tribes made such bloodlines even more common. The Gant family, to which Gant and Canine Fong belong, has historically bred canine magical beasts for the Galloping Horse royal family. Their family not only excels in breeding, communication, and control of animals, but also possesses the rudimentary ability to discern the purity of magical blood among ordinary creatures, thus earning the Galloping Horse family's enduring trust. Understanding this, Rant surmised the Gant family's proficiency in canine matters. "Can your family communicate with eagles?" "That is rather difficult. We can communicate with parrots," Canine Fong replied. "Stop joking," Gant scolded his son. During their hunting endeavors, the camaraderie among Canine Fong, Neil, and Rant flourished, and they often exchanged playful banter. Yet, Gant understood the necessity of maintaining respect for the Lord. "The so-called amiability of lords is merely a tool, my Lord Rant. There are records within our family that indicate those with the highest innate talent for beast speech can indeed converse with eagles, falcons, or hawks. However, such communication is akin to dialogue, not shared vision. Based on our ancestors' extensive experience, the barbarian priests share vision with eagles and birds differently than the elven eagle eye technique or the summoning spells of human mages. Be it elves or mages, it is exceedingly difficult to cast spells on the Galloping Horse plains, while the barbarian's ability to share vision with avian creatures likely stems from a bloodline or spell granted by some magical god." After Gant elaborated on the illustrious history of his family, Canine Fong privately mentioned to Rant that he believed Little Cloth's ability to communicate with beasts at such a young age suggested his demon-bearer bloodline was easier to activate. Rant comprehended that Canine Fong's intention in bringing Little Cloth along was to nurture this young companion, and he agreed that if Little Cloth performed well, he could be rewarded with additional magical beast meat. Neil and Gant led the initial reconnaissance, while Rant proceeded slowly with the knights, with Little Cloth sharing a mount with Roar. In Rant's imagination, sharing vision with the eagles in the sky was akin to acquiring a drone for reconnaissance. Although aerial perspectives were advantageous, they were not omniscient. Maintaining prolonged surveillance on a target would inevitably reveal flight patterns. If the eagle in the sky focused on their group for an extended period, it might alert the eagle tribe's priest to avoid detection by the eagle's keen eyes. The entire party could only advance at a slow pace. After approximately 2 hours of travel, Rant remained fixated on the sky, his eyes nearly watering. His mind wandered as he engaged in casual conversation with Little Cloth. "Lord Neil has a fondness for a horse named Fire," he mentioned when discussing the animals Little Cloth was responsible for. "Oh, is that the horse with the red stripes?" "That doesn't count as red stripes. It merely appears red under the sun." "Oh, does Neil like that horse? Can he converse with it?" "No, we cannot understand the language of horses or pack animals." As they chatted aimlessly, a small black dot swiftly approached from a distance. It was a black dog with a yellow tail. "Huang Wei. Huang Wei is back," Little Cloth exclaimed, Quickly dismounting to greet Huawei, the boy and dog exchanged hushed words before Little Cloth returned to Rant with Huawei in his arms. My lord. Lord Neil reported that they have traveled about 40 kilometers without spotting the Eagle tribe, and the dispatched Red Sands have not detected anything either. The Red Sands had a warning range approximately 5 kilometers beyond that of Neil and Canine Fawn. Given the expansive nature of the grasslands, if no large encampment was visible within sight, it indicated safety. With the assurance of safety, it was time to initiate a new offensive. Little Huawei conveyed Rant's orders to Neil. And after another hour had passed, Neil located a medium-sized barbarian camp. For Rant's current forces, launching a direct assault on a medium camp was a decision made without hesitation, leading his accumulated forces of 11 novice knights, 20 demon bearers, and 45 barbarian cavalrymen to the entrance of the target tribe. Rant found the medium-sized tribe engulfed in shock. While winter often incited tribal conflicts, most skirmishes revolved around food or horses. Direct assaults, as Rant was undertaking, were virtually unheard of. Without any pretense, Rant demanded at the camp's entrance that they either submit to him or face his onslaught, as he wished to avoid any risk of information leakage to the Eagle tribe. The tribe's leader hastily organized the barbarian forces within the camp to confront the impending attack, which Rant's men met with overwhelming success. As Rant charged in at the forefront, he continuously unleashed techniques, engaging in combat with fighting spirit, replenishing his energy with crystal essence. After completing 4 reunions and cleaving through a 5th barbarian with his fighting spirit, Rant had just consumed his 5th magical crystal. The battle finally concluded, with Roar and the others dutifully organizing and reclaiming the spoils, while Gant rushed back to the camp to coordinate the migration. Come, Little Cloth, over here, Rant called to Little Cloth, who was entering the camp alongside Roar. As a child born within a barbarian camp, Little Cloth had witnessed his fair share of bloodshed, yet after joining Rant and the others in their assault, he bore a somewhat pained expression. Rant recognized that his aggressive tactics might be too brutal for a child of Little Cloth's age, so he sought out the main tent of the camp and casually invited Little Cloth to join him. Once inside the tent, Rant placed his hands on Little Cloth's shoulders. Little Cloth, I understand you may feel unsettled about what transpired earlier. You have grown now, and you may one day awaken your bloodline to become a knight of my family. I hope you will remember today's battle. Noticing Little Cloth's strange demeanor, Rand inquired, What is it? What troubles you? My lord, Little Cloth hesitated before speaking. Your armor seems to be glowing. Glowing. Rant surveyed his armor, the magical runic armor of the Badger tribe, which appeared no different from usual, save for one detail. My runic armor activated before the battle began, Rant pondered. Could this lad possibly sense the magic? Pray tell, where does my armor emit light? Should your answer be satisfactory, I shall reward you with meat. Yes, my lord, it is right here. Little Butte pointed hesitantly at the core of the magic array on Rant's armor. Rant could not discern whether the boy's hesitation stemmed from the waning support of the magic crystal or a genuine inability to see the operation of the runes. Nevertheless, Little Butte distinctly identified several positions of the magic arrays, leading Rant to believe the child had no reason to lie, prompting him to consider a future test. The spoils from this camp mirrored those of the previous medium-sized encampment, with 5 human magic wielders rescued, alongside some livestock and coin. Within the main tent, Rant unearthed a medium-sized magic sealing box, which contained a dozen magic crystals and a runic saber. He swung the blade and found it quite comfortable. My lord. Chief, a barbarian cavalryman approached. The yellow-tailed one has returned to the camp. My lord. Little Butte inquired eagerly. May I go see? Go ahead, Rant replied, and Little Butte dashed out, returning shortly with the yellow-tailed creature in his arms. My lord. Lord Neil said that not far to the north, there is a similar camp, and he wishes to know your orders. What can we do? Inform him that we are on our way. Rant chuckled, addressing Little Butte. Roll, assemble everyone. Leave 5 here, and the rest should take some provisions and follow me. We have another encounter ahead. Chapter 37, Becoming a Mid-Level Knight in the Imperial Capital at the Hall of the Court. Missing. An intermediate mage has simply vanished? The chief looked displeased at his student, holding the news from the Galloping Steps. Master, the Galloping Steps are too far from the capital, and our people cannot enter the Wolf's Denver. Contacting those in the Galloping Steps requires departing from Dragon Tooth City, which takes several days for a round trip. Do you not have a covert presence in Main Wolf City? Main Wolf City is also affected by magical turbulence, unless we can enter the Wolf's Den and utilize the Earl's magic array. We cannot contact Dragon Tooth City. How ironic. The king can transmit orders to the great nobles in an instant. Yet those nobles rely on messengers on horseback to relay information to their vassals. Indeed. Now the great nobles of Dragon Tooth City can recite the program of the capital's grand theater, yet remain unaware of the military preparedness within their own fiefdoms. What of Albert? Has he not been located? Not even within that forest? Indeed, we dispatched a task force to that forest. They found several traditional camps already destroyed by mid to high-level magical beasts, with no signs of substantial casualties among the magicless. So you suspect they have either ventured deeper into the forest or into the Galloping Steppes. The Galloping Steppes, Baron Hark has entered there more than once. And they are more familiar with that area. I have already requested the Dragon Tooth City branch to send someone to the Galloping Steppes, but the journey is long and will take nearly a month. Find them as swiftly as possible, aside from Albert. The rest of the Galloping family are of little concern. Understood, Master. After an afternoon, Rant successfully captured 2 mid-level encampments and completed the gathering of all camps by evening, once all personnel were settled and every tent erected. The 3 moons had long since risen. After the amalgamation of all camps, Rant began a thorough inspection, checking if all livestock were secured within the paddock, ensuring all children had returned to their tents, and verifying that essential supplies were stored within the central tent. Unprecedentedly, Rant ordered sentries to be established in several directions around the camp, requiring not only barbarian cavalry but also human magic wielders and knights. Only after everything was arranged did Rant return to his tent to prepare for dinner. Do not worry, Albert came to Rant's tent to offer comfort. Eagles and falcons are diurnal raptors. The eagle priest would not utilize the night for a surprise attack. There is no need for concern. Rant reflected on Albert's words and found them quite sensible. Allowing himself to relax somewhat. Uncle, I believe I have reached the level of a mid-level knight. Rant sought a light-hearted topic to mask his earlier unease. Oh, Albert exclaimed joyfully. That is splendid. Our Galloping family in the northwest will soon have a 3rd mid-level knight. Rant, only by becoming a mid-level knight can one truly secure the title of Baron. Tomorrow morning, I shall summon Roll to assess your fighting spirit level. The following day, Rant donned his magical runic armor and, accompanied by Roll and Albert, ascended a small hill near the camp. Rant activated his armor with magic crystals and began to condense his fighting spirit, when he had just become a low-level knight. He had attempted to condense his fighting spirit but had been unable to gather it. The nascent sphere, no larger than a fist, was dispersed by the magical turbulence. However, with recent frequent engagement with magic crystals and ongoing exploration of how to preserve magical energy after crystals shattered, Rant had acquired some insights and experience regarding the condensation and operation of fighting spirit. Rant focused his fighting spirit within his dantian, guiding it to rotate continuously. Once he felt he had reached his limit, he executed a sudden charge, propelling himself 15 meters away in an instant. Then, he struck, channeling his fighting spirit into the newly acquired saber, whose exceptional material allowed for smooth energy integration. Endowed with both sharpness and resilience runes, he swung the blade 2 or 3 times, then charged again 15 meters, swung again, charged once more, and swung again, completing 3 charges and 4 strikes. The entire process flowed seamlessly, and Rant did not require any magic crystal replenishment. Albert and Roll exchanged glances. Excellent. Based on your fighting spirit level, you have reached the mid-level knight standard. However, your techniques are too singular, and you may struggle against other mid-level knights. One cannot say that. Rant has only recently become a junior knight, and now has advanced to mid-level knight with real weapons. This is a remarkable speed. Roll rejoiced. Let us not forget that just 2 months ago, we believed Rant might never reach mid-level knight status. And now I am at a loss for anyone who has ascended more swiftly. Albert also felt gratified, yet in his heart, he believed Rant's rapid progress was only relative to their expectations, compared to the current situation. It was still too slow that if Rant could elevate to high-level knight within a month, Albert was certain he would seize the Rot territory. Such rapid progress is thanks to your guidance. Rant silently expressed his gratitude to both elders. Upon returning to the camp, Rant specifically visited the tent of the riding instructor. Children, I have come to see you all. Rant addressed the children. Do you find my armor beautiful? Ah, my lord's armor is quite splendid. Most children assumed Rant had come to boast. However, a few children discerned the truth. My lord's armor glows. Little Hawke noticed. Where? Indeed, there is a glow. I saw it too. Chiozao added. Rant watched the children chattering excitedly and invited them one by one to point out where on his armor they saw a light. Ultimately discovering that at least 20% of the children claimed they could see it. 10% could clearly identify the runic light, while another 10% described it more vaguely, since the establishment of this camp. Rand had felt increasingly uneasy, sensing that the birds above were watching him. Consequently, during the day, he had deployed additional sentries. He began to understand why his ancestors had relied so heavily on the Gant family. At dawn, he instructed the greyhounds to be released. These dogs ventured several kilometers ahead of the cavalry, serving as excellent reconnaissance and alert units. My lord, a troop of cavalry approaches. Chapter 38. The Grey Goose Messenger. My lord. A troop of cavalry approaches. Rand had not anticipated that Neil, having only just gone out for reconnaissance, would encounter someone so soon. Rand hurriedly gathered his subordinates and rushed to the camp entrance, where he beheld a small troop of cavalry approaching from the south, led by a figure holding a peculiar flag, the pole slender and elongated. At the top attached a long strip of cloth adorned with numerous feathers. Neil, what is that peculiar flag the foremost rider bears? Rand had never seen such an odd banner before. Chief, that should be the messenger of the Grey Goose. I see. Remember well, we are the Galloping Tribe. We recently merged with the Badger Tribe and are now prepared to gather and head south to assist the Grey Goose leader. Rand briefed his subordinates on their tribal identity. Before long, the Grey Goose's messenger troop arrived at the camp entrance. The leading barbarian, upon seeing the Galloping Tribe's banner, paused momentarily and inquired of Rand, "Which tribe are you from? Why have we never seen you at prior conclaves?" Messenger of the Grey Goose. We are the Galloping Tribe from the southwest of the plains. Along our journey, we have heard of your great deeds in the southern human kingdoms. We have joined many tribes in the Badger Tribe. During the duel, I overcame the Badger Chieftain and decided to lead everyone southward to support the Grey Goose Chieftain. Rant recited his prepared speech, each word carrying truth, albeit omitting less critical details. Oh. It turns out to be the former Badger Tribe. No wonder this camp looks so familiar. On the Galloping Horse Plain, the merging and splitting of tribes is a common occurrence, especially during the spring and autumn seasons. The Grey Goose envoy swiftly accepted Rand's assertion. To the barbarians, they referred to the Galloping Horse Plain as the Great Plain, the Prairie, or their homeland. Only a few tribal leaders with long-standing traditions or frequent interactions with the human nobility understood the connection between the term galloping horse and the everyday life of the Great Plain. Therefore, for most barbarians, Rand's Galloping Horse Tribe was merely a newly ascended tribe. Rand welcomed the envoy into his tent. How goes the battle for our Grey Goose leader in the human territories? Haha. You wouldn't believe it. On our return to the plain, our leader had already seized that castle south of the southern mountain pass, which the humans call Castle Rot, along with several surrounding human outposts. We captured many human slaves. Our leader said if you bring your entire population south, you can share in our Grey Goose's rations, gold, and slaves. The envoy of the Grey Goose spoke with a grandiose tone, appearing to be a carefree barbarian. Ah, splendid. The Grey Goose Tribe truly is the mightiest tribe on our vast prairie. Rest assured, I shall prepare to lead my men southward immediately. Rand had long been psychologically prepared for the Grey Goose's occupation of the Rot territories. As they had amassed 5 times the military strength, Deity was certainly not the same as past business dealings. However, Rand was unaware of the fate that awaited his own kin. I have heard that the Rot is quite a large family. And now our leader has captured them? Rand inquired cautiously. Not at all. Apart from an illegitimate son, they have all been executed by our leader. What? Suddenly, Albert spoke up. In Albert's mind, although the Galloping Horse barony had been betrayed by the Rot Viscount, the two families were still related by blood. Albert's sudden interjection caused the atmosphere to freeze, with some already gripping their sword hilts, awaiting Rand's command. You old fool, the Grey Goose leader has avenged us. Rand dashed to Albert's side. Were it not for the Grey Goose leader, how long would it have taken us to storm that castle and exact our revenge? Quickly, procure 2 long-haired sheep for slaughter to prepare a feast for the envoys. Rand shouted while pushing Albert out of the tent, calling for sheep to be slaughtered to entertain the Grey Goose envoy. Before anyone could react, Rand had already returned to the tent, continuing to engage in light-hearted conversation with the barbarian envoy. Haha. Dear envoy, do not take offense. Our tribe had once been severely deceived by that Rot noble you mentioned. That old curmudgeon had long harbored a grudge, wishing to avenge himself, but little did he expect that the day of retribution would come so swiftly. Rant casually remarked. Little did Rant know how many tales he would have to weave, straying from the truth while crafting words to appease the barbarians in the tent, in the blink of an eye. He could conjure a few sentences to placate them to that moment. Not even the Grey Goose envoy, nor Albert upon reflection, could pinpoint Rant's missteps. I must express my gratitude to the Grey Goose Tribe for avenging us. You must stay with us for lunch today. Excellent. We are indebted to the galloping horse leader. The barbarians on the galloping horse plain did not exhibit the same formality as human lords. Hierarchies were distinctly defined between large and small tribes, where strength dictated respect. Previously, the Badger tribe had forcibly brought males from surrounding tribes to their camp. Even when provided food and drink, it would not be the leader personally attending to their needs. Now, as Rant considered himself a leader of a large tribe, it was virtually unheard of for him to personally arrange a meal for an envoy, a practice common among humans but absent among barbarians. However, since the Grey Goose envoy had been traveling for days since departing from the Rot territory, enduring hardships and never having had a proper meal, they were eager to feast before departing. Ordinary barbarian sheep roast would take half a day, but recently, Rant had chopped the sheep into large pieces, skewering them with wooden sticks for roasting, adding salt and spices, significantly reducing the cooking time. Envoy, please rest here and enjoy lunch before continuing to your next destination, Rant warmly invited. May I inquire, Envoy, which tribe do you intend to visit next? We plan to head east, and then north. Speaking to whichever tribe we encounter. The envoy did not discern any issues in their response. That is splendid. I have heard there is a large tribe to the east called the Eagle tribe. Oh, the Eagle, you say? We know that one. It is a significant tribe and a steadfast ally of our Grey Goose. Rant did not partake in the specially prepared feast, for Neil and Albert intervened before he could join the Grey Goose envoy for the meal. No barbarian leader would dine with those beneath the elder status of other tribes. The hierarchy among barbarian tribes was equally pronounced. To avoid revealing himself, Rant could only watch as Roar represented him, feasting with several barbarians while he himself was left to consume yesterday's leftovers, a bitter pill to swallow. During the meal, Roar gleaned much information about the Grey Goose tribe's front line and rear, such as the fact that they had assembled at least 200 barbarian cavalry and around 500 non-magic users, and that there were not just one, but at least two other envoy groups. Furthermore, this particular group's ultimate destination was near the salt mines. Chapter 39, The Eagle Tribe. Stated in content, the Grey Goose envoy departed from the galloping horse camp. We must hasten, the envoy instructed his subordinates. Brother, we will soon reach the Eagle Tribe. There is no need to rush, one replied. No, something feels off about the galloping horse tribe. What do you mean, brother? I cannot articulate it. It just feels wrong. Their camp is too vast, too pristine, and their leader does not resemble a typical chieftain from the plains, but rather a noble from a castle. The envoy sensed danger, and Rant seized the opportunity. Inside Rant's tent, Roar arrived after sending off the Grey Goose envoy to report the lunch's revelations. So, the Grey Goose front must have 230 cavalry now? Indeed. With such numbers, even the Earl would find it hard to contend. As they conversed, Albert lifted the tent flap and entered, intending to ask Rant why he did not eliminate the Grey Goose envoy, but overheard their discussion. Have they sent anyone to the Iron Mine tribe? Yes. The Brown Bear tribe. According to the envoy, the Brown Bear is even more powerful than the Grey Goose but remains very low-key. The Grey Goose leader does not expect the Brown Bear to send anyone. It seems the Grey Goose tribe is awaiting our support, Rant remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Then we shall gather the warriors from various tribes and head south to assist the Grey Goose leader. Rant, you. Albert realized Rant likely had no intention of genuinely aiding the Grey Goose, but he dared not speculate on what he planned to do. Neil, Grey Dog, Canine Fawn. Rant bellowed for his subordinates to enter. Leader, Lord, my lord. Grey Dog. Take a few cavalrymen and shadow that envoy. Just keep an eye on them. See which camp they visit, especially locate their salt mine. Yes, my lord. Canine Fawn, follow your father and maintain communication in the middle. Find the Eagle tribe. Your task is to return with news after they locate the Eagle tribe. Yes, my lord. Neil, take a group and craft a flag identical to that of the Grey Goose envoy. The Grey Goose leader is engaged in battle to the south and requires support from the tribes of the Galloping Horse Plain. We will unite the other tribes and march south together. Anyone who refuses will face consequences alongside the Galloping Horse and Grey Goose tribes. Rant chuckled. So we shall consume the eagle while flying the Grey Goose's banner. Neil, having grown up on the plains, had never witnessed such a ruse of deception. Of course, as long as our cavalry carries the Grey Goose flag and follows the envoy to visit the eagle, they will assume we come to attack. But the Eagle tribe likely has less than 30 cavalrymen. If we approach openly, they will not be unguarded. I'm not worried about them discovering us. I fear they might flee. 40 kilometers east of Rant, on a mound, stood an impressive barbarian encampment. This camp boasted over 30 tents of various sizes, most being Bedouin tents, with several round dome tents in the center, Deity the highest point. There was an exceptionally tall Bedouin main tent, 8 meters high and 30 meters long, resembling a white rock on the hillside from afar. Behind the towering tent stood a 35-meter-tall deepwood-colored pillar. With a diameter of less than half a meter, the lower third bound tightly with numerous ropes anchored to the ground, adorned with many fabric strips and animal tails as decorations. This was the tribe's sacred pillar. At the very top of the sacred pillar was a golden eagle statue, wings unfurled, with gemstones embedded in its eyes, and every feather on the eagle's body was intricately detailed, with a magical array inscribed on its belly. The sun blazed fiercely overhead, casting harsh rays upon the plain. Although it was October, the midday heat on the prairie remained stifling, while nights turned exceptionally cold this moment within the eagle tribe. The battle priest Kansa the eagle is conducting a ritual at the altar beneath the divine pillar. Standing at less than 3 meters tall, Kansa is adorned in a suit of leather cloaked in vibrant feathers. With large bird feathers hanging from his sleeves, he wears a grand feathered headdress and a golden mask shaped like an eagle's face, complete with an elongated beak and 2 gemstones embedded where its eyes would be. Reminiscent of the eagle statue atop the pillar. In the open space beneath the pillar, the battle priest performs a unique ritual dance, arms outstretched, mimicking the soaring flight of an eagle, leaping and running beneath the towering structure. All the tribe's people, both magic wielders and non-magic users, kneel outside the boundaries of his dance, awaiting the priest's movements with a mixture of reverence and fear. The area of the priest's dance spans roughly 50 square meters. Encircled by 4 acolytes dressed similarly to him, donning wooden masks painted with avian motifs. These 4 girls, carefully selected by Kansa, serve both as his apprentices and attendants as Kansa dances with wild abandon. The 4 apprentices move counterclockwise around the designated area, also engaging in a circular dance. Every afternoon, the battle priest of the eagle tribe hosts a ritual to honor the eagle god, during which all tribespeople, regardless of their magical affiliations, must kneel outside the priest's dance area, awaiting the favor of the deity. Almost every month, during these dances, the priest randomly selects one tribe person to offer as a sacrifice to the eagle god. This process is harrowing, as the chosen victim may be either a magic wielder or a non-magic user. Once a victim is determined, the priest employs sheer force to drag them to the base of the divine pillar for the offering. And every tribe's person believes that their fearsome priest is favored by the eagle god. Ironically, to ensure the tribe's prosperity, all captured human magic wielders must be confined in separate tents within the camp, never to be offered to the eagle god. Today's ritual concludes without incident. No sacrifices are made, and everyone carefully rises to leave the vicinity of the priest's tent. Kansa returns to his expansive tent, while the 4 apprentices are tasked with tidying the area, preparing food for the eagles and falcons raised in the camp. Finally over, Kansa sighs as he sets down a magic crystal upon entering the tent. This moment marks Kansa's rare opportunity for solitude, allowing him to remove his mask. Sweat has thoroughly soaked through his heavy leather attire and crown, and he has an hour to dry them by the fire while hastily consuming some jerky. The earlier dance, though devoid of meaning, was physically exhausting, and he must take advantage of this private moment to eat more before re-emerging as the mysterious figure who hardly requires sustenance. This year marks the 10th anniversary of Kansa's leadership. His predecessor, the former eagle chief, was his biological father. Before his passing, he revealed to Kansa the secrets of their tribe. The eagle tribe was once a descendant of the eagle god among the orc clans, where the mightiest were those favored by the deity, growing up with downy feathers like fledglings and maturing into swift beings. In battle, these favored ones could transform into great eagles, soaring through the skies. Although the eagle tribe's divine bloodline has thinned over time, they maintain the ability to communicate with raptors such as eagles, hawks, and vultures. After offering a life to the eagle god, they can share visions with the tribe's most powerful eagles. This extraordinary ability does not come without cost. It necessitates the priest sacrificing his own vitality, requiring at least a month of recuperation for every half hour of shared vision, and no matter how robust one's life force. Such expenditure cannot be sustained indefinitely, which is why no eagle chief before Kansa has lived beyond 35 years. Determined not to share the same fate, Kansa capitalized on the chaos following the invasion of the barbarians 8 years prior, reconstituting the eagle tribe while ensuring that elders privy to the secrets of the eagle chief remained within human territories. Since that year, a divine pillar was erected within the tribe, although it bears no true connection to the eagle god. A magical array resembling a mage's. I was inscribed at its pinnacle, a costly endeavor undertaken by Kansa to secure the services of a mage. Utilizing a mask, he can observe the surroundings within a 30-kilometer radius. Henceforth, the Eagle Tribe's battle priests are no longer bound to a month of observation after each ritual, but can survey their surroundings at will in an effort to enhance his mystique. Kansa has also devised a daily ritual that serves to eliminate any tribe's people who might uncover his secrets, thereby bolstering his sanctity. The sole drawback of this undertaking is its substantial consumption of magic crystals. Maintaining the link to the mage's eye pillar necessitates a significant reserve. Indeed, Kansa's ability to eliminate other magic-wielding tribes' people hinges upon the expenditure of magic crystals. His battle robes possess similar augmentative properties to the magical armor of the Badger tribe, enhancing the wearer's strength through the consumption of magic crystals. Or rather, they are merely a leather garment adorned with feathers. Finally able to take a moment to rest, Kansa dons his golden mask capable of revealing the surroundings within a 30-kilometer radius. Adorned with numerous runes, its sections protruding with a dedicated base for magic crystal consumption. As Kansa reclines upon a fur bed, mask in place, he observes a troop of cavalry approaching his tribe. The leading cavalryman brandishes a flag emblazoned with the emblem of a gray goose. Chapter 40. Two troops of gray geese. Upon seeing the gray goose insignia, Kansa realizes that the approaching riders are from the gray geese, seeking his aid. However, this bears little significance to him, as he has never participated in their military endeavors. The reasoning is straightforward. The tribe's most crucial divine pillar required the assistance of numerous human magic-wielding slaves for transportation during their migration. To facilitate this, Kansa even procured a massive cart capable of transporting the tall pillar upright. Yet such transport necessitated the collaboration of many magic-wielders to maintain control over the magic wielders within the camp. A larger number of barbarian cavalry must be sustained, which in turn requires more long-haired sheep and additional non-magic users, as the sprawling camp demands more frequent migrations. Consequently, the tribe must maintain a considerable size surrounding the sacred tree, effectively locking his cavalry within the confines of the tribe. Should Lante truly comprehend the secrets of the Eagle tribe, he might adopt an entirely different strategy. Of course, Kansa's refusal to join the Grey Geese in their southern campaign is not solely due to the Eagle tribe's inability to spare cavalry. When the Grey Goose leader informed him of plans to seize the territories of Lot and the Baron of Benma, Kansa sensed that the Grey Geese were embarking on a fool's errand. As one of the few priests among the barbarians, Kansa possesses a deeper understanding of the power of magic than the Grey Goose leader. He recognizes that the current advantages held by the barbarians on the plains stem solely from the tumult of magical energies, once stripped of their environmental advantages. The barbarians' muscle cannot hope to overcome the might of magical runes. The mass exodus of the Grey Goose tribe would only benefit tribes such as the Eagles and Badgers, which rank just below them on the plains. The Eagle tribe's strategy entails waiting until the snow falls to shelter those smaller tribes unable to survive. However, with news of triumphs pouring in, the Grey Goose tribe's prestige rises. As the paramount leader of the plains, both the messengers and the Eagle priest must meet. As the delegation from the Grey Goose approaches the Eagle camp, the sun begins to set. Mere meters away, the envoy spots the imposing figure of the battle priest, adorned in an extravagant leather armor adorned with feathers, crowned with an eagle mask and grand headdress. Awaiting their arrival at the entrance of the camp, the Grey Goose envoy understands that the battle priest was already aware of their approach, purposefully stationed at the camp's entrance. This serves as both a welcome and a warning that he and his cavalry are not permitted entry. The Eagle battle priest is a uniquely significant figure within the alliance, with all tribes aware of the Eagle tribe's Orcish heritage, and all tribes fear this enigmatic priest who communes with the Eagle god. The envoy dares not act arrogantly before the priest, dismounting from their horses 50 meters away and kneeling before him. They relay information regarding the Grey Goose tribe's recent successes and extend a formal invitation for the Eagle tribe to provide military support. I had thought that Head Goose knew what he was doing. It appears I have overestimated him, Kansa remarks, referring to the Grey Goose leader, leaving the messengers perplexed. For they only comprehend that victory is within their grasp and cannot fathom why the priest disparages their leader. Great Eagle priest, I will not be joining you. I suggest you do not return either. With that, Kansa strides back into his camp, leaving behind a resonant echo. If you wish to stay, my tribe can accommodate you. Naturally, the Grey Goose envoys will not linger, and the Eagle tribe has no intention of offering them rest, forcing them to depart northward on horseback with resignation. Upon returning to his tent, Kansa feels a tinge of frustration. As his 4 attendants have already fed the eagles and falcons and now stand by his side, preventing him from revealing his sweat-drenched state to others. The gray goose truly lacks awareness. You all go outside. I need to commune privately with the eagle god. With that, he kneels upon his bed, hands raised skyward as if preparing to communicate with the divine. Yes, the attendants promptly exit the tent, leaving Kansa alone within. Hearing the sound of the girls departing, he lowers his gaze to confirm their absence. Then exhales in relief, swiftly shedding his leather attire and removing his mask. The afternoon has cooled somewhat, yet he still perspired heavily while clad in the leather, necessitating some time to dry it by the fire. Kansa casually placed some cooked meat into his mouth to replenish his strength. Although the gray geese were destined to fail, their current offensive held significant meaning. On one hand, it provided space for the eagle tribe on the vast plains. And on the other, it served to probe the true attitudes and boundaries of humanity towards the development of the barbarian tribes, allowing the gray geese to meet their demise while his own eagles soared high. Kansa couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He donned the truly useful mage's eye mask, preparing to lie down and rest for a while. However, upon putting it on, he was taken aback. The gray goose envoy cavalry had already begun to recede from his line of sight to the north, yet from the west, a new cavalry unit was approaching. This contingent was significantly larger than the previous envoys. Also bearing the gray goose banner, another pair of gray goose envoys. How bothersome. Why didn't they come together? The gray goose envoys Kansa encountered today were not even the first wave in recent days. The gray geese had dispatched 4 or 5 cavalry units from the south, each consisting of only 5 or 6 members at the outset. When encountering smaller tribes, they would send some cavalry to accompany these envoys, resulting in varying numbers among each cavalry unit. Kansa speculated that this newly arrived group likely comprised messengers from several nearby tribes, perhaps having diverged from the previous convoy for unknown reasons, yet all heading north nonetheless. It was unfortunate that he had just shed his work attire, and his nearly soaked leather armor had not yet dried, forcing him to don it once more to continue his charade before this new batch of gray goose envoys. The barbarian warlock of the eagle camp was summoned again, this time. The battle priest was somewhat irate, having been compelled to deal with the gray goose envoys repeatedly in recent days. Each time he faced outsiders, he had to dress up anew, and once finished, he would need to return and tidy himself up. Most critically, the leather armor was so heavy that he could only manage it alone. To demonstrate the prowess of the eagle tribe's battle priest, he had no choice but to personally greet the envoys, necessitating the presence of the entire camp's barbarian warlocks to showcase his control over the surroundings, while simultaneously affirming his own image before his subordinates. As the gray goose priest approached the camp's entrance, he incessantly complained in his mind, as a dignified envoy of the eagle god, I am reduced to standing guard at the camp entrance like a mere human sentry. Kansa, contemplating his predicament, grew increasingly agitated and bellowed, Everyone, be alert. Let those gray geese know how to show respect to the eagles. Yes. Finally, the opposing cavalry appeared before him. The eagle priest displayed his utmost composure, ready to receive dozens of men kneeling before him. However, 2 minutes later, he was stunned for the second time. The gray goose envoys, who typically dismounted and rushed towards him from nearly 100 meters away, this time did not dismount and showed no signs of slowing down. Chapter 41. Duel. The 2 cavalry units collided like 2 walls, overwhelming the foremost 10 or so riders from the eagle tribe in an instant. Kansa watched as the opposing cavalry charged towards him without slowing down. The leading rider thrust forward, cleaving through 2 eagle cavalrymen in one stroke. At that moment, Kansa's mind went blank. Just minutes ago, he had believed this would be a mere welcoming event, where he would watch dozens of gray geese kneel before him, vent his frustrations with a few harsh words, and send them on their way. But now, this cavalry was charging directly at him. Sensing the impending danger, the nearby eagle cavalry hastened to protect their priest. But their brief delay did little to impede the onslaught. Kansa could not fathom why the gray geese barbarians would attack him, yet there was no room for hesitation. He activated the magic crystal base on his leather armor, causing the concealed runes beneath the feathered adornments to emit a dim glow. Kansa charged towards the bravest of the opposing cavalry. After years of accumulation, he not only possessed rune-etched armor and blade but also dozens of magic crystals. With his weapons and crystals, Kansa was not only the representative of the eagle god within the camp, but also the most formidable barbarian warrior, at the forefront of the tribe in the context of battles between barbarian tribes. Decapitating the leader was tantamount to absolute victory. Much of barbarian culture derived from the orcs and humans. Among these 2 races, The leader, or lord, held the most significant bloodline of magic and was responsible for liaising and communicating with other territories and cities' lords. It could be said that without a leader or lord, a territory would struggle to sustain itself, and its inhabitants would be forced to migrate or become wild, influenced by these two races. The leader within the tribe wielded absolute authority. Therefore, if a leader were to be slain in battle or a duel, the remaining barbarians would typically not continue fighting. Kansa knew that the fiercest attacker among the assailants was the leader of all the invaders. Defeating him would allow the Eagle tribe to absorb the opposing cavalry. Failing to do so would mean the end for his own tribe. Thus, Kansa left no room for retreat. The array on his garments required 3 magic crystals to activate. And he also needed to tear open a courage scroll, a purchase made 2 years prior at a council meeting, specifically to prepare for situations like today. Kansa charged forward, initially intending to appear composed. He had not mounted a horse when leaving, and now there was no time to do so, forcing him to charge headlong, relying on his equipment advantage to withstand the oncoming assault. To his surprise, the man opposite had discerned his intent and surged ahead, riding a dark-scaled horse like a shadow, closing in on him with a scimitar poised to strike his head. Kansa dared not underestimate his opponent, gripping his sword with both hands to parry the downward strike. Clang! This is impossible. Kansa's arms suddenly went numb, as a barbarian clad in a full set of rune-etched armor and wielding a rune-etched sword. He had merely managed to match his opponent's strike. The rune sword and the opponent's scimitar clashed again, sparks flying, and both Kansa and the rider, Lante, were jolted backward. Lante felt a strain in his right hand before charging. He too had activated the array on his rune-etched armor, channeling his fighting spirit into the blade. This scimitar was a relic from the previous tribal leader's enchanted chest, known for its sharpness and durability. Lante had anticipated that what he thought would be a guaranteed attack would merely result in a stalemate. With no time for hesitation, Lante seized the moment of brief disengagement from the battle priest to expend 3 magic crystals to replenish his fighting spirit. The energy surged into his steed, and Lante charged once more towards the battle priest. At that moment, Lante forgot all the combat techniques he had learned from Rower in recent days, relying solely on raw strength. Kansa managed to block Lante's strike again, but this time he found himself nearly unable to counterattack. After fending off Lante's 2 slashes, Kansa felt his strength waning. He could not fathom how Lante could continue to attack with full force after exchanging 5 or 6 blows with him. However, Kansa's own strength was nearly depleted. Both Lante's knights and the Eagles had ceased their fighting, watching the duel between their leaders, the outcome of which would determine their fate among the barbarians. The notion perpetuated by their leaders that duels were sanctioned and blessed by the deities meant that any ordinary barbarian interference would be met with divine disdain. Although this deception had caused half of the participating leaders to suffer losses, it effectively ensured the preservation of the barbarian population of warlocks, preventing rapid depletion due to frequent intertribal conflicts. But now, Kansa truly could not hold on any longer. The monster across from him grew more emboldened with each clash, while he teetered on the brink of collapse. His subordinates showed no inclination to come to his aid, and the opposing force showed no mercy. The barbarians, priests were precious and sacred beings. Tribes possessing a priest were typically larger than average medium-sized tribes. In past duels, if the weaker side was a priest, the stronger side would usually extend a courtesy to the deity, inquiring whether the priest would be willing to join their tribe. Lante certainly had no such intentions. First, he was unaware that he could accept an opponent as a subordinate during a duel, and second, he did not dare to take in a priest capable of connecting with the divine. After several rounds of combat, Lante had expended his 5th magic crystal. Combined with the 3 on his armor, he had now used 8, a considerable cost of war. The fact that this barbarian had withstood so many rounds against him only indicated that he too was clad in magic-etched gear. Barbarians were not inherently fearsome, nor were barbarian priests, but a barbarian priest adept at wielding human magic weapons and spells was undeniably formidable. Such a priest, possessing both immense physical prowess and magical abilities, could unify a large number of barbarians through religion. That if such a barbarian priest were to gain the enhancement of magical equipment, Lante could not fathom how he would contend with such a figure should they rise to power. He had to take down this individual. Lante sensed that the priest across from him was no longer as quick to react or as forceful in counterattacks as at the beginning. Yet he dared not underestimate him. After 2 more rounds of slashing, the 2 warriors disengaged, standing 30 meters apart in a tense standoff. Lante decided to let his opponent relax, pausing for a few seconds. even lowering his right hand holding the sword to indicate a desire to halt the conflict. Finally, the moment has come. The Eagle Priest sighed in relief. As long as the opposing side could afford to pause, he could negotiate terms. He was willing to accept certain conditions. For instance, he could serve as the priest for the opposing tribe and offer some of his tribe's cavalry in exchange, such as acknowledging his power at a new council meeting. Behind the mask, the priest revealed a smile, saying, "I am the priest of the mighty eagle. The god of eagles shall not forgive your insolence. If you cease your actions, I am willing to pray to the eagle god to spare you from his wrath." Chapter 42. The Harvest of the Eagle's Nest. Instinctively, one might perceive that pausing now would indicate a negotiation for terms. Thus one should utter something. Indeed, the battle priest spoke again. "I am the priest of the mighty eagle. The god of eagles shall not forgive your insolence. If you cease your actions, I am willing to pray to the eagle god to spare you from his wrath." Spare your breath. Prepare to meet your end. Lante interrupted the priest, launching forward with his blade. The priest, caught off guard by Lante's unorthodox approach, swiftly raised his sword to block, only to catch a glimpse of a flying dagger aimed at him. In his mind, the priest lamented, as he was forced to prioritize blocking the thrown dagger over his own weapon. Just as the magic-patterned sword fell from his hand, he noticed Lante charging towards him once more. Observing the priest focus on the dagger, Lante seized the moment and charged, the scimitar and dagger colliding in a swift sequence, ultimately toppling the priest. The blade sliced through the golden mask, cleaving it in two as it flew apart, causing the priest to collapse. The barbarian tribesmen of the Eagle clan, witnessing their revered eagle-faced mask severed by Lante, fell to their knees in fear, scarcely daring to breathe, terrified of the eagle god's impending punishment. Yet, aside from the fall of the eagle priest, nothing else transpired. The god of eagles seemed to have forgotten his own priest. The surrounding barbarians held their breath until Lante confirmed the priest's demise, at which point his followers erupted in cheers, and even the barbarians of the Eagle clan exhaled in relief. The galloping horse plains lay shrouded in chaotic magic currents, making it exceedingly difficult for even the most powerful deities to respond to their followers. The Eagle Eye technique, honed through the sacrificial lives of generations of Eagle clan priests, could be more accurately described as a communication cost rather than a divine technique. As for Kansa, he had long been engaging in sly tricks with the worship, conducting the daily noon rituals merely to establish his own authority, without any genuine connection to the god of eagles. Now that he had been slain by Lante's blade, it was no wonder that no deity had come to his aid. Lante, upon examining the magical patterned gear worn by the eagle priest, found that the armor, hidden beneath feathers, contained multiple magical formations. Once donned, he felt it superior to the magical iron armor of the weasel. Of course, it was also considerably more expensive in terms of magic crystals. The learned Albert recognized the armor as likely being high-end merchandise from the Red Dragon shop in the capital's Dragon Tooth City. Crafted from at least mid-level magical beast leather, with magical engravings created by master magicians, the conclusion was clear. If neither the Eagle Priest nor Lante utilized magic crystals to replenish their fighting spirit, Lante would undoubtedly struggle to breach the priest's magical armor. Lante was aware of this, as he had failed to penetrate the priest's leather armor even when channeling his energy. Kansa had bequeathed more wealth to Lante than the black-eyed weasel, and upon entering the priest's grand tent, he found only a few trembling priest apprentices. Lante's gaze was immediately drawn to a peculiar mask, with two large eye sockets and a base atop its forehead, adorned with a crystal. Could this possibly be for transformation? Lante wondered, though unaware of the mask's true purpose. The intricate magical formations on the mask, while not fully understood, appeared remarkably powerful. "What is the purpose of this mask?" Lante inquired of the apprentices. "My lord, we do not know. The priest has never allowed us to touch his mask. Your esteemed priest has just been slain by our leader. Should you dare to deceive us, you may find your lives cut short." Neil felt the apprentices were attempting to deceive Lante and decided to intimidate the girls. Holding the mask, Lante observed the girls weeping and reflecting on the priest's behavior, sensed that he had not left behind any formidable contingency plans. Thus, he placed the golden mask upon his face. "Albert," Lante uttered after a few moments. Calling for Albert, the others vacated the tent, and Lante removed the mask, presenting it to Albert. "Lante, this must be the Eye of the Mage." Albert quickly discerned the relationship between the mask and the divine pillar, exclaiming, "Could it be that the so-called Eagle clan has merely bound the Eye of the Mage formation to a pillar? With magical leather armor, a magical curved blade, and the Mage's Eye formation. It seems this barbarian priest is not as formidable as we imagined, though perhaps more cunning than we anticipated," Lante mused, thinking to himself, "I had envisioned you possessing a drone, but it appears you merely have a mast." while a mast could not compare to a drone. Its advantage lay in its accessibility to all. Within the Eagle clan's encampment were 2 junior knights, 2 apprentice knights, and 8 human magic bearers, all present to facilitate the transport of the divine pillar mast. To maintain the sanctity of the divine wood, the Eagle priest was obliged to ensure the integrity of the 30-meter mast. However, having uncovered its secrets, Lante was no longer bound by such rigidity. He could easily convert the mast into 3 sections for more convenient transportation. The Eagle clan also possessed a reinforced, massive carriage, exceeding 10 meters in length, 4 meters in width, and 6 meters in height, resembling an enormous shipping container. This sizable carriage was designed specifically for transporting the divine pillar. Equipped with 4 pairs of wheels, each axle adorned with shock-absorbing and resilient runes, Lante even inspected the underside, discovering that the first set of wheels featured steering capabilities, allowing the driver to maneuver using a lever at the driving position. Behind this carriage was a luxurious compartment spanning 7 meters, which Lante likened to a mobile home, complete with 3 meters of guest space, a large chair, several smaller seats, and an exquisite wooden table. Illuminated by alchemical devices, behind the guest area lay a resting space, separated by a silk curtain, containing a large bed nearly 4 meters long, with bookshelves and cabinets mounted on the walls, and a movable table atop the bed. The ceiling was adorned with warm lighting rune panels. The final area of the carriage, partitioned from the previous 2 by solid walls and wooden doors, housed water runes and a sink, along with flame runes and a stove. Capable of both providing water and cooking meals, the ceiling of this section could be opened, with a specialized base located at the center of the floor, directly above the last 2 axles of the carriage, reinforced by additional magical patterns. Before the Eagle clan's migration, all magic bearers were required to secure the divine pillar to the base. Once the roof was closed, specific latches could secure the pillar in place. However, for a 30-meter tall pillar, a 6-meter fixing distance would not provide complete stability, necessitating the assistance of the entire human non-magic population to secure the divine wood during transport. Lante was highly satisfied with this carriage in his previous life. He often fantasized about one day traveling in a mobile home, and now, in this foreign world, he had indeed acquired 1.4 Lante. It sufficed to maintain a 10-meter tall mast during transport, eliminating the need for additional non-magic individuals to assist in securing it. The carriage itself could adequately stabilize a 10-meter mast, requiring only a local blacksmith to create connectors and fixtures for the 2 sections of the mast. In addition to the carriage, mast, and human magic bearers, the Eagle clan had over 30 barbarian magic bearers who joined the Galloping Horse clan following Lante's victory in combat. Furthermore, Kansa had selected 4 priest apprentices who, although they had yet to awaken their magical bloodlines, exhibited promising potential in Lante's eyes. While the 4 girls had been kept in the dark about the most critical secrets by the priest, their prolonged association had allowed them to perceive many things, such as 2 of them being able to communicate with the falcons raised within the encampment, while the other 2 could distinctly sense the glow emitted by the magical patterns of the priest's armor during its operation. Lante, now challenged by the absence of mages or priests within his territory, could not impart any knowledge to the girls, thus entrusting their care to Nila. Chapter 43. The Call from the Galloping Horse Plains. In the imperial capital on the 100th floor of the Pure Tower, the god of human knights and mages, the guardian of the human empire, awakened from his meditation. "Your Majesty, you have awakened?" A servant hurriedly approached. The emperor's meditation was not unlike the slumber of mortals. In addition to restoring energy, he devoted a significant portion of his divine consciousness to responding to the prayers of his followers and monitoring the movements of nobles across all levels of the empire. Over the centuries, the emperor had descended into the consciousness of merchants, apprentices, and beggars in various cities, observing the lives, joys, and sorrows of the lowest echelons of humanity. Following each such experience, the emperor would invariably make decisions more favorable to the common populace. It was precisely for this reason that no lord could deceive the emperor. "How goes the preparation?" the emperor inquired. "It is ready. It is the child of the Zhuachin family in good health, and has reached the level of an intermediate priest." "Good. Send him to the training room on the 75th floor. Isn't that too high? It might frighten the child." As one ascends the Pure Tower, the proximity to the emperor increases. Then the training room on the 45th floor will suffice. Be careful not to reveal my presence." "Understood. It is strange. I cannot shake the feeling that I have gained a new group of followers. All power belongs to the emperor, and the people's faith in you flows like an unending river. These are not human followers. They hail from the Galloping Horse Plains. Their essence is hazy and unfamiliar. I even suspect they are a group of barbarian followers." "Barbarians?" Followers. The servant found the combination of these two terms utterly astonishing. Who is spreading your miracles? I do not know. It is likely some reckless youth. How could it be otherwise? Your Majesty, your keen interest in the galloping horse plane is quite understandable, given that it is home to your followers. If Knight Chiching were to be restored, it would be no surprise to find a multitude of my adherents there. Speaking of which, where were we? We have arrived at Longya City. I have not disturbed the local nobility, passing myself off as a middle-level mage on a study tour. Why does he not even utilize a teleportation portal? What is the necessity of this? I have stated that he is on a pilgrimage. A waste of time. Your Majesty. There is another matter. The attendant spoke as he produced a note. This year, the barbarian Grey Goose tribe in the Galloping Horse Plain has been causing quite a stir due to the dragons. At this point, the attendant dared not continue. For a month prior, he had assisted the court of the divine in reporting to the Emperor Deity that time. He had believed these barbarians would struggle to survive the winter. But it now seemed that the court had either not told the truth or had fundamentally misjudged the situation. Out of control, the Emperor remarked casually. Longya City claims their Baron of the Main Wolves can withstand the pressure. But the court, what of them? Is it not merely a sprained ankle? The Galloping Horse Plain lies thousands of miles away. Even during my own campaign, I would not have dared to assert complete mastery over the situation. Now, that young Sherldon believes he can hide behind cunning schemes and operate from the imperial capital to manipulate events on the Galloping Horse Plain. Does he truly think that Sherman, that legendary dwarf, has a head full of stones? Your Majesty, please discern. The paper in the attendant's grip soared into the air, igniting midway and reducing to ashes by the time it touched the ground. One who is besieged by barbarians at the gates of a stronghold, with the Baron fighting in vain. Another at the front line with all intelligence lost, plans utterly derailed, and yet they have the audacity to report that all is under control, that it appears their definition of control has indeed evolved. The attendant remained silent. The Emperor's rank was exalted, yet currently, governance lay with his great-grandson. Even the Emperor could not directly issue reprimands to the independent kingdoms and the official institutions of the Empire. His dissatisfaction was evident. But he found no words of comfort. After a long silence, the Emperor pondered how to navigate the predicament. I recall that the Kair family has a young man stationed with the dragons. Does it not? Indeed, it is the high-ranking paladin Bert Kair, who is my distant nephew. Have him keep a watchful eye, ensuring the barbarians do not take advantage of the dragon's inattention to raid the wolf's den. Understood. At the same time, in the mirror hall of the Dragon Kingdom, the king was convening a secret meeting with several national pillars. What in the blazes is that damned court up to? Spoke the legendary priest Gorksh the Red Dragon. They must have their eyes set on the Galloping Horse Plain, otherwise there would be no need for such effort, added the legendary mage Benet the Flying Dragon. If they truly had the capability, they would send their own people, with so many spies and hidden agents throughout the Empire. They could engage the barbarians in a life-or-death struggle. Yet here we are, with our dragonkin facing the barbarians, while they come to reap the rewards, simply despicable. How can the Emperor effectively govern a nation surrounded by such vermin? Mikkel and the Blue Dragon interjected. All right. Esteemed pillars, I understand your sentiments. However, given the current circumstances, our options are rather limited. The Baron of the Main Wolves indeed watches helplessly as his subordinate's territory falls, and we, too, are witnessing the Main Wolf's predicament. But you all know that old Wolf Caspian is fixated solely on his immediate interests. He cannot be expected to request support. In fact, he has even rescinded his previous request for aid from Lord Mikkelin. So how do we address the current barbarian issue without allowing that swarm of insects in the court to exploit the situation? The Dragon King Deucin the White Owl grasped the crux of the matter. I propose. Please, speak, Lord Benet. Is there not a Dragon Knight order from the Temple Alliance stationed in Longya City? We could send them to the northwest under the pretense of escorting the High Priest of Longya City to spread blessings. Oh, the Dragon Knight order belonged to the Temple Alliance. Dispatched to the front lines of the Dragon Kingdom as a support unit, their mounts were low-level magical beasts, resembling the ancient Triceratops from the original world of Rant. Their purpose is to escort, not to engage in battle, requiring the High Priest to tour the entire Northwest Territory to disseminate the divine decrees. If they encounter barbarians, they can conveniently eliminate them. If the Old Wolf intends to return a favor, he can offer up the location of the Main Wolf Shrine. Benet smiled as he spoke. Though it was worthwhile to exchange a powerful cavalry for the Main Wolf's clerical allocation, it would undoubtedly cause the Baron of the Main Wolves considerable distress. The thought amused Benet. Very well, what of the two territories? With a single phrase, The kingdom settled on the plan, moving on to discuss the fates of the Baron of the Galloping Horse and the Viscount of Rote. That Baron Hark from the Galloping Horse has successfully reported the barbarian intelligence. His populace has fled into the great forest, thereby preserving his subjects. If they suffer too many losses, we shall assist them. As for the Rote territory, they brought this upon themselves. The Viscount's collusion with the barbarians is regrettable, but his territory lies at the Kelnico Pass, a critical location and the reason the court has set its sights on it. Gorksh the Red Dragon expressed his disdain for the Viscount's actions. Shall we find a girl from among our families to marry into the Galloping Horse family? What do you mean? Let the Galloping Horse family be elevated to the rank of Viscount, and we shall assign someone to keep watch. That could work. Excellent. I happen to have a suitable girl in mind. Mikulin suddenly thought of an appropriate candidate. Then it is settled. I thank all esteemed pillars for your suggestions. King Dusan was highly satisfied. This small-scale meeting had been remarkably efficient. As for how the Baron of the Main Wolves would react upon hearing this news, as you wish, Your Majesty. It is truly unimaginable if the old Main Wolf knew he had to relinquish the position of the Main Wolf Shrine. How heart-wrenching that would be. Perhaps we could have him build another church. You might as well take his life. Haha. The meeting concluded amidst a jovial atmosphere, with terms like feeding trough and guarding the feed playfully tossed around. Chapter 44. Bottom fishing. The Baron of the Main Wolves remained unaware that his fiefdom had been thoroughly laid bare by the court, the Tower of Purity, and the video conference from Longya City. At this moment, the Baron was in the Lord's Chamber of the Blue Magpie Castle, clandestinely meeting with the illegitimate son of the Viscount of Rote. The illegitimate son had arrived at Blue Magpie Castle the previous night as an envoy of the Grey Goose tribe. As the castle's greatest secret, he had been seized by the Zonlong family upon entering, completely isolated from the outside world. Tell me, how many barbarians have truly arrived on the Galloping Horse Plain? Reporting to you. My lord, at least 300 are visible. However, a few days ago, they split into several small teams for pillaging and have suffered some losses. Currently, there are about 260 cavalry. How many did they pillage? Approximately 8 knight territories, 50 magic wielders, and 6 knight apprentices. Their primary targets for plunder have been alchemical items. What did the lead goose instruct you to say? The leader of the Grey Goose asked me to convey a message to you. As long as you agree to let him take away the current spoils and population, and permit the Grey Goose tribe to establish a market in the Rote territory, he is willing to share the salt and iron profits with you each year, ensuring you receive a substantial amount of gold coins annually. Daydreaming, the Baron shouted. Fully aware that the Grey Goose intended to extend its claws into his territory, what shared profits from salt and iron? If the Grey Goose returned to the Galloping Horse Plain, the Main Wolves could monopolize all salt and iron trading profits from the plain. Why would they need to share with the gray-headed goose? You traitor! The Baron glared at the illegitimate son before him, blaming the latter for the downfall of the Rote family as the only surviving bloodline of the Viscount. Why have I never heard of your existence before? The Rote territory had such a backstabbing wretch like you. My Lord Baron. I had no choice. The illegitimate son appeared very innocent, as the knights in the territory had perished, leaving him powerless. You scoundrel! I shall act on behalf of His Majesty and the Dragon Kingdom. I will strike you down. With that, the Baron raised his sword to kill the illegitimate son. Father, the young Main Wolf hurriedly intervened. Seize this traitor and take him away. 2 knights rushed in immediately to escort the illegitimate son away. Father, you must temper your anger. This ungrateful Grey Goose, if I do not take your head, do you think I am just a mutt? The Baron of the Main Wolf spoke in fury. His sentiments towards the Grey Goose tribe were very similar to those of the Viscount of Rote. Both believed this tribe was merely a barbarian proxy they had supported on the Galloping Horse Plain, attributing their current prosperity to the Grey Goose. Coincidentally, the leader of the Grey Goose shared this view, believing that the good fortunes of the Viscount of Rote and the Baron of the Main Wolves today were a result of the unique products provided by the Grey Goose. At this moment, the Baron of the Main Wolves had no intention of delving into comparative advantage theories. He was simply enraged by the Grey Goose tribe's lack of gratitude as the various knightly retinues of the vassals steadily arrived at the city of Main Wolf. The Earl, exhibiting remarkable cunning, capitalized on the renown of the paladins. He enlisted Bertkale to assist in coordinating the convergence of the vassal forces along the various thoroughfares. Once the barbarian cavalry caught sight of the paladins, they would promptly retreat. Thus, several days later, approximately 50 distinguished knights of the vassals gathered in Main Wolf before proceeding together to the Blue Magpie Castle, a knightly order composed of 100 knights, could overpower a greater number of barbarian cavalry, provided they could create an opportunity to penetrate the ranks of the Grey Goose Chieftain as a senior knight. The Earl was entirely confident in his ability to confront the Goose Head directly. The Earl of Maine Wolf vowed to make the oblivious Grey Goose tribe acutely aware of the tremendous cost of daring to encroach upon the castle of his subordinates, following Lante's conquest of the Eagle tribe. The entire camp relocated once more. However, the following morning, Little Butu received word from the canine Fong that they had tracked down a new medium-sized encampment by following the Grey Goose messenger. Lante was reluctant to frequently change his territory, as each relocation would lead to significant food consumption, and the establishment of a new camp would often attract additional magic wielders or non-magic users, who would also require time to adapt to the camp's regulations. Fortunately, good news soon arrived. One encampment was willing to exchange human magic wielders from their tribe with Lante, while another was open to determining allegiance to the Galloping Horse tribe through a duel. Presently, Lante's own forces were formidable. His left camp boasted 51 magic wielders, while the right camp had 75 barbarian cavalry. Additionally, the original territory of the Galloping Horse Baron contained 18 magic wielders. Consequently, Lante decided that 33 magic wielders from the left camp, along with Albert, would remain to defend the main camp. He himself led a central force composed of 16 knights, 4 junior knights and 12 knight apprentices, 10 magic wielders, and 40 barbarian cavalry, with Neil taking 20 barbarian cavalry as the vanguard, and additionally dispatched 10 barbarians to pursue the canine Fong for reconnaissance. With a cavalry force exceeding 50, negotiations with the medium-sized tribe proceeded smoothly. This tribe, known as the Jumping Mouse, promptly surrendered 1 squire and 3 magic wielders in exchange for 2 black-scaled horses and 4 pack animals. Lante also promised that if they encountered difficulties in the future, they could seek his assistance and potentially join his tribe in the north. The leader of the Jumping Mouse tribe was quite satisfied with this arrangement, as human magic wielders would necessitate additional cavalry for protection and a substantial food supply. An excess of human magic wielders during winter would severely deplete the tribe's resources and endurance. On his way to duel the representatives of the second tribe, Lante experienced his first journey in the luxurious Eagle caravan, complete with a 10-meter-high mast. It must be said that sitting within the moving vehicle while donning a mask to survey the surrounding 10-kilometer radius did make Lante feel somewhat queasy. After a brief period, he removed the mask and settled in to enjoy the comforts of the caravan. The duel with the barbarian representatives from the second encampment unfolded without a hitch. This tribe, intimidated by Neil's patrol, had already intended to pledge allegiance to the Galloping Horse tribe. Thus, the duel served merely as a ceremonial display of the Galloping Horse's might. The two sides agreed that the duel would not result in fatality. When assured of mutual non-lethality, the barbarians preferred to engage in this form of competition. Since lethality was not a requirement, Lante refrained from participating, allowing Neil to secure victory against the 3 barbarian representatives in the presence of both leaders. The training of the barbarians was not devoid of structure. Once their magical bloodlines were awakened, their innate power would continuously enhance their physical prowess, with Neil consuming magical beast meat daily. His diet was significantly superior to that of other tribes, and he had long since become the strongest warrior within the right encampment, making his triumph in the wrestling duel unsurprising. Previously, Lante had harbored fears of the medium-sized tribes reporting his position to the Eagles. But with the Eagle tribe now eliminated, he resumed a policy of conciliation towards the medium-sized tribes. Beyond establishing his prestige as the new ruler of the plains, he hoped to gain additional intelligence. Chapter 45. The Bull tribe. On the 5th day since capturing the Eagle tribe, Lante faced a new encampment, directly opposite a towering barbarian cavalryman nearing 3 meters in height, mounted upon an enormous pack beast. What a colossal brute, Lante muttered. Although he had recently reached a height of 2.4 meters due to substantial nourishment from magical beast meat, he still felt somewhat intimidated in the presence of the 3-meter-tall barbarian. This was a duel between barbarian tribes, pitting the great bull of the Bull tribe against Lante of the Galloping Horse tribe. In this world, height bore a strong correlation to extraordinary capability. Individuals under 2 meters in height could never be magic wielders, while those between 2 and 3 meters were classified as low or mid-level magic wielders. Those exceeding 3 meters were invariably high-level magic wielders, making it impossible for magic wielders to conceal themselves among non-magic users. And high-level magic wielders found it challenging to disguise their rank. The Great Bull possessed a towering and robust physique, standing out even among the generally large barbarian populace, clad in deep brown leather armor. His powerful muscles strained against the hide, Beneath him was a pack beast, equally formidable, resembling both a bull and a horse, truly a sight to behold. At a distance, he appeared as a solid wall of deep brown. He was not the true leader of the bull tribe. Rather, the Great Bull was a title denoting the strongest warrior of the tribe, responsible for all duels and warfare. The Great Bull's role was akin to that of the Knight Commander within the territory of the Galloping Horse Baron, with the sole distinction that the title could only be held by the son of the Bull Chieftain, marking him as the future leader of the Bull tribe. The Bull tribe was the fourth medium-sized territory Lante encountered after seizing the Eagle tribe, and the second duel he engaged in. The previous 3 medium encampments had yielded substantial rewards, yet Lante now found himself less excited by the prospects of ordinary medium encampments. The Bull tribe before him was renowned for its prowess in breeding pack beasts, boasting 130 of them, alongside nearly 300 long-haired sheep, while only possessing 10 black-scaled horses. In addition to the unique pastoral structure of this tribe, its members commonly wore armor crafted from pack beast hides, and many of the non-magic users within the tribe were skilled leatherworkers. Furthermore, the warriors of this tribe predominantly rode pack beasts similar to the Great Bull, which were considerably taller and more enduring than horses. Though less agile than the black-scaled steeds, the Great Bull's mount was the leader of the entire herd. Knight Lante had no desire to engage in this duel. In his mind, he simply wished to purchase the human magic wielders from the Bull tribe, not to annex a tribe reliant solely on pack beasts. However, the leader of the pack beast tribe proactively issued a duel challenge, hoping to claim half of Lante's nearly 200 pack beasts upon victory. As the largest supplier of pack beasts on the plains, the Bull tribe harbored resentment towards the 400 pack beasts Lante had acquired. With a swift kick to the belly of the pack beast, the Great Bull urged it forward, first into a trot, then gradually into a full gallop. The 3-meter-tall barbarian atop the 2.5-meter-high beast charged towards Lante like a locomotive. With 50 meters remaining, Lante spurred his black horse onward. At 30 meters, the ground trembled as stones were dislodged, striking the horse's legs. The black-scaled horse grew restless, but Lante continuously soothed it with his hand. 2 seconds later, with merely 10 meters to go, Lante felt it was time to strike. The energy had already surged through the horse's hooves, kicking up a whirlwind as it launched forward. The Great Bull, muscles tensed in anticipation, prepared to meet Lante's charge, only to see the rider and horse leave behind a fleeting shadow as they narrowly evaded his path. Lante had shifted his course slightly, avoiding the Great Bull's charge, his assault capable of reaching up to 20 meters. Having recently advanced beyond mid-level Knight, and after several battles, he could reliably unleash his charge ability 5 to 6 times. Before the battle commenced, Lante did not hesitate to consume a crystal. His strategy crystal clear: avoid direct confrontation and wear down the Great Bull. Observing an opportunity, he launched another charge from behind the Great Bull. The momentum of the Great Bull's initial charge dissipated as he began to decelerate, only to sense an ominous wind behind him. A glance over his shoulder revealed Lante's fleeting silhouette. Realizing the dire situation, the Great Bull grasped the beast's horns and leaned away, using the pack beast's body for cover to evade Lante's blade. Lante's sword sliced through the air, narrowly missing the Great Bull by a mere 10 centimeters, taking with it a tuft of mane. Not striking the Great Bull was inconsequential. Lante had not intended to incapacitate his opponent in a single blow. As he sped past the Great Bull, he immediately veered away, seeking to escape the larger warrior's line of sight. The Great Bull, concealed behind the pack beast, recognized that this confrontation would prove more arduous than any prior encounter. "Moo," the pack beast murmured, its mouth slowly emitting indistinct sounds. The Great Bull understood this as a reminder from his mount to return quickly to its back, given the distance between them and their adversary. Yet, he was acutely aware that Lante could charge at any moment. Should he attempt to mount and be attacked, he risked being thrown off entirely. He could not afford to underestimate his opponent. The bloodline of the Bull tribe's leader allowed for simple communication with both pack beasts and long-haired sheep, and this ability rendered the mount an invaluable ally. As the Great Bull lingered for over 10 seconds without mounting, Lante sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, the pack beast surged into motion, circling counterclockwise towards Lante. While the Great Bull continued to stay on the opposite side, Lante, uncertain of the Great Bull's precise intentions and unable to see him hidden behind the pack beast, was convinced that he must possess a contingency plan. Consequently, Lante urged his horse to mirror the pack beast's counterclockwise movement. "Regardless of the fact that the horse is swifter and has a smaller turning radius, I intend to maneuver around you from behind. While you may continue to hide behind me, once the pack animal begins to gallop, The great barbarian bull struggles to maintain a grip on the beast's horns. He is aware that Lante is not in a hurry to launch an attack, and thus he remains out of danger. With a powerful push from his legs, he vaults onto the pack animal. As Lante circles around the beast, he notices the great barbarian bull has climbed aboard, and he gradually increases his speed, approaching the pack animal's left rear with a tight turning radius, preparing to launch an assault directly at the bull's flank, just as the great barbarian bull steadies himself. He is compelled to turn backward to deflect Lante's dagger. In the blink of an eye, their blades clash, and the bull feels a surge of force that nearly causes him to lose his grip. When they once again create distance between them, the bull discovers several cracks have appeared on the blade of his curved sword. Woo roar ha! The leader of the bull tribe has discerned the great barbarian bull is at a disadvantage. He bellows loudly, his thick accent rendering Lante completely oblivious to his words. The bull leader continues to shout, his voice deep and slow, his utterances becoming increasingly vexing. Lante persists in his close combat with the great barbarian bull. After several exchanges, he perceives no significant change in the bull's demeanor, but the leader's incessant hollering is becoming a source of irritation for Lante. As the great barbarian bull prepares to charge once more, Lante urges his steed forward, seeking to create distance from the bull. However, after several tugs on the reins, the horse beneath him appears jittery, as if startled. Chapter 46, A Steed of Fine Breed. Lante scans his surroundings, noting that not only his own warhorse, but even the steeds of his knightly retinue display signs of distress. Could it be that the bull leader is not addressing his son, but rather intimidating the black-scaled horse? Lante continues to spur his mount, yet the horse's anxiety and fear only intensify. After just one lap, its speed has noticeably diminished. Listening to the bull leader's incantations, Lante activates a new magic crystal, drawing forth a magically inscribed dagger. Preparing to engage the great barbarian bull with a flurry of thrown knives, the black horse's spirit wanes, while the pack animal's stride grows more resolute. Lante launches another assault, evading the bull's charge. But this time, the black-scaled horse nearly stumbles. Hiss, neigh, neigh. Suddenly, the sound of whinnying erupts among Lante's knights. What is happening? Roar exclaims, fearing that one of the horses is faltering, potentially spooked into fleeing by the bull leader's incantations. If a single horse were to retreat in battle, it could trigger a chain reaction among the entire herd. Hiss, neigh, neigh. Roar. The whinnies grow louder, their vigor increasing, transforming into a cacophony that drowns out the bull leader's chanting within mere seconds. The tribal chief feels as though his throat is constricted. He is reciting a traditional incantation to invigorate the war horses of his tribe, meant to awaken the bloodline of magical beasts. However, for horses that have not yet attained the level of magical beasts, it serves only to instill fear. It has been many years since the plains have seen a magical beast horse. The chief never anticipated witnessing an ordinary black-scaled horse evolve into a magical beast today. All the horses in Lante's retinue instinctively part ways, the one that had just let out a roar being the steed of Neil, known as Lihu, fire. Though Lihu is a black-scaled horse, its coat reflects a wine-red hue in the sunlight, the entire steed appearing as if engulfed in flames. From the moment Neil first laid eyes on Lihu in the right camp, he was enamored. Now, the right camp boasts nearly 200 black-scaled horses, yet Neil's favorite remains Lihu. Whenever he patrols, he rides Lihu, often sharing his hunting spoils of magical beast meat with the horse. Lihu, Neil senses the undulating breaths of his partner. Aware that this fiery steed harbors a profound discontent toward the bull leader's incantation. Lihu is becoming increasingly restless, akin to a star ready to make its entrance. The flame-like patterns on its hooves being sculpted by the elemental winds, while the wine-red flames on its body become more pronounced in the sunlight. Neigh, neigh, neigh. Roar. Lihu suddenly rears up, its powerful hindquarters kicking the air as it stands tall. My lord, Mount Lihu. Neil quickly dismounts. As the bull leader's incantations are interrupted by Lihu, Lante and the great barbarian bull's duel momentarily comes to a halt, both sides fixating on the fiery steed. Lante is eager to discern what has transpired with the horse Neil favors, while the great barbarian bull realizes that a black-scaled horse, now a level 0 magical beast, has indeed transformed into a low-level magical beast, making it the king of the herd opposing him. Without hesitation, Lihu accelerates onto the battlefield, directly approaching Lante. Recognizing that only Lihu is immune to the bull leader's incantations, Lante leaps from his own steed onto Lihu, newly transformed into a magical beast. Lihu cannot instantly condense a magic core, yet Lante's combat energy imbues it with a newfound sense of vitality and power. Roar, roar. Lihu bellows like a magical beast. Hiss, neigh, Nay, the entire herd rejoices at the birth of their king. Clip-clop. Clip-clop. Transitioning from a black-scaled horse to Li Hu, Randy feels as if he has traded his bicycle for an electric scooter. Li Hu seems to understand his thoughts, and Randy finds himself not controlling it with the reins, but rather directly guiding it through the intensity of his combat energy. To the great barbarian bull, Randy now appears as though he rides atop a conflagration. The bull has no time to direct the pack animal forward. Randy has already charged into close quarters, and the bull is merely deflected before being violently thrown aside. Randy perceives the stark contrast between charging atop an ordinary black-scaled horse and now atop Li Hu. The assault that previously demanded a significant amount of combat energy now requires only 1/5 of that. With the remaining energy available to be channeled into his weapon, without a doubt, Randy triumphs over the great barbarian bull and the knights behind him, along with the cavalry of the galloping horse tribe. Erupt into cheers, while their black-scaled steeds continue to whinny. The barbarian tribe kneels in submission, welcoming their new leader, while only the elder bull chief, sorrowful, rushes toward the battleground. The elder chief bypasses both Randy and his son, the great barbarian bull, and instead rushes to the side of the pack animal, gently caressing its head with both hands, murmuring incomprehensible words. Initially, Randy assumes the elder bull is fiercely protective of his offspring, but soon realizes he is actually safeguarding not his own son. After soothing the pack animal, the elder chief resumes his loud lamentations, at which point Neil approaches, informing Randy that the bull leader acknowledges Randy's victory in combat. Yet he wishes for Randy to permit him to leave the tribe with the pack animal. Randy can empathize with the elder chief's sentiments. It is likely that this extraordinary pack animal embodies the chief's lineage. Since he wishes to depart with his mount, Randy sees no objection. The most significant outcome of this battle for Randy is the transformation of Li Hu into a low-level magical beast. The fiery patterns on its body are now more pronounced, and its gaze clearer. After witnessing the bull leader depart with his bloodkin, Randy heads to the chief's tent to tally the spoils of war, while Roar leads the knights to rescue the human magic wielders within the tribe. Neil assigns the task of gathering the barbarian cavalry to his deputy, Deshertu, before rushing to Li Hu's side, hoping to comfort it, as he usually does. Roar, roar. Li Hu thrashes violently, appearing unwilling to be restrained by Neil. Its strength so great that Neil struggles to maintain his grip. Li Hu, do you not recognize me? Neil understands that now that Li Hu has become a magical beast, it is destined to serve as Randy's steed. He has no desire to usurp Randy's magical horse. He merely wishes to foster a bond with Li Hu this afternoon. Neil, Roar, hearing Li Hu's calls, rushes over. Now that Li Hu is the mount of the Lord, the intelligence of magical beasts far exceeds that of ordinary animals. Only powerful magical beasts will submit to formidable knights. Roar's message is clear. Neil should maintain his distance from Li Hu. In truth, Randy is nearby in the tent. Since ascending to the rank of intermediate knight, not only has his body been enhanced, but his senses have sharpened. Randy distinctly hears Li Hu's roar, as well as Neil's calls and Roar's counsel. He harbors no doubt that, at this moment, he is the only one capable of riding Li Hu. For just moments ago, when he forged a connection with the fiery steed through his combat energy, he felt as though he could perceive Li Hu's thoughts. Following its transformation, Li Hu proudly considers itself the natural leader of the entire herd, yearning to grow ever stronger. Upon receiving Randy's combat energy, Li Hu develops an immense craving for it, as it too can sense that combat energy has the potential to enhance its muscles and condense its magic core, thus enabling Randy to earn Li Hu's recognition. Chapter 47. A steed for a hero. Neil emerges from the former bull chief's tent, elated, and upon seeing Neil's smile, Roar momentarily believes Randy has gifted Li Hu to him. Yet, it's not just Li Hu. All the black-scaled horses within Randy's camp rightfully belong to him. This is not only a decree of the human lord, but also a custom among the barbarians. For the barbarians, magic wielders within a tribe possess certain personal property and maintain their own tents. Yet all slaves, resources, and livestock within the camp solely belong to the chief. Before each battle, barbarian cavalrymen may choose their favored mount, but this does not infringe upon the chief's ownership of the horses. Randy's camp is relatively vast, comprising a distinctly independent galloping horse barony camp and 2 subordinate knightly camps. Additionally, the incorporated barbarian tribes retain their original structures, assets, populations, and livestock, yet they are not situated within Randy's camp, but rather at the periphery in relatively independent encampments. However, ever since entering the galloping horse plain, the population gained from each victory along with the demon bearers and the barbarians acquired through duels, has been allocated between the left and right camps. While all the people, property, and livestock in the central camp, where Lante resides, belong solely to him. Listening to the conversation between Neil and Rower in the tent, Lante felt a pang of sympathy, after all. Before becoming a beast master, Neil indeed had the strongest bond with Flame. Thus, Lante summoned Neil into the tent. With candor, Lante informed Neil that to ride a magical beast like Flame, one must at least be an intermediate knight. Although Neil currently possesses a robust physique, he lacks the fighting spirit to control Flame. Lante promised Neil that he would train him to become a knight, and after breeding Flame, Neil would be allowed to ride one of its offspring. Delighted, Neil exited the tent, not only because he envisioned riding a magical beast in the distant future, but more importantly, because Lante truly cared for him, recognized his worthiness of a magical beast, and was willing to nurture him. Lante discovered the sealing box left by the bull chief. To his surprise, aside from magic crystals, the box contained a significant number of glass vials filled with potions and seeds of magical plants, as well as a veterinary book. Within the bull chief's tent, there was a small bookshelf filled with numerous scrolls and tomes. Lante cautiously unrolled one of the scrolls, only to find an anatomical illustration of a pack beast. Initially, nothing extraordinary appeared when he placed a magic crystal at the scroll's base, but upon touching the illustration, a vivid illusion unfolded before his eyes, as if the pack beast were being dissected right in front of him. Its blood vessels, muscles, and internal organs rendered visible. Lante could even magnify or reduce specific parts of the pack beast by concentrating. There were several similar magical illustrations, depicting creatures such as the black-scaled horse, long-haired sheep, mountain goat, draft horse, rabbit, and various deer. In addition to the scrolls, there were many illustrated books on herbs and animals, along with basic notes. Astonishingly, the notes detailed insights and case studies on breeding, raising, and treating pack beasts. Lante had not anticipated that the chief of the bull tribe was a scholarly veterinarian. However, Lante clearly lacked the aptitude for veterinary work. He merely skimmed through the books, akin to how he would casually rummage through the savings boxes of barbarian chiefs to count and store the contents into his own savings. Today, Lante was in exceptionally high spirits. After merely a brief stroll around the tent, he dashed out, informing his subordinates that he would personally inspect the migration at the old camp. His subordinates understood that Lante was eager to ride Flame and revel in the experience. Yet they refrained from stating it outright. Even before Lante approached Flame, the magical beast instinctively sensed Lante's intention to venture out and eagerly approached him for a ride. Once Lante mounted, Flame joyfully trotted a few steps. The magical patterns on Flame's hooves emitted a faint glow, and wind elements began to gather around them. With each stride, the dark red magical patterns on the black hooves sparked as they made contact with the ground, accelerating with increasing speed and expanding their strides. The winds beneath Flame growing ever more intense. In front of the camp's 2-meter-high fence, Flame gracefully leapt, soaring beyond the confines of the camp. The knights, barbarians, and non-demon bearers within the camp gazed in awe as Lante rode his magical beast, seemingly flying out of the encampment. "Is that the Knight Chelan?" a barbarian suddenly exclaimed, recalling Lante's tales of the family's illustrious history, wherein the strongest of the black-scaled horses was referred to as the Knight Chelan, a name synonymous with the Knight Chelan city and a symbol of the galloping horse royalty. "Indeed, that is the Knight Chelan," Rower, well aware of its significance, asserted with conviction. "Neil, hurry and inform everyone that our galloping horse tribe, our territory, has produced a Knight Chelan, and that Lante is the master of the Knight Chelan." Neil remained mesmerized by the distant figure of Flame. "Oh, all right, I understand. I will let everyone know right away." Lante galloped joyfully on Flame. Flame rolls with the wind. Crimson clouds reflect in the azure sky. The vast plain is splendid for galloping. Smoke rises on the horizon. Riding the magical beast, Lante found himself at a loss for words to describe his elation, racking his brain until he suddenly recalled a song from his homeland out on horseback. He remembered the exhilaration of purchasing a car and first driving on the highway, relishing the comfort of high specifications while yearning to floor the gas pedal and test its performance limits, all the while fearing that an overly aggressive acceleration might send the vehicle flying, or that it might simply not be well broken in. Lante reveled in the joy of riding, while Flame too enjoyed the thrill of running, empowered by the fighting spirit. For magical beasts, a zero-level beast could only passively sense magic, while breaking through to become a low-level beast allowed for basic usage of magic. However, to truly harness magical power, one must condense a magic core in the head to store magic. Now, with Lante connecting his fighting spirit to flame, it was as if he were substituting his own fighting spirit for Flame's inherent magical energy, and naturally, Flame yearned for more opportunities to gallop alongside Lante. Having ventured not too far, Lante unexpectedly spotted the old chief of the bull tribe from a distance. For a brief moment, he contemplated bringing this seasoned veterinarian into his own tribe, but soon abandoned the thought, despite having fought several battles since arriving in this world. And despite the blood on his hands that could not be washed clean in the Galloping Horse River, Lante still aspired to uphold principles and boundaries, as long as his safety was not at stake. Look, what a tall horse. Among the migration team at the main encampment, the first to spot Lante was the little red sparrow perched atop a lavish carriage. What? Albert, stationed at the driver's position, had contemplated for an entire night and decided to entrust the mask of the Eye of the Mage to Albert, leaving him ample magic crystals to ensure continuous reconnaissance. Once Albert donned the mask, the Eye of the Mage granted him a clear view of Lante riding a fire-like horse approaching the camp. That is, Albert murmured, a magical beast horse. No, that is the Knight Chelan. Nira. Nira, Albert called out loudly. Quickly gather all the overseers in the camp. Lante has ridden back with the Knight Chelan. Albert and Roar's thoughts aligned perfectly. They aimed to leverage Flame to bolster Lante's standing. After enduring numerous battles and continually integrating human demon bearers from the barbarian ranks, both Albert and Roar had little hope of retrieving Baron Hark, and the most crucial task now was to gain the heartfelt recognition of all, including the citizens of the Galloping Horse territory, the left and right camps, and the subordinate barbarian tribes. For Lante, the knights and cavalry at the front of the procession could already see Lante. And news of the Knight Chelan's return spread through every corner of the migrating group. Albert had removed the mask and rushed forward to greet Lante, tears streaming down his face. As he finally understood the significance of the presence that had descended upon Lante, it was none other than the greatest ancestor of the Galloping Horse family. Returning like lightning with the Knight Chelan. Chapter 48. Grateful for the guidance as the messages from the scouts continued to flow in, Lante led his main forces east and north, engaging in battles and annexations along the way. Finally, on November 1 ST, 3 days later, he discovered a massive tribe approximately 150 kilometers northeast of Knight Chelan City, situated south of the Galloping Horse River's mainstream. Before Lante lay the true foundation of the Grey Goose tribe. Located at the western exit of the salt mine valley of Grey Goose, the core tent area of the entire camp was semi-permanent, with primary tents housing an abundance of alchemical living supplies. The ground laid with foundations and roads paved between the tents. The camp had also excavated several wells and constructed a dozen small tents resembling public restrooms, complete with dedicated drainage systems that did not discharge into the Galloping Horse River, but instead emptied into a hidden pool to serve as fertilizer for the surrounding fields and orchards. Indeed, this tribe boasted dozens of acres of farmland, though they cultivated not grains, but rather forage such as alfalfa and legumes. By the standards of Lante's homeland, this was essentially a tent camp rivaling a city, boasting well-developed infrastructure, merely opting for tents as housing. Now, with a substantial number of pack beasts and more demon bearers skilled in blacksmithing, Lante summoned Albert and several knights to modify the large cart obtained from the Eagle tribe, affixing the eagle statue bearing the Eye of the Mage along with a 30-meter-high wooden column directly to the cart. The wooden structure could be divided into 3 sections and stored on the cart. When needed, the cart's body would be supported by a wooden frame, allowing the 3 10-meter-long columns to connect into a single 30-meter-long pole. Standing tall on the cart, once wearing the Mage's Eye mask, Lante would gain a 20-kilometer range of vision. The Eagle tribe's divine column had transformed into Lante's reconnaissance mast, allowing him to survey distant camps without hesitation. After 2 days of observation, Lante confirmed that the distant super tribe was likely the main body of the Grey Goose tribe. In the barbarian cavalry, there probably matched the number of cavalry Lante currently possessed. Although Lante was determined to capture this camp, he hoped to minimize his own losses. Meanwhile, within the Grey Goose's garrison camp, an envoy from the southern chief was reporting to the Grey Goose priest about the chief's situation in the Dragon Kingdom's campaign. Priest, our chief's outlook at the front is not optimistic. Although we have many warriors, we suffered several losses among our prairie riders during the battle against Baron Roth. That is only natural. The barbarian priest, akin to a mid-level priest among humans, understood well that physical similarity could not bridge the gap in fighting spirit and magic. Now, how many riders do we have on the front lines? We should have fewer than 300 cavalry left. That might suffice to deal with the old Main Wolf. But if the dragon casually sends any reinforcements, we could be in trouble. Great priest, please dispatch a contingent of cavalry to us at once. I shall take them to support the leader. The priest's expression was grave, currently. There were over 30 enslaved magic bearers of the human race within the camp, and merely overseeing these slaves required at least 40 riders. Thus, the number of cavalry available for the front lines was rather limited. 40 men, the priest finally spoke. Any more, and the camp would be in peril. But, great priest, we need more riders at the front. This number is far too scant. If you believe there are too many slaves, why not send them to the salt mines? That is out of the question. Doing so would disrupt the balance at the salt mines, the priest replied. Yet it was evident that the envoy failed to comprehend. Regardless, on November 6, 3 days hence, the envoy set forth southward with 40 barbarian cavalry to aid the leader of the Grey Geese. The envoy still bore the Grey Goose flag he had carried all the way. Upon departing from Rot, he was accompanied by only 4 brothers, but now followed by 50 cavalrymen. However, after traversing 20 kilometers with his reinforcements, the envoy beheld a peculiar encampment, marked by a towering sacred pillar, presumably belonging to the Eagle tribe. There were also herds of pack animals, suggesting the presence of the Bull tribe. At the center of the camp stood a large tent, uniquely belonging to the former Badger tribe, now the Galloping Horse tribe. The Galloping Horse, the Eagle, and the Bull were originally the 3 largest barbarian tribes in the southern plains after the Grey Geese. And with all 3 united in one place, a profound unease arose within the envoy's heart. As they approached the grand encampment, the envoy observed that a group of riders had gathered at the entrance. Surrounding a priest clad in feathers who rode forth to greet them, the priest's face was obscured by an eagle mask, crowned with feathers, and he approached the envoy. Rand had raised the reconnaissance mast towards the barbarian camp to serve as a warning. Upon seeing the envoy and his cavalry emerge, Rand had already called for the entire camp to mobilize. Now, with nearly 30 knights and 100 cavalrymen, Rand showed no fear in facing the 50 barbarian cavalry, yet he hoped to exploit the other tribe's fear of the eagle priest. Thus, he donned a cloak adorned with feathers over his magical armor and wore the mask and he had previously acquired from Kansa. For Rand, every victory counted, and minimizing casualties was paramount. Indeed, as the Grey Goose envoy drew within 100 meters, he dismounted with his cavalry behind him. Eagle priest, why do you find yourself here among the other tribes? I am here waiting for you, Rand inquired of several aides left by the eagle priest, who were said to speak very little but carried an air of authority when they did. This was mere pretense. Rand understood well that the eagle priest was striving to maintain an image of solemnity and power, as though truly favored by the divine. Hence Rand too must preserve an aura of mystery. Waiting for us, do you agree to accompany the other tribes south? The barbarian envoy was perplexed. You are mistaken. Rand ignited the flames with a deafening roar. The steeds under Rand surged forward almost in unison. I have come here specifically to find you, Rand declared as the cavalry began to accelerate. The Grey Goose envoy felt alarm bells ringing in his mind, having experienced numerous tribal conflicts. He knew the opposing side would soon charge, utilizing cavalry to suppress infantry. However, as the envoy prepared to mount, a roar erupted from the leading warhorse, causing the black-scaled steeds on his side to become restless and refuse to cooperate with the riders mounting. The distance of 100 meters vanished in an instant. Just as the envoy managed to mount, he was met with the glint of blades. I have come to express my gratitude for your guidance. With a swift motion, Rand struck down the Grey Goose envoy as other cavalry surged past him, dealing with the many barbarians who had not managed to mount in time. The battle concluded swiftly. The reinforcements from the Grey Goose tribe had no time to prepare, with most failing to mount before Rand's cavalry dispatched them. Chapter 49. The elder priest of the Grey Geese within the Grey Goose encampment. The 2 largest tents were the leaders, who had gone south, and that of the elder priest who remained. The elder priest was neither the most powerful priest in the tribe nor the most trusted by the leader, yet he was the oldest priest in the southern expanse of Galloping Horse Plains and the master of most priests. Every barbarian priest in the Galloping Horse encampment had been personally trained by him. According to the oral traditions within the barbarian camp, the elder priest was nearly omnipotent, adept in the rites corresponding to the deities worshipped by the barbarians, as well as those revered by the nearby orc tribes, and he could communicate with those deities. The elder priest was skilled in meteorology, well-versed in calendars, capable of speaking with plants and animals, and proficient in concocting various herbs and potions. When the Grey Goose tribe's current leader was just 10 years old, the elder priest recognized the child's potential and informed the tribe's leader that this child would surely awaken his bloodline. Consequently, the previous leader began nurturing the future heir who would later command respect within the dragon's territory. The elder priest was no longer the most relied upon by his former disciple. The leader, several months prior, he had vehemently opposed the leader's plan to move south, resulting in several heated arguments and his refusal to attend the Winter Council. The elder priest's stubbornness had even vexed the leader, who viewed the southern expedition as a ceremony to crown himself king of the barbarians, desiring his mentor, who had first recognized his potential, to personally bestow the blessing of the barbarian god upon him within the castle of Rot. Yet, the elder priest steadfastly declined. The leader understood that no matter how discontent he was, he could not compel the elder priest to accompany him south. Appeasing the divine was no simple task. But inciting the divine's displeasure required only angering the priest at that time. Still grounded in reality, and not yet intoxicated by visions of victory, the leader requested the elder priest to safeguard their main encampment. For the encampment and the salt mines were the Grey Goose tribe's greatest assets. This time, the elder priest consented. He accompanied the remaining leaders of the Grey Goose tribe to bid farewell to the leader and most of the younger warriors. At that moment, the elder priest felt his days were numbered. Inside the elder priest's tent, not only was the foundation thoroughly compressed, but a thick layer of pack animal hides covered the floor, which was hard and waterproof. The most notable feature within the tent was an altar, adorned with sacred symbols etched in blood, and beneath it lay offerings of grains, preserved magical beast meat, and a barbarian incense burner. The elder priest's bed was quite simple. On the left side of the tent was a small cot, beside which stood a wooden bookshelf filled with magical scrolls and beast skin tomes. Several of the elder priest's notes and notebooks lay directly on the ground, while to the right of the tent was a small classroom, surrounded by several beast skin cushions, where the elder priest instructed the rituals of the barbarian priesthood. The transmission of the barbarian priesthood differed vastly from that of the humans. Human priests belonged to specific sects, each traceable to a particular deity or demigod. However, the beliefs of the barbarians were a hodgepodge, venerating deities from beast gods to the various deities of the human empires, even including the dual suns and the three moons. Any deity deemed effective was acknowledged. Before the barbarians entered Galloping Horse Plains, they indeed worshipped the human deity, but with the chaotic flow of magic, they lost their connection to their god. Thus, during each ritual, the priest would call upon each deity in turn. Whoever responded would receive greater offerings, while those that did not respond would not be neglected in future ceremonies, for who could predict when a deity might answer again? In the Grey Goose encampment, every barbarian who awakened their magic-bearing bloodline would spend the first month learning from the elder priest, who would have the apprentices attempt to communicate with every deity. If within that month no deity responded, it indicated that the child was unsuitable to become a priest apprentice. The probability of becoming a magic bearer among the barbarians of Galloping Horse Plains was 1 in 5, while the chance of becoming a priest was 1 in 100. Throughout his life of teaching, the elder priest had not produced many who could reliably summon deities. However, in the past 2 years, the elder priest had finally found the most suitable heir. Now, within the camp, the elder priest was preoccupied with mentoring his apprentices, hardly managing the affairs of the encampment, were it not for the leader's request before his departure. He intended to spend the winter traveling with his apprentices among other tribes, allowing them to learn more and broaden their horizons. After the Grey Goose envoy took the cavalry away from the encampment that morning, the elder priest retreated back into his tent. While instructing several apprentices on the beast skin cushions, he suddenly heard someone calling from outside. Great priest, a tribe has arrived outside, and they are numerous. Several leaders are unsure how to proceed. They are unsure how to proceed, and I am expected to know. The priest, having been incessantly disturbed by camp matters, was growing increasingly impatient. There are quite a few of them. If there are many, then summon back those who left this morning. Great priest. They are the ones who came from the south, it seems. The elder priest detected something amiss. He set down the scroll he had been holding and stepped out of the tent. Tell me, how many of them are there? At least 200. I understand. Inform those leaders that I shall be there shortly. At that moment, the elder priest's tone was calm. Once the messenger departed, he returned to his tent. Wendy, take the 4 of them, don the priestly robes I crafted for you, and retreat to your own tent. The aged high priest approached the teaching area and addressed several apprentices. Ah, dear ones, are there foes lurking beyond the camp? The speaker was Wendy, the newly appointed apprentice of the high priest, alongside 4 other human girls, each specifically chosen for their affinity with magic. They could be regarded as some of the rarest magic bearers in the entirety of the Galloping Horse Plains in the northwestern region of the Dragon Kingdom. At the tender age of 17, Wendy had already awakened her magical bloodline, towering nearly 1.9 meters tall. Within the camp, only the magic bearers from the human and barbarian tribes could rival her in strength. The remaining 4 girls, though slightly smaller in stature, were all over 1.8 meters tall. These girls exhibited a keen aptitude for learning, far surpassing their barbarian counterparts, and the high priest cherished them as invaluable treasures. However, the male magic bearers within the barbarian camp displayed a crude attitude towards women, which caused the high priest to keep the girls hidden within several tents for their protection. He had even fashioned special robes and masks for them, requiring them to don these garments whenever they exited the tents, thus concealing their identities from the non-magic inhabitants in the barbarians. Only the head goose had glimpsed their true selves, seeing Wendy and her companions as a future asset, and he consented to the high priest's plan to keep the girls concealed. "Take my staff with you, should our camp come under siege. Mount the black-scaled horses behind my tent and flee to the salt mines, where you will find the intermediate sorcerer Gandalf, who will look after you," he instructed. "Grandfather, is it really that dire this time?" inquired another girl. Lily, the high priest, remained silent, turning instead to his bedside bookshelf and retrieving several notebooks. "In my absence, consult these tomes. They contain notes I penned in human script during my travels in the human empire. You will understand them," he said, handing the books to Wendy. "Proceed to the stables and ride the horses you previously used. Remember to wear your masks and robes. Do not reveal your identities." Wendy and the other girls exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. "Ah," the high priest mused, recalling the moment he first encountered Wendy, when she appeared as a prairie girl adorned with a feathered hat and clad in leather, her striking blue eyes set against a cherubic face. He understood that this might be their last encounter. "Hurry along," he urged, never articulating his unasked question about whether they resented him for bringing them to the Galloping Horse Plains. He had hoped that, having been scorned by those around them, they might harbor some grievances upon arrival, but once they became priests of the great tribe, such resentments might dissipate. Perhaps they would even express gratitude. Yet, the gods did not grant the high priest sufficient time, nor did they afford the Grey Goose tribe the opportunity to expand further. Ultimately, no words escaped the lips of the 5 girls as they quietly exited the tent. "At last, this day has arrived," the high priest sighed, watching them depart. 10 years prior, when the former Grey Goose leader seized the salt mines, he had foreseen such a day. The increasing profits from the salt and iron mines had incited unprecedented tribal conflicts, more intense than in the last century. The Grey Goose, the Golden Eagle, the Bull, and the Roaming Badger had replaced the traditional smaller barbarian tribes, amassing cavalry forces exceeding 100 men. What were once independent tribes were now bound together by alliances. However, all this came at a cost. Mining required skill, labor, magic, and alchemical equipment, none of which the barbarian tribes possessed. Consequently, the Grey Goose tribe found itself entangled with various human factions, including the Blue Dragon, the Bristly Wolf, the Frost Wolf, and the Hall of the Front. The salt mines transformed the Grey Goose from a mere nomadic tribe into one that sought a multitude of human magic-bearing slaves from the human empire to work the mines. With the tribes of the plains becoming heavily reliant on black-scaled horses, armored goods, and grain supplies from the empire, after years of development, the Grey Goose tribe had established a semi-permanent presence outside the salt mines, where all the black-scaled horses were no longer mere mounts, but commodities intended for trade. Goods and gold had woven a network connecting once independent tribes. The high priest knew that sooner or later, a formidable force would emerge on the plains, uniting all tribes and heralding a new era. Little did he anticipate that this new era would arrive so swiftly, and that his tribe would be crushed beneath its weight. Chapter 50. The Conquest of Grey Goose. Wendy, Sophia, Lily, Joni, and Firefly. These were the 5 magic-bearing girls the high priest had procured from human traffickers. Each girl had been discovered among the common folk of various regions within the Dragon Kingdom and, upon awakening their bloodlines, had been sent to the Dragon Tooth City School by local minor nobles. Although mutual respect existed among magic-bearers throughout the human kingdom, such respect was predicated upon strength, not merely individual prowess, but also familial power. Regrettably, while Wendy and her companions boasted significant family backgrounds within the broader human empire, they ranked among the weakest among magic bearers. Upon entering the Dragon Tooth City School, their only choice was to serve a great noble. And for Wendy and her friends, It was even simpler. They were to be sought after by the offspring of the great nobility. The first 3 sons were typically destined for marriages or clerical roles, leaving only the 4th sons and beyond with a semblance of freedom, often regarded as less favored and free to seek partners, albeit with the risk of abandonment. Even so, the scions of noble families usually received a fine education and were the objects of admiration among the girls at the school. After 2 years of study, Wendy and her companions found themselves discarded by the human elite and sold to the barbarians, revealing their incompatibility with the lives of highborn. Wendy stealthily led the 4 girls to the camp's entrance, observing the high priest leading the remaining magic bearers of the camp out, while noting the presence of over 100 armored cavalry on the opposite side, an indication of the dire situation facing the Grey Goose camp. "Our camp is doomed," Firefly remarked bluntly. Having grown up as the daughter of a butcher, and, thus, unrestrained in her speech, "Are we to be handed over to those barbarians once again?" Lily, who had been sold to a minor tribe and had narrowly escaped becoming a chieftain's wife before being bought by the high priest, voiced her concern. "Shall we don our priestly robes to frighten them?" "Did you see that masked figure over there? That's a genuine priest," Wendy replied calmly. The reputation of the Eagle Priest had spread far and wide with each alliance meeting. Yet at that moment, Wendy remained unaware that the Eagle Priest was merely a charlatan and that the figure behind the mask was not the original Eagle Priest. "Let us go," Wendy, the eldest among them, decided, feeling that lingering further served no purpose. "We shall leave the tribe and head directly to the salt mines to seek out the sorcerer Gandalf." Wendy led the 4 girls away for Rant. The battle to seize the Grey Goose headquarters proved even simpler than anticipated. He had disguised himself as the Eagle Priest, and an old priest had approached him to engage in a duel of magic. Rant, masquerading as a priest, had no intention of such a confrontation. Instead, he charged forward on his steed, Fire, alongside his knights. As they reached the gates of the Grey Goose camp, the few remaining barbarians had already begun to flee. What surprised Rant was that the old priest neither ran nor fought, nor did he cast any spells. He simply opened his arms wide, submitting to the oncoming tide of a new era. When Fire collided with the old priest, Rant felt a momentary resistance, akin to the sensation of driving over a manhole cover. Noticeable, yet nothing more. Rant and his men surged into the Grey Goose camp, and he immediately called for all human magic bearers to gather in the camp's central area, intending to inspect each one for the presence of Hark or his brother. Unsurprisingly, neither was found. Not only was there no sign of them in the camp, but no one had even heard the name Hark. Meanwhile, Hark and his companions were still engaged in a fierce struggle against the barbarians led by the Grey Goose chieftain at the Blue Magpie Castle. Oblivious to events unfolding in the vicinity of the salt mines, the camp housed nearly 30 human magic bearers, a scale that astonished Rant. Even more surprising was the wealth and resources he discovered within the camp. Situated in the southwestern region near the salt mines, the Grey Goose camp served as the primary gateway to the mines. The central area was filled with numerous tents designated for storing salt, iron, timber, stone, magical runes, and hides. All the tents in the core area were constructed upon solid foundations, equipped with drainage systems, and featured a few runes to ensure ventilation and heating. Although the chieftain's tent was deserted, the arrangement of 3 interconnected tents indicated that the Grey Goose leader had abandoned the nomadic lifestyle in favor of imitating the human lords by constructing a complex dwelling. The main tent boasted a grand bed in the sleeping quarters, enchanted storage chests in the storeroom, and a magnificent beast tooth sculpture in the main tent, luxurious embellishments that far surpassed those found in the Baron's castle of Galloping Horse. In this encampment, there exists a plethora of tents, provisions, salt, and iron, Albert remarked, having conducted a rough inventory of the camp's wealth alongside a select group of knights. However, the number of pack animals, long-haired sheep, and black-scaled horses is rather scant, comparable to that of an ordinary medium-sized camp. Indeed, Roll concurred. A portion of their main force initially descended southward, while another segment was intercepted by us along the way. Presently, having over 40 black-scaled horses is quite extravagant. Is there a human steward overseeing this camp? Lante inquired, eager to locate someone well-versed in the camp's overall situation. Well, there is, Albert hesitated, aware of Lance's inclination to seek out the person in charge of managing the camp upon seizing new territory. However, this camp is somewhat unique. The steward is solely responsible for the livestock and provisions, while the vital supplies are overseen by another individual who does not reside within the camp. What? Her name is Lania Zonglong. a human woman devoid of magic. Every month, she brings a few non-magic individuals from the salt mine to inventory all items and prepare an account, which is then submitted to the leader of the Grey Goose. Additionally, Lante devises the monthly mining plan for the salt. What a remarkable individual! Lante marveled that a female non-magic person managing all assets among hundreds of barbarians. If she miscalculated, she would have been torn apart long ago. Lante Zonlong. What relation does she have with our count? Lante, it's Lord Count Zonlong. Albert rolled his eyes. You are still an unacknowledged intermediate knight serving as a proxy baron. Right. I've grown accustomed to the barbarians, Lante admitted sheepishly. Having almost referred to him as Old Zonlong. They share no direct relation. Lante's husband appears to be of the Zonlong bloodline. Hence, she bears the Zonlong surname. The non-magic individuals and barbarians in the entire camp are well aware of this. She sounds like an intriguing person. I suspect I shall encounter her in a couple of days. It seems you are quite determined to claim that salt mine. There are quite a few individuals within. Chief. Before Albert could finish, Neil's patrol, a robust individual, called out to Lante from outside the tent. Captain Neil has made a discovery and wishes for you to attend personally. Chapter 51. The enchanted girl Wendy. As Wendy and her 4 companions rushed to the stables within the core area, Lante's cavalry had already scattered the camp's guards. Even Wendy could scarcely believe that the headquarters of the Grey Goose had been vanquished so easily. Hurry, mount up. We have no time to lose. The girls, all practitioners of enchantment, found riding effortless. The 5 of them swiftly mounted their steeds and retreated through the camp's rear exit. The salt mine's southwestern entrance was merely a few kilometers away. Separated by a small grove they frequently traversed. However, it was during this brief journey that trouble arose. Clad in priestly garments and masks, just as they were about to enter the grove, they were intercepted and surrounded by a band of barbarian cavalry. Leading them was none other than Neil. Lante, aware of the camp's proximity to the salt mine, feared that the barbarians within might send reinforcements to support their comrades outside. Thus, he had specifically instructed Neil to station 20 barbarian cavalry between the salt mine and the camp to prevent any messages from being relayed. Neil had not anticipated that he would capture 5 priests. Upon catching up to Wendy, he merely encircled them. Ordinary barbarians instinctively feared priests and dared not advance. Neil believed that if the priests possessed any real power, they would have used their spells or divine arts to escape rather than allow themselves to be so easily surrounded. I am a servant of the celestial deity. How dare you show disrespect? Wendy bravely attempted to intimidate Neil from behind her mask. Neil laughed heartily at her words. Our galloping horse tribe has been under the protection of the divine emperor for generations. Why should we fear you impudent priests? Neil was not merely leveraging the divine emperor for courage after the eagle tribe's downfall. Lante had led them in analyzing the priest's tactics. If a priest were truly aligned with the divine, they would simply unleash their powers upon him instead of engaging in idle chatter. The mere act of conversing was a form of intimidation. Divine emperor? Which divine emperor? Why would the divine emperor protect you? Wendy was left bewildered by Neil's remarks. Without further ado, Neil unsheathed his sword and deftly removed Wendy's mask, only to be taken aback. Deity, merely 17 years of age. Wendy stood at an impressive height of 1.8 meters, yet her youthful visage bore the innocence of a child. Neil sensed something amiss and proceeded to remove the masks of the other 4 girls. Big Stone, hurry back to the camp and fetch Lord Lante. Neil commanded his most trusted companion. He then ordered the 4 girls to dismount, while his patrol formed a perimeter around them, awaiting Lante's arrival. When Lante arrived, he inquired about the situation, perplexed as to why he was summoned specifically for these girls. My lord, my mother always instructed me that if we discovered enchanted girls outside, I must inform you directly and let you handle it, Neil replied earnestly. Lante began to grasp the implications of Massimilian's intentions and approached the girls. Greetings, I am Baron Lante Benma from the northwest territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Would you be so kind as to introduce yourselves? The girls were taken aback to learn that the conqueror of the Grey Goose was indeed a noble from the Dragon Kingdom. Although they had encountered children of dukes, marquises, and viscounts at school, those were individuals unlikely to inherit their family's titles. Lante was the first true noble from beyond their homeland they had met. The girls exchanged glances. But it was Wendy who finally spoke. My lord, I am Wendy, hailing from the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Alongside me are Sophia, Lily, Joni, and Firefly, all of us having been sold to this camp and subsequently becoming apprentices to the priests here. Since you are all human girls who have been captured and brought to this place, you shall accompany me to my camp, where I shall arrange for suitable accommodations." On their return journey, Lante took precautions, instructing Neil to inform Albert to secure a tent for the girls in the core area of the camp. He also had Wendy and her companions don their original masks to prevent too many eyes from falling upon them. To Lante's surprise, Albert's attention to the girls exceeded his expectations. As they approached the camp, they noticed bonfires being lit in the foreground, indicating that Lante's main encampment was in the process of relocating. Albert had summoned everyone within the camp to gather at the main entrance for a head count, while he himself awaited Lante's arrival alongside Big Stone at the rear exit. "Uncle Albert, what is all this about?" Lante inquired, somewhat baffled by Albert's elaborate arrangements. "Enough talk. I have already selected the tents. Just take them inside," Albert instructed, then turned to Neil. "Neil, this matter is of utmost seriousness that I need your patrol to scout the vicinity around the salt mine for the next few days. That I have arranged for 20 tents. 30 sheep, 10 pack animals, and some provisions for you. Tell your men to refrain from entering the camp for now." As Albert spoke, he handed Neil a note. Upon examining it, Neil discovered it was a voucher. The Greyhound would supply his patrol according to this document. After a brief glance, Neil said nothing and returned to the area near the grove with his patrol. Lante felt disoriented by Albert's actions. "Albert, what is going on?" "Let us discuss this inside the tent," Albert replied. Having exhibited a rare, serious demeanor since entering the plains, Lante felt it inappropriate to refuse, so he led the girls, who resembled priestesses, into a tent alongside Albert. Upon entering, Lante was astonished to find Massimilian Frostwolf present. He had presumed she was aiding in the relocation of the main camp, but instead, she was organizing accommodations for the girls. "What brings you here? What are you all occupied with? It seems you are unaware of the implications of 5 enchanted girls in the Northwest Territory," Massimilian chuckled. "My mother is an enchantress, to win her heart. My father challenged at least 4 young men to duels. Lante, the knights in our camp hail from various regions of the Dragon Kingdom and beyond, making it impossible to ascertain their loyalty towards you. While other assets can be concealed, the moment these girls are revealed, they will attract everyone's attention. This poses a significant challenge for them, for you, and for these girls. You still have the task of rescuing the humans from the salt mine and must march south to reclaim the area beyond the Kelnico Pass. We may not find stability for several months, so it would be prudent to keep the identities of these girls under wraps for now. It would be best for them to remain in the camp. You wouldn't want them charging into battle alongside you anyway." The notion of female knights charging into battle sounded appealing. Lante's eyes suddenly lit up. He soon realized that Albert's concerns were valid. Wendy and the others had been trained as priests, and with dozens of knights in the camp, it was hardly their place to charge into the fray. As Lante contemplated Albert's evolving attitude since their arrival in the Galloping Horse Plains, initially warm, then somewhat distant, and now once more cordial, he could not decipher the reasons for such fluctuations. However, at that moment, clarity dawned upon him. His scholarly uncle had consistently prioritized the well-being of the entire territory. Although their philosophies diverged, Albert possessed a deeper understanding of the world and cherished the Bunma family legacy far more than Lante had previously realized. Chapter 52. The Initial Veil of Gloom. On November 7996 of the Imperial Divine Monarch, Lante's forces dealt a decisive blow to the headquarters of the Grey Goose. That evening, a grand bonfire dinner was arranged to celebrate and reward all the knights and cavalry. Feeling a sense of guilt towards Neil, Lante even took the effort to roast 2 long-haired sheep specifically for Neil's patrol team beforehand. He then visited Neil, accompanied by Albert, Canine Fong, Roll, and Makoto, enjoying a meal together before returning to the camp. Before dining, the barbarians of the right wing sang 2 songs entrusted to them by Lante, which they cherished as they originated from his homeland. These melodies dissolved the barriers between the tribes. Following their performance, the knights and magicians of the left wing took turns singing. The knights rendered a newly adapted military tune from Lante's homeland, while the magicians sang Lante's farewell to the galloping steed. Observing the rich atmosphere, Lante pondered whether he should compose a new piece for his various subjects. As dinner continued in the camp, Lante retreated to his tent, feeling overwhelmed by the day's events. He had yet to thoroughly review the situation of the spoils. As a small treasure enthusiast, he did not wish to miss out on the joy of counting their gains. Simultaneously, there were many matters he wished to clarify with Wendy and the other girls. Upon entering the tent shared by Wendy and Frostwolf Makoto, Wendy instinctively remarked, You have indeed come. Lily, aware of Wendy's sentiments, tugged at her sleeve, concerned about her manners. Makoto, do you have a detailed list of the afternoon's harvest? Lan inquired. Albert was interrupted by that large stone when he came to report to me. Of course. Makoto promptly handed Lan a sheet of paper. He scanned the list, noting that the camp's most significant treasures included nearly 10 tons of salt, 3 tons of iron ingots, over 50 sets of iron armor, and more than 100 sets of half-leather. Half-iron armor previously worn by Albert. Additionally, close to 5 cubic meters of timber and 4 cubic meters of stone were also notable finds, according to some magicians managing the camp. The leader of the Grey Goose had been gathering construction materials to prepare for building a castle at the current site. Furthermore, the camp housed nearly 500 magicians, 30 human warlocks, including 3 junior knights, and 6 knight apprentices, excluding the 5 girls. From the leader's tent, Lante discovered over 2,000 gold coins, as well as a complete sealing box containing some enchanted weapons and runes, along with nearly 70 magic crystals. However, the most surprising find was a contract from several years prior, an agreement between the Imperial Salt and Iron Bureau and the Grey Goose tribe. This contract stipulated that the Blue Dragon family of the Dragon Kingdom would act as an intermediary for the annual salt trade between the Salt and Iron Bureau and the Grey Goose tribe, explicitly stating that the Bureau would provide standard salt boiling pots and heating rune plates. The contract also indicated that the Grey Goose tribe would deliver salt to the Blue Dragon family's caravan 4 times a year, using specially designated measurement units and proof of salt delivery issued by the Blue Dragon family. The leader of the Grey Goose could exchange the salt delivery voucher for gold coins at the Salt and Iron Bureau or major cities within the Dragon Kingdom. Lante finally uncovered the true secret behind the rise of the Grey Goose. Previously, he had been puzzled by how inland salt production, a combination of mining and craftsmanship, could yield sufficient income without mature processes, stable labor pools, or a developed distribution system. Relying solely on the barbarian tribes of the Galloping Steed Plain, it turned out that the Grey Goose were merely affluent individuals with access to mines. The actual mining was conducted by humans, who also provided technical support and distribution. After the humans extracted and sold the resources, they shared a portion of the profits with the Grey Goose, who utilized this share as startup capital for the trade of black-scaled horses and food funds on the Galloping Steed Plain. Through monopolizing the trade of black-scaled horses and iron armor with the Dragon Kingdom, they earned even greater profits, thereby purchasing allegiance from various tribes in the southern regions of the Galloping Steed Plain. In this light, it seemed that the Salt and Iron Bureau and the Blue Dragon family were the chief supporters of the Grey Goose's southern campaign. However, the Imperial Salt and Iron Bureau was one of the most pivotal departments in the Empire. While the Blue Dragon family served as a legendary pillar of the Dragon Kingdom, with both holding such legendary stature, Lante feared he could not contend with either, and even seeking recourse in the royal or imperial capitals would be futile. At most, he could wait for the Grey Goose to self-destruct, allowing him to seize the opportunity to claim ownership of the salt mines under the name of the Galloping Steed tribe. Retracing the Grey Goose's former path of exchanging salt for food and black-scaled horses for gold coins. Yet, Lante remained puzzled. If the Grey Goose tribe had transformed from a nomadic tribe into mining magnates, why would they initiate warfare? Wouldn't they find contentment simply overseeing their slaves as they mined? Lord Lante, would you like to see our financial accounts? Lante's thoughts began to drift, and Makoto was unsure of what occupied his mind. Ah, no need. A rough estimate will suffice. Then, I wish to know if your priestess has informed you why the Grey Goose tribe chose to march south this year. Wendy glanced at the girls beside her. The teacher said that Lord Head Goose was swayed by the Hall of the Court. The Hall of the Court. This term was new to Lante. The Hall of the Court. However, Makoto had a vivid impression of the hall, which, in the eyes of the nobility, represented a group of individuals who could never attain legendary status, tirelessly scheming to seize the wealth and resources of the great aristocrats, all with the aim of dismantling noble traditions. Upon hearing Makoto's assessment, Lante likened the Hall of the Court to the secretive agencies controlled by the Emperor's inner circle in his homeland's ancient dynasty, serving as tools to uphold imperial authority. Yet, Lante found it difficult to comprehend. If the Emperor himself were divine, then all power would naturally reside within him. Why then would there be a need for a secret agency to maintain imperial authority? Wasn't it sufficient to wield lightning personally? Wendy informed Lante that before the Grey Goose leader set out, he had already determined that Baron Galloping Steed and Viscount Rot would be incapable of halting his advance. The Earl of Maine Wolf would merely stand by while Rot was attacked, and even in his own confrontation with the Grey Goose, other great nobles of the dragon would remain indifferent. Lante had not anticipated the existence of a force so adept at navigating the tensions among the nobility, capable of employing precise planning and meticulous actions to undermine them. He speculated that the hall of the court had its eyes set on the present galloping steed plain. Otherwise, it would not dare provoke a barbarian invasion against the humans. If the hall of the court indeed coveted the galloping steed plain, a future collision with Lante was inevitable, should he wish to avoid being crushed by this formidable power. His best course of action would be to unify the entire galloping steed plain, completely isolating external influences from their territory. Intrigued, Lante engaged in conversation with Wendy and the other girls, inquiring as to how they had come to be sold here. He understood that female warlocks were exceedingly rare in the Dragon Kingdom, and whether noble or commoner, upon the emergence of a girl capable of awakening her bloodline, local lords would report this as a significant achievement to higher-ranking nobles. Ultimately, these girls would be gathered in the royal capital of Dragontooth City and sent to magic schools in Dragontooth City or several ducal cities for concentrated training. Typically, these young women would become brides of prominent families, leading Lante to question why they had been sold here. A noble girl accused me of enticing her fiancé, Wendy stated nonchalantly, a certain maturity evident on the face of the 17-year-old. Oh, Lante had little interest in the gossip of the Dragon Kingdom. Since arriving in this world, he had struggled to remember the names of the knights around him, having no desire to remember those he would never encounter again over the centuries. The experiences of the other girls were similar. Upon entering the Royal Academy, they became the objects of pursuit by certain noble youths, but were met with no grand heroine's tale. Instead, envious noble girls expelled them from school under various pretenses, ultimately leading to their sale here. If female warlocks are uncommon in the Dragon Kingdom, why were they sold here? Lante was perplexed by the values of the dragon nobility. Precisely because they are rare, they sought ways to exile us. Murdering a warlock is a grave offense, as the gods can locate the murderer after a believer's death and impose curses. The judiciary can also directly convict the offender. Therefore, regardless of the enmity between warlocks, they cannot take lives recklessly. Female warlocks are even rarer and cannot be killed. They may very well seek vengeance through their families in the future. Consequently, many families opt to sell the losers of familial strife to the galloping steed plain. On one hand, this lessens the animosity of not having taken a life. On the other, the magical turbulence of the galloping steed plain obstructs communication between the gods and their believers. Makoto was well acquainted with the nobility of the Dragon Kingdom, having been captured at a young age, yet she had always kept a watchful eye on the happenings of the Dragon Kingdom. That explains it. Lante finally understood why Viscount Rot sought to use the Grey Goose tribe against him. Fortunately, Rot was unaware that Lante was an atheist. Otherwise, he would certainly have taken matters into his own hands. Our territory of Galloping Steed will henceforth be your home. Currently, there are hardly any female warlocks in the camp, nor are there any mages or priests able to teach you. However, I believe this situation will soon change. For the time being, you will stay in my core tent, and in a few days, I will find a way for you to move freely within the camp. Yes, my lord. The girls responded in unison. Rest well, Lante casually remarked before leaving the tent, when he looked quizzically at the other girls, surprised that Lante had departed so abruptly. I told you so. Makoto seemed to understand the thoughts of the girls. Lord Lante is not like the leaders you have encountered. He possesses grand ambitions and noble character and would never lay a hand on you little ones. Indeed, Lante does not perceive himself as possessing grand ambitions or noble character. Rather, as an individual on the verge of matrimony before his journey through time, he occasionally dreams of his fiancée. Recalling various scenes from their initial encounter, Lante remains uncertain when he will truly integrate into this world, yet he finds it difficult to relinquish the memories of his past. Chapter 53. Beyond the salt mine. Lante resolved to seize control of the salt mine. From the moment he decisively breached the Grey Goose camp, this was a matter known to all his subordinates. Now at the entrance of the salt mine, there was no reason to leave behind any of the demon wielders within. The day following his conquest of the Grey Goose camp, Lante individually inquired of all the human demon wielders present. These individuals had been brought to the camp 3 years prior at the earliest, and at most 3 months ago. They all claimed never to have encountered anyone like Hark. Additionally, they remained oblivious to the recent actions of the Grey Goose tribe, only aware that the cavalry had been frequently departing. Lante had not yet abandoned the hope of finding his kin in this world. That it was not merely a matter of blood relations. he had begun to sense that many familiar faces, such as Albert and Roar, had noticed a significant shift in Lante's thoughts, perceptions, and habits compared to 3 months prior. Lante was uncertain whether such differences would be interpreted as a mental breakthrough or a demonic invasion in a world where gods existed. He also pondered whether, upon being discovered, he would be regarded as a late-blooming talent or simply condemned to the pyre. Thus, Lante felt compelled to locate his father and brothers, to return the original inhabitants of the Galloping Horse territory, and to commence anew with the resources acquired on the Galloping Plains. With thousands of subjects under his care and the support of the Baron of Galloping Horse, he need not fear the suspicion of others regarding his sudden rise. In the barbarian's perspective, the salt mine lay within a southwest-northeast-oriented canyon on the eastern edge of Galloping Plains, stretching 15 kilometers from north to south, with a width of less than 500 meters at its widest and 200 meters at its narrowest. The western slope of the canyon is steep yet relatively low, with an average height of approximately 200 meters, while the eastern slope forms part of the towering Rocky Laugh Mountains. The geographical circumstances of the salt mine pose inherent challenges for reconnaissance. Neil and Dogtooth had lain in ambush at the southeastern mouth of the valley for several days, only able to glimpse the shadows of the barbarian camp within, too wary to venture in lest they alert the enemy. During his inquiries with the human demon wielders, Lante discovered that the barbarians had cleverly concealed the internal affairs of the salt mine. The humans of the Grey Goose camp were entirely segregated from those within the salt mine. Once a demon wielder entered the mine, they were not permitted to exit, and the monthly transport of salt from the mine was not overseen by human demon wielders. Only the capable Lanaya and a few aides would emerge from the salt mine. And upon entering the camp, they would be escorted directly into the tents of the head goose or the priests, promptly departing after settling accounts, without any communication with the other humans in the camp. However, exceptions existed. The barbarian priests would visit the salt mine each quarter, accompanied by several girls, which allowed Lante to glean some insights into the mine's conditions through the words of these girls. The salt mine itself was situated atop an ancient riverbed within the canyon. Wendy only knew that numerous stone houses had been erected on the riverbed, and within these houses lay the salt wells connected to the salt veins. While the processing site was located in a human cave camp on the western cliff of the valley, at least 2,000 human demon wielders and 300 ordinary humans resided within this cave. Equipped with several large salt boiling pots and numerous medium-sized ones, the ordinary human's task was to produce salt using these massive cauldrons, while the demon wielders were responsible for transporting barrels of brine into the cave. Drawing the brine from the stone houses below. Both the southwestern and northeastern entrances of the valley stood large camps, which were not the main base of the Grey Goose, but rather comprised various barbarian factions that had separated from or been conquered by the Grey Goose tribe over the years. These factions were overseen by the uncles and brothers of the head goose, tasked with guarding the salt mine and delivering the salt produced to the Grey Goose headquarters. The girls' knowledge of the salt mine was limited, as they had been trained as apprentices to the barbarian priests and were not hunters, thus unable to scout independently. The priests would not permit them to roam freely within the salt mine. Apart from the southwestern barbarian camp, the girls had visited the residence of a hermit named Light Dorina and a mid-tier mage named Gandalf Merlin, both of whom served as the human priests and mages within the camp. Both had arrived at the salt mine 5 years prior, and according to Wendy, they had not been captured or purchased by the Grey Goose. They had voluntarily come upon hearing of the numerous humans present. The Grey Goose leader initially disdained their presence and sought to drive them away with barbarian cavalry, but was thwarted by the elder priest of the Grey Goose. After their arrival, order was established among the humans in the salt mine, who managed to maintain a commendable salt production without requiring barbarian oversight. Listening to Wendy's account, Lante grew increasingly intrigued by the humans within the salt mine, pondering why, despite the presence of approximately 300 demon wielders, they could not unite to break free. Is it really that simple? Wendy sighed. The demon wielders in the salt mine do not even possess leather armor, and the barbarians fear their collective strength might threaten their camp. Hence, they never provide sufficient rations or allow the humans to possess iron tools, horses, or armor. I heard Lanaya mention that 5 years ago, the barbarians would incite discord between the ordinary humans and the demon wielders, causing strife among the demon wielders themselves. It was only after the arrival of Light Dorina and Gandalf Merlin that internal conflict among the humans diminished. It appears the barbarians have employed division and subjugation. Yet can such tactics truly compel a group of accustomed demon wielders to accept a life of labor? Lante harbored doubts regarding Wendy's explanation. However, during their exchange, he discovered another matter. Wendy possessed an innate ability to perceive the chaotic flow of magical energies. In her words, she could sense the erratic and disordered winds around her, and she could directly perceive the magical patterns on the blazing fire, even grasping the emotions of the flames. "It seems Wendy may be a natural-born mage," remarked Albert upon hearing this. "During my time in the imperial capital, I heard that the bloodlines of legendary families can intuitively sense the flow of magical elements, even communicating directly with magical sprites." "You just mentioned that term again," Lance seized upon the keyword. "What exactly are magical sprites?" "Once you possess your own territory, you can go to Zonglong City or Lanya City to see or purchase magical sprites directly. Although I know a bit about them, it's merely hearsay." Chapter 54. Beyond the Salt Mine 2. Since entering the Galloping Plains, Lante had conquered 10 medium-sized tribes, including the Weasel, Eagle, and Bull tribes, along with the large Gray Goose tribe. Additionally, he had engaged in trade with at least 6 medium-sized tribes, rescuing their human demon wielders. Now, Lante commanded 8 junior knights, 24 reserve knights, and 94 demon wielders, with an impressive populace of 1,800 ordinary citizens. In terms of numbers alone, he had surpassed the peak of Viscount Rot. Aside from humans, Lance's right camp also housed nearly 120 barbarian demon wielders, making it one of the most formidable factions on the plains. Financially, Lante now possessed over 300 black-scaled horses, more than 600 pack animals, and upwards of 1,500 long-haired sheep, with the market value of a black-scaled horse exceeding 100 gold coins. The 3,700 gold coins he had acquired in cash were merely a fraction of his wealth. Besides livestock and cash, the acquisition of over 200 suits of iron armor constituted a significant fortune. At present, every demon wielder under Lance's command was outfitted with iron armor and a black-scaled horse, though these were merely lent to them by Lante. Only a few knights and reserve knights from the Baron of Galloping Horses territory had received armor and black-scaled horses as a share of the spoils of victory. Although they seemed to have received only a small portion, they understood that the forthcoming fruits of victory were earned by Lante along with his left camp's subordinates and the right camp's barbarians, making their acquisition of several hundred gold in equipment a substantial gain. For Lante himself, the greatest reward was now being fully equipped with magical gear, a magical armor, magical sabers, magical swords, and magical daggers, as well as a magical beast mount. Lante contemplated his strength, calculating the potential outcome should he collide with the returning main force of the Gray Goose. Since entering the Galloping Plains, Lante had anticipated a confrontation with the Gray Goose, and prior to attacking the Weasel tribe, he had often discussed with Albert the possibility of evading the large Gray Goose force if spotted from a distance, considering a retreat via the mountain paths back to the Baron of Galloping Horses territory. At that point, Lante could choose to return, and even if he could not become the Baron of Galloping Horse, he could still serve as a Lord Knight. However, as Lance's camp expanded and his number of subordinates increased, the former territory of the Baron of Galloping Horse could no longer contain him. Lante could only aspire to replace the Gray Goose tribe's position on the plains. For this reason, he must seize the salt mine and confront the Gray Goose tribe's main force. 3 days after capturing the Gray Goose stronghold, Lante summoned all the junior knights in the camp. "Esteemed colleagues, we find ourselves with no means of retreat. As you are all aware, I serve as the proxy baron of the Steed Barony. However, the Steed Barony cannot accommodate such a multitude of knights and cavalry. Thus, we must confront the advancing forces of the Gray Goose tribe. Only by vanquishing them can we sustain our large numbers upon this plain." Lante conveyed his thoughts to all the junior knights, understanding that to secure their unwavering loyalty, he must first reach a consensus with the strongest warlock in the camp. "Lord Lante, the Steed family is the natural ruler of the Steed Prairie. It is only right that we follow you back to the plains to establish our dominion." The speaker was the first junior knight rescued by Lante, who had witnessed Lante's expansion from a few hundred subjects to over 2,000, fully aware of the immense potential that lay ahead for him. "Lante, with your possession of the Night Unicorn, you are destined to become the master of Night Unicorn City. Naturally, you should reclaim the salt mines and eradicate the remnants of the Gray Goose tribe." Albert had now set his sights on seizing Night Unicorn City, aspiring to occupy the entirety of the southern bank of the Steed River. After 2 days of relentless strategizing, Albert even believed that the first generation of legends heralding the restoration of the Steed Kingdom had descended upon Lante, enabling him to achieve such remarkable feats within a mere month or two. "My lord," Roland remarked, observing the confidence of the assembled knights, "the knightly order is not merely a collection of knights. While we currently boast a considerable number of knights and cavalry, our multitude does not equate to a truly formidable knightly order. Perhaps the knightly order possesses only one more senior knight than we do. But they can unleash tremendous power through formations and collective combat prowess. Presently, our knights are merely charging together, and it is fortunate that our opponents are few, lacking formation or coordination. Rant recognized that Roland, having seen the world, spoke with utmost accuracy. The main Wolf Knight Order, though not numerous, had steadfastly defended the Northwestern Count's territory over the years. Beyond the senior knight serving as the captain, the knight's formations and collective skills were undoubtedly key factors in overpowering the barbarians. As we currently stand upon the Steed Plain, the magical turbulence here is far more severe than inland. Most of our knights have recently been rescued and were previously in a state of near starvation, making it challenging for them to wield their battle energy. However, we can practice formations. At the very least, we cannot rely solely on numbers when facing the cavalry of the Grey Goose. Having made his decision, Rant swiftly initiated training for the knightly troop and joint exercises with the cavalry around the former Grey Goose camp. According to Rant's vision, the knightly troop, composed of 34 junior knights and recruits led by himself and Roland, 2 intermediate knights, would serve as his blade. Behind them stood 90 warlocks, ready to expand their gains once the knights breached the enemy's lines. Neil's cavalry would not charge in unison, but would instead execute flanking maneuvers, employing ranged attacks and disruption to assist the knightly formation in battle. However, as training commenced, Rant found that he and Roland had limited impact. Rant's original self was merely a warlock, having never served in a knightly order or witnessed their training methods. Although Roland was an intermediate knight, he had previously resembled a wandering ranger, roaming cities and excelling in duels, interrogation, and urban survival, yet he was at a loss when it came to leading a knightly order. The same could be said for Walker, who, accustomed to hunting with the Greyhound family, had barely escaped capture upon following Hark to the Steed Plain as a newly minted junior knight. Consequently, after training commenced, several junior knights who had previously served in major knightly orders emerged as the primary instructors. According to the instructors, their current knightly training had become significantly easier, as all the black-scaled horses heeded the call of the Blazing Fire. After Rant charged into battle on Blazing Fire, the knights needed no further adjustments. The black-scaled horses beneath him surged forward in response to the roar of Blazing Fire, enabling Rant's knights to form their ranks and charge with greater speed and cohesion. Chapter 55. Within the salt mine on November 14,996 of the Human Empire, 5 days had passed since Rant seized the Grey Goose camp. During these days, Rant dispatched individuals to erect observation masts outside the salt mine. His mast, standing at a modest 10 meters, remained concealed within the woods at the southwestern mouth of the salt mine valley, continuously monitoring the camp's activities. Meanwhile, Rant trained tirelessly with his knights and cavalry, also butchering long-haired sheep daily to improve the nutrition of the warlocks. At this moment, all was as usual within the salt mine valley. Inside a particularly exquisite and comfortable cave within the western mountain wall, specialized illuminated magic rune panels adorned the surroundings. Upon entering, one would encounter a wooden screen. Beyond the screen, a massive bookshelf occupied the left wall, accompanied by a set of wooden tables and chairs, atop which rested an alchemical lamp. The floor was covered with thick long-haired sheep leather, preventing moisture from seeping into the cave. To the right, a stone bed measuring 4 meters in length and width lay beneath thick animal pelts. The room's occupant was currently seated at the table, surrounded by papers filled with text and numbers. In his right hand, he held a quill made from a goose feather, while to either side, an alchemical calculator, a rarity found only in the imperial capital, was positioned. This calculator operated on gears and springs, capable of performing addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. "Who goes there?" a voice called from beyond the screen. "It is I, Peter the Main Wolf," replied a young man. "I shall return shortly." Silence followed outside, and soon a man over 2 meters tall entered the room. Upon hearing Peter's return, the woman seated in the chair immediately rose. She possessed blue eyes, a face reminiscent of a peach, and wine-red hair that cascaded down to her waist. "You have returned," she said respectfully as the man circled around the screen. "Yes, I merely came to retrieve something." "Continue with your tasks," he replied without glancing at her, moving toward the bed to rummage under the furs until he quickly found a small pouch. After taking the pouch, he prepared to exit. Casting a glance back at the woman. "How goes it? Is everything proceeding smoothly? I have heard that. He silently gestured toward the door. Another convoy is set to depart. Of course, everything is going quite smoothly, she replied. That is good. The man expressed no further sentiments as he exited the room. Oh, he has left again. The woman sighed, gazing helplessly at his retreating figure. At that moment, a barbarian entered the room, bowed to the woman, and promptly left to resume his post. This room was the only one within the entire cave guarded by barbarian cavalry. Ever since the room's occupant, Lante, became the de facto bookkeeper of the salt mine and the external Grey Goose camp, the Grey Goose tribe had allocated a small detachment of 5 barbarian cavalry to protect Lante. Ensuring her safety from both human and barbarian disturbances, Lante Mainwolf was not merely the bookkeeper for 2 camps. She also served as the actual manager of the human camp at the salt mine, overseeing the distribution of salt, leather, wine, food, and the care of children among the 2,000 non-warlocks. The man who had just entered and left the room was her warlock husband, Peter the Mainwolf, an intermediate knight. After bidding farewell to the Mainwolf, Lante felt she could not afford to pause for even a moment. She promptly returned to her seat to tally the accounts, while Peter sauntered into another room, where a fair maiden awaited this intermediate knight. Peter ambled through the cave, turning into a room at the end of the path. There, a pair of sharp eyes regarded the self-satisfied Peter, a face lined with wrinkles and long white hair, cascading to his chest. The man's right hand clasped a long staff. Ah, poor Lante, spoke the elderly man, who was Lante's mentor, Gandalf Merlin, the only human magician within the salt mine. 5 years prior, he had arrived at the salt mine and chosen the astute Lante, instructing her on how to manage the entire salt mine. However, as Lante was not a warlock, she could not command the allegiance of the warlocks, which forced her to marry the fickle Peter. In truth, Peter was not entirely unkind to Lante. He had managed to protect her from covetous eyes and harassment. Yet, Peter was not a devoted man, particularly after Lante gained the favor of the barbarians. He had even grown disinterested in spending time with her. The elderly man understood that he had paved this path for Lante. When he advised her to seek out Peter, he had forewarned her of the eventualities they now faced. Nonetheless, both Lante and Gandalf recognized the urgent need for order within the human camp at the salt mine. The cave inhabited by the humans was divided into 6 levels, each with strict functional divisions and designated populations. The lowest level housed the salt workshops. The second level contained the communal sleeping quarters for the non-warlocks, where the salt workers rotated in shifts to ensure the boiling pots never extinguished or ran dry. The third level accommodated non-warlocks with certain skills and status, while the fourth level was designated for ordinary warlocks. The fifth level housed the knight apprentices and junior knights, while the highest level was reserved for intermediate knights. In addition to the dozen large communal sleeping quarters for the salt workers, there existed a small stone chamber, the only room within the territory occupied by a hermit. Although the hermit, Light Dorliner, possessed at least the level of an intermediate priest, he insisted on residing among the salt workers so that he could assist anyone injured at a moment's notice. The long line of salt workers always formed outside Light's room, as hundreds took turns boiling salt, inevitably leading to burns, scalds, and injuries. Whenever someone was hurt, they would promptly seek Light's aid, not only the humans, but also the barbarians, who would queue outside for his assistance. Outside the gates of the salt mine, the sight of Gandalf approaching prompted the onlookers to instinctively part ways, for it is well known that a mid-level mage is seldom harmed, and his presence surely signifies a matter of importance concerning the ascetic monk. As the mage strode towards the monk's quarters, he overheard the monk addressing a salt worker who was tending to an injured back, declaring, "Regardless of your identity, queue up outside, unless you are the leader of the flock. I shall not be concerned." The ordinary barbarian spellcasters, well aware of the monk's temperament, typically join the line alongside the non-magic practitioners. However, there are always those who defy convention, such as the 5 mid-level knights from the camp and the personal entourage of the leader of the Grey Goose tribe. In such moments, the monk's disposition tends to be particularly foul. "Do even old friends have to wait in line for a chat?" inquired the silver-haired mage with a chuckle. "Ah," replied Light with a glance back. "Oh, it's you. My apologies. I thought it was that bunch from Peter. Rest assured, I treated my own injuries without siphoning your magical energy, unlike them." The elder mage continued in jest. "That's splendid, with my current magical reserves. Even the slightest ailments are a struggle to heal. Have you noticed that healing has become easier for you lately?" "Huh, what?" The monk was about to retort when he paused. You know, there is some truth to that. A few months ago, I could manage to heal at most 4 individuals at once, but now it seems I can almost 10 to 5 at DO. You think I'm on the verge of a breakthrough? Huh. I believe you ought to be more pragmatic, the elder mage replied after a moment's pause. I have a feeling that the magical environment of the plains is about to change. Change? The monk asked, perplexed. Yes, it is indeed time for a transformation, the elder mage said with a weighty tone. It has been over 1,000 years. This last thought lingered in his mind. Chapter 56. Inside the salt mine. The alteration of the magical environment is a significant matter, Light remarked as he continued to treat the patients. Unaware of the deeper implications of the elder mage's words. What sets the galloping horse plains apart from other regions is the influence of magical turbulence. If improvements are indeed forthcoming, humankind may find a way to thrive here. Humankind can already survive here. You, I, and this camp are all denizens of the plains, are we not? For some, mere survival is all they can claim, Light asserted, acknowledging that his voluntary arrival for training did not equate to a belief in the locale's suitability. Only when the outside spellcasters receive a response from the Great Ones can we truly claim that humankind can thrive here. The mage remained silent. Though internally he mused that, in truth, humanity could already exist upon the plains. It was simply that every noble of the human empire harbored their own agendas, having not yet had to consider this place. The elder mage ceased his observation of the monk's treatment and made his way outside, eager to survey the scene. Upon reaching the ground level, he passed several salt processing rooms, where, prior to his arrival, numerous salt boiling pots had been set in place. These pots, transported from the human empire, bore magical runes that enhanced their heating efficiency. Below the pots, the stone beds were lined with magical rune plates. And every month, coal sourced from the northeastern tribes was delivered, mined from the galloping horse plains. This fuel would be placed in the stone beds to heat the boiling pots in conjunction with the rune plates. The entire stone bed, along with the boiling pots, was equipped with rune plates designed to conserve fuel effectively. When a large pot neared depletion, the barbarians and spellcasters would transport it to another stone chamber, where the floor was laid with heating runes, drying out the last remnants of water. As Gandalf approached the salt boiling room, he witnessed a group of individuals transporting a pot that had just finished boiling. Due to the level of the stone bed being flush with the ground and the fuel pool being excavated below, the transportation of the pot was quite convenient. Transporting the large pot required at least 5 spellcasters and 5 non-magic practitioners to work in concert. The spellcasters would use iron hooks to grasp the pot's handles, while the non-magic practitioners ensured its stability. Typically, under the coordination of 10 individuals, the boiling pot could be moved successfully. However, even so, this process was fraught with danger for the salt workers, as injuries from scalding or crushing were common. Watch carefully, pull slowly, and ensure the pot remains upright, directed one of the spellcasters. Be careful. Suddenly, one of the non-magic practitioners lost his footing and fell, having been propping up the side of the pot with a wooden stick to maintain its balance. As he slipped, the pot tilted dangerously in his direction. The fallen non-magic practitioner cried out, closing his eyes as if the searing hot salt had already cascaded upon him. However, after struggling for a moment, he realized he was unharmed and opened his eyes to find the large pot still upright, stabilized by Gandalf's magical hand. All present in the room gazed at Gandalf in awe, and he nodded to them before preparing to depart. What is happening? What is going on? A loud voice called from outside, followed by the hurried approach of a massive figure. The newcomer rushed into the salt boiling room and, upon seeing everyone unharmed, heaved a sigh of relief. I've been saying for ages that the base of this pot needs repairs. Otherwise, it's far too easy to tip over. The speaker was a barbarian, possessing the typical robust physique of his kin, yet adorned with an unusually large beard. Kuliagan, can't you lend a hand with the repairs? Asked one of the human spellcasters involved in the transport. I would if I could, but we lack the necessary materials. This pot is crafted from raw iron. It's forged with a substantial amount of magical metal, and we're unable to fix it, replied the bearded barbarian. Kuliagan, the only barbarian blacksmith in the entire salt mine, perhaps even across the galloping horse plains, standing nearly 3 meters tall, his muscles were as strong as steel, rivaling even those of high-ranking knights. Kuliagan enjoyed being in the salt processing area, watching the rune-etched pots boil salt and experimenting with various creations known as ironwork in his homeland. Gandalf did not linger further but continued his path outside. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he observed a large quantity of coarse salt, produced in the workshops, being packed into burlap sacks provided by the humans. Under the guidance of the barbarians, the human spellcasters were busy transporting these salt-filled sacks to a line of pack animals. Gandalf watched with a discerning eye as the barbarians barked orders at the human spellcasters when suddenly, the barbarian overseer caught sight of him and quickly changed his demeanor, approaching with a fawning expression. "Master Mage, do you have any instructions?" In the barbarian camp, strength equates to status, and ordinary barbarians greet mages and ascetic monks with smiles plastered on their faces. "Nothing in particular, just observing," Gandalf replied nonchalantly. "Get back to work," came a voice from behind the overseer, belonging to the leader of the southwestern camp, who was also the brother of the leader of the flock. "Master Mage, please excuse the ignorance of my subordinates. Do not take offense," the leader said with an ingratiating tone, though a hint of wariness lingered in his demeanor. "I recall that the last time the leader of the flock visited was approximately 3 months ago, was it not?" "Oh, has it been that long?" "It seems so. After all, there is the alliance now," the leader said, sensing an unease and hastily brushing it aside. "Has there been no one visiting the camp recently?" "Ah, there have been visitors. Someone came just last night." The leader began to perspire, casting a glance towards the beast pack. "You lot, be gentle. Do not break the sacks." "Master Mage, I must attend to something," he quickly added with a forced smile before darting away that he had just lied. It had been quite some time since anyone had visited the camp. The last visitor was a messenger sent by the old priest to inform him that a significant number of cavalry would soon be withdrawn from the camp to support the leader of the flock. Both he, the old priest, and the leader of the flock were deeply wary of Gandalf, knowing that if someone in the salt mine could rally the entirety of humankind against them, it would undoubtedly be Gandalf. Therefore, they must conceal from him the situation regarding the incursion of the Grey Geese and the fact that their own camp was currently lacking in military strength. However, what the leader of the flock truly wished to keep hidden was their secret plan for invasion. The leader recalled his brother's last conversation during a visit to the salt mine camp. "Are we planning to open another salt mine?" "Indeed, not only with human slaves working the extraction but also involving the prairie folk." "Why?" "Isn't I am managing things quite well." "Well, she's managing too well. Consider this. If this camp were to be rid of you and me, would the salt output diminish?" "Of course not." "Then what if she were gone?" "That would surely throw our Grey Geese into disarray, but everyone obeys her orders. Thus, I must venture southward. You think my journey to the south is merely to contend with that Maine wolf?" "No, I intend to hold him in check and sweep through the territories of his vassals. This way, I could acquire at least 70 or 80 spellcasters. Facing the Dragon Lord Rod and the noble lords of Galloping Horse would yield at least 50 spellcasters. Is that even sufficient?" "Of course not. Additionally, those spellcasters I have sold to various smaller tribes over the years. Now, with their tribesmen following us in a battle, their slaves must be sold to us as well, which accounts for another 100 people. We also have 30 of our own." You have it all planned out?" "Yes. Over the years, that mage and that woman have transformed the humans in the salt mine into a single tribe. Eliminating conflicts among them, they will inevitably clash with us. Thus, we must establish another human camp that does not align with them, allowing them to conflict amongst themselves. Only by fostering continuous strife within humanity can we remain at ease." Chapter 57. The camp before the salt caravan in the early morning. The salt mine barbarian camp prepared its pack animal transport team, with each beast laden with large frames holding 4 sacks of salt. The journey from the salt mine to the encampment is not far. Yet the path is treacherous. Hence, the barbarians opt not for carts, but rather for pack animals to bear their burdens. Upon exiting the valley to the southwest of the encampment, a dense thicket looms ahead. Just days prior, Neil had intercepted Wendy and her companions on the opposite side of this very wood. The trees here are not particularly tall, yet the barbarians have hesitated to disturb them, as they provide cover for the valley's entrance, concealing their most lucrative trade route. Now, this thicket serves as a shroud for Lante. Leading the expedition is a trusted confidant of the barbarian chief, who must remain at the encampment. Thus, he dispatches his loyal follower to the Grey Goose headquarters. This contingent not only aims to transport salt, but also to bring grain and long-haired sheep back. The transport team traverses the small grove. They find themselves on a downward slope, where the reassuring sight of their encampment comes into view, only to discover The encampment has grown larger, although barbarians are not particularly sensitive to numbers. The sudden appearance of over 1,000 white long-haired sheep is hard to overlook. What is going on? The Pathfinder hesitates. Though he has long hoped for his chief's triumphant return, the notion that the chief could return with 1,000 sheep seems far-fetched. This is troubling. Someone has reached the Grey Goose encampment. We should turn back, speaks Lante, her keen instincts detecting danger. Hurry back. As a non-magic user, Lante finds it challenging to ride a black-scaled steed, thus she relies on a specially designated mount, a large pack animal equipped with a seat reminiscent of the southern elephant saddles from Lante's homeland. What are you saying? How could the encampment be dangerous? Speak further, and I shall slay you. The leader is visibly displeased, for within the tribe, hierarchies exist, and many barbarians harbor resentment towards Lante's near-leader status, as he prepares to strike her. A powerful hand intervenes, her guardian. What do you mean? I am a man of the chief. It matters not who you are. The guard sternly asserts his duty. You shall not lay a hand on Lady Lante. You, the leader huffs. His fury evident, yet he dares not confront the guard and settles for a few angry shouts. However, to preserve his pride, he resolves to lead his team towards the encampment, convinced that the plethora of sheep signifies the chief's victorious return. Thus, he believes he must hasten to the encampment. From behind his mask, Lante observes the barbarian contingent continuing on their way, feeling relieved. Surely, these fellows have spotted his flock. In truth, Lante himself had not anticipated that the salt mine would proactively send salt to the encampment. Earlier that morning, during a lull, he donned a mask and unexpectedly witnessed a group of barbarians exiting the valley. Promptly, Lante halted the day's nightly training and urgently summoned all knights and cavalry for concealment. This band of barbarians comprises at least 40 individuals. According to Wendy's accounts, each of the two encampments at the salt mine originally boasted around 150 barbarian cavalry, suggesting that the numbers of barbarians and the magic users among the human population within the salt mine are relatively comparable, granting them a significant advantage. However, prior to the Grey Goose's descent, a portion of the cavalry had been withdrawn from the salt mine encampment, and not long ago, the elder priest received word to withdraw more. Currently, the southern encampment harbors barely 80 barbarians, with half of them dispatched to escort the salt. Lante realizes that if he can keep these barbarians outside the salt mine, the entire operation will be under his control. Tempted by the prospect of significant profit, Lante decides to take a bold risk. He orders a message to be conveyed to Neil, instructing him to maneuver his team to flank the transport escort. While he prepares to lead a direct assault on the barbarian transport team, the leader, continuing forward, finds himself less than a kilometer from the encampment. The morning encampment is unusually tranquil, yet with each step, the leader feels an increasing sense of unease and doubt. After covering a few hundred meters, he even turns to glance back at Lante, whose expression conveys a clear message. Fool, do not blame me for your misfortunes. Just as the leader contemplates yielding, the encampment's gates swing open, revealing an individual clad in a priest's robe, mounted on a formidable black-red steed. Is that the elder priest? The leader, having spent considerable time at the salt mine, has not seen the elder priest often. No, it cannot be the elder priest. There is danger. Retreat. Lante nearly shouts. But how can we? We have so many pack animals and salt. Are these beasts more important than our lives? If I lose this cargo, my life is forfeit. The leader insists, panic rising in his voice. Look, they are waving at us. They may not be enemies. Lante, unwilling to argue further, can only silently pray for her survival. As Lante observes the hesitant barbarian group, he hastens forward on horseback, fervently gesturing in hopes of stabilizing the situation. Fortunately, this individual seems genuinely moved by Lante's urgency. The fire steed beneath him gallops swiftly, covering several hundred meters in less than a minute. With the steed's acceleration, the cavalry behind Lante also quickens their pace, dozens of horsemen following suit. Seeing the tide of cavalry approaching, even the dimmest leader realizes they are coming for him, and he can only let out a mighty roar before drawing his blade. Lante, witnessing the barbarian leader brandishing his weapon, feels a sense of relief. This fool, riding a horse yet refusing to accelerate, believes that merely brandishing a blade will suffice. Indeed, mere moments later, Lante collides with the barbarian leader, as the magical sword meets the barbarian's curved blade. The latter is sent flying. Lante does not even make a concerted effort to slay the opponent. A simple shoulder check sends the barbarian leader tumbling from his mount. The transport team comprises barbarians who typically labor alongside the salt workers. Exhausted from toil, Now, they find themselves escorting a load, unaware that they would encounter Lant and his band of warriors. Many barbarians, witnessing the commotion, turn their steeds and flee, while others remain paralyzed, either too shocked to resist or escape. Simply staring as Lant and his entourage approach. Having fought numerous battles, Lant is well acquainted with the reactions of his adversaries. When faced with no resistance, he refrains from initiating an attack. He understands the mindset of these individuals. They are merely foragers on the plains, not sworn enemies. If the leaders wish to duel, let them engage in mutual slaughter. Whoever emerges victorious will command the allegiance of the rest, rendering needless the sacrifice of lives. Of course, some resistance does persist. For instance, Lanaya's guards stand firm in front of her, only to be swept aside by the rushing fire steed. No. Do not kill me. I know nothing. Lanaya, pale-faced, stammers as Lant draws near, desperately hoping to be overlooked. Yet she is mistaken. How can you know nothing? You are the actual manager of the salt mine and this encampment. If you know nothing, then the entire encampment is in ignorance. Would you not agree? Lady Lanaya Zonglong. Chapter 58. Breaking into the salt mine. The leader of the transport team, a trusted aide of the salt mine's chief, had not anticipated that the transportation task would proceed so smoothly. What was originally slated as a full day's endeavor, delivering salt to the encampment in the morning and returning with grain in the afternoon, was accomplished in mere hours. By early afternoon, he was already leading the transport team back, but on the outbound journey, he had brought 35 barbarian magic users, most of whom were from the salt production rooms. On the return, he rode with 40. Also mounted magic users, all seasoned warriors from recent battles. In short, the leader, awed by Lant's formidable display of power, willingly became a guide, agreeing to lead Lante's selection of 20 knights and 20 cavalry, exchanging food supplies for the pack animals, and even adding 5 more pack animals, as Lanaya had informed him that the salt mine's grain supply was running low and needed replenishment, this urgency being the very reason for dispatching the transport team. Lante surmised that since the salt mine was hastily sending out a grain transport team, his own people delivering the grain should be warmly welcomed, right? To prevent any unforeseen events. Lante also arranged for Neil and the Grey Hound to each take 20 cavalry to remain concealed in the woods, ready to provide support. Lady Lanaya, when do you think the barbarians in the salt mine will discover our presence? Lante inquired, taking the place of Lanaya's guard as they made their way back. I do not know. It depends on their wits, she replied. Oh, are their wits sharp? Did you not just deceive them? On their journey, having learned of Lante's self-introduction, Lanaya realized that he was a rising human noble on the plains, commanding a cavalry force of at least 300 men. The 2,000 inhabitants of the salt mine encampment, along with over 200 magic users, would soon fall under this young man's command, yet he certainly spoke at great length. In truth, Lante himself was quite loquacious. He enjoyed conversing with his companions, such as Dogtooth, Neil, and Makoto, and now, with the salt mine in sight, his excitement led to even more chatter. He was eager to uncover the extent of the strength the salt mine could provide him. And thus he engaged Lanaya in conversation throughout the journey. Upon hearing that the transport team had returned, the chief of the salt mine was elated and hurried out to welcome them. Do not panic, my lord, especially do not make any sudden movements, Lante cautioned as he spotted a group of individuals from the salt mine encampment approaching to greet him. The salt mine camp was not akin to the previous one. Lante's greatest concern was not the few dozen barbarians before him, but rather the 200 human magic users lurking behind them. From his brief conversation with Lanaya, Rand had already discerned that there were 5 intermediate knights, 1 intermediate mage, and 1 intermediate priest in the entire camp. This group of talents represented the greatest uncertainty, prompting Rand to insist on a sufficiently powerful team to charge directly into the salt mine, thereby earning the undeniable recognition of both the human and barbarian factions through sheer strength. It must be said that the leader was quite cooperative. From his position behind the leader, Rand observed the barbarian leader's hesitant expression, as if he wished to speak but dared not. As the chief approached with his trusted aide, Zingayakai, the atmosphere shifted when they were still over 300 meters away. Rand realized there was something amiss. The guards behind Lanaya had changed. Lanaya's guards were a special contingent of barbarians tasked not only with her protection, but also with surveilling her. For the past 2 years, these guards had also been responsible for relaying messages between the 2 camps. Thus, before returning to the camp, if entrusted with a message, they would raise their right hand to display the parcel they carried. if there was no message. They would raise their left hand. However, today, this particular guard remained motionless, indicating that he was not a camp guard at all. The chief had already sensed something was off, but at that moment, he was still speculating whether his transport team had been ambushed in the thicket or if the entire Grey Goose camp was in trouble. Quickly, go to the rear and summon all the human spellcasters, and that mage over here, hurry. The chief was unsure which scenario it was, but his first instinct was to rally all those who appeared capable of fighting to bolster his position. After all, the human spellcasters in the Grey Goose and the Salt Mine had become familiar with each other over the years, and if a new force were to charge in, it would likely pose a threat not only to the Grey Goose barbarians, but also to the human spellcasters. Upon hearing the command, the aide immediately turned back towards the camp. Rant, from a distance, spotted someone rushing back to the camp, shouting that something was amiss, and he knew that person must be going to fetch reinforcements. He immediately yelled, "Everyone, charge with me." The 40 cavalrymen suddenly accelerated, and from the distant woods, another 40 emerged, racing towards the salt mine. The chief, upon seeing this group, instinctively realized there were only 80 people in the Grey Goose camp. This is bad. Could the old priest have betrayed the Grey Goose? The chief could not fathom the emergence of a new force on the Galloping Horse Plains, and instead assumed there had been a disturbance within the camp, prompting him to lead a charge back to the salt mine. With a gust of wind beneath his feet, Rant unsheathed his saber, feeling as though the entire world was rapidly retreating behind him. Within less than a minute, he swept past the leading barbarian, and mere seconds later, his saber accurately struck down a barbarian attempting to return to the camp to deliver a message, although the barbarian chief had brought over 20 of his warriors. The battle unfolded rapidly. The chief's desire for combat was weak, and his martial prowess even lower. In Lania's words, this chief led a group of barbarians forsaken by the Grey Goose tribe, sufficient to manage the impoverished human slaves, but lacking any real fighting capability. The majority of the 20 or so barbarians surrendered without a fight, and Rant paid them no mind as he gathered all 80 cavalrymen and unveiled his secret weapon, the Galloping Horse Banner, charging into the Salt Mine Valley. The first to learn of Rant's incursion was the intermediate knight, Kanan Dorse, who was supervising the extraction of brine in a stone house along the riverbed. Inside the stone house, a rudimentary water wheel was in operation, drawing brine through the continuous rotation of its lever. The extracted brine flowed into buckets that needed to be loaded onto carts and taken to a cave located 100 meters away. Both the extraction of brine and the loading of buckets required the labor of human spellcasters, who were nearly all stripped of their clothing within the camp, treated like livestock by the barbarians, in fear that these spellcasters might unite in rebellion against them. What's happening outside? Kanan Dorse, having heard the commotion, took 2 reserve knights with him to investigate, only to be met with a cavalry charge of armored riders entering the premises. Those were the forces lying in ambush in the woods. Kanan, witnessing the first group of 40 cavalrymen rushing towards him, felt certain that a new tribe had emerged to replace the Grey Goose, becoming the new masters of the salt mine. Damn it. Here we go again, Kanan thought, having experienced the rise and fall of his family, knowing that with the ascension of a new power, a purge of the old guard was inevitable at that moment. All he could do was attempt to demonstrate cooperation. Quickly, gather everyone. Something's gone awry. On the western cliff, both humans and barbarians had heard the thunderous gallop of the cavalry and peered out from various openings. Rant dared not enter with only 80 cavalry. His follow-up knights and cavalry were gradually passing through the valley entrance. Those in the valley could see the imposing procession, and at that moment, everyone understood what was unfolding. Make way, make way. Peter Zonlong pushed through the crowd gathered at the cave entrance, witnessing hundreds of cavalrymen streaming into the valley, accompanied by the banner of the Galloping Horse tribe. As he gazed at the flag emblazoned with a black horse, Peter's mind recalled 2 words, Galloping Horse, the insignia of the Galloping Horse family. Then, atop a pack beast, he spotted the true overseer of the salt mine, who was also his nominal wife, Lania Zonlong. Lania remained seated on that pack beast, being led alongside the Galloping Horse banner to the side of a tall cavalryman clad in leather armor, riding a massive black-scaled steed that towered over the nearby horses. In the name of his divine majesty, Rant, mounted and observing that the spellcasters and non-magic users in the salt mine had gathered, bellowed, I, Rant Galloping Horse, Baron, acting, of the Galloping Horse territory in the Kingdom of the Dragon, hereby declare that this land has been reclaimed by my Galloping Horse family. All humans shall henceforth be granted freedom. Galloping horse. The first shout came from Neil. Long live! Long live! Long live the galloping horse! Rant's own cavalrymen instinctively cheered, then began to sing the song of their ancestors, while it appeared that these barbarians were even more jubilant than the slaves in the salt mine. We are free, Cain and Dorse realized. Shouting to the dozens of spellcasters who had just emerged from the stone house, brothers, we are free. Freedom. Long live the galloping horse. The new chorus of cheers gradually echoed from the valley floor into the human caves. Free. Peter stared blankly at the distant Lante. Muttering softly, it seems it's truly upon us, Gandalf remarked, gazing intently at Rant and the galloping horse banner behind him, reminiscent of the group that had aspired to re-establish their nation on the galloping horse plains a millennium ago. Chapter 59. Inside the salt mine, the crowd within the salt mine continued to cheer, but Rant did not pause. To the northeast of the salt mine lay another camp housing over 100 barbarians. Rant, accompanied by his cavalry and knights, pressed forward, preparing to assault the other camp located a few kilometers away, first needing to circumvent several stone houses extracting brine, after which the ground would consist solely of a dry riverbed. The salt mine valley narrowed significantly at both the southwest and northeast entrances, the narrowest point measuring less than 100 meters, while the middle section was relatively wider at 200 meters. The entire valley was barren. Devoid of any vegetation, the western cliff loomed like a colossal stone, while the eastern slope was gentler. As the twin suns ascended from the east, the temperature began to rise. Rant led the cavalry steadily northward. Nearing the northern camp approximately 10 kilometers away from the mountains, they appeared as mere black dots, only the shadows on the ground revealing them to be a group of horsemen within the entire 15-kilometer valley. The main mines and living facilities were concentrated in the southern region, within 2 kilometers of the southern exit, while the northern camp merely guarded the northern exit of the valley. Consequently, the northern camp maintained a tenuous relationship with the salt mine, according to Lante. She was not responsible for the accounts of the northern camp, as they had their own human slaves, their own vassal tribes, and even their own production. Each month, the northern camp supplied coal to the salt mine in exchange for grain and long-haired sheep. Although the ratio of sheep to grain varied monthly, Lante speculated that the northern camp was likely also mining salt near their camp but lacked purification methods, rendering their efforts unsuccessful. Upon Rant's arrival at the northern camp, he discovered that only the elderly and infirm remained. Inquiring of those left behind, he learned that this camp had long since dwindled in numbers, although the northern camp guarded the northern entrance of the valley. Beyond that exit lay another gorge, making the northern entrance merely a westward outlet of the entire gorge that extended over 50 kilometers. Further north lay a coal mine, which served as the primary fuel source for the salt mine. Originally, the northern camp boasted over 100 barbarian cavalrymen, who not only defended the valley, but also attempted to form cavalry units to raid surrounding or northern camps. They had mined the rocks within the mountain in search of coal. But with little success. A month prior, a mining accident had occurred within the mine, resulting in minor casualties among the barbarians. Yet this incident significantly undermined the morale of the camp's inhabitants, leading to a gradual exodus of barbarians. Consequently, just days prior, the number of barbarians remaining in the northern camp had dwindled. This morning, upon witnessing Rant's formidable approach, the barbarians fled in panic, with the most powerful among them, the chief's uncle, hastily mounting one of the few black-scaled horses left in the camp. While Rant was intrigued by the coal mine excavated by the barbarians, he had no time to linger. He instructed Neil to gather all the non-magic users and valuable items, while Rant himself rushed to the main tent, hoping to uncover any sealed magic boxes hidden beneath the chief's main tent. However, Lant was disheartened. The location where the sealed magic box should have been buried had already been excavated, leaving behind an empty pit. 4 hours after Lant stormed into the camp, in the 6th level of the salt mine where the human tribe resided, Lady Lanaya Zonglong, the wife of the former manager of the salt mine. Intermediate Knight Peter Zonglong, and daughter of the esteemed Frostwolf family from Longya City, along with Neil's mother, Mako Frostwolf, and Wendy, the esteemed apprentice of the elder priest of Grey Goose, Lily, were gathered beside a grand bed measuring 4 by 4 meters in the most opulent chamber of the cavern. The original animal skins that adorned the bed were piled to one side, and the bed was now strewn with white sheets of paper. Outside the room, Albert, Rower, and the intermediate knights of the camp stood together. I say, Lanaya, why is our accounting in such disarray? My lord, as a mere non-magic user tasked with managing the accounts of over 2,000 individuals, I consider it a feat that it has not spiraled further out of control. I see. So it is merely taking advantage of the barbarians' lack of numerical skills. You misunderstand. I do not need to exploit their numerical incompetence. I take advantage of the fact that they cannot even count. Indeed. Lant was currently accompanied by all those capable of performing multiplication, scrutinizing the accounts. Upon taking over the camp, Lant immediately sought out Lanaya to verify the inventory list for the entire salt mine. Lanaya promptly produced a list, but upon examination, Lant discovered Lanaya had made errors. Not only was the first document Lanaya presented problematic, but the subsequent third and fourth documents also harbored various issues, ranging from the production of salt to the inventory of food and the income from gold coins, essentially. Every document contained discrepancies. Consequently, Lant inquired of Lanaya why such significant inaccuracies plagued the accounts. Lanaya replied with remarkable candor, "I am generally not proficient at accounting. My strengths lie in managing personnel, not in calculations. The barbarians entrusted me with the accounts because they cannot even recognize numbers. So with such inaccuracies, won't there be issues during the distribution of resources? There are often problems, but the population in the camp remains constant. The food supplies are relatively stable, and the monthly outputs are consistent, so it suffices to distribute an approximate amount of food and deliver a rough quantity of salt each month. But won't the Grey Goose camp conduct audits? I am the one managing the accounts for the Grey Goose as well. Then what if the accounts in the Grey Goose camp are miscalculated, either over or under? They themselves do not comprehend their numbers. If I take a bit more, it's fine, and if I take less, I simply make up for it the following month." Observing Lanaya speak such unreserved truths, Lant was not the only one astonished. Albert, Peter, and Gandalf were equally left speechless, unable to fathom how Lanaya, having managed the finances and resources of two camps, dared to falsify accounts right under the barbarians' noses. Have the spellcasters of the Grey Goose tribe never caught on to any discrepancies? They did conduct an audit once, Lanaya recalled. 2 months ago. The head goose left the camp with some of his men and checked how many suits of iron armor were present in the camp. I provided him with a figure that was 20 sets fewer than the actual number. And then he discovered 32 sets of armor in his own spellcaster's tent. Due to the chaotic accounts throughout the camp, Lant initially intended to conduct a direct inventory of the resources, akin to his previous actions after seizing the barbarian tents, but soon realized that it was entirely impractical to assess the inventory without the accounts in hand. According to the traditional standards of the Dragon Kingdom, a territory boasting over 1,000 non-magic subjects, more than 100 spellcasters, and a knightly order of 50 knights could achieve the status of account. The entire salt mine, however, housed over 2,000 non-magic individuals, more than 200 spellcasters, and 51 intermediate to preparatory knights. Each level of the cavern contained numerous storerooms filled with a plethora of materials, such as animal skins, wood, metal, stone, wax, and cloth, as well as a significant quantity of cooking pots, iron pickaxes, shovels, mine carts, gears, and wires sent by the Imperial Salt and Iron Office to support the operation of the salt mine. Additionally, some alchemical tools, magical scrolls, and rune boards had been preserved within the cavern for quite some time, with varying degrees of organization, some meticulously arranged while others were haphazardly discarded, in other words. Without a fundamental ledger, Lant was scarcely aware of what materials were present. Thus, he gathered all those in the camp who possessed decent arithmetic skills and brought them to Lanaya's chamber, instructing her to compile all the accounts from the camp. Dozens of accounting sheets and inventory lists were spread across Lanaya's bed. While Lant and the young women exchanged glances of bewilderment, Lanaya looked at Lant with her hands outstretched. "My lord, I have been managing accounts for several years, but I am truly unsuited for this task. Perhaps you should find someone else to take over." Chapter 60 Lanaya Zonlong, "My lord, I have been managing accounts for several years, but I am truly unsuited for this task. Perhaps you should find someone else to take over," Lanaya stated, hands outstretched towards Lant. Lant looked at Lanaya with a resigned expression, initially believing he had found a versatile talent, only to realize that another accountant would need to be sought. Peter Zonlong, standing at the doorway, was taken aback by Lanaya's complaints to Lant. In his experience, nobles like Lant rarely tolerated their subordinates throwing in the towel, and he worried that Lant might direct his ire towards him. Meanwhile, Gandalf furrowed his brow. Lanaya, despite her respectful and even fearful demeanor towards Peter, dared to speak so candidly in front of Lant. "Well, you have certainly had your share of hardships." Lant nodded at Lanaya. "This accounting is indeed a challenging task. It is no small feat to deceive the barbarians, isn't it? Lanaya even tilted her head to look at Lante. From now on, you shall manage all personnel matters within the salt mine, as I previously mentioned, distribute tasks according to individual capabilities, and ensure that the children learn to read. During their journey, Lante shared many of his thoughts with Lanaya, who openly acknowledged the numerous gaps in her accounting. She explained that the barbarians had no one more capable of calculations, which was why they had entrusted her with the task. Lanaya preferred to allocate work and manage personnel, a trait stemming from her childhood observations of her father's management of subordinates. 5 years prior, after Gandalf discovered Lanaya, she became the wife of the strongest knight among the human tribe through her marriage to Peter, subsequently facilitating the alliance of the only 3 intermediate knights at that time. Under Gandalf's guidance, Lanaya soon managed the distribution of food and the organization of non-magic users within the salt mine, transforming the previously chaotic situation of over 700 non-magic individuals into a well-ordered system. At your suggestion, the extraction of brine transitioned from the ancient method of using wooden barrels to employing rotating water wheels, while transportation shifted from direct handling by spellcasters to being loaded onto carts. Additionally, the previously treacherous path from the riverbed to the cavern was smoothed out at Lanaya's request, witnessing Lanaya's effective management. The barbarians initially sought to recruit more human spellcasters for balance, but the newly arrived spellcasters quickly aligned themselves with Lanaya's faction, even as the barbarians reduced the food supply for the humans. Lanaya had already stockpiled provisions in many of the caverns, making food storage more feasible with the salt mine at her disposal. 3 years prior, the Grey Goose tribe finally relinquished their opposition, acknowledging Lanaya's privileges within the salt mine, appointing designated guards, and allowing her to oversee the accounts of the Grey Goose camp. Lanaya became the first human to exercise actual governance over this land following the second downfall of the Galloping Horse Kingdom. Of course, Lan understood that Lanaya's ability to manage the salt mine was contingent upon the barbarian social structure's inability to meet the labor organization demands of salt mining. Clearly, a non-magic girl under constant surveillance by the barbarians was a more suitable candidate than handing over management to a human spellcaster. However, Lanaya was evidently not infallible. Her accounting skills paled in comparison to Mako's. To address this accounting dilemma, Lante had summoned all the spellcasting girls, and after an hour of turmoil, they had yet to make sense of the situation. Mako, since Lanaya could not manage the accounts, someone capable must take charge. You shall oversee all accounts. It is evident that this heap of papers cannot provide clarity regarding the finances of the salt mine. You need not concern yourself with this place. Lanaya, you will accompany Mako to inspect the primary storage warehouses, checking for food, weapons, magical scrolls, and alchemical items. Those that are significant, valuable, and easily transportable, record them, and take them away. As for the remaining construction materials and larger equipment, they shall remain here for now. We shall return later, and these items cannot be easily appropriated by ordinary tribes. Understood. As for you, Lanaya, since you wish to relinquish the accounting duties, please arrange a dinner for me shortly, so I may become acquainted with the human inhabitants of the salt mine. That I wish to see how you manage affairs here. It will be my pleasure, my lord. On the journey, Lanaya gleaned Lante's line of thought. He was a rather exceptional lord, not in haste to assert his authority or martial power, for his path was accompanied by battles and duels. Similarly, this lord was not intimidated by the deceit of his subordinates, for he comprehended the accounts better than they did, his reasoning clearer than that of the scholars in the territory. Most importantly, both the barbarians and humans were Lante's subordinates, with each group overseeing the other. Lante's proposal to organize a dinner served as Lanaya's first test. She was acutely aware that she could afford to speak less formally with Lante, but if she failed to orchestrate the meal adequately, she would be relegated to merely being the non-magic spouse of an intermediate knight. In the eyes of Lanaya, a formal dinner should take place in the grand hall of a noble castle, with polished plates and sumptuous dishes before each guest. Even if the current conditions do not meet such standards, there should at least be several courses, although the salt mine is plagued by scarcity. Lante has brought a multitude of long-haired sheep and dozens of cooks, alleviating concerns regarding the main course, and the salt mine is not lacking in pots, stoves, or seasonings. However, Lante's insistence that all leaders among the magic wielders and non-magic users attend, amounting to 500 to 600 individuals, poses challenges for Lanaya. She must consider where to seat them, how to procure enough chairs and tableware, when to commence the meal, how many dishes need to be prepared before serving, and how many can be brought out afterward. Of course, such tasks do not daunt her, for she has numerous assistants throughout the camp, and many are willing to help in the kitchen. Nevertheless, Lante must temper her expectations, allowing most of the magic wielders to dine on the ground in a rustic feast by the campfire. The mid-level knights, priests, and Rant's close retainers will dine separately in a cave or the barbarian encampment. From the moment Rant issued his demands, 30 fire pits were set up outside the cave, and 10 large pots, originally intended for boiling salt, simmered with lamb stew. Additionally, 30 medium-sized pots were filled with wild vegetables, starches, sausages, and dried monster meat. At a relatively large chamber in the cave was temporarily transformed into a dining area. Equipped with 20 illuminated rune plates, specialized medium cooking pots, tables, and utensils, Lante even consulted with Albert to ascertain Rant's closest confidants, discovering that Rant had a particular affinity for non-magic users like Shinshin. Adjacent to the main dining hall, a smaller room was designated for Rant to enjoy meals with non-magic users. As evening fell, all 30 fire pits were ignited simultaneously, with medium-sized pots placed over the flames. Beside each fire pit sat a large basket filled with freshly baked bread. The large pots of lamb stew were concentrated at the western cave entrance, with racks set up beside them, where 3 male non-magic users ladled out soup. Each magic wielder first filled their bowl with the lamb stew before proceeding to dine by the fire, since Lante began organizing dinner in the afternoon. Rant had instructed everyone around him to heed Lante's arrangements, then leisurely wandered off to inspect the large pots in the salt workshop, the supplies in the cave, and to observe Lante directing the bustling non-magic users. Quite impressive, Rant remarked, watching Lante orchestrate the non-magic users as they served soup to all the aspiring knights, barbarian cavalry, and magic wielders. What do you find impressive? Albert questioned, unable to comprehend Rant's interest in a non-magic user. Rant, having frequently cooked for friends in his previous life, recognized that the larger the gathering, the greater the challenge of organization. Lante, it seemed, was a capable woman making the best of a meager situation. Chapter 61. The Test. Esteemed guests, this is our first dinner since joining the Galloping Horse. I am aware that your previous meals have been unsatisfactory, as the Grey Goose deliberately reduced our provisions. Rest assured, the Galloping Horse family will utterly vanquish the Grey Goose tribe, a reckless and greedy scourge of the plains, restoring order to the entire Galloping Horse prairie. Please, eat to your heart's content. Do not be shy. As the sun gradually set, the magic wielders took their seats, and Rant, accompanied by the mid-level knights, mages, and ascetics from the salt mine, along with Albert, Neil, Roll, and Canine Tooth, moved between the cavalry and the recently rescued magic wielders to offer comfort and reassurance. Rant knew his words lacked sophistication, merely improvised pleasantries. The magic wielders from the salt mine, accustomed to sporadic meals, were keen to enjoy this rare feast without Rant's presence interrupting their enjoyment. So he made a brief circuit before retreating into the cave. Once Rant departed, the atmosphere indeed became more lively. The barbarian troops in the right camp began to sing, while Rant's subordinates in the left camp joined in as well. The scene resembled the song sessions from Rant's military training in his previous life. A lively ambience he had endeavored to cultivate after each victory, now resonating with the newly joined magic wielders. Particularly, 2 songs sung among the barbarians were simple and easy to learn, allowing many of the salt mine knights to hum along after just one hearing. Rant and Albert partook in their first proper meal since arriving at the Galloping Horse prairie. The wooden table, measuring 15 meters in length and 2 meters in width, was adorned with exquisite candle holders. Rant and his companions enjoyed specially prepared mushroom soup, roasted lamb chops, monster meat and wild vegetable stew pies, pan-seared pack beast ribs, and steamed water arrow fish with herbs, concluding with wild goose egg pudding for dessert. Rant savored the mushroom soup, which had been cultivated in the caves. During the barbarians' reduction of supplies, Lante had led the non-magic users in constructing a mushroom-growing cave using the decayed wood from the storeroom. Meanwhile, Peter and Gandalf, locals of the salt mine, were astonished by the formidable hunting capabilities of Rant's cavalry, which provided a relatively ample supply of monster resources. Those seated at this table included Rant's core personnel and the mid-level magic wielders from the salt mine. Even Shinshin and Lante could not squeeze onto this table and instead dined in an adjacent hall designated for non-magic users. The few women at the dining table were magic wielders like Wendy. Rant needed to swiftly win over the human backbone of the salt mine, as the mid-level knights sought to align themselves with this ambitious young lord. The old mage wished to learn more about Rant and thus inquired with Wendy about him. Rant, on the other hand, aimed to cultivate Wendy, believing that her sensitivity to magic foretold a promising future. However, there were no mages under Rand's command to guide her, leading to a collaboration with Gandalf, who would take Wendy and 5 other magic wielders who had broken through their bloodlines as his apprentices. Additionally, he intended to teach the 4 previous apprentices of the Eagle Priest, Little Red Sparrow, Autumn Grass, and Little Knife Handle, basic magical knowledge, as they could perceive the flow of magical runes. Finally, as the greatest secret of the temporary encampment, Wendy and the others were granted the freedom to operate within the camp under the auspices of mid-level mage Gandalf. Rand was thoroughly satisfied with this meal and made his way to the adjacent area where the non-magic users were dining, raising a toast to all, including Lanaya.in. Rand's camp. There was no shortage of alcohol, most was milk wine. And after conquering the medium and large camps, some grape and wheat beers remained, popular commodities following the recent frequent exchanges between the barbarians and humans. However, Rand himself was not much of a drinker, and thus others refrained from indulging during dinner. To everyone's surprise, Rand summoned Lanaya to his room on the 6th floor after the meal. However, after approximately 20 minutes, Rand emerged, appearing indifferent to Lanaya's quarters. He had specifically arranged for his luxurious carriage and opulent tent that afternoon. Regarding the damp cave with disdain, amidst the speculation of the others, Lanaya departed the next day, mounted on her designated pack beast and escorted by 10 cavalrymen. Leaving the encampment behind, Rand held a deep appreciation for Lanaya's organizational abilities, thus entrusting her with 2 challenges, one of which involved orchestrating the entire camp's migration to the south in a few days. Before embarking, Lanaya needed to visit the Grey Goose encampment, as Rand's primary population, pack beasts, and finances remained there. It was impractical to mobilize all 3,000 of Rand's subordinates to relocate, but for Lanaya to facilitate the southward migration. She needed to familiarize herself with Rand's existing resources. As Lanaya departed, Rand was busy touring various caves and salt extraction facilities within the salt mine. Rand had always enjoyed factory tours in his previous life. The current salt mine, while merely a handcrafted workshop in terms of brine extraction, bore semblance to a large-scale factory in salt boiling and production. Particularly noteworthy were the large iron salt pots provided by the Empire's Salt and Iron Bureau, with the largest standing 6 meters tall and the medium at 2 meters. All were flat-bottomed, round-mouthed, and hemispherical in design, featuring sleek upper walls with 2 handles. The lower halves were adorned with a dozen magical runes, ensuring more even heating during the cooking process, rendering them sturdier and more durable. How many of these large pots are there? Rand inquired. There are over 50 of the medium-sized ones and more than 40 large ones, replied a barbarian blacksmith, the most knowledgeable about these pots in the salt mine. Rand caressed an empty large pot, a glint of greed in his eyes. Truly magnificent, he remarked, tapping it. I see this pot isn't particularly thick. Is it? Do not be deceived by its thinness. The craftsmanship is exceptional, and it contains a significant amount of magic-conducting metal. Observe these runes. They were crafted by a legendary rune master. Such pots cannot be produced even in the Dragon Kingdom, replied Kuria, fondly tracing the magical runes on the pot and preparing to elaborate on their functions. You seem quite familiar with this pot, Rand noted. Of course. When the Salt and Iron Bureau delivered this batch of pots, they sent along a dwarven rune priest of mage leveled. I shared quite a few meals with him to learn the maintenance techniques for the cooking pots, the barbarian blacksmith said proudly. Quite remarkable. I see few magic wielders in the plains who share your interest in such matters, Rand observed. Those barbarians, aside from eating, fighting, and sleeping, can hardly engage in anything else. Kuria dismissed his kin with disdain. Do not let my appearance fool you. My father is of mixed barbarian and dwarven heritage, while my mother is human. As Kuria followed Rand, he recounted his lineage. I simply stand tall. Take a look at my beard and my hands. They are just like those of a dwarf. Wendy, nearby, could not contain her laughter. Rand could hardly endure the loquacious blacksmith. So he shifted the topic. Calliogan, are there still wagons in the salt mine capable of transporting these large cauldrons? Wagons. Indeed, these cauldrons cannot possibly be carried by the men themselves, can they? Certainly not. I am unsure how these cauldrons are transported among the human tribes. But once we enter the galloping plains, we primarily rely on ships for transport. Near the salt mine, there is indeed a convoy of freight wagons, approximately 30 in number, though most have been taken by the Salt Iron Bureau, leaving only a few behind due to broken axles or damaged magical rune plates. Excellent. Can you repair these wagons? They do not need to be as good as new. Just dismantle the two in the worst condition and use their parts to restore the others. Rand also intended to test this barbarian blacksmith. Are you planning to transport all these cauldrons? No need to take them all. With so many of us now, we must bring some cauldrons for cooking. That should be possible. I will discuss it with Master Gandalf. You should first pull out those wagons, clean them up, and see which ones are usable. Then, let us see how many we can assemble. Chapter 62. The Possessors of Magic in the Salt Mine. I am Peter Frostwolf. May the Divine Emperor bear witness. I pledge eternal loyalty to Lord Rand Galloping. To be your sword and shield. Please accept my fealty. I am Canondorse. May the Divine Emperor bear witness. I pledge eternal loyalty to Lord Rand Galloping. To be your sword and shield. Please accept my fealty. I am Loon White Heron. I am Alfart. I am Nidlin Wilson. In the chamber of Lanaya, 5 mid-ranking knights swore allegiance to Rand. They had specifically requested Rand to come to this most opulent room within the cave, where Albert, Neil, Roll, and other knights of the Rand family witnessed their collective oath. Observing the 5 mid-ranking knights kneeling before him, Rand's heart surged with emotion. From the very first day he arrived in this world, he became a lord, yet it was also from that moment that he was forced to abandon his territory, trampled by both barbarians and magical beasts. After much hardship, he had finally entered the Galloping Plains and found a brief respite. Yet he still had to masquerade as a small tribe, constantly wary of the Grey Goose tribe's main force returning to the plains, and remaining cautious before every offensive. Today, however, with 5 mid-ranking knights pledging loyalty to him, accompanied by dozens of knights and 200 possessors of magic, Rand had now attained strength comparable to that of a count. He no longer had to fear the main force of the Grey Goose. He understood that from this moment forth, defeating the Grey Goose's main force was no longer a matter of survival, but a means to establish his rightful dominion over the entire Galloping Plains. I accept your loyalty, noble knights. As you are aware, my lineage descends from the royal family of the Galloping Kingdom, the natural rulers of the Galloping Plains. Not only have I rescued all the human possessors of magic south of the Galloping River, but I have also garnered the loyalty of most of the barbarian tribes. I shall lead my family back to the Galloping Plains and restore the glory of our ancestors. Before that, however, I need to guide all the possessors of magic in the salt mines southward and eliminate the remnants of the Grey Goose tribe. As you wish, we shall follow in your footsteps. The 5 knights bowed in respect. The knights behind Rand were equally stirred by the sight, especially Albert, in his mind. The best outcome of this expedition to the Galloping Plains was to return to the Northwest Territory and seize the title of Viscount of the Rot Territory, restoring the Galloping family to its former era. Yet, Rand had only taken a little over a month to surpass the strength of a count, and now he could hunt in the Galloping Plains, allowing the family to reclaim the glory of a century ago. In the room, Rand conversed with the mid-ranking knights to understand their circumstances prior to arriving at the salt mine. Peter Frostwolf, Canondorse, and Loon White Heron were all from the Dragon Kingdom, previously captains of Count or Marquis knightly orders, exiled to the salt mine due to failures and past power struggles. Alfart and Nidlin Wilson hailed from the human inland, having wandered between various human nations due to internal family strife, ultimately ending up in the salt mine encampment. The 3 local knights had once brushed against the threshold of becoming high-ranking knights, but had been exiled before they could break through, resulting in their combat prowess declining to that of ordinary mid-ranking knights due to malnutrition. Alf and Nidlin, on the other hand, had reached the limits of their potential, yet their years of wandering had endowed them with rich combat and adventure experiences, making them formidable in real battles against the local knights. Among the 5 mid-ranking knights in the salt mine, the most noteworthy was Peter Frostwolf, a member of the Frostwolf family. Peter was a distant nephew of the current Count Frostwolf, being the cousin of Fernando Frostwolf. Upon Rand's inquiry, Peter admitted that he had been exiled due to frequent smuggling activities with the barbarians, having been reported by the Blue Dragon family in the royal capital. The Blue Dragon family, as local agents of the Salt Iron Bureau, targeting him indicated that Peter's smuggling business was closely related to the Bureau's main operations. Rand even speculated that Peter, having once brushed against the rank of high-ranking knight, had been groomed by the Count as the most promising young member of the family, which led to him being entrusted with such a lucrative smuggling venture. Peter had indeed fulfilled the old Count's financial mission splendidly, but his exceptional performance had drawn the ire of the monopolistic authorities, and the Count, unable to withstand the pressure from above, chose to sacrifice Peter. Of course, these were merely Rand's conjectures, considering the Count family's limited resources. It was possible they were making room for the eldest son. Peter did not disclose the true reason for his exile, and Rand, respecting his dignity, refrained from pressing further. However, the two soon mentioned Lanaya. And Peter, surprisingly, expressed his intention to offer Lanaya as a gift to Rand as a token of loyalty. Growing up in an era of equality, Rand harbored a deep-seated disdain for the possessors of magic's arrogance and their commodification of kin. However, he felt powerless to change this, unwilling to conform to such trends. Lanaya is an excellent manager and your wife. You should cherish your time together. Rand firmly rejected Peter's suggestion, internally adding that Lanaya might even look down on him for his low rank. Rand announced to the 5 knights that he would lead all possessors of magic and cavalry from the salt mine southward to engage in a decisive battle against the remnants of the Grey Goose tribe, urging them to make all necessary preparations. Rand understood that while these 5 mid-ranking knights were the leaders of the human faction in the salt mine, they lacked combat prowess, as most possessors of magic had been miners for several years. Their skills in horsemanship and swordsmanship having deteriorated significantly, they were in urgent need of equipment and nourishment. Fortunately, Rand had accumulated a substantial amount of gear, horses, and long-haired sheep, so the first task assigned to the mid-ranking knights was to rearm themselves. Ensuring that all junior and low-ranking knights, as well as the stronger possessors of magic, received iron armor and weapons and began to resume their horseback training. Naturally, once training commenced, all possessors of magic had to be relocated to an encampment outside the salt mine, as the narrow terrain within the mine was unsuitable for coordinating the practice of several hundred cavalry. According to Rand's instructions, the primary possessors of magic in the salt mine would gradually relocate to the Grey Goose encampment outside the mine within 5 days, with knights being prioritized for movement to train alongside Rand's original knights. The remaining possessors of magic would assist the non-possessors in moving their belongings, once the knights had sufficiently regained their riding skills. The possessors of magic would join the training, as their role within the knightly formations was primarily to bolster morale. My lord, this is my brother, Mace Frostwolf. He was once the guardian knight of our family's merchant caravan. Thank you for rescuing him, Jinshin Frostwolf said as she led a junior knight into the room. This junior knight bore a resemblance to Jinshin, appearing as though his features had fully matured, with an aged visage akin to Neil's. Mace Frostwolf pledges loyalty to Lord Rand Galloping. May the divine emperor bear witness. I wish to be your sword and shield. Mace spoke with great reverence. Typically, such a scene would not warrant an allegiance from a knight of his modest rank. Yet he had never anticipated that his biological sister would find him and reveal that she and her nephew Neil were both devoted subordinates of Rand, and that Jinshin would willingly introduce her brother to Rand. Very well, I accept your loyalty. I have heard that you were the guardian knight of your family's merchant caravan before arriving here. Indeed. My lord, that I specialized in the trade route from the Galloping Plains to the royal capital. If you require assistance with the royal trade route, I shall not hesitate. Excellent. That is precisely what I wish to hear. This salt mine is now mine, and we will certainly need to sell salt to the Dragon Kingdom via the inland route. This is not smuggling. I will establish a formal production and sales agreement with the Salt Iron Bureau. Yes, I will serve you, my lord. Rand was immensely pleased. The abundance of possessors of magic in the salt mine brought with them a greater variety of talent. After all, being marginalized by their families indicated that they possessed some merit. Having achieved success in certain endeavors. Chapter 63. The possessors of magic in the salt mine 2-inch, we pledge our loyalty to Lord Rand. May the divine emperor bear witness, becoming your sword and shield. As Lante descended to the 5th level accompanied by the intermediate knights, the remaining novice knights and squire apprentices in the salt mine collectively pledged their allegiance to him. This spectacle was, of course, orchestrated by the 5 intermediate knights. Nonetheless, witnessing the collective loyalty of dozens stirred profound emotions within Lante. I am willing to accept the loyalty of each knight. I have already spoken with several intermediate knights, and I shall now lead you all out of the salt mine to engage in a decisive battle against the Grey Goose tribe. This requires you to intensify your training in horsemanship and swordsmanship to establish new merits for my Bunma family and the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, Lante surveyed the knights' quarters, while Gandalf and Wendy engaged in hushed conversation at the rear of the group. Having participated in numerous crystal battles, their physiques had grown increasingly robust, and their senses had sharpened. Yet, the discourse between Gandalf and Wendy seemed to be shielded by magic. Lord Lante, the ascetic late Dolina approached from a distance, calling out to Lante. Within the salt mine, Both late Dolina and Gandalf Merlin held transcendent statuses, having voluntarily come to the mine to either serve as healers or mentors for the mine's management. Now that Lante had resolved to evacuate everyone from the salt mine, the decision regarding the fate of these two could only be made by them. Thus, Lante had been awaiting their responses since the previous day. "I hear you intend to take everyone away from here," the ascetic inquired. "Indeed. They have been enslaved here in the salt mine. Now that I have liberated them, I shall protect them, and they should follow me into battle." "I see, my lord. May I continue to accompany your party?" Lante grasped the ascetic's intentions. As the sole divine practitioner among the human populace in the salt mine, he did not wish to part ways with these individuals. For Lante, having a capable divine practitioner with a straightforward background as a healer in his ranks was desirable, yet he remained uncertain about the depth of late Dolina's connections. "That would be splendid. My territory welcomes you at any time. However, my party is preparing to march southward to confront the Grey Goose tribe, and military expeditions differ from life in the salt mine, with various regulations and requirements for camp setup and breakdown. You would be a guest in my camp. I would not impose labor upon you alongside other magic wielders, but I hope you will adhere to the camp's regulations." Lante instinctively considered a refusal, uncertain of the ascetic's true nature. However, based on the accounts of others, Lante was indeed recognized as a divine practitioner by the Temple Alliance, capable of receiving responses from a deity through his prayers. He feared that his own background might be disclosed to a deity by this ascetic, leading to his abduction by a paladin for experimentation or worse. Yet, he refrained from voicing his initial refusal as a Night Lord. Outright rejecting a divine practitioner would be highly inappropriate. Rather than denying him, it was more prudent to grant conditional permission. "Additionally, I have a small request. There are some children here who previously studied under the barbarian priests and possess a foundational understanding of divine service and rituals. I would appreciate it if you could impart some relevant knowledge to them when you have the time. Of course, I have met Wendy and the others before. They all possess the potential of advanced practitioners, and I would be glad to teach them." Lante felt elated at the prospect of remaining in the camp. The 5th level was occupied by novice knights' caves, with each novice knight having a relatively spacious cave as both a residence for themselves and their families. To Lante's surprise, although the 5th level felt somewhat cramped, it was not dirty or chaotic. It resembled the student dormitories of Lante's hometown, with several communal bathrooms and washing areas on the entire floor. These rooms featured drainage systems and ventilation rune panels to facilitate the basic functions of indoor latrines and sinks. Each knight's chamber was equipped with heating rune panels and water-collecting rune panels, meeting their fundamental needs for drinking and boiling water. According to several knights, the infrastructure and magical rune panels in the caves were all designed and created by Gandalf. Previously, the conditions for humans in the salt mine had been dire. Only magic wielders could sleep on the first level of the caves, while the upper levels lacked lighting and plumbing, serving merely as storage. Non-magic wielders had to sleep outside the caves. After Gandalf arrived at the salt mine, he personally surveyed every cave within, delineated the spaces, and ultimately designed and crafted all facilities and rune arrays. However, when living quarters became available, the human populace did not immediately move in. Instead, they splintered into factions, vying for control under the temptation of housing. If not for the presence of a barbarian tribe at the mine's entrance, they would surely have engaged in a deadly struggle. Recognizing the issues among the humans, Gandalf sought out Lante to negotiate an alliance with Peter Zonlong, guiding Peter to reach a compromise with all the intermediate knights within the salt mine, thereby forming the most stable alliance within the salt mine encampment. Before entering the salt mine, Lante had been intrigued by Gandalf, whose name suggested a valiant melee mage. However, upon meeting him, Gandalf did not exude the formidable presence one might expect from such a name, at least. He was not clad in a pure white robe topped with a pointed hat. Nevertheless, in Lante's eyes, Gandalf remained a wise elder, his pure white hair styled into a bun at the back of his head. His demeanor kind yet resolute, with a streak of white goat's beard adorning his chin. Were it not for the mage's sky-blue eyes and long nose, Lante might have mistaken him for a Taoist priest. "Mr. Mage." Before continuing downstairs, Lante called out to Gandalf, "Would you care to accompany us southward?" Not just one but several individuals, including Peter, Lante, and Wendy, had mentioned that Gandalf was an intermediate mage, primarily because he could only cast 5 spells consecutively, followed by a lengthy cooldown period. However, They all agreed that Gandalf's knowledge and insights far surpassed those of an ordinary intermediate mage. Deus, a former squad leader of the Night Order, Peter believed that even high-ranking mages loyal to Count Zonlong could not match Gandalf's experience and magical knowledge. Lord Lant, I shall accompany you and your army southward, but please forgive me, as I have certain personal matters to attend to in Lanya City and cannot follow you continually. Of course, you are a guest in our camp, and you may leave at any time. Thank you for your generosity. Mage, can you inscribe runes for fortification, sharpness, or other enhancements on weapons and armor? Lan inquired. Oh, you wish for me to inscribe runes on your armor? Yes. Just now Jinshin informed me that some caves contain mithril engraving tools for rune inscription. I can assist you with that, but you must provide the magical ink yourself, as it needs to be refined from specific magical plants. When you came here? When I arrived, I brought some magical ink with me, so inscribing everyday runes here should not be difficult. I see. Lant felt a twinge of regret. To have such a rune-creating mage at hand, yet be unable to craft rune-imbued equipment. However, I can teach Wendy the inscribing techniques. Once you acquire the ink, she can create 200 sets for you. Gandalf jested, teasing Wendy. Teacher, that would be splendid. Wendy, you must study diligently. Our territory's income will rely on you in the future, Lant chuckled. Chapter 64. The Earth Veins and the Non-Magic Wielders. The fourth level of the salt mine caves housed primarily the quarters of ordinary magic wielders. Each room here was smaller, typically accommodating 2 to 4 magic wielders. With 2 larger rooms featuring communal sleeping arrangements for over a dozen individuals that A.S. Lant walked along, he suddenly experienced a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of patrolling student dormitories in school that he had to admit that. Despite the less-than-ideal conditions on this level, the arrangement of rooms and spatial layout were quite reasonable. Considering the height of the magic wielders, the ceiling of the 4th level was approximately 3 meters, lower than that of the 5th and 6th levels. Each 4-person room closely resembled the layout of Lance's former school dormitory. However, there were virtually no windows, making it difficult for Lance to comprehend how such fortuitously arranged caves could exist within a mountain over 100 meters high. This was no mere cave. It was akin to a specially excavated dormitory. Indeed, it has been specially excavated, Lord Lant, Gandalf replied with a smile when Lant inquired. Not only the rooms you see, but even the pools of water. The drainage systems for the latrines and the positioning of the rune panels were all pre-planned. After my arrival, I merely inscribed the runes without adding any new functionalities. What? Lant was momentarily puzzled. You don't suppose this salt mine was discovered and exploited by the barbarians? Do you? The mining history of this entire area spans thousands of years. This cave has served as accommodations for miners in the salt mine for centuries. That explains the remarkable arrangement, Lant realized. But wait. How much magical crystal is required to operate all these runes? None are needed. Do you believe that the human magic wielders, treated as laborers, possess their own magical crystals? Gandalf explained. This pertains to the knowledge of the magical web, which you may not be familiar with. It is not surprising. As far as I know, even the Magical Academy in Lanya City does not teach this kind of knowledge. The magical web is generally understood to refer to a sort of interconnection of magical elements across the world, where magical elements in air, water, and soil interact, forming macroscopic patterns of fluctuation. Generally speaking, the fluctuations of the magical web are typically steady and gradual, however, within the soil, as one delves deeper into the strata below. Various magical elements exhibit different concentrations at distinct depths. When geological changes occur within a layer, a significant disparity in magical concentration can manifest at the same depth, potentially resulting in a sudden release of massive magical energy or a slow, fixed release of a smaller quantity of magical energy. Scholars of magic refer to such terrains capable of releasing immense magical energy as ley lines, which are often situated atop volcanic or mineral-rich landscapes. The energy contained within these ley lines is vast, with its formation and release measured in millennia, thus rendering them akin to natural reservoirs of magical energy, according to Gandalf's explanation, as far back as several centuries ago. The ley lines beneath the salt mines were discovered and harnessed. All magical and alchemical devices within this cavern operate on energy released from the ley line, which first accumulates in a heating pool on one level before being distributed to various rooms across the different layers. Are there other caverns like this on the mountain? Ran inquired, recalling that the barbarian encampment to the north of the salt mines had also excavated the surrounding mountains. curious whether those barbarians were acting on a whim or continuing to develop existing mines. I believe you are referring to the encampment to the north. Correct? Gandalf understood Rant's line of thought. Indeed, there are caverns there as well. I have visited them before, but they lack salt mines and thus have not been utilized. I see. Rant contemplated, finding the situation reminiscent of geothermal energy back home. Albeit geothermal energy requires a boiler to convert thermal energy into mechanical energy, whereas here, the ley line's inherent magical energy is directly harnessed, which is certainly more convenient. So, if a large ley line were to be found, it would be possible to construct a city. Certainly, most major cities are established atop ley lines. Oh, I see. For a fleeting moment, Rant felt something amiss, but as the entire party was about to descend, he chose not to continue the discussion with Gandalf. The third and second levels of the salt mine serve as residential spaces for the non-magic users. The third level primarily accommodates children, skilled individuals, and staff, with a relatively small population, whereas the second level houses laborers in greater numbers. In both the second and third levels, the corridors are approximately 4 to 5 meters high, with living quarters divided into 2 levels, allowing for more residents than on the third level. There are 3 halls, one of which is notably spacious and utilizes the geological space at the top of the cave for lighting, creating a remarkably bright atmosphere. According to Gandalf's introduction, these halls serve various purposes: classrooms for the children, a meeting room for the administrators, and a sanctuary where the ascetics lead the non-magic users in prayer. In the well-lit hall, Rand encountered several non-magic users responsible for managing the salt mine: Monhiki, Diaf, Mick, Gialge, among others, whom he had met during dinner the previous evening. These individuals assist Lanya in overseeing the salt mine. Having effectively managed over 2,000 non-magic users in the past few years, they resembled the stewards from the barbarian encampment, having been local stewards and scholars plundered after barbarian raids on human territories. Possessing profound knowledge and practical experience in territorial management, which they resumed upon arriving at the salt mine, Rant was acutely aware that he would soon lead the knights away from the main camp to confront the Grey Geese, and that the future management of all non-magic users in the camp would rely on Lanya's endurance. Thus, he could not diminish her authority in front of her assistants. Lady Lanya introduced me to all of you yesterday. In the future, I shall lead everyone back to the Dragon Kingdom, and I will need your assistance in ensuring the smooth operation of the camp along the way. Rant sought to clarify Lanya's position. Rest assured, once we return to the dragon, there will be over 3,000 subjects in my territory, necessitating a multitude of talents like yours. As long as you are willing to work earnestly, I shall not treat you unfairly. Yes, my lord, the stewards affirmed, and Gandalf then summoned several children. My lord, allow me to introduce. This is Lima Zongtua, this is Lien Hailey, and this is Ninon Vaya. You have already met their brother, all of whom are magic users or knight apprentices. They were literate before their arrival and have been assisting Lanya with various accounts and documents in the salt mine. Excellent. Let them handle the documentation. You all shall continue to follow Lanya. Mako, you should also teach them accounting. Yes, my lord. Chapter 65. The Magic Furnace, Storehouse, and Mysterious Rooms. If the room layouts of the intermediate knights on the 6th level of the cavern resemble hotel suites from Rant's homeland, the 5th and 4th levels are akin to school dormitories, the 3rd level resembling a military barracks from Rant's past. The 2nd level, where the salt workers reside, is entirely akin to communal living quarters, resembling pigsties, with the air within the room being exceedingly foul. This odor stirred up particularly unpleasant memories for Rant, and he found himself greatly admiring the ascetic, Light, who was willing to reside on the 2nd level, sharing living quarters and meals with numerous salt workers. Rant casually inspected 2 rooms before descending to the 1st level of the cavern, eager to learn how the energy from the ley line was transformed into thermal energy for boiling salt in the workshop after hearing Gandalf's explanation about ley lines. This is the magic energy furnace. It has been here for quite some time. It remained inactive until after Gandalf the Mage arrived, and it took several months of repairs before it could be reactivated. Inside a medium-sized room on the 1st level of the cavern, Rant beheld the magic energy furnace that piqued his curiosity. The room housing the furnace was quite peculiar, featuring a stone door that could open automatically through magic. Upon entering, one would notice that the walls, ceiling, and floor of the room were exceptionally smooth. The only other features in the room were a cylindrical furnace, 6 meters high, with one end embedded in the ground, and a magical array emanating a blue glow. centered around the furnace and extending from the floor to the surrounding walls, even reaching the ceiling. You managed to reactivate this furnace? Truly remarkable. This furnace is not a creation of humankind. I could only restore a fraction of its functionality. The current state of the furnace is a result of repairs conducted by the personnel from the Salt and Iron Bureau 4 years ago. So this furnace connects the ley line to all the rooms within the cavern. It is likely more than that, in addition to the ley line and the rooms. This furnace should also connect to more facilities, though currently, only the workshop and the rooms within the cavern remain operational. How astonishing, Rant expressed. Yet inwardly he pondered how the human race had been driven from the galloping plains by the orcs. Could it be that they had arrived piloting mechanical constructs? The first and second levels not only housed workshops, but also numerous natural caverns serving as the storage facilities for the entire salt mine. Following Rant's request, Albert and Mako led a team to verify the valuable and usable items within several large caves according to Lanya's inventory. Based on Albert's preliminary search, the cavern contained dozens of natural storage chambers, stocked with everything from large boiling pots for salt, various tools, fuel, rune boards, magical beast hides and bones, to inedible salted meats. Almost everything one could imagine. Under the joint efforts of Wendy and Albert, they even discovered several hidden rooms, akin to the furnace room, where the stone doors were seamlessly integrated into the cavern walls and could only be opened with magical means. Upon entering these rooms, they found magical arrays glowing faintly, which, according to Albert, served to maintain spatial stability and slow the loss of magical energy. Within these rooms were numerous magical sealing boxes, many of which contained several centuries' worth of stock, now largely decayed. Upon opening them, 2 boxes contained magical crystals that had long since turned to powder, while 4 boxes held brand new enchanted armor and weapons devoid of any magical response, likely once stored by the human empire for emergencies on the plains. These unused enchanted items not only bore magical arrays of sharpness and durability, but could also be activated to unleash fixed techniques or spells through fighting spirit or magical energy, making them rarer and more valuable than rune-etched equipment. However, these items no longer exhibited any magical response, and according to Gandalf, they would need to be reforged and broken down into various metals before being reprocessed into armor. The good news was that the magical conductive metals within these items were intact, and after careful reworking, the 100 sets of equipment could yield at least 90 completely new sets. Rant gazed at the 100 sets of armor and weapons, lamenting that they could only be valued as raw materials now, as they were too aged even to serve as ordinary armor. Feeling a deep sense of loss, Albert, however, appeared quite pleased. These armors could be melted down, and even if they could not be, these were clearly pristine armors from 300 years ago, which many nobles would likely wish to purchase as part of their family displays. Of course, there were still usable items, such as 2 boxes filled with coins, exactly 20,000 gold coins, marking Rant's greatest find since heading north. The advantages of the Elder God, who had lived for over 1,000 years, became evident at this moment, as all currency minted over the past millennium adhered to the design of the first edition of coins minted after the Elder God ascended, differing only in some designs. Thus, the entire human empire acknowledged the legitimacy of all versions of currency from the first edition minted in the 20th year of the Elder God to the 81st edition minted in recent years. Consequently, the 2 boxes of gold coins Rant discovered could be used and spent directly. If these coins were discovered by the Grey Geese tribe, Albert exclaimed, his eyes fixated on the coins, what would happen if they were to head south with these gold coins? The Count would readily sell them 200 demon worshippers. Is our Count of the Main Wolf truly in need of money? Lan inquired. More than you could possibly imagine. 2 chests of gold coins were directly deposited into Lance's account. Regardless of his intentions to restore the kingdom of Benma, reclaiming the legacy of his homeland was not something to be ashamed of. Outside the final concealed chamber, Lant halted, hesitating to enter, for he had spotted a plaque at the door inscribed in human language with the word lounge beneath this word. However, he was astonished to see the script of his homeland. Emergency communication room. This was a fragment from his hometown, a script that had ceased to be used decades before his birth. Lant seized Peter, who was about to step inside. Gandalf, I believe it unnecessary to maintain the magical energy for these rooms. Could we cease the magic furnaces supply to a few of them? Oh, Gandalf expressed curiosity regarding Lance's request to disconnect the magic furnace prior to entering the room. Of course. I will take care of it. Gandalf found a concealed small square hole resembling an electrical box beside the door. Inside, a myriad of magical arrays was visible, with a crystal at the center that bore a striking resemblance to the crystals he had encountered in magical teaching scrolls from the Bull tribe. Gandalf unscrewed the crystal, causing the magical array within the hole to lose its radiance. With the energy source depleted, the stone door of the chamber could only be pushed open by the mid-level knights. Upon entering, they found the room devoid of illumination, revealing merely a guest room for resting, furnished with a wooden desk, a mirror, a bookshelf, a bed, and a chair, the arrangement eerily similar to Lante's home. Lante conducted a meticulous search of this room. And in a corner, he indeed discovered a magical mirror, recognized by Albert as a communication device. This palm-sized hand mirror could monitor the entire room's situation, as its magical crystal base had been dismantled and connected to the room's magical array, allowing the room's original magical energy to automatically supply the mirror. Utilizing another mirror, one could observe the room's happenings at any moment. Lante was uncertain whether this so-called emergency communication relied on this mirror. But if it did, why construct a separate room? Soon, Lante's subordinates uncovered several letters dated within the year. Upon opening them, they revealed only blank paper. After Gandalf employed a revealing spell, they discerned tasks issued from the Imperial Palace, most demanding constant vigilance over the salt mines and the Grey Goose tribe. While Lante perused the letters, Wendy unexpectedly discovered another hidden room. Upon opening it, Lante and the others beheld a stone chamber of less than 4 square meters, where the magical array continued to radiate light. No one enter. Something feels amiss with this room. Lante sensed that the so-called emergency communication room might refer to this small stone chamber. Lante's warning came too late, when he had already stepped inside. Within the chamber, a wall displayed 8 square mirrors, and beneath this mirror wall was a stone table adorned with a magical array. Fearing for Wendy's safety, Lante had no choice but to enter as well. However, the chamber's layout resembled that of mirror halls found in noble castles, strikingly similar to the monitoring room of Lante's homeland. Apart from the glowing magical array, he could not discern anything out of the ordinary. On the stone table, Lante found a letter, remarkable in its preservation after several centuries. That he opened the letter and discerned it was from one of his ancestors, dated 400 years prior, addressed to an individual named Zhuqin. Yet, as Lante skimmed the letter's content, the magical array on the ground flared brightly, and the letter was suddenly ignited, turning to ashes without a trace. Chapter 66, a letter from 400 years ago to a reader 400 years later. To the illustrious Zhuqin. Your Excellency, I am Kostoi Benma, whom you have cared for since childhood. By the time you read this letter, I fear I may no longer be able to pray to you that I have noticed something amiss with the investigation department in the Southern Kingdom. But my mentor forbids me from disclosing this to others. Each night prior, I prayed to you. Yet since joining the investigation department, I have received no response. Now, I can only employ my hometown's emergency communication method to issue this warning to you in the Pure Tower. Hoping this message reaches you before my demise. I recall the fortune of being summoned by you before joining the investigation department, when you advised me that the work there was tedious and the pay meager, suggesting I remain in the Pure Tower as an assistant to the mentor. However, I am aware of my limited potential. Becoming a high-level mage is already my utmost limit. My family has been under the protection of His Majesty for generations, and I have been nurtured by your care since childhood. Thus I wish to do something for His Majesty and for you. Yet, upon entering the investigation department, I discovered the world is far more complex than I imagined. In the past, I was a member of the Bunma royal family and a mage of the Pure Tower. I never realized how intricate humanity is, whether in the investigation department or among the nobles. Far exceeding my comprehension that I do not understand why families that have cultivated magic masters for generations still pursue the 6-limbed race for bloodlines, even to the extent of colluding with fallen demons. What perplexes me further is why my mentor, a direct disciple of His Majesty and the head of the investigation department, remains indifferent to such matters that I once confronted my mentor directly, yet he merely advised me not to rush, claiming he sought to catch a bigger fish. I do not comprehend my mentor's plans, but I know that both the nobles and the common mages of the investigation department are part of humanity. All disciples of His Majesty, who once united under his banner to fight for the restoration of the Bunma kingdom. However, when I shared my thoughts with my mentor, he merely deemed me naive, stating that unless we could pull down these century-old and millennia-old families, Common mages would never see the light of day. That I can understand my mentor's sentiments, yet I cannot accept his willingness to allow the fallen demons to grow in power. Turning a blind eye to the increasing number of nobles who ally with them. Several times, I wished to convey this matter to you or my family in a subtle manner, but my mentor seemed to have sensed my intentions. Transferring me to the Bunma salt mines, and even assigning someone to monitor me here, preventing me from acquiring information from the outside world that I once believed I would spend my twilight years in this salt mine. Until a few days ago, I heard that the investigation department received intelligence indicating the fallen demons may exploit a magical tide to attack a certain colonial planet. Upon hearing this, the first thought that crossed my mind was of your impending deployment to Kabine next month. I do not know their specific plot, but I must thwart them. May you who receive this letter evade this conspiracy unharmed. May His Majesty's wisdom illuminate the darkness, and may the human empire flourish forever. Your child, Kostoy Bunma. Year 602 of the Divine Emperor, November 7th. In the Imperial capital, within the Pure Tower. On the 7th underground level of the Pure Tower, there existed a room marked with the same plaque reading, Emergency Communication Room. Tasked with receiving and reporting information transmitted from the royal family, legends, and various external forces within the human empire. According to the internal regulations of the Pure Tower, if these communications pertain to His Majesty, they must be delivered immediately to the palace office. If they belong to a legend within the Pure Tower, they were to be handed over to the legend's assistant. On November 17th. Year 996 of the Divine Emperor, the department responsible for relaying legendary information received a message that had been delayed for nearly 400 years, addressed to the fallen legendary mage Zhuqin within the Pure Tower. As the contents of the letter concerned the fallen demon's invasion of the Kabine planet, the information was promptly forwarded to the palace office. Zhuqin. Nonsense. She has been fallen for centuries. How could there be any information from her? Is someone attempting to stir trouble in her name? The chief attendant of His Majesty in the palace office immediately suspected someone was using events from 400 years ago to create a ruckus. Sir, this is information transmitted from the emergency communication room. What are they scheming? Bring the personnel from the emergency communication room to me. I want to clarify this matter in person. Sir Chief Attendant. Before the attendant could finish his words, the magical mirror on the wall began to glow. This mirror served as a direct communication link between the attendant's office and the core of the Pure Tower, allowing seamless dialogue with only a few individuals. Perlicocaro. Of the Pure Tower. Even the chief attendant, having entered the initial stages of legend, had to show respect in the face of the individual across the mirror. Sir Chief Attendant, I have examined this information. It is indeed a message from 400 years ago. Merely received today due to delays. Please forward it to His Majesty immediately. Understood. The chief attendant could only note the recorded information, yet upon a fleeting glance, he was left in a daze. This cannot be. Could it be? From back then. Unfortunately, it appears so. Confirmed the presence within the mirror, validating the attendant's suspicion. How could this be? Without hesitation, the chief attendant prepared to ascend, while not forgetting to instruct. You all go find several of His Majesty's aides and the head of the palace office. Hurry. On the 100th floor of the Pure Tower, within the chamber belonging to His Majesty, the letter in the chief attendant's hand turned to ashes in an instant as it took flight. He remained silent, watching as the wind carried the remnants away. The air in the room seemed to freeze, and the attendant's sweat trickled down at a slow pace, with a sigh of exasperation. He turned away. Although the head attendant could not see his expression at that moment, the light within the room flickered ominously, while dark clouds outside the Pure Tower suddenly swirled, crackling with fierce lightning. You. A voice unexpectedly echoed in the room. Summon that rascal Shelton to see me immediately. Yes, Your Majesty, the head attendant replied hastily, fleeing from the 100th floor. Upon his departure, the lighting on the 100th floor surged dramatically before plunging into darkness. And a thunderous clap resonated from the sky, reverberating throughout the entire imperial capital. Damn it, what on earth have they done? In the chief's office before the throne, Chief Shelton was perusing correspondence from various regions. Master, are you there? The chief's disciple entered from outside the office. The Pure Tower has sent word. The head attendant demands your immediate presence. I have already arranged for the teleportation array. What is the urgency? Though the chief muttered under his breath. He wasted no time, for only a few individuals could command the head attendant's summons from the Pure Tower. It seems they have received a letter from 400 years ago. Oh, what in the world? Where did it come from? The emergency communication room at the Galloping Horse salt mine. What did you say? Before the two could continue their conversation, a sudden clap of thunder resounded outside. This is bad. The Emperor is angry. Hurry, Chief. Another clerk rushed in from outside. The Pure Tower has sent a message requiring you to bring all documents related to the Galloping Horse plane from the Intelligence Department to the Tribunal and then to the Hall of the Throne. At once. You must gather all the documents immediately. Hurry and enlist more hands, the chief commanded his disciple, as this matter from 400 years ago was of little concern to him now. What news from the Pure Tower? Shelton inquired of the messenger. I do not know. But we have detected signals indicating several legends and demigods personally opening a portal to the Pure Tower. It appears that the Prime Minister, the Chancellor of Civil Affairs, and Lord Cromwell have all gone. Understood. Shelton's expression stiffened slightly. These individuals might very well be there to witness his humiliation. Chapter 67. Lanaia's return in the year 996 of the Divine Emperor, on November 17, 3 days after Rant had seized the salt mine. Today, the weather outside the cave was particularly frigid. Upon emerging from the cave that morning, Rant noticed a layer of frost covering the ground. It was already mid-November, and the river's surface had begun to freeze, with the Galloping Horse plain entering its coldest period. That a large number of magicless individuals were gathering their belongings, primarily rations and clothing, preparing to vacate the camp. Since the previous day, when a letter had been incinerated in the emergency communication room, Rant's anxiety had intensified. That letter had undoubtedly been intercepted by some faction. Yet Rant was oblivious to the identity of the recipient and whether they would take note of him. Now, Rant had devised a comprehensive plan. He intended to march southward to confront the Grey Geese, leveraging numerical superiority to defeat them, and persuade Count Bristlewolf to grant him the establishment of his own territory north of the Kelnico Pass, as long as he maintained control over the salt mine and the ruins of Yechi City. He could secure a vast domain and a stable industry. However, the scene in the emergency communication room made him realize that the primary reason for his success over the past month was that neither the Dragon Kingdom, the Human Empire, nor the main force of the Grey Geese had paid serious attention to his actions on the Galloping Horse plain. Once he drew their scrutiny, could he continue to maneuver as freely? Rant himself was uncertain. Thus he needed to expedite the consolidation of his forces southward. In the early morning, Lanaia returned from Rant's main camp outside the salt mine. 2 nights prior, Rant had assigned her 2 tasks to complete promptly. Now, Lanaia had returned to the salt mine to submit her findings to Rant. The first task required her to devise a comprehensive relocation plan for the entire salt mine and the camp, while the second involved assessing the managerial capabilities of several of Rant's stewards. For Rant to remain comfortably with the knights and the majority of the magic wielders advancing forward, a stable rear camp was essential. This rear camp could be overseen by Albert, but the intricate operations involving over 3,000 individuals could only be managed by someone with relevant experience, like Lanaia. Previously, Rant had divided his people into left and right camps, with most of the human population situated in the left camp, where several stewards were responsible for various tasks. Rant rotated the stewards' duties every half-month while soliciting feedback from the residents regarding their management capabilities. After 3 rotations, Rant had gained some understanding of the stewards' abilities. Yet as the camp expanded and his population grew, he found it increasingly difficult to adjust their responsibilities. Therefore, Rant decided to entrust all magicless individuals within his domain to Lanaia's management. While she first needed to familiarize herself thoroughly with the camp and her management style. You are an exemplary lord, Lord Rant. I dare say no viscount or baron in the Dragon Kingdom possesses as many black-scaled horses and pack beasts as you do. Nor can they manage a direct populace of nearly 2,000 with such meticulousness. Upon meeting Rant, Lanaia immediately praised his management skills. What is your impression of my camp? Do you believe you can manage it? Though it may be challenging to reach your level, I shall strive earnestly. Splendid. Please present me with a relocation and consolidation plan today. Rant sensed that Lanaia was somewhat reserved in his presence, unlike her previous self who could jest with him freely. My plan is already prepared. Please take a look. With that, Lanaia produced several sheets of paper detailing her strategy for the merger of the 2 territories. Rant accepted the plan and glanced over it, noting that the outline proposed relocating all ordinary magic wielders and magicless individuals, along with vital assets, from the salt mine to the former Grey Goose camp within 7 days, followed by a 10-day preparation period before heading south. Besides the objectives and timeframes, the main body of Lante's plan detailed the entire relocation and migration broken down into major projects such as livestock, grain, finances, transportation, child care, technical talent management, cooking, maintenance, and security, encompassing over 40 sub-projects, each specifying the primary tasks, required personnel, and responsible individuals. Notably, Lante's plan included not only the magic-less individuals but also the magic wielders, delineating that at least 50 magic wielders, with no fewer than 10 knights, were essential for the camp's relocation. However, Lante's plan also exhibited some flaws, such as her apparent underestimation of the daily food consumption requirements. Yet, Rand understood this, after all. The provisions provided by the barbarians at the salt mine were meager, and the magic-less individuals, besides consuming the allocated grains, would gather some mushrooms, fish from the underground river, and wild seeds. However, once the camp began to migrate, the increase in physical exertion and the challenges of foraging would inevitably lead to a faster depletion of food resources. Following a surge in population, Rand's grain reserves were once again nearing the 1-month warning threshold. But the magic wielders in the salt mine required substantial meat to replenish their energy and nutrition, leading to an even swifter consumption rate, which was why Rand needed to head south. Your plan is commendable, but there are some numerical discrepancies. This evening, I will summon Makoto, Gandalf, and Albert for a discussion. Although Lante's plan still had room for improvement, Rand was certain that she was the only one capable of managing close to 4,000 individuals within the camp. Understood, Lante sighed in relief. During her investigative endeavors the previous day, she had realized that she had overly relied on her experience to assess Rand, assuming he was no different from the human knights or barbarian chieftains she had previously encountered, who were solely focused on horseback combat and oblivious to territorial affairs. However, after a day of inquiry, Lante discovered that Rand's management was exceptionally meticulous, and he managed nearly 2,000 direct subjects solely through reasonable delegation and mutual oversight among the magic-less individuals. More importantly, Rand not only handled personnel and territorial matters, but was also adept at calculations. More than one steward had informed Rand that he possessed a keen sensitivity to numbers, executing calculations swiftly and accurately, to the extent that stewards had to verify their numbers multiple times before reporting to him. Following a full day of investigation, Lante finally concluded that Rand's expectations of her were limited to the period before the merger of the camps. Once the salt mine and Rand's main camp were combined, he could effectively manage all affairs within the territory by appointing multiple stewards to maintain her position as a manager. Lante adopted a particularly respectful demeanor in Rand's presence, though she was not entirely clear on Lante's thoughts. Rand was nonetheless pleased to have her assistance in organizing the relocation of the camp. Rand prepared to return to the cave, intending to eat something before observing the migration of the magic-less individuals. At that moment, delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky, and Rand extended his hand, allowing the hexagonal flakes to land upon it, melting into droplets. It's snowing, Rand realized. His time remaining on the Galloping Horse Plain was dwindling. Chapter 68, The Galloping Horse Knights. Albert, I wish to convene all magic wielders this afternoon for a mobilization. Amidst the gentle snowfall, Rand sought out Albert. I have already informed the 5 mid-level knights. I hope all knights and magic wielders in our camp will attend. Are we heading south? Albert inquired. Certainly. Our food reserves are nearly exhausted. The Dragon King's kingdom has far more abundant grain than the horse, running plain. If we can defeat the main force of the Grey Goose tribe, we can exchange with Count Mane, Wolf, for more grain. You're pinning your hopes of obtaining grain on the old Mane Wolf. I'm relying on the sole salt mine in the entire horse, running plain. Besides, I also possess the largest herd of black, scaled horses and the most iron armors on the plain. With these monopolized resources on the plain, Rand isn't afraid that no one will do business with him. It's just that as a local power, Count Mane, Wolf should be given priority. But there are so many non-magic users in the camp, it'll take a month just to walk from here to the Cornico Pass. Albert's concern is reasonable. Although Rand's troop has a large number of black, scaled horses, many non-magic users can't ride, and the whole camp has to accommodate their pace. We now have hundreds of magic users. I'll take the knights, a part of the magic users, along with a small amount of equipment and food. I'll leave at least 50 magic users and at least 30 cavalrymen to protect the main body of the camp during the migration. Rand said. Me. Of course. In our camp, Only our uncle, nephew pair has the surname Horse. Running. Since I'm leading the troop forward, I have to leave the camp to you to take care of. Rand said with a smile. Don't worry. Along the way, we've subjugated all the relatively large barbarian tribes. Now it's starting to snow. Unless it's absolutely necessary, the barbarians won't attack such a large camp. You really want to entrust the entire territory and its people to me? Do you think I'll ever see my father and 2 elder brothers again? Well, I've already missed the chance to avenge Viscount Rod that I don't want to miss the chance to avenge the leader of the Grey Goose tribe. At noon, Rand held his 3rd speech since entering the Horse, running plain at the entrance of the Salt Mine Cave. This time, he was facing all 517 magic users in the entire territory, including 6 intermediate knights, 30 low-level knights, 63 knight apprentices, 5 magic using girls, 1 ascetic monk, and 1 intermediate mage. There were 356 human magic users and 150 barbarian magic users. The 517 magic users gathered on the river within the salt mine. All the knight apprentices and junior knights had been issued iron armors. The magic users were wearing a mixture of iron and leather armors. Most of the barbarian cavalry were in iron armors, and a small number were in leather armors. Rand stood at the cave entrance, reviewing the large troop of the Horse, running family with Albert beside him. Immediately, his heart was filled with excitement. Undoubtedly, a new era for the Horse, running family was about to begin. Riders of the Horse, running tribe. Knights of the human territory, I am Rand Horse, running, the leader of your Horse, running tribe, and the lord of your territory. Perhaps some of you know about my past with the Grey Goose tribe. My father and brothers were killed by the Grey Goose tribe and Viscount Rod of the Dragon Kingdom, but it's a blood feud of killing my father. Now, their tribe has led troops southward, disregarding the difficulties of numerous tribes on the Horse, running plain during the winter. They only know how to plunder the weak, even dragging the whole Horse, running plain into a war with the Dragon King's kingdom. This is a feud against the territory. With national and family grudges ahead, I'm determined to lead you southward to defeat the Grey Goose tribe and its leader, bringing new order to the Horse, running plain. Here, I swear by His Majesty the Divine Emperor that as long as I achieve victory, all the magic users I rescue can choose anew whether to serve the Horse, running family. Those who choose to leave will be given armor and horses by me. Those knights who choose to stay will become my family knights. Once we return to the Horse, running plain, I'll conduct a feudal enfeoffment. Wow! Privately, there was an outburst of astonishment among the knights for them. The word enfeoffment hadn't been heard for a long time. For all the grassland cavalry who stay, after my victory, I'll lead the tribe back to the plain, redistribute the whole tribe, and establish a new tribe, making those with merits the leaders of the new tribe. Wow! The barbarians were far more enthusiastic about becoming leaders than the knights. Rand made a gesture for silence, and the magic users below stopped cheering. Now, I announce the establishment of the Horse, running knight order that I'll serve as the commander and role as the deputy commander. Rand had a plan for organizing his knight order. The knight order was divided into 3 knight squadrons, 1 reserve squadron, 3 cavalry squadrons, 1 reconnaissance team, and 1 search team. The 3 knight squadrons were led by Peter Main, Wolf, Keenan Dowers, and Loon Egret as squadron leaders. Each squadron consisted of 1 intermediate knight, 5 junior knights, and 15 knight apprentices. The reserve squadron was led by junior knight Danico and included 2 other junior knights for knight apprentices and 20 other relatively young magic users who might break through to become knight apprentices. This reserve squadron would train with the 3 knight squadrons before departure, but would stay in the camp as a defensive force after Rand separated from the camp. 2 of the 3 cavalry squadrons were respectively led by intermediate knights Alf Fat and Netherland Wilson. Each cavalry squadron included 1 intermediate knight, 3 junior knights for knight apprentices, and 30 barbarian cavalry. These cavalry would serve as the flanks of the main force of the knight order. The 3rd Cavalry Squadron was a defensive cavalry unit of 40 men led by barbarian blacksmith Karagan. To save black, scaled horses, the defensive cavalry would ride the riding pack animals cultivated by the former bull tribe. The 1 reconnaissance team was led by Neil with his 30-man cavalry unit as the vanguard reconnaissance team. Their main task was to scout and negotiate with small and medium-sized tribes during the southward journey, purchasing their black, scaled horses, human magic, user slaves, etc. The 1 search team was led by Grey Dog and actually consisted of other knights from the Horse, running Baron's territory. Rand had allocated 10 magic users and 10 cavalrymen to them. According to Rand's arrangement, all 99 knights, 20 promising magic users, and all 150 barbarian cavalry in the camp were assigned. These people and horses would occupy 230 black, scaled horses. However, Rand still had more than 300 magic users in his hands. Although the remaining 90 black, scaled horses were not very suitable for them to ride, there were nearly 50 pack animals that could be ridden. Rand could still form a reserve troop to accompany them.